Super Devouring System Chapter 2050 to Chapter 2136. Ding. Host has completed the first round of the chain random task. At this moment, the system's notification sounded, but there was no notification for the second round. Xian narrowed his eyes and asked Emperor Zijin to explain the situation, such as why he was imprisoned here. I am Zijin, the young master of the Zijin family. Countless years ago, I was ambushed by my cousin, Zifeng, and was imprisoned here, Emperor Zijin said. Hearing this, Xian asked curiously, why did Zifeng ambush you and only imprison you here? Why didn't he kill you? Zifeng wanted to be the leader of the Zijin family, and I was in his way, so he ambushed me. However, he didn't dare to kill me, because once I died, the family would know. As long as he imprisoned me, the family would just think that I was traveling outside. Emperor Zijin replied. Oh, then do you think he has become the leader? Xian asked again. I'm not very sure, because he destroyed my Qianquan ring that day, so I can't take over the family. However, I think that with his methods, he should have already become the leader, Zijin said. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's notification sounded in Xian's mind. Ding. Host has triggered the second round of the chain random task, escort Emperor Zijin back to the Zijin family. As expected, this task was related to Emperor Zijin, and the second round of the task had been triggered. Now, Emperor Zijin was under Xian's control. For convenience, he directly searched Emperor Zijin's soul. This search allowed Xian to discover a secret that was buried in Emperor Zijin's heart. The ancestor of the Zijin family was a purple gold. Later on, he mutated and cultivated into a human form, and then continued to reproduce. Later on, another mutated person was born in the Zijin family. This member of the Zijin family had a black gold ore in his body. Then, the leader planted the black gold ore, and then a black gold ore vein was formed. In the end, the Zijin family continued to devour the black gold to strengthen themselves, and the strength of the entire Zijin family increased rapidly. And today, Monarch Zijin's body actually had such a black gold mineral seed. In other words, Xian could also create a black gold ore vein. This black gold ore vein, together with the devouring space, would be very effective. At that moment, Xian directly told the Purple Gold Emperor to take out the black gold mine. This didn't affect the Purple Gold Emperor in the slightest. This was also a change that happened when Emperor Zijin was trapped in the Purple Gold Relic. Xian picked a piece of land in the devouring space, and then planted the black gold ore vein. Together with all kinds of treasures, the land began to turn black instantly, and emitted a faint black gold light black gold. The black gold vein had already been formed and was starting to spread. Although the speed was slow, one should not forget that this was within the devouring space. One day in the outside world was equivalent to nearly 18,000 years in the devouring space. The black golds of the black gold ore vein was the black gold ore vein of the purple gold ore. Moreover, the black gold ore produced here was even better than the supreme grade purple gold ore. There might even be supreme grade black gold ore here. As long as there were those special treasures, the black gold ore vein could continuously expand the ore vein, forming a never-ending ore vein. Not bad, not bad. The black gold produced in the future can be used to forge quasi-emperor weapons, restore the cooldown of the divine sword technique, and strengthen the black gold sword servants. This is killing two birds with one stone. Xian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, if I can get the Zijin family's black gold ore vein, the efficiency will be greatly increased. Thinking of this, he could not wait and immediately left the Zijin underground palace. After being sealed for so many years, Emperor Zijin had already given all his wealth to Xian. Now, he was penniless. However, just as Xian was about to head to the Zijin family, rumble. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently as if the end of the world had arrived. What's going on? Xian could not figure out what was going on. He looked over and realized that the Zijin ruins were beginning to collapse. Smoke and dust filled the air and shrouded the entire place. Rumble. Suddenly, an enormous hand stretched out from the ground and slapped down, flattening the entire violet gold historical site. At this moment, Xian had already hidden far away. Following that, another hand stretched out. Then, with a push of both hands, a huge head stretched out. Emperor Zijin, what is this? Yi Xian hurriedly released the purple gold emperor. When the latter came out to take a look, he was shocked. This is also a black gold battle beast, but its core is probably a supreme-grade black gold ore. Emperor Zijin said in shock. A supreme-grade black gold battle beast? Hearing this, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He did not expect such a terrifying black gold battle beast to exist under the Zijin palace. Moreover, even Emperor Zijin did not know about it. At this moment, this supreme-grade black gold battle beast had already crawled out from the ground. Its huge eyes were staring in the direction of Yi Xian and Emperor Zijin. Oh no, it's a guardian battle beast made by Zifeng. Once I escape, it will come out and kill me. Emperor Zijin's expression changed drastically. Compared to the 9th grade half-step Emperor Black Gold Giant in front of him, it paled in comparison. This supreme-grade Black Gold Giant had probably reached the Emperor realm. F***ck, I can't use the Divine Sword technique now. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and quickly kept Emperor Zijin into the devouring space. When this supreme-grade Black Gold Giant saw Emperor Zijin disappear, its gaze fell on the Sword God clone. Then, it crawled out from the ground and rushed toward the Sword God clone. Rumble. This supreme-grade Black Gold Giant was not slow. When it ran, it was like a super earthquake. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the Sword God clone. Bang! It stomped on the Sword God's clone and the Black Gold Sword Servant. Crack, although it had already advanced once, the Black Gold Sword Servant was still directly trampled to death. As for the Sword God clone, he was not injured at all. It seemed that this matter could not be settled peacefully. There doesn't seem to be any powerful forces nearby. It seems that we can only wait. Yi Xian thought to himself. In the surrounding forces, at most, there were high-level half-step Emperor Realm people. Facing the supreme-grade Black Gold Giant at the Emperor Realm was courting death. Therefore, Yi Xian could only let the Sword God clone stall the supreme-grade Black Gold Giant and wait. Wait for the Black Gold mine to produce black gold, then make it into a quasi-emperor weapon and let the Divine Sword technique cool down. Just like that, Yi Xian started to wait for time. This wait lasted for 10 days. After 10 days, the cooldown of the Divine Sword technique was finally over. Then, the Sword God's doppelganger slashed at the supreme-grade Black Gold Giant. The sword cut the supreme-grade Black Gold Giant into 2 halves as if it was cutting tofu. Instant kill, Yi Xian immediately went over and kept the corpse. There was indeed a piece of supreme-grade Black Gold stone in the body of this supreme-grade Black Gold Giant. Without hesitation, Yi Xian used it to strengthen the Black Gold Sword Servant. This time, fortunately, there was a black gold stone. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not have been able to obtain so many black gold stones and restore the cooldown of the Divine Sword technique. If this supreme-grade Black Gold Giant was allowed to leave, this area would suffer a heavy blow. Fortunately, Yi Xian dealt with it. Since the matter was settled, Yi Xian would head to the Zijin family next. Before the Zijin family was trapped, there were hundreds of emperors in the Zijin family. He wondered how the Zijin family had developed now. According to the memories of the Zijin family, there was a one-way teleportation array that led back to the family. Therefore, Yi Xian spent 3 days to find this teleportation array. Whoosh, the teleportation array started to move. However, only the Sword God's doppelganger was teleporting. Soon, the Sword God's doppelganger landed. However, what surprised him was that the teleportation array seemed to have been abandoned for many years. This is a tragedy. The Zijin family actually moved away. Yi Xian rolled his eyes helplessly. It seemed that he had to search for the Zijin family. He hoped that the Zijin family had left behind some clues. He randomly chose a direction and headed forward. After a day, he found a city. Therefore, he went in to ask around. Unfortunately, most people had never heard of the Zijin family. This city was built later. However, he did not believe that no one here knew about it. Find the Zijin family, the former overlord of this area. Those who know will be rewarded with 10,000 black gold stones. Yi Xian went directly to the city lord's mansion. He spent some money and posted a reward. When this news came out, the entire city was in an uproar. 10,000 pieces of black gold rock was not a small number. Most people would have a headache when they heard this number. They didn't know how many there were. However, those with higher cultivation realms knew the value of this. Even the large families in the city might not be able to take out 10,000 pieces of black gold rock. And in this way, he only needed a single piece of information to obtain it. However, when these people heard the word Zijin clan, they were all dumbfounded. Who had heard of this family? Sigh, I have nowhere to spend my money. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Finally, on the 10th day after the mission was issued, someone finally used the communication token that Yi Xian had left in the city lord's mansion. I know where the Zijin clan is. A voice sounded from the communication token. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian hurriedly grabbed the communication token and replied, Where? I can tell you, but I want to know, why are you looking for this Zijin clan? Then why don't you tell me why you are asking this question? Yi Xian asked back. This question made the other party fall silent. After a long while, the other party replied, I am at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian hurriedly broke through the void and went over. Then, he saw a young man standing at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. Eh? After seeing this young man, Yi Xian was a little surprised because he felt that this young man was somewhat familiar. This aura seemed to be similar to Zi Yang's. Could it be that he was also a member of the Zijin clan? Coincidentally, Monarch Zijin was behind Yi Xian. When this young man saw Monarch Zijin, he was shocked. Big brother? The young man shouted. Yi Xian hurriedly recalled and realized that this young man was actually Monarch Zijin's younger brother, Ziyin. No wonder he knew where the Zijin clan was. So he was from the Zijin clan. Younger brother, it's you? Zijin was slightly surprised. The two brothers were actually able to meet in this place. Their luck was really good. Big brother, where have you been all these years? Why haven't I heard from you at all? Ziyin couldn't help but ask. I was sealed by Zifeng and only escaped recently. However, when I returned to the clan, I discovered that the clan had already moved away, Zijin replied. Zifeng? Ziyin raised his eyebrows and said, Bastard. Let's not talk about this for now. How is the clan now? Zijin asked again. The clan is fine. Previously, our clan found a place that was more suitable for the Zijin clan, so our entire clan moved there. However, Zifeng has already become the patriarch of the Zijin clan and changed the name to the Zijin clan. Ziyin said. When Zijin heard this, he couldn't help but mutter, as expected, he has become the patriarch. Zifeng is very capable. After becoming the patriarch, the clan has indeed continued to grow stronger. However, he acts arrogantly and is now pushing our clan aside. During this period of time, many clan members have died mysteriously. I suspect that he is the culprit. Ziyin said. Since Zifeng can attack me, he can naturally attack others as well. Zijin said. Zifeng was the son of his uncle and was related to him by blood. However, since he could attack him for the sake of power, after becoming the patriarch, he was naturally unrestrained. Thus, Zijin decided that he absolutely could not allow Zifeng to continue. However, although his current strength had recovered to that of a rank 8 half-step imperial emperor, it was simply insufficient for the current patriarch of the Black Gold clan. Big brother, follow me back to the clan first. Father will definitely be very happy, Ziyin said. Hearing this, Zijin directly shook his head. Back then, Zifeng attacked me. If I were to appear now, wouldn't I be telling others about his scheme back then? No, big brother, you only need to disguise yourself. Furthermore, our branch has already separated from the main clan and has our own territory. Zifeng won't know, Ziyin said. Since that's the case, fine. Zijin nodded and agreed. After that, Ziyin brought Zijin and Yi Xian and hurried to the Zijin clan. On the way, Yi Xian also learned about the current situation of the Zijin clan. Before Zijin was sealed, his father was the patriarch. The Zijin clan possessed 100 Imperial Emperor-level experts. And now, the Zijin clan was so powerful that they possessed rank 6 Imperial Emperor-level experts. This was all thanks to the Black Gold vein. However, the Black Gold vein was in the Black Gold clan. After the Zijin clan moved out, they started to decline. After all, they were suppressed by Zifeng. Moving out could be considered to be in accordance with Zifeng's wishes. This time, although they had Ziyin leading the way to the Zijin clan, they still spent a month's time. Without Ziyin, it would likely take Yixian 3 months to find the Zijin clan. At this moment, Zijin had already disguised himself. Then, he was led by Ziyin into the Zijin clan. On the way back, Ziyin had already informed the patriarch of this matter through a transmission talisman. Ding! Host has completed the second round of the chain random quest. After Zijin returned to the Zijin family, a system notification rang out in Yixian's mind. After Zijin's father heard about it, he was very happy and quickly came to see him. Zijin, you're finally back. Zijin's father, Zilai couldn't help but say. Father, why do you look a little off? Although they hadn't seen each other for many years, Zijin still felt that something was off. Zilai paused for a moment before replying, Sigh, just this morning, another 3 clansmen died. Did Zifeng do it? Zijin asked. I'm not sure, but there's an 80% chance that it was him. We never found the corpses of those people, otherwise, I could have revived them. Zilai shook his head helplessly. He was already a 5th-rank Imperial Emperor expert. Reviving 1st-rank and 2nd-rank Imperial Emperors was extremely easy for him. However, without corpses, even a 9th-rank Imperial Emperor would be powerless. This Zifeng is truly deranged. We were born from the same root, but he actually wants to exterminate our clan. Zijin couldn't help but say. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, the other branches are all subordinate to him. Moreover, he's also a 6th-rank Imperial Emperor. We're simply no match for him. Zilai shook his head. Everyone was silent. At this moment, Zijin suddenly said, Father, this is my savior, Yixian. Moreover, he's very capable. We can get him to help us transform into my appearance and then confront Zifeng. This seems to be useless. Even if you confront him, with his current abilities, no one would dare to say anything. Zilai shook his head. Then we can't let him do as he pleases. At most, we'll just fight. Ziyin was also provoked and shouted angrily. There's no rush. Zijin has extremely high cultivation talent. Now that he has the black gold stones, he can quickly recover his strength and break through. As long as he grows in secret, we won't have to fear Zifeng anymore. After Zilai finished speaking, he took out 10 black gold stones and said, Zijin, these are 10 top-quality black gold stones. Take them and refine them. As expected of a great clan. They took out 10 top-quality black gold stones in one go. With these 10 top-quality black gold stones, Zijin might be able to quickly break through to 3rd-rank Imperial Emperor. At the current level, it was not only possible to increase one's level by stealing others' fates. As long as one strengthened one's own body or increased one's own saint energy, one's fate's level would be increased. In short, the stronger one was, the more they would be favored by the heavens. However, Supreme Monarch of Zijin was now under Yixian's control. Therefore, these 10 supreme-grade black gold ores would fall into Yixian's pocket. Ding, the host has triggered the 3rd round of the chain mission, Kill Zifeng. The system prompted. Previously, he had already spent quite a bit of time searching for the Zijin clan and hurrying on with his journey. If he did not hurry up, his rewards would be completely deducted. Therefore, Yixian asked Monarch Zijin to stay in the Zijin clan while the Sword God Avatar left. Half of the 10 black gold stones were used to strengthen the black gold sword attendants. The rest were used as backups. When the time came, they could quickly cool down the divine sword technique. However, before Yixian left, he first dismembered Emperor of the Purple Gold. Apart from the head, everything else was devoured by the Mask of Authenticity. If Emperor of the Purple Gold did not die, it would be easy to recover. However, if it died, it would consume a large amount of fate to revive. Now, the Mask of Authenticity was already 80% authentic. Even Zijin's father, Zilai, would not be able to recognize it. Then, Yixian asked the Sword God Avatar to wear the Mask of Authenticity and disguise himself as Emperor of Zijin. He then headed to the Black Gold clan. This Black Gold clan was 100 times stronger than before. The current clan master, Zifeng, was already a rank 6 Imperial Emperor expert. Although Yi Xian's original body had experienced many things on the way to the Zijing clan, he was only a rank 9 half-imperial emperor now. It was still not time for him to fight against Zifeng, however, he could start from other aspects. For example, the Black Gold Mine. At this moment, Yi Xian had already arrived near the Black Gold Mine. This place was an important area of the Black Gold clan. However, the Sword God Avatar had the Void Spirit Divine Armor, which fooled many people. He arrived at the entrance of the Black Gold Mine. Then, he asked the Old Tree and Black Horn to make a diversion. Just like that, he entered the Black Gold Mine. This Black Gold Mine was hundreds or even thousands of times bigger than the one in the Devouring space. After all, this Black Gold Mine had been formed for countless years. However, only the center of the Black Gold Mine was guarded by experts. Under normal circumstances, it would be some ordinary people mining the Black Gold Mine. This time, Yi Xian wanted to make the Black Gold clan bleed a lot. Collect them. Without saying anything, he began to use the Devouring space to mine the Black Gold Mine. His speed was much faster than others. It was best for ordinary people to collect the complete Black Gold Mine. That way, the price would be higher. However, Yi Xian was different. He did not have such a requirement. In any case, he just collected all of the Black Gold Mine. After all, these Black Gold Mine were all used by him to forge Emperor artifacts. In the following period of time, Yi Xian collected a large amount of Black Gold Mine. The amount was as high as 100,000. There were also many top-grade Black Gold Mine. The strength of the Black Gold Sword servants had undergone a tremendous change. At this moment, a nearby Black Gold clan expert noticed something amiss. He immediately went over to check. However, he did not find anything. However, just as he turned around, the sound of a strong wind came from behind him. Rip! A crisp sound was heard. This second-rank Imperial Emperor of the Black Gold clan was directly beheaded by Yi Xian. The Heavenly Fate and the corpse were all collected by Yi Xian in an instant. Now, he was standing on the side of the Purple Gold clan. Anyone from the Black Gold clan was his enemy. Yi Xian, who was already a half-step Imperial Emperor, was very lacking in Heavenly Fate. This was because as long as he had enough Heavenly Fate, he would be able to break through to the Imperial Emperor realm. Based on his current situation, this realm should not be too far away. In the following period of time, Yi Xian wandered around the Black Gold Mine. Anyone from the Black Gold clan that he encountered could not escape death. However, these people's realms were not high. At most, they were only third-rank Imperial Emperors. Therefore, they all turned into Yi Xian's experience points. At this moment, Yi Xian had obtained another Heavenly Fate. He quickly devoured it. In the next moment, he heard a system notification sound. Ding! The Heavenly Fate has been upgraded to 34th grade. Host has broken through to first-rank Imperial Emperor. Finally, Yi Xian broke through. Although there was a difference of a whole realm between a half-step Imperial Emperor and an Imperial Emperor, the increase in strength was much less than that of a Samsara Dao Lord and a half-step Imperial Emperor. However, this was already very good. This meant that Yi Xian could go and see the depths of the Black Gold Mine. The depths of the Black Gold Mine was where the Black Gold Mine was located. It was said that in the years when the Purple Gold Emperor was sealed, the Black Gold clan gave birth to 2 more disciples who had condensed the Black Gold Mine. If I can obtain these 3 Black Gold ores, the expansion speed of the Black Gold ores in the Devouring space will increase by several times. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. However, there were a large number of experts guarding the depths of the Black Gold ores. Other than the 5 rank 4 Imperial Emperors, there was also a rank 5 Imperial Emperor. This defense could be said to be impregnable. It would not be that easy to obtain the Black Gold ores from these people. However, it was even more impossible for him to stop Yi Xian at this level. Immediately, the Sword God's clone charged straight in. Furthermore, he immediately unleashed his ultimate move upon disagreeing. Divine Sword Technique. A divine sword appeared out of thin air and slashed down. With lightning speed, it killed one of the Imperial Emperors. In an instant, there was one less person. At this moment, there were only 4 rank 4 Imperial Emperors and that rank 5 Imperial Emperor left in the depths of the Black Gold ores. Battle God Mount. Black Gold Sword Attendant. The sword god's clone first summoned the old tree and black horn. Then, he summoned the battle god mount and the black gold sword attendant. This time, Xianxia's summoning was not bad. He summoned a gold rank mount. Merely, in this sort of situation, if this gold rank mount were to join hands with others, it would, at the very most, be able to stop 2 rank 4 imperial emperors. As for the rest, there was nothing they could do. However, their goal this time was not to kill everyone. Instead, they were going to obtain the 3 black gold ores. At this moment, "I have assassination." The sword god's clone's eyes flashed. His figure instantly disappeared and appeared behind a rank 5 imperial emperor guarding the black gold ores. What? This rank 5 imperial emperor was extremely shocked. In the next moment, he saw the sword god's clone slash out with his full strength. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. This rank 5 imperial emperor blocked the sword god's clone's attack. However, in the next moment, the sword in his hand suddenly exploded. The sword god's clone also possessed the demigod sword god bloodline. Thus, he possessed absolute control over swords. Furthermore, he was able to use sword burst. The better the quality of the sword in his hand, the more powerful sword burst would be. Of course, if the quality of the sword was too good, he would not be able to use sword burst. Bang! The sword shattered into countless pieces and instantly entered that rank 5 imperial emperor's body. Fortunately, this rank 5 sovereign emperor was a member of the purple gold clan. Furthermore, he had been strengthened by the black gold clan all year round, so his body was extremely tough. "I'll take it." Taking advantage of this opportunity, the sword god avatar attacked again. Another divine sword fell and instantly broke the seal on the 3 black gold minerals. Then, the black gold minerals inside were directly absorbed into the old tree's devouring space. Previously, Xian had collected a large amount of black gold ores. Therefore, after using the divine sword technique once, he immediately devoured the pseudo-emperor weapons and recovered his cooldown. Bastard! The reason for that was because those 3 black gold ores were the lifeblood of their black gold clan. If they were to lose them, their black gold clan would have no one to rely on in the future. It was precisely because it was so important that he, a rank 5 imperial emperor, was sent to oversee it. Other than that, there were also 5 rank 4 imperial emperors. His strength was already sufficient to face a rank 6 imperial emperor. Unfortunately, those 3 black gold minerals were still obtained by Xian. "We cannot stay here for long. Let's go." Without saying anything else, Xian ordered the sword god avatar to retreat. However, he had taken away the black gold minerals. These people from the black gold clan would not let him off so easily. After that rank 5 imperial emperor attacked, the old tree, black horn and the silver mount all died miserably. As for that black gold sword attendant, because it had been strengthened many times, it was very resistant to grass and was still standing strong. "You asked for this." At this moment, the sword god avatar flashed behind another person and slashed down again. Another divine sword appeared and killed a rank 4 imperial emperor. With the enormous black gold ores as support, the divine sword technique's cooldown recovery was very fast. Although it was impossible to forge a good emperor weapon with just black gold ores, Xian did not have any other materials. Furthermore, he had the most black gold ores. Thus, he used them to increase the cooldown of the divine sword technique. Seeing that his companions had died miserably, that rank 5 imperial emperor immediately went mad. At the same time, the others also quickly reported this matter to Zifeng. What a joke! The black gold clan's most important black gold minerals had been snatched away. The importance of this matter was second only to the destruction of their clan. Unfortunately, if the sword god avatar wanted to leave, they would not be able to stop him. However, the sword god avatar did not have any intention of leaving. Instead, he silently put away the black gold sword attendant and acted as a punching bag. In any case, since he could not kill him, he would just vent his anger. At the same time, Xian, who had obtained the 3 black gold minerals, had already planted them in his devouring space. The 4 black gold minerals were able to form black gold ores at all times. With every second that passed in the outside world, Xian would gain something. How could this be described as pleasurable, after the black gold clan's current clan leader, Zifeng, received the news, he immediately rushed over. A bunch of trash. You can't even stop a single rank 1 Imperial Emperor? Zifeng cursed angrily. Clan leader, this person's abilities are exceptional. Furthermore, I do not know how he refined his body. My attacks were simply ineffective against him. Furthermore, I have already taken away his Cosmos ring. However, the things inside are not in it, that rank 5 Imperial Emperor immediately replied. Humph. Zifeng immediately examined the Sword God Avatar carefully. Sure enough, the Sword God Avatar did not have any other Cosmos rings on him. Feeling helpless, he decided to first capture the Sword God Avatar and then search his soul. However, it was impossible for him to capture the Sword God Avatar. One must know that the Sword God Avatar possessed an unparalleled body. Apart from being unparalleled, he was also immune to all sorts of oppressive might. Even if an eternal Imperial Emperor was present, they would not be able to suppress him. Whoosh! Zifeng turned into a ray of black light and flew toward the Sword God Avatar. He slapped his palm onto the Sword God Avatar's shoulder. However, in the next moment, the Sword God Avatar's figure instantly disappeared. Then, he appeared behind a rank 4 Imperial Emperor. Divine Sword Technique. Slash. In an instant, another rank 4 Imperial Emperor was killed. His corpse was taken away along with his destiny. However, this was already the last time Xianxia used the Divine Sword Technique. The black gold ores he obtained from the black gold ore vein had all been used up. However, he had already obtained 4 black gold ores. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to recover. When the surrounding Black Gold family's people saw that their clan leader was actually unable to do anything to the Sword God Avatar, they were astonished. A rank 6 Imperial Emperor was actually unable to injure a rank 2 Imperial Emperor? How was this possible? The battle here had also attracted the attention of many people. Immediately, there were people who were guessing who the Sword God Avatar was. He was actually able to withstand the attacks of a rank 6 Imperial Emperor head-on. Wasn't this a bit too frightening? Ha ha ha, the Black Gold family's people are actually unable to injure me in the slightest. Instead, their clansmen are continuously dying. If this matter were to spread, everyone in your Black Gold family would definitely know about it. Hearing those words, Zifeng's expression changed. Unfortunately, he was still unable to injure the Sword God's clone. This battle continued for a very long time. No one from the Black Gold clan was able to injure the Sword God's clone. On the other hand, the Sword God's clone was able to rely on his extraordinary abilities to continuously kill the people from the Black Gold clan. In the end, Zifeng ordered everyone to retreat, leaving behind only him and the 3 rank 5 Imperial Emperors. The battle continued for an entire day. The Sword God's clone was like an undefeatable god of war. He continuously fell and stood back up. This caused the surrounding people to be shocked speechless. Was this still a human? On the other side, after an entire day, the black gold ore vein in the devouring space had expanded by quite a bit. The amount of black gold ore it produced was astonishingly large. The cooldown of the Divine Sword Technique had already been restored. At this moment, the Sword God's clone's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared. What? Where did he go? Zifeng was shocked. Even he, a rank 6 Imperial Emperor, was unable to see where the Sword God's clone had gone. At this moment, the Sword God's clone had already put on the Void Spirit Divine Armor and quietly left the battlefield. Then, he suddenly reappeared. Divine Sword Technique, a heaven-cleaving divine sword instantly appeared and slashed down. SSSS. A rank 4 Imperial Emperor was sliced in two and died miserably on the spot. Everyone was dumbfounded. Before they could react, the Sword God's clone had put away the corpse and Tianming. In the next moment, the Sword God's clone's aura increased dramatically. Ding! Host made a breakthrough. Host is currently a rank 2 Imperial Emperor. Finally, after killing so many people, Yi Xian made a breakthrough. He now possessed the strength to kill rank 5 Imperial Emperors. However, as the cooldown of the Divine Sword Technique had yet to be restored, he was still unable to kill them. At the same time, the people from the Black Gold clan and Zifeng also understood why Yi Xian was staying here. It turned out that he was toying with them. Yi Xian originally had the ability to escape. However, he refused to do so. It turned out that he wanted to make a false accusation. If this continued, the Black Gold clan would likely be annihilated. "Who are you?" Zifeng immediately stopped and asked. Hearing those words, the Sword God's clone smiled. Then, he used the mask to transform into the appearance of the Purple Gold monarch. Immediately, someone recognized him. Purple Gold? Zifeng was astonished. He naturally also recognized Zijin. After all, he was Zijin's older cousin. At the same time, he was also the one who had sealed Zijin. After he had sealed Zijin, he had taken over the position of family head. As his power and strength increased, he had forgotten about Zijin. Who would have thought that Zijin would actually be able to break through the seal and arrive here? Furthermore, his strength had increased. "Cousin, back then when you ambushed me and sealed me, you definitely didn't expect me to see the light of day again, right?" The Sword God's clone sneered. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire crowd went into an uproar. So it turned out that Zijin had been sealed by Zifeng. No wonder they hadn't seen him all these years. "So what if we're out?" Zifeng snorted coldly. Right now, he was the patriarch of the Black Gold family, and at the same time, he was also the strongest person in the Black Gold family. Even if the matter was exposed, so what? It seems that you admit it. However, this fact shouldn't have any effect on you. The Sword God's clone smiled and glanced at the people around him. "However, it's time for you to pay the price for your actions." "You?" Zifeng narrowed his eyes. "That's right, me." After the Sword God's clone finished speaking, his gaze landed on the 3 rank 5 imperial emperors. Then, he said, "Right now, I'll give you all a way to live. As long as you submit to me, you can be spared from death. Otherwise, even Zifeng will not be able to save you." Once those words were said, the 3 rank 5 imperial emperors glanced at each other. Was this something that a rank 2 imperial emperor could say? A mere rank 2 imperial emperor actually dared to threaten to kill them? He truly did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. However, it was precisely this rank 2 imperial emperor that killed several rank 4 imperial emperors right before their eyes. Most importantly, he had done it when he was a rank 1 imperial emperor. Now that he had broken through to rank 2 imperial emperor, his strength had definitely increased. In an instant, the 3 rank 5 imperial emperors started to hesitate. "What a joke. You think you can incite them?" Zifeng said with a face full of confidence. Although these 3 rank 5 imperial emperors were his seniors, they were all nurtured by him. Now, Yixian wanted them to change sides. How was that possible? "Kill." Before Yixian could say anything else, Zifeng had already attacked. After the 3 rank 5 imperial emperors glanced at each other, they also attacked. Rumble. The sounds of battle began to spread. Every single sound was extremely intimidating. In the beginning, the surrounding Black Gold clansmen all felt that Zifeng, a rank 6 imperial emperor, would definitely win. However, after an entire day of fighting, they no longer felt that way. Yixian had been beaten up for an entire day, yet he was actually not injured at all. This was truly strange. Furthermore, he was actually able to counterattack and kill others. This was simply not something that an ordinary person could do. If they were to continue fighting, there would come a day when all of their clansmen would die. Because of that, some people made a decision. Furthermore, the person who made this decision was one of the 3 rank 5 imperial emperors. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of air being torn apart was heard. Following that, a figure fell from the sky. The crowd focused their eyes and saw that the person who had attacked was actually one of the 3 rank 5 imperial emperors. However, the person who had been ambushed did not die. Instead, he was only seriously injured. What was even more frightening was yet to come. The third person actually raised his hand and attacked as well. Crap! When Zifeng heard the sound of wind, his expression changed greatly. He hurriedly tried to stop them. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Rip! A crisp sound was heard. That rank 5 imperial emperor's head was separated from his body. He died on the spot. Seeing this, the corners of Yixian's mouth curled up slightly. When the second person attacked, he had already used the death pursuit warrant and the Eye of Assassination to flash behind his opponent. Once his opponent died, he would be able to directly take away his corpse and heavenly fate. The two rank 5 imperial emperors who had attacked had actually already communicated with him and decided to switch sides. Although Zifeng was capable, he was too cruel. Not to mention those who had been ordered to assassinate him, even ordinary people would not be able to escape death if they made a mistake. They were also afraid that they would be useless to Zifeng in the future and be killed. Thus, they immediately switched sides to Yixian's side. The two of you, are you not worthy of the top-quality black gold stones I've given you all these years? Zifeng was furious. Zifeng, your dynasty has already passed. You should obediently surrender, shouted one of the rank 5 imperial emperors. You're courting death. Zifeng opened his eyes wide. He immediately understood the situation he was in. In the beginning, it was him who had led 3 rank 5 imperial emperors to besiege Yixian. Now, 2 rank 5 imperial emperors had switched sides and the third had been ambushed and killed. Fortunately, Zifeng had embezzled quite a few top-quality black gold ores over the years. Thus, he was extremely powerful. He was only a step away from becoming a rank 7 imperial emperor. However, Yixian's current strength was not weak either. After he obtained that rank 5 imperial emperor's heavenly fate, he immediately devoured it. Although he did not break through to rank 3 imperial emperor, his heavenly fate had increased by several grades. Furthermore, that rank 5 imperial emperor's cosmos ring also contained a large amount of black gold ores and top-quality black gold ores. After all, that rank 5 imperial emperor was one of the top figures of the Black Gold clan. How could he be poor? Thus, Yixian could now use the divine sword technique again, however, he could only use it once. Thus, he wanted to kill Zifeng in a single strike. In an instant, Yixian joined forces with the other 2 rank 5 imperial emperors and fought against Zifeng. If it were only those 2 rank 5 imperial emperors, they would definitely not be Zifeng's match. However, one must not forget that the Old Tree and Black Horn were capable of unlimited resurrection. Thus, they also joined the battle. In the beginning, it was 3 against 1. Now, it was 5 against 1. This greatly reduced the pressure. Not only that, but the Sword God's clone wearing the Void Spirit divine armor was also very difficult to deal with. He would occasionally appear behind Zifeng and launch sneak attacks. This gave Zifeng a headache. In the beginning, they fought for an entire day. Now, Zifeng was facing these people's attacks. The speed of his consumption of heavenly fate was dozens of times faster than yesterday. If this continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. You all want me to die? Since that's the case, I'll drag you all down with me. Zifeng shouted angrily. His aura suddenly surged. Ordinary people would be able to recover if they only used heavenly fate to fight. However, Zifeng was currently burning his heavenly fate. In other words, he was continuously lowering his cultivation to obtain a powerful boost. In an instant, the situation was reversed. The 2 of you, retreat. We'll block them. The Sword God's clone shouted. Then, he, the Old Tree and Black Horn charged forward. Apart from that, the Black Gold sword attendants also appeared. After a day of recovery, the War God's mount skill could also be used. The Sword God's clone immediately used it. A black bone dragon was summoned out of thin air. An aura of death instantly spread, causing the surrounding people to feel suffocated. Ding! Wings of Death successfully summoned. A system notification sounded in Yixian's mind. What surprised Yixian was that the black bone dragon that he summoned this time wasn't a silver or gold ranked one. Instead, it was a platinum mount that surpassed gold grade. This strength was not simple at all. Following the appearance of the Wings of Death, Zifeng's expression had already sunk to rock bottom. It seemed like they were in trouble. I don't believe that I will lose here. Zifeng roared furiously and fought with all his might. Unfortunately, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Yixian had more people on his side. Other than the 2 rank 5 imperial emperors, the Sword God's clone, the Black Gold sword attendants, the Wings of Death, the Old Tree and Black Horn were all not easy to deal with. Even the others could see that Zifeng's momentum was gone. Sure enough, after the wings of death appeared, Zifeng was suppressed. He had to use Heaven's will to protect himself in case something unexpected happened. In the end, he decided to give it his all and directly transformed into his original form. He had jumped into the pit by himself. Main body? You are courting death. The sword god's clone's eyes lit up. He directly transformed Wei Zhentian into the beast god Bel. In an instant, Zifeng's strength decreased by 80%. What? Zifeng was a little confused. If he transformed into his original form, his strength would have increased. But now, why did it decrease by so much? Before he could react, a heaven-cleaving divine sword slashed down on his head. Swoosh, in an instant, Zifeng was cut in half by the sword. As long as the divine sword technique could injure the enemy, even if it was just a scratch, it would trigger the one-hit kill effect. Not to mention, Zifeng was cut in half? Ding. Host has completed the chain random mission. Reward, God of War mount guaranteed summon, gold grade. With Zifeng's death, a system notification sounded in Yixian's mind again. Hearing this, Yixian's eyes lit up. The God of War mount skill had a guaranteed summon, and it was gold grade. This meant that in the future, when he used the God of War mount skill, he would exclude ordinary mounts and even silver grade mounts. At the very least, he would be able to summon a gold grade mount. This was too awesome. At that moment, Yixian quickly kept Zifeng's body and Tianming, and then devoured them. Zifeng's Tianming was very close to becoming a 7th grade imperial emperor. After devouring him, Yixian broke through to become a 3rd grade imperial emperor. With his current strength, even if everyone here worked together, they might not be able to defeat him. From now on, Zijin will be your clan leader. At that moment, the sword god's clone suddenly said. This sentence stunned the surrounding people. Zijin, aren't you Zijin? Before the crowd could react, the sword god's clone released Zijin. At that moment, the crowd realized that the sword god's clone was in disguise. No wonder his strength was so strong. Then, Yixian did not care about the others. He directly ordered Black Horn and Old Tree to put the entire Black Gold clan into the devouring space. Such a huge clan gave Yixian a lot of convenience. For example, he had an 8-star genius. Ding. Host has completed the 7th round of the sect chain mission. Reward, double the speed of the devouring space. The system notification sounded. Yixian could not remember how fast the devouring space was. In any case, one day in the outside world was more than 17,000 years in the devouring space. Double the speed of the devouring space did not mean that it would be 35,000 years, but more than 50,000 years. This was because it was double the speed of the devouring space, not double the speed of the devouring space. Now, one day in the outside world was 50,000 years in the devouring space. Although this was not very useful to those who lived in the devouring space, their lifespan was actually calculated according to the time in the outside world. To put it simply, their lifespan was 50,000 times longer than others of the same level. Not only that, but it also greatly increased the production capacity of the devouring space. As for the 8th round of the sect chain mission, it required 108-star geniuses. Moreover, they had to be eternal emperors. This mission was many times more difficult than the previous one. However, the more difficult the mission, the more generous the reward. It has already increased to more than 50,000 times. I wonder when Luolua will wake up. At that moment, Yixian suddenly remembered something. Luolua had fallen into a deep slumber. He wondered how powerful Luolua would be after she became a stage 2 heavenly loathing fox. He would think about this later. However, with Yixian's breakthrough, the cooldown of the divine sword art increased as well. With Yixian's current wealth, it just so happened that the cooldown of the divine sword technique had been restored and he could use it again. At this moment, Yixian's attention suddenly fell on something. It was a yellow stone with a seal on it. However, after searching Zifeng's corpse, he found that it was an eternal fate stone. When half-step sovereign emperors and sovereign emperors died, their fate would leave their bodies and be obtained by someone else. However, if an eternal sovereign emperor died, their fate would condense into an eternal fate stone. To put it simply, this eternal destiny stone was formed from the fate of an eternal emperor realm expert. What the F***ck? Yixian was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Even if it was only a grade 1 eternal fate stone, it was at least a 67th rank fate stone. If Xian devoured this eternal fate stone, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. At the very least, he could become a 7th rank sovereign emperor, 8th rank sovereign emperor, or even 9th rank sovereign emperor. If the owner of this eternal fate stone wasn't a 1st rank sovereign emperor, Xian could break through and become a 1st rank sovereign emperor. However, there was a seal on this eternal fate stone. This seal was probably placed by an eternal sovereign emperor. Zifeng is really pitiful. He obtained a priceless eternal fate stone by chance, but he can only watch as it's taken away. Xian shook his head helplessly. Breaking the seal on this eternal fate stone was impossible for an ordinary person. However, one couldn't forget that Xian had an extremely powerful trump card. The divine sword art. He immediately used his saint energy to lift the eternal fate stone into the air, then used the divine sword art. A heaven splitter divine sword appeared and slashed down. Xian's control was pretty good. This divine sword just so happened to break the seal on the eternal destiny stone and didn't cause any damage to it. Previously, he had always used the sky splitter divine sword to kill his enemies. However, this time, he was using it to break the seal. However, this was definitely worth it. After the seal on the eternal destiny stone was broken, Xian quickly put it away and devoured it. Ding! The eternal fate stone's grade is too high. Host cannot consume it. To Xian's surprise, the stone couldn't be devoured. How high was this level? This eternal fate stone definitely doesn't belong to a rank 1 eternal emperor. It's probably even higher. Xian's eyes lit up. Although he couldn't devour it now, he could in the future. There was no rush. As a result, Xian directly threw the eternal destiny stone into his devouring space and didn't bother with it anymore. Now that the matter had been settled, all he needed to do was to return to the Zijin clan and absorb the entire Zijin clan into his devouring space. However, at this moment... Xian suddenly raised his brows and hurriedly sank his mind into the devouring space. He saw that the eternal destiny stone that he had broken the seal and thrown into the devouring space had suddenly taken the initiative to fly to Luo's side. Then, the eternal fate stone began to melt, turning into countless fates that entered Luo's body. After absorbing the fates, Luo's aura surged, but she didn't wake up. If it had been anyone else, Xian would have stopped it. However, it was Luo who was changing. Moreover, it seemed to be a good sign, so he simply watched. Luo managed to absorb the eternal fate stone that even the devouring system couldn't devour? Xian raised an eyebrow in disbelief. However, he knew that as long as Luo absorbed the eternal fate stone, her cultivation would definitely reach the eternal emperor level. Right now, 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 50,000 years in the devouring space. As such, Luo only took half a minute to absorb the eternal fate stone. Half a minute later, the eternal destiny stone was completely absorbed. Not a single drop was left. Luo's aura had already reached the eternal emperor level. Haha. Xian couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, Luo, who had been sleeping for many years, finally opened her sleepy eyes and woke up. Xian immediately let Luo out. He smiled and said, "Little girl, you really can sleep." "Young master, long time no see." Luo giggled. Although it had only been a few months in the outside world, it had been almost 1,000,000 years in the devouring space since she had last fallen asleep. "Little girl, your cultivation level is much higher than mine as soon as you wake up. How do you feel?" Xian asked. "Very good. I'm many times stronger than before." Luo nodded and said, "Moreover, my bloodline is boiling. It's very lively. I don't know why. You must have just woken up. You'll be fine after a while," Xian said. However, right after he finished saying those words, the sky above him suddenly cracked open. A golden light descended and enveloped Luo. "What?" Xian raised his eyebrows. "What's going on?" "Young master, I can't move my body. I feel like I'm about to ascend." "There's also a voice calling out to me," Luo said in surprise. Xian was surprised. "What's that voice?" "I don't know." It seems like it wants to bring me to the ninth heaven. Luo Luo shook her head. The ninth heaven. Yi Xian was shocked when he heard those 3 words. He was currently at the 5th heaven. Above him was the 6th heaven, followed by the 7th and 8th heaven. The 9th heaven was above the 8th heaven. It was the last heaven. Who was calling out to Luo Luo? Young master, I think I'm about to be brought up, Luo Luo said hurriedly. Yi Xian immediately used the devouring space to envelop Luo Luo. However, he was surprised to find that he couldn't absorb her this time. Where did this golden light come from? Before Yi Xian could react, Luo Luo followed the golden light and began to ascend rapidly. Stop! Yi Xian shouted angrily and quickly followed. However, Luo Luo soon reached the end of the 5th heaven. Then, she rose into the dark night sky. Yi Xian was blocked by the closing crack. Luo Luo! Yi Xian shouted in his heart. Unexpectedly, Luo Luo didn't reply. As a mere 3rd-grade imperial emperor, he didn't have the ability to break through the 5th heaven. Moreover, Luo Luo was being taken away by a 9th heaven expert. Even if his strength increased by 10,000 times, he wouldn't be able to catch up. Fortunately, he could still sense Luo Luo's location. However, the distance between them was increasing at a terrifying speed. F*CK, who is it? Yi Xian could not help but curse. At this moment, he was extremely furious because he was unable to save Luo Luo. He could only watch as Luo Luo was taken away. Most importantly, he did not know who the other party was. If it was someone with ill intentions, wouldn't he be in trouble? Damn it! Yi Xian sensed the distance between him and Luo Luo and made a decision in his heart. He had to break through quickly and kill his way to the 9th heaven. Merely, he was currently only a rank 2 imperial emperor. Above imperial emperors were eternal emperors. After that, it was said that half-step ruler, he only had the memories of the 7th heaven. He did not even know what the 8th heaven was like, let alone the 9th heaven. However, right at this moment. Brat, is the Zijing clan nearby? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian turned around and saw a middle-aged man looking at him. The latter's aura was actually that of a rank 6 imperial emperor. That's right. Yi Xian nodded. Very well, bring me there. The middle-aged man said in a commanding tone. You want to order me around with just a sentence? Earlier, when Luo Luo was taken away by the mysterious person, Yi Xian was very angry. Now that someone who was not afraid of death had come to him, how could he not take this opportunity to flip out? How dare a mere rank 3 imperial emperor speak to me like this? The middle-aged man shouted angrily. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian directly attacked. Whoosh! The sound of wind suddenly came from behind, causing the middle-aged man's body to tremble. In the next instant, his head was separated from his body. This person had truly come at the wrong time. He just happened to bump into him. Yi Xian quickly put away the corpse and heavenly fate. Then, he began to search his soul. It turned out that this middle-aged man was ordered to find the patriarch of the Black Gold clan, Zifeng. However, the Black Gold clan was nowhere to be found, so he came to the Zijing clan. He came from a peak city in the 5th heaven. The Black Gold clan used to exchange black gold stones for other resources, such as heavenly fate stones. So, I can use black gold to exchange for destiny stones. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as he immediately headed towards the top city called Heaven Martial City. The Black Gold tribe was not very far from the Heaven Martial City. Yi Xian spent 5 days to arrive at the Black Gold tribe. At the same time, in these 5 days, the Black Gold vein in the devouring space had begun to take shape, producing a lot of black gold Oregon. He immediately entered the Heaven Martial City and went straight to the City Lord Mansion. Yi Xian had sold all of the black gold stones and supreme quality black gold stones for destiny stones, leaving only a few for backup. 5 days ago, after he devoured that middle-aged man's destiny stone, he was already on the verge of making a breakthrough. Now that he had obtained a large amount of destiny stones, he directly broke through to rank 4 Imperial Monarch. However, in the battle earlier, he had used the Divine Sword technique multiple times and exhausted a large amount of black golden stones. Otherwise, he might have been able to break through to rank 5 Imperial Lord. However, right at this moment. Suddenly, a group of black figures appeared from the horizon. They quickly approached the Heaven Marshal City. When the Heaven Marshal City's city lord sensed them, he immediately leaped into the sky. Who are you? The Heaven Marshal City's city lord was a rank 9 imperial lord. He could be considered to be an overlord in the 5th heaven. This time, although there were only 50 people heading for the Marshal Heaven City, all of them were experts. All of them were high-level imperial emperors. Without saying anything, they directly launched a concentrated attack at the Heaven Marshal City's city lord. It's the Marauder Squad. The Heaven Marshal City's city lord's expression changed. He immediately reacted and shouted. The Marauder Squad was a squad that specialized in killing others and plundering their destiny stones to rapidly increase their strength. Wherever they passed, not a single blade of grass would grow. They would practically massacre the entire city. The arrival of this Marauder Squad caught the attention of the Heaven Marshal City. Immediately, the experts from the City Lord's mansion rushed out to meet them. As the City Lord's mansion, they naturally had to shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting the city. However, this time around, the City Lord's mansion was slightly powerless. The reason for that was because this Marauder Squad was from the 6th heaven. There were 2 rank 9 imperial lords in this Marauder Squad. The City Lord is no match for them. Everyone, quickly, help them. Immediately, the citizens of the Heaven Marshal City all acted. If the City Lord were to die, their Heaven Marshal City would likely be destroyed. Not many people would be able to survive. In this sort of situation, they had to be of one mind to face the enemy together. Xian just so happened to encounter this good show. However, he did not immediately act. Instead, he watched from the sidelines. This Marauder Squad was very powerful. The weakest among them was a rank 7 imperial lord. It was already not something that he could interfere with. However, he could still fish in troubled waters. Immediately, he released the black gold sword attendants, Old Tree and Black Horn. Of course, the Xian who was in the Heaven Marshal City was not his actual body. Instead, it was only his sword god clone. Thus, he was not worried at all. Rumble. In the sky above the Heaven Marshal City, a world-shaking battle unfolded. A total of 1,000 people participated in the battle. However, right at this moment, a battle broke out in the Heaven Marshal City. Battles also broke out in the Heaven Marshal City. Some people with bad intentions took advantage of the chaos to kill others and steal their treasures. Xian did not bother to pay attention to them. After all, he was not a saint. There was no need for him to act like a saint in this world where the strong were respected. His attention was completely focused on the battle in the sky. The time has come. Attack. Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately gave the order. Immediately, the sword god clone and the others all moved out. They activated plundering mode. Their main goal was to obtain cosmos rings and heavenly wills. The sword god clone possessed the void spirit divine armor. Adding on the eyes of assassination, his plundering speed was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, he had obtained several cosmos rings and 2 rank 5 imperial lord heavenly wills. This battle would definitely result in disastrous casualties. If his luck was good, Xian might be able to break through to rank 5 imperial lord. However, there were also quite a few people who had the same idea as Xian. In an instant, a conflict occurred in the Heaven Marshal City. It turned into a great battle. Xian did not care too much. As there were already people from the Heaven Marshal City that were attacking him, his eyes flashed. He directly ordered Old Tree and the others to stand in position. Then, he used his trump card. Divine Sword Technique. A heaven-cleaving divine sword appeared and directly slashed down. Some people were unable to dodge in time and were directly killed. Then, their corpses and heavenly wills were instantly collected. Among them, there was even a rank 7 imperial lord from the plundering squad. Unfortunately, Xian was still unable to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. As the people from the Heaven Marshal City were not united, they were soon scattered by the plundering squad. Then, the Heaven Marshal City's city master was besieged and killed. Right before the Heaven Marshal City's city master died, Xian used the eyes of assassination and appeared behind him. However, he was immediately sent flying by a rank 9 imperial lord the moment he appeared. What audacity! You actually dare to covet my things? You're courting death. A rank 9 Imperial Emperor from the bandit group was enraged. He was prepared to beat the shit out of the Sword God's clone. However, after attacking for a while, he was unable to do anything to the Sword God's clone. The Sword God's clone could not be bothered to pay attention to him. He continued to use the eyes of assassination and flashed behind other people. This method allowed him to obtain quite a few good things. Unfortunately, the people that died were all from the Heaven Martial City. Their cultivation was not higher than rank 6 Imperial Emperors. Thus, he did not obtain much. Soon, the people from the Heaven Martial City were slaughtered to the point that they threw away their armor and fled. Seeing this, the people from the Heaven Martial City also left. After today, there would likely be no more Heaven Martial City. However, right at this moment, suddenly, the fifth heaven was torn open. An old man stepped on golden light and descended. His appearance caused the bandit group to stop. No, it should be the oppressive might emitted by the old man that caused everyone to be unable to move. Apart from the Sword God's clone, no one was able to escape. Oh? Interesting. The old man raised his brows. His gaze landed on the Sword God's clone. Then, he looked away. The Sword God's clone glanced at him. He was slightly shocked. This old man came from the sixth heaven. Furthermore, he possessed the ability to tear apart the fifth heaven. He was at least an eternal Imperial Emperor. What did he want to do in the fifth heaven? At this moment, the old man continued, a few days ago, an abnormal change occurred in this region. A golden light tore apart the fifth heaven. Did anyone see that? Once those words were said, everyone was stunned. However, Xianxia raised his brows when he heard those words. Golden light tore apart the fifth heaven. Wasn't that the guiding golden light from the ninth heaven? At that time, that guiding golden light had brought Luolua away. Xianxia was present. But, why was this old man investigating this? If anyone saw it, tell me, and I'll reward you greatly. The old man added. However, no one answered him. Helpless, the old man could only wave his hand and gather the countless people from the Heaven Martial City. Following that, the large sack in his hand suddenly enlarged in size and sucked everyone into it. This time even the Sword God's doppelganger was not spared and was directly sucked into the magic treasure. Of course, it was Xianxia who took the initiative. The Sword God doppelganger had an invincible body. Unless it was attacked, the effects of pressure were useless against it. Xianxia took the initiative to enter this transcendent artifact because he wanted to see what the other party was up to. If he wanted to leave, he could just recall the Sword God avatar. What is this old man trying to do? Xianxia thought to himself. At this time, the people who had been taken into the bag were all confined in a small array. After an unknown period of time, the bag opened again, and a large number of people came in. It must be understood that there were millions of people in Sky Martial City, all of whom were at least at the Samsara Downlord level. It was Xianxia's first time seeing a magic treasure that could take in so many people other than his own devouring space. This old man had run all over the area. As long as there was a living thing, he would capture it. Xianxia seemed to understand what the old man was doing. The old man was probably going to bring everyone back and search their souls one by one. Just like that, a month passed. A month later, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the bag and blew everyone out. After Xianxia landed, he looked around and found that there were countless people around him. This number was probably more than 10 billion, any Imperial Emperor would be able to sense a place countless miles away. With so many people gathered together, they would be able to sense it. This was probably just the tip of the iceberg. At this time, everyone was suppressed to the point that they could not move, and a few figures stood in the air. The old man who had taken Xianxia away spoke slowly. Everyone, let me introduce myself first. I am the sect master of the sixth heaven Khanate Gate. I invited everyone here to investigate a matter. Since everyone said that they did not see it, I will search your souls one by one. Without another word, the Khanate Gate sect master sucked one of the people over and began the soul search. The soul search was not long, only a second. But don't forget that there were countless people here. If he wanted to search their souls one by one, who knew how long it would take, not to mention everyone, even if there were 100 million people, it would take at least 3 years to complete the soul search. Not to mention, there were hundreds of millions of people here. After thinking for a while, Xian used the divine devouring space to create something. It was a floating image crystal that he had extracted from his memory. It was the scene of Luo's ascension. However, since this floating image crystal was extracted from his memory, it could be modified by the divine devouring space. He modified the scene to be the scene of Luo's ascension by chance, while he had only seen it by chance. Immediately, he began to think. Previously, the Khanate Gate sect master said that there would be a reward if he told him the situation. But what kind of reward would it be? After a while, Xian made up his mind and decided to hand over the floating image crystal. Perhaps, this Khanate Gate sect master had something to do with the golden light that led to Luo's departure. Immediately, he said, "Senior, this junior has a floating image crystal that you will definitely be interested in." What? Hearing this, the Khanate Gate sect master raised an eyebrow and said, "Let me see." Then, Xian tossed the floating image crystal over and the Khanate Gate sect master scanned it. "As expected," muttered the Khanate Gate sect master. Then, in a flash, he appeared in front of Xian and asked, "Do you know this young lady who ascended?" "This junior doesn't know her. This junior happened to pass by and saw the scene," replied Xian. "But I saw that she seemed to be talking to you," asked the Khanate Gate sect master. "Yes, she was asking me for help. But this junior is too weak to do anything." Xian shook his head and said. The Khanate Gate sect master fell silent. That day, he had also seen that golden light. However, that golden light had broken through from the 7th heaven. It had directly pierced through the 6th heaven, and then picked up a person. So, he wanted to investigate this matter, however, he couldn't find any clues. Sigh, I thought too much. The 7th heaven is still too far away from us. The sect leader of the pre-celestial sect shook his head, then tossed a stone to Xian and said, "I see that you're a talent for being able to withstand my pressure. From now on, you can cultivate under my sect." Xian took the stone and looked at it. He couldn't help but gasp. "Thank you, sect master." Xian hurriedly thanked him. Then, the experts of the innate heaven sect sent these people back. Of course, most of them were willing to stay in the innate heaven sect. If they were given a choice between the 5th heaven and the innate heaven sect, many of them would choose to stay in the innate heaven sect. Even though the innate heaven sect was the weakest of the 6th heaven sects, its foundation was not something the 5th heaven sects could compare to. The opportunities in the 6th heaven were much better than in the 5th heaven. For example, although the sect master of the innate heaven sect was unknown, he was at least an eternal emperor. In the 5th heaven, there were only a few eternal emperors, and each of them controlled a region. There was not much room for improvement. Then, Xian was brought to the innate heaven sect by an eternal emperor expert. Xian's aptitude was just right to become an outer disciple. After everything was arranged, Xian turned his attention to the eternal fate stone. He did not know what grade the previous eternal fate stone was. It was too high, so he could not devour it. However, he could sense that this eternal fate stone was lower than the previous one. Devour. Without another word, Xian gave it a try. Ding. Host has devoured an eternal fate stone. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a 7th rank Imperial Emperor. The system notified. A 7th rank Imperial Emperor had surpassed Zifeng. This time, he had not come in vain. He had increased 3 levels in one go. However, as his cultivation level increased, those black gold stones were useless. Only the black gold stones were of some use. Next, he had to plan a new path. His first goal was to break through. Only by breaking through could he find Luo quickly and beat up the mysterious person who had taken her away. If he wanted to increase his cultivation level, it was simple. He just had to keep stealing. However, Xian felt that this method was not feasible, so he thought about it. At this time, he happened to pass by the innate heaven sect's training hall. There were many missions inside. He went in to take a look and really found a suitable mission for him. This mission was to kill an eternal emperor level holy beast and bring back its corpse. The reason this mission attracted Yi Xian's attention was because of the sacred beast called the Undying Phoenix. The undying fire seed within the undying phoenix was a necessity to activate the undying sword servant. As long as Yi Xian activated the sword servant of the undead, he would have the ability to rise from the ashes once. Eternal Emperor level? That's nothing. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. In the previous battle in Heaven Martial City, his divine sword technique had already recovered, so he could still use it once. In addition, given his current realm, he should be able to kill an Eternal Emperor-level Undying Phoenix. He immediately left the innate Heaven Gate and headed for the Undying Flame Mountain. A few days later, he arrived at the Undying Flame Mountain. The temperature here was terrifyingly high because these were the undying flames left behind by the Undying Phoenix. Even if there was nothing to burn, this flame could continue to burn. The Undying Flame Mountain was very famous in this area. Very few people who entered could come out alive. As his original body was still in the fifth heaven, Yi Xian sent his sword god clone in to investigate. These terrifying undying flames were completely useless against the sword god avatar. However, the Undying Flame Mountain was very barren. After the sword god clone entered, he did not see any other living things. However, on the second day after he entered the Undying Flame Mountain, he suddenly heard a series of loud sounds. Rumble. Hearing this sound, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and hurried over to take a look. Sure enough, someone was fighting the Undying Phoenix of the Undying Flame Mountain. Yi Xian focused his eyes and saw that it was 3 youths besieging the Undying Phoenix. These 3 people were only 9th grade Imperial Emperors, but they were very strong among their peers. Therefore, when the 3 of them joined forces, they were able to fight the Undying Phoenix to a draw. At this moment, the 3 of them noticed Yi Xian. One of them shouted, "If you don't want to die, scram." Yi Xian was only a 7th grade Imperial Emperor right now. He was simply not worthy of their attention. However, that person's tone caused Yi Xian to feel extremely displeased. If I don't teach you all a lesson, how can I be called Yi Xian? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Ever since Luo was kidnapped for no reason, his emotions had fluctuated greatly. To put it simply, these 3 people were courting death. Immediately, Old Tree, Black Horn and the Black Gold Sword attendants charged toward them. Not only that, the sword god clone flashed behind them and ruthlessly slashed down with his sword. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. The sword god clone's sword landed on the Undying Phoenix's armor. Eternal Emperor artifact? Yi Xian was stunned. It seemed that these 3 guys had some background. They actually had an Eternal Emperor artifact. Previously, the supreme-grade black gold stone he obtained in the 5th heaven could only be used to forge a middle-grade Emperor artifact. It could not even be used to forge a high-grade Emperor artifact, let alone an Eternal Emperor artifact. However, it was not that easy to block Yi Xian's attack with an Eternal Emperor artifact. Don't forget that these 3 people were provoking the Undying Phoenix. When the Undying Phoenix saw that Yi Xian was helping it naturally would not attack Yi Xian. Originally, the 3 people's combat strength was on par with the Undying Phoenix. However, with the addition of Yi Xian and the others, they instantly fell into a deadlock. Bastard, do you know who we are? The young man spoke again. Even if your father is the king of heaven, you will still die today. Yi Xian widened his eyes and attacked with all his might. No matter how powerful the Eternal Emperor artifact was, it could not block so many attacks. After all, the Eternal Emperor artifact needed the blessing of the heavens, and the heavens needed the support of the saint power. In the face of such a powerful attack, their saint power was rapidly depleted. Soon, they were running out. Let's go. The young man in the lead glanced at Yi Xian and shouted in a low voice. It's not that easy to leave. Stay here. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. A divine sword suddenly appeared out of thin air and slashed horizontally. Rip. Although they were wearing Eternal Emperor artifacts, they were still as fragile as tofu in the face of the Heaven Splitter divine sword. Yi Xian used this sword to directly kill 2 people. What a terrifying attack. The young man in the lead was shocked when he saw this. Even an Eternal Emperor could not kill 2 people in a row, let alone Yi Xian, who was only a 7th grade Imperial Emperor. What a joke, Before he could react, the undying phoenix on the other side spat out a mouthful of undying flames. The saint power in his body was rapidly depleted. In the end, it was exhausted. "No, I'm from the Iceblade Villa. I can't die," the young man in the lead roared. Soon, the leader could not hold on any longer and was beheaded by the sword god's doppelganger. The universe ring and Tianming fell into the sword god's doppelganger's hands. Then, the sword god's doppelganger quickly devoured Tianming and summoned the beast god Bell. Once the beast god Bell was summoned, the undying phoenix's strength decreased by 80%. Moreover, it was injured by the three of them. Coupled with Xianxia's sword god bloodline, its strength was only slightly stronger than an ordinary 9th-grade imperial emperor. In a short while, it was besieged and killed by the sword god's doppelganger. Undying Fire Seed. Xian quickly took out the undying Huabell from the undying phoenix and used it to activate the undying swordsman. Ding! The undying swordsman has been successfully activated. The system notified. Xian immediately summoned the undying swordsman. The undying swordsman was wearing white bone armor and a white bone mask that only revealed its eyes. Xian did not know how strong it was. Xian quickly ordered the undying swordsman to fight with the black gold swordsman. To his surprise, the undying swordsman's strength was on par with the black gold swordsman that had been strengthened many times. No, to be precise, the undying swordsman was slightly stronger. That was because the undying swordsman had a resurrection skill. However, the black gold swordsman did not share the resurrection skill. Not bad, not bad. Another capable member. Xian nodded in satisfaction. Then, he suddenly glanced at the other swordsmen that had yet to be activated and felt an urge to activate them. Each swordsman was stronger than the last. If all of them were activated, it would be awesome, especially the 100-beast swordsman. It could summon hundreds of powerful sacred beasts at once. That was not the point. The point was that Xian had another bloodline, the battle god bloodline. The 100-beast swordsman could summon hundreds of battle god mounts at once when used with the battle god mount skill. What the F***ck, Xian had completed the chain random mission and was guaranteed to summon at least a gold grade mount. In other words, as long as the 100-beast swordsman was activated, Xian could summon hundreds of gold-grade mounts at once. Perhaps, there might even be a platinum-grade mount that surpassed gold-grade. TSK. Xian couldn't help but laugh. However, the 100-beast sword attendant was not so easy to activate. It required Xian to kill 100 saint beasts with noble bloodlines. This undying phoenix just so happened to be one of them. Therefore, Xian still needed to kill 99 other holy beasts of the same bloodline before he could be considered a holy beast. This is a tough mission. Xian thought to himself as he took a look at the mission he had obtained from the Xiantian Gate. There were also 3 types of missions to hunt saint beasts, and the bloodlines of these saint beasts were not bad. At that moment, Xian made his move again. However, what he didn't know was that the 3 young men he just killed all had special treasures on them that could record what they saw before they died. Therefore, the scene of Xian killing them had already been sent back to their clans. At this moment, somewhere in the 6th heaven. Bastard! A mere innate heaven gate dares to kill a member of my Ice Sky Mountain Villa? You are courting death. The higher-ups of the Ice Edge Villa were enraged. They immediately sent out their experts and rushed towards the innate heaven gate. Xian, who didn't know about this, was still on his way. Soon, he found the second holy beast, suppressed it with the beast god Bell, and killed it. He had already obtained 2 of the 100 bloodlines. Then, he continued on his way. More than 10 days later, he completed all the missions. Then, he prepared to leave and return to the innate heaven gate. After all, he still had rewards for these missions. However, when Xian returned to the innate heaven gate, he found that it was a mess. Corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. What happened? Xian raised his eyebrows. He had only left for a short time, and the innate heaven gate was annihilated. Wasn't this too bad? He felt that it was a little strange, so he kept all the corpses and searched their souls. After searching, he found out who the culprit was. The people of the Ice Edge Villa massacred the entire innate heaven gate? Xian suddenly recalled that when he was in the Undying Flame Mountain, The young man in the lead said that he was from the Ice Edge Villa. Now, it seemed that the Ice Edge Villa couldn't find him, so they came to the innate heaven gate. In short, he was the source of all this. He was the one who harmed the innate heaven gate. Rest in peace for now. When I am strong enough, I will resurrect you. Yi Xian kept all the corpses of the innate heaven gate and kept them safe. As long as his strength grew in the future, it would be easy to resurrect these people. But now, there was one more thing to do, and that was to destroy the Ice Edge Villa. Although he was the one who killed the disciple of the Ice Edge Villa, that person had a foul mouth. In today's world, it was not strange to kill an entire family because of a word. Moreover, this was in the sixth heaven, so it was obviously crueler. Yi Xian immediately rushed in a direction. The villa master of the Ice Edge Villa was only a third-grade eternal emperor, 5 realms higher than Yi Xian, so the difficulty was not very high. About 7 days later, he arrived outside the Ice Edge Villa. Sword God Clone, go. Without saying a word, he directly sent the Sword God Clone into the Ice Edge Villa. Kill everyone on sight. Anyone who reached the Eternal Emperor level had to die. Immediately, a bloody storm broke out outside the Ice Edge Villa. Which scoundrel dares to act so presumptuously in my Ice Edge Villa? You're courting death. Many people rushed out of the Ice Edge Villa. All of them were Eternal Emperors, but they were only first-grade Eternal Emperors. Immediately, Yi Xian's side fought the experts of the Ice Edge Villa. This time, Yi Xian came with the intention of destroying the Ice Edge Villa, so he would not show mercy. The Sword God Clone, Undying Swordsman, and Black Gold Swordsman blocked the Ice Edge Villa's Eternal Emperors. As for the Old Tree and Black Horn, they dealt with the others. War God Mount. In order to increase efficiency, the Sword God Clone used a big move and summoned a gold-grade mount. This time, it was the Golden Behemoth, Boom. This was a colossal creature that was 100,000 meters tall. With a casual stomp, it could trample many people to death. Balls of heavens will floated out of the corpses and were devoured by the Old Tree and Black Horn. Then, the balls of heavens were devoured by Yi Xian. Although his realm did not increase, Yi Xian's will of heavens was constantly rising, so his strength was also soaring. At this time, the Sword God Clone suddenly used a trump card that he had never used before. War God Domain. As soon as this skill was used, the entire world froze. At this time, the only one who could move was Yi Xian's side, and another first-grade Eternal Emperor. During the duel, the entire world was forbidden. The two would decide the victor in the God of War domain. If the Sword God Clone won, he would temporarily gain a boost in strength. But if he lost, the Sword God Clone and Yi Xian would permanently lose 10% of their combat strength. Yi Xian could only use this skill when he was determined to win. Although it was impossible for the Sword God Clone to lose, there was a time limit to the God of War domain. Once the time was up, he would lose, but that wasn't the point. The point was that the Old Tree, Black Horn, Undying Sword Servants, Black Gold Sword Servants, and Golden Behemoth could all move. Simply put, it was a gang fight. What's going on? The Ice Edge Villa's Eternal Emperor was shocked. He saw that everyone else had stopped moving. Even the sword chi that pierced through the air was the same. However, he and his enemies were still able to move. What was going on? Before he could react, the Sword God Clone and the others launched an attack. Although he was an Eternal Emperor, 2 fists were no match for 4. Soon, he was killed by the Sword God Clone. Ding! Host has obtained the Invincible God of War effect. As the system notification sounded, the strength of Yi Xian and his subordinates all skyrocketed. His killing speed had also increased by several folds. Impudent! At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the sky. The Sword God Clone turned around and saw several powerful auras rushing toward him. The higher-ups of the Ice Edge Villa are finally here? The Sword God Clone looked and found that he had seen 2 of them in the memories of the innate heaven sect disciples. These 2 second-stage Imperial Emperors were the murderers who had slaughtered the entire innate heaven sect. I finally found you. Die. Yi Xian was furious. He directly ordered the Sword God Clone to attack. In an instant, he flashed behind one of them and slashed with his sword. Unfortunately, the other party had an Eternal Emperor weapon and was a second-stage Imperial Emperor. Even with the Invincible God of War effect, he couldn't break through the other party's defense. Humph. The other party snorted and turned around to send the sword god clone flying. Right now, the sword god's avatar was unable to break through the opponent's defense. However, things were different now. At that moment, several rank 1 imperial emperors had already died, and Xian had obtained their eternal fate stones. After devouring, he would break through. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a rank 8 imperial monarch. Once a cultivator made a breakthrough, their strength would increase exponentially. Now that Xian was only 3 levels away from his opponent, he should be able to pose a threat to him. Die. Seeing that his opponent was unscathed, the rank 2 eternal emperor struck out with his sword again. However, before the sword cheek could pierce through the air, the eternal emperor weapon in his hand suddenly exploded. Sword burst. Bang. The eternal emperor weapon exploded into countless fragments, directly killing the weaker imperial emperors below. And this was just an appetizer. Make the storm worse. Xian's eyes flickered. In the next moment, the emperor weapons and eternal emperor weapons all exploded. Sharp whistling sounds rang out. In an instant, almost all of the people from Ice Edge Villa below were killed. At the same time, among the group of people in the air, only the long sword in the hand of the Villa Master of Ice Edge Villa was intact. After all, it was the treasure of Ice Edge Villa. Bastard, I'll definitely kill you. Ice Edge Villa Master was furious. Just that blow alone had killed several rank 1 eternal emperors of Ice Edge Villa. As for the imperial emperors, they had lost countless of them. With his cultivation level, it was easy for him to resurrect those imperial emperors. However, even he would have to pay a huge price to resurrect a rank 1 eternal emperor. Haha, kill me if you dare. Xian laughed 3 times and flashed behind a rank 2 eternal emperor. Crack. A crisp sound rang out. Just now, the eternal emperor weapon long sword had exploded and pierced through the eternal emperor weapon battle armor. Now, Xian's sword had completely broken through the opponent's defense. Oh no. The rank 2 eternal emperor's expression changed drastically and he quickly retreated. At the same time, the 2 rank 2 eternal emperors and the Villa Master of Ice Edge Villa attacked together in an attempt to stop Xian's attack. Unfortunately, Xian's attack was impossible to guard against. Whoosh! The sword god's avatar's figure disappeared and reappeared behind the grade 2 eternal emperor. With a sweep of his sword, the rank 2 eternal emperor's head flew up, dead. A rank 2 eternal emperor was very important to Ice Edge Villa. There were only 3 of them in the villa. Now, one of them was dead. Even in Ice Edge Villa, rank 3 eternal emperors were not enough to be resurrected. Before the crowd could react, the sword god's doppelganger flashed behind another person and attacked again. Be careful. With the previous example, this person was much smarter than the one who had died. He quickly turned around and slashed at the sword god clone, sending it flying. It was a joke. 3 rank 2 eternal emperors and 1 rank 3 eternal emperor could not do anything to an rank 8 eternal emperor. If news of this spread, they would definitely be laughed at to death. However, if word of this spread, then so be it. After all, by the time this matter spread, the Ice Edge Villa would no longer exist. While the sword god clone was stalling for time, Old Tree, Black Horn, Black Gold Swordsman, Undying Swordsman, and Golden Behemoth were crazily killing. The Black Gold Swordsman could be strengthened with ores and the like, while the Undying Swordsman could be strengthened with heavenly treasures of the death attribute. Because they were in the same realm as Xian, the strengthening effect was very obvious. At this moment, WNG lay. Suddenly, a violent roar resounded through the sky. Immediately after, a corpse fell from the sky and disappeared into thin air halfway down. Another rank 2 eternal emperor had been killed by the sword god clone. Now, only 1 rank 2 eternal emperor and the Villa Master of Ice Edge Villa, a rank 3 eternal emperor, were left. As for the rank 1 eternal emperors, they were all dead. I'd rather die than live in dishonor. The Villa Master of Ice Edge Villa made a difficult decision with bloodshot eyes. He took out a light blue stone from his interspatial ring and wrapped it with his heaven's will. In the next moment, a snowstorm blew in Ice Edge Villa. Huh? Xian raised his eyebrows and felt the surrounding temperature drop sharply. The entire Ice Edge Villa froze in an instant. Not only that, but even the living were the same. What's going on? Yi Xian was a little confused. He turned his head and found that the remaining rank 2 Eternal Emperor and the Villa Master of Ice Edge Villa had also turned into ice sculptures. In addition, the Black Gold Swordsman, Undying Swordsman, Old Tree, Black Horn, and the huge Golden Behemoth were also frozen. Except for the Sword God clone, everyone was frozen. At that moment, Yi Xian sent his Sword God doppelganger to try it out. He found that his full-powered attack could not break through the layer of ice. Moreover, it could not be swallowed. It seemed that the light blue stone was a good thing. Ding! The flame engulfing unicorn is sealed by ice and cannot be recalled. Ding! The engulfing black-scaled dragon is sealed by ice and cannot be recalled. Ding! The black gold swordsman is sealed by ice and cannot be recalled. Ding! The immortal swordsman is sealed by ice and cannot be recalled. System notifications rang in Yi Xian's mind. This was troublesome. The old tree and the others were frozen, not dead. Otherwise, they could be resurrected. However, Yi Xian had a way, and that was to use the divine sword technique. At that moment, he landed on the ground. Then, his eyes flashed and he directly used his trump card. Divine sword technique, a divine sword slashed out horizontally. Everything that came into contact with it was as fragile as tofu. This divine sword first killed the old tree and black horn, then the black gold swordsman, the immortal swordsman, and finally the Villa Master of Ice Edge Villa and the second great Eternal Emperor. As for the others, Yi Xian was too lazy to kill them because their cultivation was too weak. Ding! The flame engulfing unicorn is resurrected. Ding! The engulfing black-scaled dragon is resurrected. Ding! The immortal swordsman is resurrected. System notifications rang. The old tree and black horn were magic treasures, so they could be resurrected. The immortal swordsman had a passive resurrection, so they could be resurrected. However, the black gold swordsman could not be resurrected, so they could only be summoned again tomorrow. At that moment, Yi Xian was collecting the spoils of war. The Ice Edge Villa was also very rich. There were a lot of heavenly treasures in the Villa Master's interspatial ring. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a 9th great Imperial Emperor. Yi Xian had gained a lot from this battle. He had broken through twice. At this time, his heavenly fate level had reached 64. He was just a little bit away from becoming an Eternal Emperor. However, things were not over yet. After Yi Xian cleaned up the battlefield, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. This aura was even stronger than that of the Ice Edge Villa's Villa Master. It was most likely a rank 4 Eternal Emperor. Who? Yi Xian was a little surprised. Could it be that the Ice Peak Villa still had a hidden expert? However, even if they were rank 4 Eternal Emperors, they would still take too long to arrive. If it had been before, Yi Xian would have been afraid and would have had no choice but to hide. But now that it had appeared, he was no longer afraid. After this expert arrived, he looked around and asked, "What's going on here?" The Sword God Avatar was the only living person in front of him, so naturally, he was asking him. "I don't know." Yi Xian replied casually. This sentence made the newcomer a little displeased, but he didn't waste his breath. With a wave of his hand, he dissolved the layer of ice on one of the ice sculptures and began to search their souls. In the next moment, he knew the ins and outs of the matter. "It's you?" The newcomer's gaze fell on Yi Xian. From the memories of the person whose soul was searched, he saw that Yi Xian had killed his way into the Ice Edge Villa. The Villa Master and the others were no match for him, so they used the sacred ice stone. "So what if it's me?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. "Who are you? How dare you slaughter the forces of my Ice Alliance?" asked the middle-aged man. Ice Alliance, hearing this name, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Then, he quickly searched the souls of the corpses. This was the Ice Mountain Range. There were many forces in this area, and these forces formed the Ice Alliance. This person should be from the Shrine of Ice, the leader of the Ice Alliance. The Ice Edge Villa Master had been holding the sacred ice stone that every subordinate faction's leader had. This thing was usually used when facing a destructive attack. Once it was used, everyone would be sealed in ice. Only a special method could unseal it. If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you asking so many questions? Xian snorted coldly. You're courting death. The middle-aged man was furious. He directly charged at Xian. What a joke. A mere ninth-rank imperial emperor dared to say such words in front of him. He was courting death. However, in the next moment, he realized that Xian was not courting death. He was truly capable. In an instant, he was attacked by several people. This time, Xian attacked with all his strength. Moreover, his opponent was not a sword cultivator, so his strength was directly reduced by 30%. Before Xian made a breakthrough, he seemed to be able to handle the attacks of so many people with ease. Now that he had made a breakthrough, his strength had undergone a huge change. It would definitely be easier for him to deal with these people. However, it would not be so easy to kill this middle-aged man. Rumble. Immediately, the two of them began to fight. Xian still used a besieging tactic. Old Tree, Black Horn, Deathless Swordsman, and the Sword God's clone attacked from 4 directions. This middle-aged man also had an Eternal Emperor artifact, so Xian could only exhaust him. This battle lasted for a long time. These people, where did they come from? How dare they provoke the Ice Alliance? The middle-aged man thought to himself. He checked his Saint Power. There was only a third left. In the battle just now, he had continuously killed Old Tree and Black Horn. However, these two could continuously resurrect themselves. They were very difficult to deal with. Moreover, the Deathless Swordsman in the white bone armor was even more terrifying. His attack could corrode the heavenly fate. Go back and inform the palace master. The middle-aged man immediately made up his mind. If it was before, he could directly take out his communication token and report directly to his superiors. However, under the siege of 4 people, he could not find the time to do so. At this moment, Xian saw through his opponent's intention and immediately attacked with all his strength. Sword Intent of Death. The Deathless Swordsman's ghostly fire-like eyes suddenly flickered as he slashed out a terrifying attack. This was the Deathless Swordsman's ultimate move. With Old Tree, Black Horn, and the Sword God's clone restraining him, the middle-aged man could not dodge and was directly hit. Crack! The Eternal Emperor artifact on his body shattered. However, this move did not kill him. It only severely injured him. The middle-aged man shuddered. Then, he used the remaining Saint Power he had and used his trump card. Journey of Ice. In an instant, the middle-aged man turned into a stream of light and swept into the distance. So fast. The Sword God's clone raised an eyebrow. This scene happened so suddenly that he could not even use the Eye of Assassination. However, the middle-aged man had a death hunt warrant, so he could not escape. Chase. Xian immediately chased after the middle-aged man. At the same time, he also knew that the middle-aged man should be escaping back to the Shrine of Ice, the leader of the Ice Alliance. This chase lasted for a few days. However, when Xian met with them again, he realized that they had called for help. At this time, Xian was facing 3 rank 4 Eternal Emperors. Is this the kid who seriously injured you? A white-haired old man asked with a frown. He could sense that Xian was only a rank 9 Eternal Emperor. He was not even an Eternal Emperor. How could he seriously injure a rank 4 Eternal Emperor? That's right. This kid's strength is very strange. He destroyed the Ice Edge Villa. The middle-aged man nodded. How is that possible? He's only a rank 9 Eternal Emperor. How could he destroy the Ice Edge Villa? The old man could not believe it. However, it was a fact that the middle-aged man was seriously injured. If he could really injure the middle-aged man, destroying the Ice Edge Villa was nothing. Since that's the case, let's capture him and bring him back to the palace master. The old man was ready. The battle was about to start. There was no need to say much about the following scene. Naturally, the Sword God's clone was beaten up by the 3 of them. As for Xian, he was temporarily powerless. However, he still had a plan. In the past few days, his original body had found the teleportation array that led to the 6th heaven and arrived at the 6th heaven. Previously, the Sword God's clone had been brought up by the innate heaven sect master. Therefore, his original body was still in the 5th heaven. Now, he had finally arrived. That was not the main point. The main point was that after he arrived, he used the Void Spirit godly armor to rob the various major powers. Ding. Host's fate has been upgraded to rank 67. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a rank 1 Eternal Emperor. Yi Xian suddenly broke through. Although the leap from rank 9 Eternal Emperor to rank 1 Eternal Emperor was not as big as the leap from Samsara Dao Lord to half-step Eternal Emperor, his strength still increased by leaps and bounds. After his breakthrough, his Sword God's clone, Old Tree, Black Horn, Undying Sword Servants, and Black Gold Sword Servants all rose to the rank of Eternal Emperor. Their strength increased by more than 10 times in an instant. What? The 3 people besieging Yi Xian were shocked. What was going on? These people suddenly broke through from rank 9 Eternal Emperor to rank 1 Eternal Emperor. They were shocked. In the next moment, they would have to pay a heavy price for their actions. Gotcha! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. The Eternal Emperor weapon on the white-haired old man suddenly shattered and he was killed. Immediately after, another person appeared. Not good, a trip of ice and snow. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically as he once again used his trump card. But this time, Yi Xian's speed caught up. Gotcha! Gotcha sound. At this moment, the Sword God Avatar's strength was much stronger than before because he had devoured the heavens will of the old man and the other person. Although he had not broken through to the second great Eternal Emperor realm, his strength had increased. My Shrine of Ice will never let you get away with this. The middle-aged man knew that he was going to die. Therefore, he raised his head and roared. Was the Eternal Emperor. The middle-aged man's head flew up, and he died on the spot. And put the... In the blink of an eye, his aura skyrocketed again. Ding! Host made a breakthrough. Host is now a rank 2 Eternal Emperor. The 3 were stewards of the Shrine of Ice. They were worth a lot. After Yi Xian devoured the treasures inside, he made a breakthrough. He then searched the souls of the 3 corpses to get a better understanding of them. The Ice Alliance is led by the Shrine of Ice. They have 13 factions under them. Ice Peak Villa is one of them. Suddenly, a name caught Yi Xian's attention. Divine Ice Stone. There's a Divine Ice Stone in the Shrine of Ice? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The Divine Ice Stone was a material required by the sword servants of the 5 elements. In addition, the light blue stone that sealed everyone in ice was formed from the shards of the Divine Ice Stone. It was called the Sacred Ice Stone. Apart from the Shrine of Ice, there were 4 other factions that stood side by side with it. They were the Shrines of Metal, Wood, Fire, and Earth. Coincidentally, there was a corresponding Divine Ice Stone in each of the 4 shrines. As long as Yi Xian obtained all of them, he would be able to activate the sword servants of the 5 elements, one of the strongest among the sword servants of the Unrivaled. The sword servants of the 5 elements are ranked 5th among the sword servants of the 5 elements. If I can activate them, my strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and flew in the direction of the Shrine of Ice. The Shrine of Ice could be considered an overlord. Its palace master was a rank 6 Eternal Emperor. His strength was not bad. However, this could no longer stop Yi Xian's footsteps. Yi Xian had previously killed 3 stewards of the Shrine of Ice. From their memories, Yi Xian obtained the ice and snow martial art. This martial art was very useful in this world of ice and snow. Its speed was even faster than Wei Zhentian's flying form. 3 days later, Sword God's doppelganger arrived at the Shrine of Ice. With the help of the Mask of Illusion, he assumed the appearance of a middle-aged man and entered the Shrine of Ice. He first went in to wander around and make some inquiries. However, the destruction of Iceblade Villa did not attract the attention of the Shrine of Ice because they thought that the matter had been resolved. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to use his disguise to get rid of those from the Shrine of Ice one by one. But before that, Yi Xian learned one more thing. In the past, possessing a treasure was a crime. Naturally, it was the same in the 6th heaven. Previously, there were people who had designs on the Divine Ice Stone, but they were all sealed in ice by the palace master of the Shrine of Ice. These people did not die, but were all sealed in ice. 7 rank 5 Eternal Emperors and dozens of rank 4 Eternal Emperors. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The reason why the palace master of the Shrine of Ice did not kill them and instead left them at the entrance of the Shrine of Ice was to serve as a warning to others not to provoke the Shrine of Ice. Since these people did not die, they were destined to die. This time, Yi Xian wanted to make an example out of him. At this time, Yi Xian had already left the Shrine of Ice and arrived at the entrance. Previously, he thought that the ice sculptures at the entrance were those who had committed a crime and were sealed in ice. But now, it seemed that they were those who had designs on the divine ice stone. 57 ice sculptures, all of them. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. Among the 57 ice sculptures, 7 of them were rank 5 eternal emperors. If he added the others, it would be enough for him to make another breakthrough. As he had obtained a large amount of good stuff, he could now use the divine sword technique. Sword God's doppelganger found a spot and suddenly used his trump card. Divine sword technique, a heaven splitter suddenly appeared and slashed horizontally. The heaven splitter cut all the ice sculptures in half as if they were tofu. In the next moment, Yi Xian put away everyone's corpses. Of course, there was also the most important eternal destiny stone. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a 3rd rank eternal emperor. Yi Xian had made another breakthrough in his cultivation. Earlier, he had planned to use his disguise to kill the members of the Shrine of Ice one by one. But now, it seemed that there was no need for that. The changes here had attracted the attention of those in the Shrine of Ice. Immediately, a bystander reported the matter. In the next moment, the upper echelons of the Shrine of Ice moved out in full force. The one leading them was the Hall Master of the Shrine of Ice, 1 6th rank Eternal Emperor, 5 5th rank Eternal Emperors, and more than 10 4th rank Eternal Emperors. This kind of power was already very shocking. Yi Xian stood at the entrance of the Shrine of Ice. Beside his feet were the blood-stained ice crystals that he had shattered. He just watched quietly. As soon as the upper echelons of the Shrine of Ice appeared, they surrounded Yi Xian. Xianxia, what are you doing? Shouted an elder of the Shrine of Ice angrily. These ice sculptures were used by the Shrine of Ice to intimidate others. Now that they had been destroyed, wasn't it a slap in the face? Not only that, the one who destroyed the ice sculptures was one of their own. What was going on? Of course, the most important thing was that these eternal destiny stones had all fallen into Xianxia's hands. If a 4th rank eternal destiny stone were to be completely refined, it would be enough for them to break through to the 5th rank eternal emperor realm. To put it simply, these eternal destiny stones were very valuable. Hall Master, there's no need for these ice sculptures to exist anymore, said Yi Xian. Why? Asked the Hall Master of the Shrine of Ice with a frown. Because the divine ice stone in your hands will fall into my hands, said Yi Xian slowly. How dare you? Before he could finish his words, an elder berated Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian, disguised as Xianxia, had been very cautious and conscientious in the Shrine of Ice. So why would he say such words now? But what they didn't know was that this Xianxia was actually Yi Xian in disguise. Even Xianxia's biological parents couldn't recognize him. Xianxia, you, a mere rank 4 eternal emperor, dare to covet the divine ice stone? It was at this moment that the Shrine of Ice's chief spoke. Treasures have always belonged to the capable. Hall Master, I am more capable than you. If you don't give it to me, then who should you give it to? Yi Xian said with narrowed eyes. Bastard, why don't you take a look at yourself first? How dare you say such words? I'll let you know the immensity of heaven and earth. One of the elders roared and rushed towards Yi Xian. A rank 5 eternal emperor would have been very difficult for Yi Xian in the past. However, now that he was a rank 3 eternal emperor, he was not afraid at all. In the blink of an eye, he used Assassin's Eye and flashed behind his opponent. Kacha, with a crisp sound, the elder's eternal emperor weapon shattered. Not only that, but his head was also cleaved open, instantly killing him. Of the 5 great rank 5 eternal emperors in the Shrine of Ice, only 4 were left. Everyone present was shocked. Xianxia, how dare you? How dare you? Immediately, an elder shouted angrily. Xianxia, the steward of the Shrine of Ice, was a rank 4 eternal emperor. Although he was not very strong, he still had some weight in the Shrine of Ice. However, today, he actually killed an elder with his own hands. Before the elder could finish his words, Yi Xian's figure flashed again and appeared behind him. Kacha, another crisp sound was heard, and the elder's head was sent flying. Another destiny fell into Yi Xian's hands. Now, there were only 3 great rank 5 eternal emperors left in the Shrine of Ice. You're courting death. The Shrine of Ice was furious. Every rank 5 eternal emperor was the foundation of the Shrine of Ice. Now that 2 of them had died at once, he was afraid that he would not be able to resurrect them with his current strength. No matter what, Yi Xian must die. The Shrine of Ice immediately attacked. However, his realm was only 3 levels higher than Yi Xian's. So what? Deal with the others first. The Sword God's doppelganger immediately released Old Tree, Black Horn, Black Gold Swordsman, and Deathless Swordsman. Mount of the War God. The Sword God's doppelganger once again summoned a powerful assistant. As he had completed a random mission previously, the system rewarded him with a gold mount of the War God. However, this time it was not a gold mount, but a platinum mount. At this moment, what appeared in front of Yi Xian was a fiery red phoenix. This phoenix was called Evil Phoenix. Ice and fire were incompatible. As soon as this evil phoenix appeared, it fought to a draw with the Shrine of Ice's Hall Master. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to block the Shrine of Ice's Hall Master, but now, it seemed that there was no need for that. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian immediately cooperated with the others to deal with the elders of the rank 5 Eternal Emperors and the steward of the rank 4 Eternal Emperor. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds. After that, the Shrine of Ice became a commander without an army. Who exactly are you? The Shrine of Ice Master could not help but ask. It was impossible for someone with such strength to work under him for so many years. This Xianxia was definitely not the real Xianxia. Since you've asked so sincerely, I'll be merciful and tell you the answer. The Sword God's doppelganger's lips slightly curled as he revealed his true form. Sure enough, it was not Xianxia. However, by the time the Shrine of Ice Master reacted, it was already too late. At this moment, Yi Xian had dealt with everyone. Next, it was time to deal with the Shrine of Ice Master. I have assassination. In an instant, Yi Xian once again flashed behind the Shrine of Ice Master and fiercely slashed with his sword. Clang, this attack was blocked by an Eternal Emperor weapon. It seemed to be no ordinary weapon. Humph, this Eternal Emperor weapon was bestowed to me by my master. How can it be broken so easily? The Shrine of Ice Master coldly snorted. However, this was nothing to Yi Xian. Anything that could be done with time was not a problem at all. No matter how hard a tortoise's shell was, there would come a day when it would be broken. Even water droplets could penetrate stone, so Yi Xian was not afraid that he could not break it. Moreover, they had the advantage in numbers. Rumble. The sound of battle was deafening. The Sword God's doppelganger, the Black Gold Swordsman, the Deathless Swordsman, the Old Tree, the Black Horn, and the Evil Phoenix besieged the Shrine of Ice Master. Not long after, the Shrine of Ice Master could not hold on any longer. His face gradually turned gloomy. You want the Divine Ice Stone? Fine, I'll give it to you. The Shrine of Ice Master suddenly bellowed and took out a blue stone. This blue stone was the treasure of the Shrine of Ice, the Divine Ice Stone. This snowstorm was 100 times more violent than the one at Ice Edge Villa. In an instant, everything in the surroundings was frozen. The Black Gold Swordsman, Deathless Swordsman, Old Tree, Black Horn, and even the platinum-ranked Evil Phoenix were all frozen. Only the Sword God's doppelganger was spared. What? You, the Hall Master of the Shrine of Ice, panicked. Once the Divine Ice Stone appeared, even he would be frozen. At this moment, the lower half of his body could no longer move. He looked at Yi Xian in astonishment. Why was Yi Xian immune to the effects of the Divine Ice Stone? TSK. Yi Xian grinned as he watched the Hall Master of the Shrine of Ice turn into an ice sculpture. The Hall Master of the Shrine of Ice courted his own death. This was exactly what he wanted. Because of this, the Hall Master of the Shrine of Ice could no longer move and was at his mercy. Although the Hall Master of the Shrine of Ice had a pretty good Eternal Emperor weapon on him, in addition to the layer of ice formed by the Divine Ice Stone, even a 7th-rank Eternal Emperor might not be able to break through. However, one should not forget that Yi Xian possessed an unstoppable divine skill. The reason why Yi Xian dealt with the others first was because he had anticipated that this would be the outcome. At present, apart from the sword god's doppelganger, everyone was frozen. This was the perfect opportunity to replay the scene. Like before, he placed the ice sculptures together and slashed horizontally. Divine sword technique. Swish. Previously, the Villa master of Ice Edge Villa had used the sacred ice stone condensed from the divine ice stone. This time, however, the hall master of the Shrine of Ice had used the divine ice stone, which was more than 100 times more powerful than the sacred ice stone. But even so, it was useless. In an instant, all the ice sculptures, including the hall master of the Shrine of Ice, were cut in half by the divine sword technique. They died on the spot. Yi Xian had directly obtained the mandate of a 6th-rank Eternal Emperor. However, as he had just made a breakthrough, this mandate only increased his mandate level. He could not make another breakthrough. With the death of the Shrine of Ice, there was no longer a need for the Shrine of Ice to exist. At once, Yi Xian had the resurrected old tree and black horn absorb the entire Shrine of Ice into his devouring space. Ding! The divine ice stone has been successfully devoured. The activation of the 5-element sword servants is now at 20%. The system prompted. The 5-element sword servants required 5 specific materials to activate. Their combat strength was ranked 5th among all sword servants, and they were extremely powerful. One had to know that the undying swordsman had barely squeezed into the top 10. After that, Yi Xian conducted a soul search on the Shrine of Ice's chief. The closest one is the Withered Wood Divine Palace? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. There was a piece of Withered Wood Divine Stone in the Withered Wood Divine Hall, which was exactly what was needed to activate the 5 elements sword attendants. Yi Xian immediately headed for the Withered Wood Shrine. Although Yi Xian was doing shady business now, he had no choice but to do so in order to find Luo Luo in the 9th heaven as soon as possible. Moreover, as long as he was strong enough in the future, he could resurrect these people and even give them 100 times more cultivation resources as compensation. To put it simply, Yi Xian was just forcibly borrowing the other party's belongings. A few days later, he arrived at the Withered Wood Shrine. Compared to the Shrine of Ice, the Withered Wood Shrine was much easier to deal with. With his own strength, Yi Xian easily dealt with the people of the Withered Wood Shrine and then absorbed them into his devouring space. At this moment, he was on the verge of a breakthrough. With a little more destiny, he would be able to break through to become a 4th Great Eternal Emperor. However, the news of the Shrine of Ice and the Withered Wood Shrine being destroyed one after another had spread to the other 3 shrines. The experts of the 3 shrines had gathered to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. If one were to rank the 5 shrines, the Shrine of Ice and the Withered Wood Shrine were at the bottom of the 5 shrines. This was because the shrine masters of the other 3 shrines were all 7th Great Eternal Emperors with extraordinary strength. But so what? After annihilating the Withered Wood Shrine, Yi Xian headed for the Violent Earth Shrine. However, this time around, he was intercepted by a group of people while he was on his way. Yi Xian, who was on his way, sensed that a group of several dozen people was approaching him. The combined aura of these people was very terrifying. There were at least 9 6th Great Eternal Emperors. He immediately squinted his eyes and saw that these people were wearing 3 kinds of clothes. With just a glance, he understood the origin of these people. It turned out that this group was formed by the experts of the 3 shrines. Their purpose was to capture Yi Xian and bring him back. Yi Xian had first destroyed the Shrine of Ice and then the Withered Wood Shrine. Therefore, the 3 shrines sent their experts to the Violent Earth Shrine, which was the closest to the Withered Wood Shrine. They were heading for the Withered Wood Shrine and coincidentally bumped into Yi Xian. Yes, that's him. At this time, a person at the front of the group took out a floating image crystal and compared it. Inside the floating image crystal was the scene of Yi Xian killing the experts of the Withered Wood Divine Hall. Although the person who recorded the floating image crystal had already been absorbed by Yi Xian into the devouring space, the floating image crystal he recorded was transmitted to the other 3 great shrines. As a result, Yi Xian was recognized at a glance. "Bastard, how dare you do such a thing? Tell us your name," the leader shouted angrily. "Anyway, I'm going to die anyway. It's useless to know my name," Yi Xian muttered, shaking his head. As soon as these words came out, it immediately aroused the disgust of the crowd. Wasn't this a little too much? Although Yi Xian had annihilated the Shrine of Ice and the Withered Wood Shrine, these two shrines only had 1/6 great eternal emperor each. Now, they had organized 10 eternal emperors to capture Yixian. They were confident that they could even fight a 7th great eternal emperor. Not to mention that Yixian was only a 3rd great eternal emperor. Go, capture him first. At that moment, the leader shouted angrily. Immediately after, everyone surrounded Yixian. But in the next moment, Yixian's figure disappeared from their sight. No, he didn't disappear. Some people caught sight of Yixian, but he was behind the leader. Be careful. A person beside him shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. Gotcha, a crisp sound was heard. The leader's eternal emperor weapon was directly shattered. Even his head was sent flying. There was a saying that went, times have changed. Although Yixian was still a 3rd great eternal emperor like he was when he annihilated the Shrine of Ice. But during this period of time, his heavenly fate level had increased. Back then, he couldn't break the eternal emperor weapon of the Shrine of Ice, but today, it was enough. The leader's death shocked everyone. Before they could react, the leader's heavenly fate was taken by Yixian. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a 4th great eternal emperor. A system notification rang in Yixian's mind. If he had not made a breakthrough, he would have been surrounded and beaten like a sandbag. Now that he had made a breakthrough, he did not have to fear anyone. Sure enough, after he made a breakthrough, the experts of the 3 sacred halls were like a bunch of chickens and dogs. They were all beaten to a pulp. In the end, they were all killed by Yixian. Yixian obtained the interspatial ring. Yixian devoured the heavens will. This group of people was Yixian's second parents. They knew that Yixian was in trouble and came to give him benefits. Now that he had broken through to the 4th great eternal emperor realm, there was no one in the vicinity who could stop him. The other 3 sacred halls only had 1/7 great eternal emperor each. There was nothing to be afraid of. Yixian continued his journey. As long as he destroyed the 3 sacred halls, the 5 elements sword attendants could be activated. Next, Yixian used his superior strength to destroy the violent Earth Sacred Hall and then the Origin Gold Sacred Hall. In this way, only the Scarlet Flame Sacred Hall was left. At this time, Yixian was already on his way to the Scarlet Flame Sacred Hall. Previously, he had destroyed 2 sacred halls, which had increased his heavens will by a lot. He estimated that if he destroyed the most powerful sacred hall, the Scarlet Flame Sacred Hall, he might be able to break through to 5th Great Eternal Emperor. However, things were not as simple as he thought. The Scarlet Flame Sacred Hall had notified an expert after learning about the destruction of the other 4 sacred halls. A few days later, Yixian arrived at the Scarlet Flame Sacred Hall. However, the Sacred Hall was surrounded. All the experts were lined up neatly, waiting for Yixian's arrival. Scarlet Flame Sacred Hall Master, come out and meet me. Yixian shouted as soon as he arrived. Who's there? The experts of the Scarlet Flame Sacred Hall looked around one after another, but they did not see anyone. At this time, the Sword God's doppelganger suddenly removed the Void Spirit divine armor and revealed his true body. Only then did they notice Yixian. He's here. After seeing Yixian, someone from the Divine Hall of Scarlet Flames immediately reported this matter to their superiors. Of course, even if they didn't report it, the Scarlet Flame Temple Master would have already known. After all, Yixian's words had made his intentions clear. However, due to Yixian's ferocious reputation, these Scarlet Flame Divine Temple's experts did not dare to act rashly. Soon, the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall's Temple Master came out. This was a red-haired old man who possessed the strength of a rank 7 Eternal Emperor. He was the strongest expert in the 5 sacred halls. Are you the one who destroyed the other 4 divine halls? The Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master narrowed his eyes and asked. Yixian did not try to hide it. He nodded and said, "That's right. I did it." "How dare you kill a few of my brothers," said the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall's Palace Master. From the memories of those people, it could be seen that the 5 sacred halls' Palace Masters used to be disciples of certain forces. Yixian naturally did not forget. He smiled and said, "Only those who are capable will know of the treasure. If you hand over the Scarlet Flame Divine Stone obediently, I can spare your life." Although he said so, he did not think that the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master would compromise so easily. After all, the Scarlet Flame Divine Stone was the most precious treasure of the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall. How could he give it away so easily? You're really asking for too much. The Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master snorted coldly. Now, you have the 4 attribute Divine Stones. If you add my Scarlet Flame Divine Stone, you have 5. I'm curious, why do you want to collect the 5 attribute Divine Stones? You don't need to worry about what I want to do. You just need to hand it over to me. Of course, you can choose not to hand it over. If you do, the consequences will be the same as your other 4 brothers, said Xian. You think you can do that? The Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master was furious. The saint power in his body surged as he raised his hand to attack Xian. You're courting death. Xian's eyes shone brightly. In an instant, he disappeared and reappeared behind the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master. Crack! With just one blow, the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master's Eternal Emperor weapon was shattered by Xian. The Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master turned pale with fright. He was much stronger than the other 4, but Xian, a 4th grade Eternal Emperor, was actually able to break through his defense in an instant. Wasn't this strength too monstrous? Before he could react, Xian attacked again and sent him flying. If he was an ordinary 7th grade Eternal Emperor, he would have been killed by Xian. However, the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master was quite capable and survived. However, he would not live for long. Xian was determined to kill him. However, at this moment. Stop! Suddenly, an explosive shout entered Xian's ears. He turned his head to look and saw a figure in the air that just happened to attack him. Whoosh! This person's attack was very fast and landed on the Sword God Doppelganger in an instant. The Sword God Doppelganger was hit and sent flying. Fortunately, the Sword God Doppelganger had an invincible body. Otherwise, even a 7th grade Eternal Emperor would have died. So strong, Xian shuddered. He sensed that this person's aura was several times stronger than the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master's. A 8th grade Eternal Emperor. Where did this expert come from? Xian could not figure it out. However, when he saw the newcomer's face, a memory immediately came to him. This person had appeared in the memories of the 4 palace masters before. Furthermore, he had an extraordinary relationship with the 4 of them. This person was the master of the 5 temple masters of the 5 Elements Temple, Ko Wenhua. This Ko Wenhua is a guardian of the 5 Elements Temple of a large force. He is an 8th grade Eternal Emperor. The 5 Elements Temple is an expert who is a half-step sovereign. Xian thought to himself. Before he could react, Ko Wenhua attacked again. He was determined to kill Xian. In this battle, if it were a normal fight, Xian would not be able to kill his opponent no matter what. Even if he had the Divine Sword technique, he would have to hit his opponent. However, given Xian's temperament, he would not fight one-on-one with his opponent. I'm not fighting alone. Xian's eyes lit up and immediately released Old Tree and the others. However, Old Tree and the others' opponent was not Ko Wenhua, but the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master. His ability to summon out of thin air surprised Ko Wenhua. Immediately, the latter attacked and killed Old Shu and the others. However, the moment he made a move, he gave Xian a chance. At this time, Xian had used the Eye of Assassination and flashed behind the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master. Crack! Another crisp sound was heard. This time, the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master's defenses were all broken. Oh no! Ko Wenhua and the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master's expressions changed drastically. However, even if Ko Wenhua was an 8th grade Eternal Emperor, he could not prevent the next scene from happening. Old Tree and the others who had been killed by Ko Wenhua appeared again. Boom! Amidst a rumbling sound, the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall's Hall Master was killed. When his corpse fell from the sky, it was absorbed by Xian into the devouring space. At the same time, the Scarlet Blaze Divine Stone in the Scarlet Blaze Shrine Master's hand fell into Xian's hand. Now, he had all the 5 elements Divine Stones. Ding! The host can activate the 5 elements swordsman. Do you want to activate them? Yes. Xian immediately responded. Ding! The activation of the 5 elements swordsman is successful. The host's affinity with the 5 elements has reached the upper limit. The system notification sounded. The upper limit of the affinity with the 5 elements was the maximum value. This meant that Yi Xian's attacks with the 5 elements would be significantly more powerful in the future. In addition, he had a damage reduction effect on such attacks. Previously, Yi Xian had increased his fire attack power by using the Immortal Phoenix bloodline and the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline. Now, he had increased his affinity by 4 more elements. This was very good. Yi Xian immediately released the 5 elements swordsmen. The 5 elements swordsmen were dressed quite handsomely. Beside them floated 5 elemental spheres of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Although they did not attack, Yi Xian could feel their aura. They were more powerful than the immortal swordsman. Your opponent is him. Go. Yi Xian immediately ordered the 5 elements swordsman. In an instant, the 5 elements swordsman charged toward Ko Wenhua. Ko Wenhua was the guardian of the 5 elements path. He cultivated the 5 elements cultivation method. Together with the mandate of heaven, he was very powerful. However, this was child's play for the 5 elements swordsman. Whoosh! A slash broke through the air and attacked the 5 elements swordsman. At the same time, the 5 elements swordsmen fiercely slashed with their sword. A sword chi containing the 5 elements broke through the air. Bang! In the air, a shock wave swept out. The 2 sword chis collided and dissipated together. The 5 elements swordsman was the same level as Yi Xian. They were both 4th grade Eternal Emperors. However, their attack was on par with Ko Wenhua's, who was an 8th grade Eternal Emperor. How was this possible? Ko Wenhua was shocked, and so was Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian knew that the 5 elements sword attendants were completely immune to 5 elements attacks, and so were his attacks. That was why the sword attendants of the 5 elements had been able to disperse the sword chi of the 5 elements, and then their attacks were on par with the heaven's will. In short, Ko Wenhua's attack was a heavenly fate attack to the 5 elements sword attendants. If it was another person, the 5 elements sword attendants would be at a disadvantage. This time, it was just right. In an instant, the 5 elements sword attendants and Ko Wenhua exchanged blows. Although there was a huge gap between the 2 of them, their strength was evenly matched. The 5 elements sword servants are indeed powerful. They are much stronger than the undying sword servants. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. However, he couldn't just watch the 5 elements sword attendants and Ko Wenhua fight one-on-one. Ares Domain. At this moment, he activated another trump card. In the next moment, the entire world seemed to have frozen. Apart from him, there was only one other expert from the Scarlet Flame Temple who could move. I have assassination. Before the expert from the Scarlet Flame Temple could react, Yi Xian had already appeared behind him and slashed with his sword. Rip. In an instant, the sword god's doppelganger killed the expert and received the buff effect of the invincible god of war. Go. As the world returned to normal, Yi Xian led the old tree and the others to attack Ko Wenhua. Even Ko Wenhua had to pay attention to such a situation. Kid, where did you come from? Ko Wenhua finally couldn't help but ask. I'll tell you when you're dead. Yi Xian didn't answer this question because there was no need to. What a big mouth. Ko Wenhua snorted and decided to go all out. However, in the face of all kinds of attacks, he, an 8th grade Eternal Emperor, seemed to be a little weak. This battle lasted for a full minute. One should know that an expert of this level could do a lot of things in 1 second. For example, he could easily cross 10 billion kilometers of land, not to mention an Eternal Emperor. Even an immortal could easily cross 1,000,000 kilometers of land using the immortal jump. 1 minute was enough for them to exchange blows countless times. However, in this 1 minute, the one who was suppressed was not Yi Xian, but Ko Wenhua. It was really funny. A dignified 8th grade Eternal Emperor was actually defeated by a group of 4th grade Eternal Emperors. If news of this spread, Ko Wenhua would lose face. However, what Ko Wenhua didn't know was that Yi Xian hadn't used his full strength yet. Alright, enough fun. It's time for you to accompany your 5 disciples. At this time, Yi Xian's lips suddenly curled up. Just now, he had killed the Scarlet Flame Temple Master and killed the rest of the people. In other words, he had a huge amount of cultivation resources in his hands, after activating the 5 elements sword servants, Xian wanted to test the combat power of the 5 elements sword servants. Therefore, he had only been playing around. Now, he was done playing. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a 5th grade Eternal Emperor. In an instant, the aura of Xian's group skyrocketed. The Sword God's doppelganger, Old Tree, Black Horn, Black Gold Sword Servant, Undying Sword Servant, 5 Elements Sword Servant, and Xian's War God Mount all rose from 4th grade Eternal Emperors to 5th grade Eternal Emperors without exception. Their overall strength had increased by more than 10 times. What? Ko Wenhua was shocked. Before the breakthrough, these people had been able to put him under pressure. Now that they had both broken through, how could he fight? Let's go. Ko Wenhua made a prompt decision and immediately turned around to leave. It's too late to leave now. Xian's eyes widened. In the next moment, everyone used their trump cards. A series of attacks pierced through the air. Ko Wenhua shivered and dodged the attacks of Old Shu and Black Horn, but was hit by the 2 sword chis of the 5 elements sword servants and the undead sword servants. Ko Wenhua could still block the sword chi of the undying sword servant. At that time, he could not block the attack of the 5 elements sword servant at all. After the breakthrough, the invisible sword servant could easily destroy his destiny protection. When the 5-colored sword light entered his body, Ko Wenhua felt the blood in his body surge. In the next moment, Ko Wenhua's body exploded and he died. At that moment, Xian rushed over and collected Ko Wenhua's interspatial ring and destiny. Then, he unceremoniously devoured them. His strength had increased by another step. The disciples of Crimson Flame Divine Hall were dumbfounded. Not only did the Hall Master die, but even the Hall Master's master also died? This was too unreal. Before they could react, the group of low-level Eternal Emperors were all sucked into the devouring space by Old Tree and Black Horn. Since obtaining the Beast God Clock, Xian had a habit of letting Wei Zhentian search his soul. Xian found quite a few 5-element stones in Ko Wenhua's interspatial ring. He immediately gave them to the 5 elements swordsman to strengthen. Ko Wenhua was a guardian of the 5 elements, and the 5 elements were half-step sovereigns. The members of the 5 elements sect all cultivated with the help of 5 element stones. They usually formed groups of 5, and they would complement each other and cultivate together. This way, their cultivation speed would be much faster than the average person's. The 5 elements sect actually has a 5 element stone mine? Xian's lips curled up slightly. The 5 elements swordsmen were currently his strongest subordinates. If he could continue to strengthen them, it would be excellent. However, the half-step sovereigns of the 5 elements sect had to be careful. Ko Wenhua's body exploded and died. Although I collected his body parts, I'm only 80% sure. I wonder if anyone would be able to see through my disguise if I use the true mask. Xian raised an eyebrow and decided to give it a try. Previously, he had almost always used a 100% disguise. Now that he was going to use an 80% disguise, he didn't know if he would be discovered. An 80% disguise meant that he could only disguise himself as 80% of Ko Wenhua's face, voice, and aura. It would be easy to recognize him. Forget it. It's already good enough that I'm 80% sure. When the time comes, I'll just say that it was caused by cultivation. Xian didn't think too much and prepared to head to the 5 elements sect. Coincidentally, Ko Wenhua had built a teleportation formation near the Crimson Flame Shrine, so Xian took advantage of it. Xian used the formation to cross a large distance and arrived near the 5 elements sect. It said that the 5 elements sect's patriarch has a 5-element spirit root and has an extremely high affinity for the 5 elements. That's why he was able to form 5 Dao seeds when he was just a half-step Dao lord. He's very powerful. Xian thought to himself as he approached the 5 elements sect's mountain gate. Guardian Ko, you've returned. When he arrived at the 5 elements mountain gate, the disciples at the gate greeted him respectfully. Xian pretended to be thoughtful. After nodding slightly, he walked in. He searched through Ko Wenhua's memories. Although his memories were incomplete due to the incomplete corpse, it should not be difficult for him to deal with ordinary matters. The 5 elements, as expected of the 5 elements. After entering, Xian couldn't help but click his tongue, because he felt many auras that were not weaker than Ko Wenhua's. This meant that they were at least rank 8 eternal emperors. Apart from that, there were also several elders who were 9th grade eternal emperors. With Yixian's current strength, if they were to fight here, it would definitely be a strenuous and unrewarding task. Let's take a look at the 5 elements vein first. Yixian narrowed his eyes slightly. He was now disguised as the guardian of the 5 elements sect, Kowenhua. He was qualified to enter the 5 elements mine. The 5 elements veins in the 5 elements sect could produce 5 elements divine stones, but the 5 elements sect patriarch did not allow them to wantonly mine because their cultivation methods could be improved faster if they cultivated in the 5 elements veins. 5 element or veins were extremely rare. If they were to collapse, it would be a huge loss. Once the 5 elements or vein collapsed, the 5 elements sect would most likely come to an end. Then, it would most likely go downhill. Yixian entered the 5 elements or vein under the guise of Ko and was guardian. This time, he did not dare to casually mine the 5 elements divine stones because there were formations set up on them. Once someone touched them, an elder would appear. However, Yixian's attention was not on the 5 elements divine stones this time. His target was the 5 elements sect disciples who had entered the 5 elements or vein to cultivate. The most outstanding 5 elements sect disciples is only a rank 7 eternal emperor. There is nothing to be afraid of. The corners of Yixian's mouth curled up slightly. He looked at the 5 forks in front of him and randomly chose one to enter. The 5 elements or vein had 5 subveins of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each subvein had countless mines. Every disciple who entered would choose a mine to cultivate in. Yixian entered the metal mine and sensed it. He found that there was also a small protective formation inside. If he did not enter personally, he would not know who was inside. Yixian randomly chose a mine and entered it. He found a disciple cultivating inside. The 5 elements sect disciple sensed Yixian's arrival. He did not open his eyes, but he was slightly angry. One had to know that the rules of the 5 elements or vein were clearly written on the entrance. As long as there was someone inside, the protective formation would light up and no one else was allowed to enter. However, when the 5 elements sect disciple saw Yixian's face, he swallowed the words that had risen to his throat. Guardian Ko. The 5 elements sect disciple hurriedly greeted him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Yixian suddenly disappeared and reappeared behind him. Rip. With a crisp sound, the disciple's head was directly cut off by Yixian's sword. In an instant, the destiny stone in the disciple's body condensed into an eternal destiny stone. Collect. Without saying a word, Yixian put away the corpse and the remains of the disciple. This scene happened so quickly that the disciple, a 5th grade eternal emperor, was killed before he could react. In this way, no one would notice. After that, Yixian left the first mine and entered the second. He used the same method to kill all the people in the second mine to reap the benefits. In this metal-type mine alone, there were thousands of people cultivating. Moreover, they were all at least 3rd grade eternal emperors. This was the standard for entering the 5 elements or vein to cultivate. In order to increase efficiency, Yixian decided to release the old tree, Black Horn, and the others to assist him. However, Black Horn, Old Tree, and the others were too obvious. They would be easily discovered. Once they were discovered, it would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. For example, they would attract the attention of the Guardian Elder. The Guardian Elder was a 9th grade Eternal Emperor expert. He was only one step away from becoming a half-step sovereign. Yixian could fight such an expert. However, he should not forget whose territory he was in. The 5 Elements sect, a battle in the most important place of the 5 Elements sect would naturally attract the attention of the 5 Elements sect's patriarch. When the time came, the half-step sovereign patriarch might personally take action. Therefore, it was better to be careful. Although Yixian's efficiency was low when he acted alone, it was very safe. With the mask of authenticity, even the 5 Elements sect's patriarch would not be able to recognize him if he stood in front of him. In the following time, Yixian hunted the disciples of the 5 Elements sect in the metal-type mine. Then, Yixian left the metal-type mine and entered the wood-type mine. Using the same method, he killed many disciples. These disciples were very unlucky. They were cultivating well when they were killed. They died with grievances. However, Yi Xian promised in his heart that he would resurrect them one day and give them heavenly treasures. This kind of thing was child's play for Yi Xian, not to mention breaking through to a higher realm. Just his current strength of a fifth-grade Eternal Emperor was enough to resurrect a third-grade Eternal Emperor. However, this would damage his destiny. If he became a sixth-grade Eternal Emperor, it would not be much of a problem. At this time, Yi Xian had already wandered into the fourth fire-type mine. He sensed that his destiny had reached a bottleneck. As long as he killed the people in the fire-type mine, he could break through to become a sixth-grade Eternal Emperor. At that time, no one in the Tao of Five Elements would be a match for him except for the half-step sovereign old ancestor. His current strength had at least doubled compared to when he first entered the Tao of Five Elements mine. After all, these disciples had some Five Elements sacred stones. Although they were inferior to the Five Elements sacred stones, they were superior in quantity. Therefore, the Five Elements sword attendants had also improved a lot. Soon, Yi Xian had almost finished off the people in the fire-type mine. Yes, this time he did not have any scruples. After all, he was about to break through and could not hold back. After he killed an elite disciple of the 7th grade Eternal Emperor level, he heard a system notification sound. Ding! The host has broken through and is now a 6th grade Eternal Emperor. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. Finally, he had broken through. Now, which Eternal Emperor in the Tao of Five Elements could stop him? Since this was the case, he did not need to keep a low profile anymore. He directly released Old Tree and the others. In fact, there was a heavily guarded passageway in each of the 5 elemental mines in the Tao of Five Elements mine. There was a protector overseeing each passageway. Yi Xian knew that these 5 passageways led to the depths of the Tao of Five Elements mine. That was the forbidden area of the Tao of Five Elements. Even the protectors could not enter. At the same time, it was also the destination of Yi Xian. Immediately, he walked towards the entrance. Protector Ko? One of the guardians at the entrance recognized Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian did not waste any time. He immediately used Death Hunt Command and Assassin's Eye to attack the enemy from behind. Hiss! A crisp sound rang out, and the protector died instantly. What a joke! Even a 9th grade Eternal Emperor Elder was not worth mentioning in front of Yi Xian, let alone a mere 8th grade Eternal Emperor Protector. Each of these 5 paths is guarded by a protector, and it is said that there are 2 elders in the depths. Yi Xian thought to himself. He had learned this from Ko Wenhua's memories. 2 elders were equivalent to 2 9th grade Eternal Emperors. This was not a small number. But in front of Yi Xian, it was nothing. Without another word, Yi Xian walked into the passageway. Not long after, he sensed 2 powerful auras. Who is it? Before Yi Xian could walk out of the passageway, an old voice sounded from inside. Elder, I have something to report. Yi Xian said immediately. Come in. The people inside recognized Ko Wenhua's voice. Yi Xian continued to walk. When he walked out of the passageway, he saw 2 old men in the 5 Elements sect elder robe sitting cross-legged in the middle. Behind them was a simple and unadorned door. That door should be the secret of the formation of the 5 Elements vein. Protector Ko, I remember that you are not the one guarding the passageway today. Why are you here? A black-robed elder asked. Because I am here to kill you. Yi Xian was impatient. Before he finished speaking, he had already flashed behind the other party. Crack! The Eternal Emperor weapon on the black-robed elder shattered into pieces. Yi Xian's attack had broken through his defense. The next attack would be enough to take his life. What? The black-robed elder and the other white-robed elder were shocked. Ko Wenhua was only an 8th grade Eternal Emperor. Although the black-robed elder was not the strongest among the Eternal Emperors, he was still a mid-grade 9th grade Eternal Emperor. How did he do it? You disgraceful bastard. Seeing this, the white-robed elder immediately tried to capture Ko Wenhua. But in the next moment, several figures appeared in front of Yi Xian and covered his body. Pfft! The white-robed elder's attack was blocked by the invisible swordsman after killing the old tree and black horn. At the same time, Yi Xian took advantage of this gap and flashed behind the other party. Crack! The white-robed elder was once again caught off guard and was sent flying. Quick, inform the ancestor. The white-robed elder spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted angrily. Unfortunately, the black-robed elder did not reply. The white-robed elder's face was gloomy. He squinted and found that the black-robed elder, whose defense had been broken by Xianxia, had his heart pierced by a golden saber-toothed tiger and died. One of the two ninth-grade Eternal Emperors died in an instant and the other was seriously injured. It's over. The white-robed elder seemed to have seen the end of the world. Xianxia had the strength to kill the black-robed elder. Naturally, he also had the ability to kill him. He was afraid that he would not survive the next moment. Sure enough, without waiting for him to stop, Xianxia and the others launched a fierce attack on him. Boom! The group of people attacked together and killed the ninth-grade Eternal Emperor White-Robed Elder. Then, Xianxia quickly put away the two corpses and moved quickly to the quaint door. Although the battle just now did not last long, the two elders might have already sent a voice transmission to the Five Elements sect ancestor. Therefore, Xianxia had to get the treasure as soon as possible. After Xianxia observed for a while, he found that this formation was not ordinary. It should have been set up by the Five Elements sect ancestor himself. This can't stop me. Xianxia smiled confidently and joined forces with the others to attack. However, these attacks dissipated as soon as they landed on the defensive formation. Moreover, there was not even a sound. This made Xianxia feel a little strange. What's going on? Why is there a soundproof formation? Xianxia was puzzled. Instead of setting up a soundproof formation, it would have been better to set up a defensive formation. However, he did not care so much and continued to attack. However, this defensive formation was very powerful. With his current strength, he could not break it. Damn, a half-step ruler is so powerful. Xianxia could not help but sigh. Half-step sovereign realm was a whole new realm. There was a huge gap between an Eternal Emperor and a half-step ruler. The former would not be able to withstand a single blow from the latter. A formation set up by such an expert was not something that an Eternal Emperor could break. Since that's the case, I have no choice but to use my trump card. Let's take the things and leave. Xianxia's eyes flickered. He had already decided to use his trump card. If he could obtain the treasure that formed the Five Elements vein, he could plant it in the Devouring space. This way, the Five Elements sword attendants could be continuously strengthened. Divine Sword Technique. Without hesitation, Xianxia slashed at the quaint door. With this move, the entire Five Elements mineral vein was split open. The quaint door and the defensive formation were broken together. Boom! The stone at the door shattered and fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the formation was broken, Xianxia's perception could penetrate it. However, when he sensed it, he was frightened. There was an extremely powerful aura inside. A ninth-grade Eternal Emperor? No, this aura was dozens of times stronger than a ninth-grade Eternal Emperor. The Five Elements sect's great ancestor? Xianxia almost fainted. He did not expect that the Five Elements sect's great ancestor, whom he feared, was actually in seclusion inside. Although the smoke and dust filled the air, Xianxia had the eye of things. He saw a figure sitting cross-legged inside. It must be the Five Elements sect's great ancestor. The most ridiculous thing was that Xianxia's attack just now had landed only half a meter away from the Five Elements sect's great ancestor. If the distance had been slightly off, perhaps the divine sword art just now would have been enough to kill this half-step sovereign expert. What the F***ck? Xianxia cursed in his heart. At this time, the Five Elements sect's great ancestor reacted. He waved his right hand and quickly put away the two things beside him. These two things were his secrets. Who is it? An old voice fell into Xianxia's ears. His expression was very interesting at this time. It was as if he was in the middle of carrying on the ancestral line when Xianxia barged in. He was a little flustered. However, Xianxia did not respond. He frowned and was thinking. The two things that were put away by the Five Elements sect's great ancestor must be the secret of the Five Elements vein. If he had known, he would have flashed over and put away the things. What a loss, what a loss. Who are you? How did you break in? The Five Elements sect's great ancestor asked again. How strange. There should be 2 elders guarding the door. Why aren't they here? However, after he thought about it carefully, he discovered that he had some impression of the person before him. He was actually a protector of his 5 elements path. Because Yi Xian's disguise was only 80% effective and the 5 elements ancestor was extremely mysterious, even a protector might not be able to meet him. Therefore, the 5 elements ancestor didn't recognize Ko Wen was face in time. Ancestor, I've come this time to ask you for 2 things. Yi Xian said. The 5 elements patriarch subconsciously asked after hearing this. The 5 elements great ancestor was furious. Although he didn't know how Yi Xian came in, nor did he know where the 2 elders went, in short, this matter was a secret of the 5 elements Dao. Only elders would know about it. Now that Yi Xian knew, he could not let him live. The 5 elements great ancestor immediately charged out. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out. Yi Xian's people were all killed in 1 second, except for the sword god's clone. So strong. As expected of a half-step sovereign expert. Yi Xian could not help but exclaim in his heart. A half-step sovereign expert had fused the Dao fruit and the 99 fate into their Dao heart. The 5 elements great ancestor already had a Dao heart, so his strength was extraordinary. Fortunately, the sword god's clone was invincible. Even if he was beaten for 10,000 years, he would not die. However, Yi Xian was a little hesitant. With his current combat strength, he could not fight the 5 elements great ancestor, not even the 5 elements sword servants. So, should he leave or stay? I won't leave first. Let's destroy the 5 elements sect first. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. This time, he decided to use his true body. The sword god's clone delayed the 5 elements great ancestor, while his true body descended personally. With his strength, no one could stop him except the 5 elements great ancestor. As long as he killed the rest of the 5 elements sect, he might be able to break through to become a rank 7 eternal emperor. At this time, Yi Xian's face suddenly changed and returned to his original appearance. This was because he had already put away Wei Zhentian, who had turned into the mask of authenticity. As for his true body, he had already descended to the 5 elements sect and put on the Void Spirit divine armor. To be safe, he even summoned the Black Gold divine armor. The 5 elements great ancestor was a half-step sovereign. Even if he did not use energy attacks, he might be able to kill him with just his fists. Thus, it was better to be careful. Rumble. Deafening sounds kept coming from the 5 elements mine. However, at this time, the 5 elements great ancestor, who was wondering why he could not kill Yi Xian, felt something. What did you do? The 5 elements great ancestor could not help but ask. Nothing. I'm just killing your elders. The sword god's clone grinned. The 5 elements great ancestor's expression changed, but he did not leave this place and continued to attack Yi Xian. His attacks were very sharp. If Yi Xian's true body was here, even with the Black Gold divine armor and the Void Spirit divine armor, he would be in danger of dying. However, when the 5 elements great ancestor attacked, Yi Xian's aura suddenly rose by a large margin. Although he did not break through, his heavenly fate level had indeed increased. This was because his true body had killed the other elders of the 5 elements sect and absorbed all their heavenly fates. In addition, there were the protectors and mid-level eternal emperor disciples. After dealing with them, Yi Xian's true body charged into the 5 elements mine and began to wantonly mine the 5 elements divine stone. The 5 elements divine stone could not only be used to strengthen the 5 elements sword servants, but it could also be used to forge weapons. As long as the divine sword art's cooldown was restored, Yi Xian would be able to pose a threat to the 5 elements great ancestor. Bastard, how dare you destroy my 5 elements sect? The 5 elements great ancestor suddenly sensed something and could not help but roar. So what? You can resurrect them anyway, isn't that right? Yi Xian said. You're courting death. The 5 elements great ancestor was furious. He did not care about anything else and attacked Yi Xian with all his might. However, after attacking for a long time, Yi Xian was not injured at all. It was too strange. On the other side, Yi Xian's true body and the others had already begun to wantonly collect the 5 elements divine stone. However, this was not a problem for the Five Elements' great ancestor because he had a Five Elements divine stone. As long as the Five Elements divine stone was still there, the Five Elements' great ancestor would not be considered destroyed. As for the others, with his realm, he could easily resurrect even a seventh great eternal emperor. Who exactly are you? How can a mere rank 6 eternal emperor withstand so many of my attacks without being injured? The Five Elements sect's old ancestor couldn't help but ask. If you want to know, give me something in exchange? Xian smirked. This answer infuriated the Five Elements sect's old ancestor, and he charged toward Xian. After that, the sword god's avatar was in a passive state. No, it should be said that from the beginning until now, he had been beaten up. However, his tough and indestructible body was capable of withstanding all of the Five Elements sect's old ancestors' attacks. On the other side, his original body, the old tree, and the others had already emptied the Five Elements mineral vein, leaving nothing behind. The battle prowess of the Five Elements sword attendants soared. However, the Five Elements sword attendants had just been killed by the Five Elements sect's great ancestor, so there was a cooldown period. He could not summon them again today. Right now, I'm just a rank 6 eternal emperor. Apart from the divine sword technique, I don't pose a threat to this old man at all. I'd better level up first. Xian thought to himself. Then, he left the 5 paths and headed for a nearby power. Nearby, there were several factions on the same level as the Five Elements ancestor. Their strongest experts were half-step sovereigns, but they were slightly weaker than the Five Elements ancestor. Xian wanted to use them to increase his strength, because Xian had gone too far. The Five Elements Tao Patriarch beat Xian for 3 days and 3 nights. In the past 3 days and 3 nights, the sword god's avatar had endured countless attacks. Even a rank 2 half-step dominator would most likely die under such attacks from the Five Elements Tao ancestor. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the strength of the Five Elements Tao ancestor was. Brat, what are you made of? You've taken so many of my attacks, yet you're completely unscathed? On the 4th day, the Five Elements Grand Ancestor asked once more. However, perhaps Xian was numb from the beating, or perhaps he was too lazy to reply because his heart was still with the main body. However, at this moment, the Five Elements sect's great ancestor suddenly stopped, which surprised Xian. What's wrong? Tired? The sword god's doppelganger smirked. You destroyed my 5 elements, but I can't kill you. What do you think I should do? The Five Elements old ancestor asked helplessly. In this world, the cruelest thing was that you couldn't kill your enemy even though they were right in front of you. It was really too tragic. Don't worry. You'll know what to do in a moment. Xian's lips curled up slightly. At this moment, his heaven's mandate had increased quite a bit compared to 3 days ago. In these 3 days, he visited 2 forces of the same level as the Five Elements and fiddled with them. At this moment, he was about to break through. Patriarch Five Elements was a little surprised, but not long after, he felt the change in Xian's aura. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a rank 7 eternal emperor. A system notification sounded in Xian's mind. He had finally broken through. Did that mean that Xian now possessed the ability to fight the Tao of Five Elements Patriarch? Old man, let's fight again. At this moment, Xian's eyes flickered and he suddenly summoned the old tree and the others. Of course, the old tree and the others were no threat to the Tao of Five Elements Patriarch. This time, Xian's trump card was the Five Elements Swordsman. Humph. The Tao of Five Elements Patriarch snorted and instantly killed the old tree and the others. However, when his attack landed on the Five Elements sword attendants, it did not immediately kill them. Instead, it was blocked by them. What? The Tao of Five Elements Patriarch was shocked. Xian was one thing, but now there was another freak. He felt it and found that the Five Elements Swordsman had neutralized his Five Elements attack. Then, his Heaven's Mandate attack broke the Five Elements defense of the Five Elements Swordsman. After it was weakened, it landed on the Five Elements Swordsman. Good guy, the Tao of Five Elements Patriarch could not help but sigh in his heart. At this moment, the Five Elements Swordsmen, who had been sent flying, suddenly slashed with their sword and charged at the Tao of Five Elements Patriarch. Child's play. The Tao of Five Elements patriarch snorted and raised his hand to block. However, to his surprise, the Five Elements swordsman's attack broke his Five Elements defense. What blocked the attack was the Heaven's Mandate defense. Fortunately, he was no longer an eternal emperor, but a half-step ruler. He immediately attacked with all his strength. Although Yi Xian had broken through to become a rank 7 eternal emperor, there was a huge gap between an eternal emperor and a half-step ruler. If Yi Xian was a rank 9 eternal emperor, he might be able to fight him. However, he was only a rank 7 eternal emperor. Sure enough, the Five Elements sword attendants suffered the same fate. Just like that day, they were killed by the Five Elements Tao ancestor. Kid, what other tricks do you have? The Tao of Five Elements patriarch looked at Yi Xian with his old eyes. I can't do anything to you for the time being, but I'm not worried. At most, I'll be able to deal with you in a month. Yi Xian said slowly. A month? The Tao of Five Elements patriarch almost laughed out loud. He was a half-step ruler, and he had already forgotten how many years he had been cultivating since he was born. Now, Yi Xian was saying that he would be able to deal with him in a month. How laughable. Kid, you're very strong. Why don't we make a deal? The Tao of Five Elements patriarch said. I wiped out your sect, and you still want to make a deal with me? Yi Xian was stunned. The Tao of Five Elements patriarch said, didn't you kill so many people to obtain natural treasures to cultivate? I know a place with good things. Why don't we work together and split the harvest equally? How about it? What good things? Yi Xian was attracted by the Tao of Five Elements patriarch. If a half-step ruler wanted something, it had to be something good. Just now, you saw my secret, so I might as well tell you. I have a 5-colored divine stone in my hand. It's a treasure I obtained in my early years, but it can't continuously produce 5-colored divine stones. The 5-colored divine stone isn't the most important thing in my 5-colored divine stone, but something else, the Tao of Five Elements patriarch said. It's not? Yi Xian was stunned. If the 5-colored divine stone wasn't the most important thing in the 5-colored divine stone, then what was it? It's a drop of pseudo-divine blood. The Tao of Five Elements patriarch said, this pseudo-divine blood contains a huge amount of energy. It's what allows the 5-colored divine stone to continuously function. That's why my 5-colored divine stone isn't exhausted. Instead, it's growing. Pseudo-divine blood. After hearing this name, Yi Xian was a little surprised. He had finally come into contact with his god, even if it was only a pseudo-god. And then? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The Tao of Five Elements patriarch glanced at Yi Xian. He wanted to take out the 5-colored divine stone and the pseudo-divine blood, but he thought of Yi Xian's methods. If something went wrong, it would be troublesome. This pseudo-divine blood is the key to breaking through to half-step ruler realm. In my early years, I obtained a few drops of pseudo-divine blood in a dangerous place in the 7th layer heaven. However, after so many years, I've refined only this one drop, said the Tao of Five Elements patriarch. Hearing this, Yi Xian understood. The cooperation you speak of is for me to enter that danger zone and obtain the pseudo-divine blood? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. That's right. The Five Elements ancestor nodded. Even I can't injure you. If we work together, we might be able to reap some benefits. That's not a bad idea, but I don't understand your realm at all, said Yi Xian. The Tao ancestor of the Five Elements Tao sect paused for a moment before he slowly said, a peak 9th grade eternal emperor already possesses a 99 fate. As long as you integrate this 99 fate into your Tao fruit, you can condense it into a Tao heart and become a half-step ruler. However, you're only a first-rank half-step sovereign. If you want to become a second-rank half-step sovereign, you need pseudo-divine blood. From first-rank half-step sovereign to second-rank half-step sovereign, you need to refine 11 drops of pseudo-divine blood. From second-rank half-step sovereign to third-rank half-step sovereign, you need to refine 11 more drops of pseudo-divine blood. So on and so forth, a peak 9th-rank half-step sovereign needs to refine 99 drops of pseudo-divine blood. If you can refine the 100th drop of pseudo-divine blood, you'll reach the sovereign realm. To reach the peak of the sovereign realm, you need to refine 999 drops of pseudo-divine blood. After refining the 1000th drop of pseudo-divine blood, you'll reach the undying sovereign realm. To reach the peak of the undying sovereign realm, you need to refine 9,999 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Refining pseudo-divine blood is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even I have only refined 5 drops, so I'm only a mid-first rank half-step sovereign. Yi Xian nodded slightly after listening to the 5 elements ancestor's explanation. In the half-step sovereign realm, every level required 11 drops of pseudo-divine blood. In the sovereign realm, every level required 111 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Reaching the undying sovereign realm was even more terrifying. Every level required 1,111 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Refining the pseudo-divine blood would definitely become more and more difficult. Even the 5 elements' great ancestor had only refined the first 5 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Then what's after the undying sovereign realm? Asked Yi Xian. Only the undying sovereigns who have refined 9,999 drops of pseudo-divinity blood can fuse pseudo-divinity blood with their Tao heart and form godhood. The great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements replied, that dangerous place should be the place where a false god died, so there is a large amount of false god's blood. However, it is also very dangerous inside. Back then, I was only wandering around the periphery, but I almost died. What dangers are there? Yi Xian asked. In fact, he already had the intention to cooperate, but before he went, it was better to ask first. That place is a huge blood-red forest. The plants inside will attack intruders. That's not the point. The point is that there is a kind of creature in there, which we call the divine blood demon. The 5 elements' grand ancestor said, this divine blood demon is said to have mutated from the blood of a false god. Its combat power is extraordinary. The power of the divine blood demon changed according to the amount of pseudo-god blood in his body. The more pseudo-god blood he had, the stronger he would be. Even I can only fight an ordinary sacred blood demon. If I encounter a sacred blood demon formed from 6 drops of pseudo-god blood, I'm afraid I'll be in danger of dying. That's not bad. Killing one can get a lot of pseudo-god blood, Yi Xian said. It's not that easy. Once the sacred blood demon dies, it will disappear from the world. You have to extract the pseudo-god blood as soon as possible. The great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements shook his head. The corpse of this sacred blood demon dissipates very quickly. Even I can only extract 1 drop at a time. Only the extracted pseudo-god blood can be stored in the yin and yang ring. I see. Yi Xian nodded slightly. However, he had the god-level devouring system. If he encountered a sacred blood demon corpse, his extraction speed should be faster than the great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements. The pseudo-god blood of this sacred blood demon that has not been extracted will return to the center of the blood-red forest. It is said that there is a terrifyingly powerful sacred blood demon king there, but no one knows what realm it is. At the mention of the sacred blood demon king, the great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements couldn't help but shudder. With his strength, he could at most fight to a draw with a mid-first stage sacred blood demon formed from 5 drops of pseudo-god blood. Then how do you want to work together? Yi Xian asked curiously. You and I will work together and enter the blood-red forest together. You will be the scout, said the great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements. The sword god's clone's defense was the strongest he had ever seen. He couldn't break through it after 3 days and 3 nights, so it should be enough to enter the blood-red forest. Oh, we can try, but before that, I need a few things, Yi Xian said. What things? The great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements asked. A large amount of eternal fate stones, 5 elements god stones, and various eternal emperor artifacts. Yi Xian replied. You destroyed my sect and still want something from me? The great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements was stunned. In that case, forget it. Yi Xian shrugged. Don't think that you can keep me here just because you're a half-step ruler. If I want to leave, even a ruler won't be able to stop me. You. Seeing how confident Yi Xian was, the great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements swallowed his words and said, if you and I work together, we will definitely reap unexpected benefits. Fine. With that, he began to take out items from his yin and yang ring. These items were all for Yi Xian. It had to be said that the great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements was extremely wealthy. Even if Yi Xian added up all the items he had obtained in the past few days, it probably wouldn't be enough. Yi Xian put the items into his devouring space and said, "Very good. We can move now." The five elemental sex patriarch had given him the eternal fate stone alone, which was probably enough for him to break through to become a rank 8 eternal emperor lord. However, Yi Xian didn't immediately break through. During the 3 days the sword god's clone had been beaten up, his main body had plundered several factions and the divine sword art had already been restored. Yi Xian's plan was to use the divine sword art once when he reached the 7th rank eternal emperor realm. Then, he would use the eternal emperor weapon given by the Tao of 5 elements to recover its cooldown before breaking through. This way, he could use the divine sword art one more time. If he immediately broke through to the 8th rank eternal emperor realm, the items given by the great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements might not be able to recover its cooldown. After going through so many things, Yi Xian had become more and more experienced. "Alright, let's go." The great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements nodded immediately after hearing Yi Xian's words. Then, he rushed out of the ruins of the Tao of 5 elements. The sect was nothing to the great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements. He had already handed over all the affairs to the elders. As long as he broke through, the dead could all be revived. A few days later, the 5 elements sect's ancestor brought the sword god clone to a teleportation array. This teleportation array can teleport you to the outskirts of the 7th heaven blood forest. The 5 elements sect's ancestor activated the teleportation array. The Scarlet Forest had been a dangerous place for some time, so the experts in the surroundings were familiar with it. That was why they built a transmission array. Whoosh, after a while, the sword god clone and the 5 elements sect's ancestor landed. Before they left the teleportation palace, they smelled blood. The two walked out. In front of them was a boundless blood forest. "This is the blood forest," the 5 elements sect's ancestor said. "Yes, it looks dangerous." Yi Xian nodded. However, the more dangerous a place was, the more treasures there were. "Next, you will enter. If you encounter a divine blood demon, inform me immediately. We will avoid the strong ones, and I will deal with the weak ones. We will split the loot equally," the 5 elements sect's ancestor said. "Okay." Yi Xian nodded and let the sword god clone enter. The divine blood demons inside were at least half-step dominator level. With his current strength, he might not be able to fight them. Therefore, Yi Xian could use the 5 elements sect's ancestor to obtain some pseudo-god blood. At this time, Yi Xian had already entered the blood forest. According to the 5 elements sect's ancestor, this blood forest was the place where a pseudo-god had fallen. Therefore, the surrounding plants had mutated and would attack intruders. As expected, the sword god clone had just entered when it was attacked by these blood-colored plants. However, these blood-colored plants were too weak compared to the divine blood demons. Just the sword god clone alone could deal with a large area. The 5 elements sword servants were the nemesis of these blood-colored plants, burning an entire area. In the beginning, Yi Xian did not encounter anything, so he let the old tree, Black Horn, and the others out to explore. The 5 elements sect's ancestor followed behind Yi Xian and acted according to Yi Xian's instructions. Just like that, 3 days passed. In the first 3 days, they were only at the edge of the Scarlet Forest. From now on, they might encounter sacred blood demons. In fact, Yi Xian wanted to meet the sacred blood demon king the most, because he had a trump card that was enough to kill a sacred blood demon king. Both the divine blood demons and the divine blood demon king were mutated from the blood of a false god. According to the great ancestor of the 5 elements, the divine blood demons did not have intelligence and fought with brute force. Therefore, if Yi Xian encountered a divine blood demon king, he might be able to kill him instantly with the divine sword spell. However, with Yi Xian's current level, he might not even have a chance to attack before he was beaten up like a sandbag by the sacred blood demon king. Right at this moment. "Young master, here!" Old Tree suddenly shouted. In the next moment, Yi Xian tore through the void and arrived beside the old tree. When Yi Xian landed, he saw a corpse in front of him. The head of the corpse had been cut off by a sharp weapon. It was already dead. However, the interspatial ring on its body was not taken away. It seemed that it was killed by a sacred blood demon. "Hey, this corpse is still warm. It hasn't been long since it died." Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. This meant that the sacred blood demon was nearby. Whatever, let's collect it first. Yi Xian was shocked just now, so he forgot about the important thing, which was to collect the corpse. But in the next moment, he frowned. Ding. Unable to collect. The system suddenly notified him. Unable to collect? What was going on? Yi Xian was a little confused. If it was an item that could not be collected, it would make sense. After all, there was the forbidden array. However, it was very rare for a corpse to be unable to be collected. Since the corpse could not be collected into the devour space, Yi Xian would not collect it. He would only collect the interspatial ring. However, the interspatial ring was on this corpse, so Yi Xian had to take it off. However, when he got closer, whoosh, suddenly, a large amount of blood gushed out of the corpse. Then, it instantly condensed into a form and charged toward Yi Xian. What? Yi Xian was very surprised. Before he could react, the bloody figure was in front of him. It extended a scythe and slashed at the neck of the sword god clone. Whoosh! Whoosh, the sword god clone was sent flying. Fortunately, he had an invincible body. Otherwise, even a half-step dominator would have died on the spot. Now, Yi Xian finally understood what this thing was. It turned out to be the sacred blood demon that the Five Elements sect patriarch had mentioned. Old man, why didn't you say that sacred blood demons can possess corpses? Yi Xian hurriedly transmitted his voice. What? I didn't know that, the Five Elements sect patriarch replied in shock. He had come in alone before and had only encountered sacred blood demons alone. He had not encountered any corpses. However, it was only recently that sacred blood demons could possess corpses. At this time, the sword god clone, who had been sent flying, saw that the sacred blood demon had 3 drops of blood. This meant that it was only an early first-rank sacred blood demon. Ding! Flame-devouring unicorn has died. As the sword god clone was sent flying, the old tree was killed by the mantis-like sacred blood demon. Next, the sacred blood demon charged at Yi Xian. Tsk tisk. Yi Xian's lips curled. He released the old tree again to collect the corpse. This corpse was also a half-step dominator when it was alive. A half-step dominator had already fused their 99 fates with their Dao fruits to form a Dao heart. Thus, they did not have an eternal fate stone in their body. However, as a half-step dominator, how could they not have an eternal fate stone in their ring? Yi Xian immediately devoured the eternal fate stone. Although he did not break through, he did improve by quite a bit. However, he was still no match for this sacred blood demon. Sacred blood demons were also divided by strength. 1 drop of pseudo-divine blood was the weakest, followed by 2 drops, then 3 drops. The divine blood demon in front of Yi Xian was a divine blood demon formed from 3 drops of fake divine blood. Its strength was extraordinary. While the sword god clone was being beaten up, the Five Elements patriarch finally arrived. He attacked with all his strength and fought the sacred blood demon. However, this battle was a bit different from what Yi Xian had expected. Old man, didn't you say sacred blood demons couldn't dodge? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Bastard, these sacred blood demons must be gaining intelligence. Roared the Five Elements patriarch. The sacred blood demons he'd encountered before were indeed clumsy and unable to dodge. However, today, he'd encountered a sacred blood demon that was like a wild beast. This meant that sacred blood demons were harder to deal with than before. Fortunately, the Five Elements patriarch had already refined 5 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Together with the power of the 5 elements, he was stronger. As the divine blood demon was destroyed, the 3 drops of fake divine blood in its body also appeared. Seeing this, the patriarch of the 5 elements quickly wrapped 1 drop with his saint power. Yi Xian was also prepared. When the divine blood demon died, he quickly came over and collected it. Ding! Unable to collect. Unfortunately, the other 2 drops of fake divine blood could not be collected. Before the system's notification ended, they turned into a cloud of blood mist and flew north. Yi Xian originally wanted to use the devouring system to refine the fake divine blood, but now it seemed that it would not work. If he wanted to refine the fake divine blood, he would have to wrap it with his saint power like the patriarch of the five elements had done to prevent it from dissipating. However, Xian was only a level 7 Eternal Emperor and could not do that for the time being. At this time, the patriarch of the five elements was refining the fake divine blood. Looking at his back, Xian could not help but have a thought. This old guy is refining the fake divine blood. If I use the divine sword technique now, I might be able to kill him. Xian thought to himself. However, the patriarch of the five elements was quite strong and could defeat the divine blood demon. If he used the divine sword technique to kill him, he would have one less fighter and one less cooldown time for the divine sword technique. Of course, if the sneak attack failed, this cooperation might be over. After thinking about it, Xian decided to take a look first. More than an hour later. Phew! Finally done. The patriarch of the five elements breathed a sigh of relief and put the drop of fake divine blood into his interspatial ring. In fact, while refining the fake divine blood, he was also vigilant of his surroundings. This was because they were in the Scarlet Forest. If another divine blood demon appeared, it would be very dangerous. At that time, this drop of fake divine blood would dissipate between heaven and earth like the previous two drops. Old guy, it was a pleasure to work with you for the first time. However, shouldn't you give me this drop of fake divine blood as a token of appreciation? Xian narrowed his eyes and said. Humph. Although you found the divine blood demon, without me, do you think you can kill it? Moreover, this drop of divine blood demon was refined by me, so it should be given to me first. The five elements sect's great ancestor coldly snorted. Hearing this, the corners of Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He shrugged and said, if that's the case, I'll give you this drop of pseudo-divine blood. At the same time, our cooperation ends here. You. Patriarch Five Elements was shocked. He did not expect Xian to threaten him with this matter. Don't push your luck. I'm someone who has entered the Scarlet Forest. Even without you, I can still obtain the pseudo-divine blood, said the Five Elements sect's old ancestor. What a joke. The value of a single drop of pseudo-divine blood was something that even the entire Tao of five elements could not compare to. How was it possible for him to give the pseudo-god blood to Xian? Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. After Xian finished speaking, he broke through the void and prepared to leave. If the first cooperation was not pleasant, then there was no need for cooperation. What if the Five Stars Grand Ancestor refined another drop and still refused to give it to him? If that was the case, it would be better for him to leave as soon as possible so that he would not draw his sword and kill the Grand Ancestor in a fit of anger. Patriarch Five Elements sect's old ancestor was stunned when he saw that Xian really intended to leave. After thinking quickly in his heart for a moment, he shouted, wait. What's wrong? Xian turned around and said. Boy, the pseudo-divine blood is good stuff. Don't lose it. Patriarch Five Elements sect's old ancestor finally decided to compromise and threw a drop of pseudo-divine blood to Xian. However, this drop of pseudo-divine blood was not the same one that had just been refined. The Five Elements sect's old ancestor had obtained this drop many years ago and used the Five Elements stone to open up the Five Elements vein. Therefore, the energy contained in this drop was much less than the one that had just been refined. Xian also noticed this, but he did not say anything and just kept the drop of pseudo-divine blood. Happy cooperation, Xian said with a smile. In fact, he was not playing hard to get just now. He really wanted to leave. If he left, he could just go back and level up. As long as he broke through to the 9th grade Eternal Emperor realm, he might be able to establish a foothold in the Scarlet Forest. However, it was best that the Five Elements sect's old ancestor could compromise because it would save him a lot of time. Ding! The host has devoured a drop of pseudo-divine blood. Xian did not hesitate and devoured the drop of pseudo-divine blood. Yes, he devoured it. This drop of pseudo-divine blood was devoured by the divine devouring system and turned into a large number of divine devouring crystals. Only after condensing a Tao heart and breaking through to the half-step sovereign realm could one use the pseudo-divine blood to break through to the first-grade half-step sovereign realm. Therefore, this drop of fake divine blood was of no use to Xian's cultivation. However, after he exchanged it for divine devouring crystals, he could do a lot of things. I didn't expect to have so many divine devouring crystals. This is great. Yi Xian was overjoyed. There were many things that could be exchanged for in the divine devouring system, such as divine pills and miraculous medicines. However, these were not very useful to Yi Xian at the moment. Therefore, Yi Xian exchanged all the divine devouring crystals for 5 elements divine stones and used them to strengthen the 5 elements swordsman. Ding! The 5 elements swordsmen have been successfully strengthened. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. The 5 elements swordsmen were currently Yi Xian's strongest swordsmen. After being strengthened, their strength had increased by more than 3 times. After all, that was a drop of pseudo-divine blood. Yi Xian immediately asked the 5 elements swordsmen to spar with Old Tree and the others in the devouring system. In the end, the 5 elements swordsmen easily killed Old Tree, Black Horn, and the undead swordsman. Even with the help of the Black Gold swordsman, the result was the same: strong. They were simply too strong. If I can get a few more drops of pseudo-divine blood, my strength might be close to that of the 5 elements sect's old ancestor. Then, I won't need to cooperate with him. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he separated from the 5 elements sect's old ancestor and continued to explore. He kept all the corpses he encountered in the devouring system. These were all half-step sovereigns' corpses. However, these corpses' cultivation levels were not high, and there was no divine blood in their interspatial rings. On the 7th day, Yi Xian encountered another strange corpse. Without another word, Yi Xian went up to probe. As expected, there was a divine blood yao hiding in the corpse. Bang! The sword god's clone was sent flying, but at the same time, he released the Old Tree, who happened to be right next to the corpse. The corpse was kept in the Old Tree's devouring system. Hey, there's a drop of pseudo-divine blood? What a haul! At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Not only did he obtain the Eternal Destiny Stone, but he also obtained a drop of pseudo-divine blood. Awesome! He immediately devoured the drop of pseudo-divine blood and exchanged it for 5 elements divine stones to strengthen the 5 elements divine servants. Sacred Blood Demon? I don't believe I can't kill you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he turned Megatron into the Beast God Bell. As soon as the Beast God Bell appeared, Sacred Blood Demon's strength decreased by 80%. Sacred Blood Demon was not human, so the Sword God's constitution was useless against him. However, this was a good thing for Yi Xian. After all, the Beast God Bell could suppress 80% of his strength. In an instant, Sacred Blood Demon's speed was greatly reduced. Then, Old Tree and the others attacked together. The 5 elements sect's grand ancestor must have heard the commotion. Quickly finish him off. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. This time, he decided to use the divine sword technique. However, Sacred Blood Demon's strength was not bad. Facing the besiegement, he was still at ease. He even killed Old Tree, Black Horn, Black Gold Swordsman, and Immortal Swordsman. Boom! At this time, Sacred Blood Demon sent the 5 elements swordsman flying with a sickle. Fortunately, the 5 elements swordsman used the power of 5 elements to neutralize most of the attack. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Sacred Blood Demon like Old Tree and the others. Whoosh! Seeing that the 5 elements swordsman was still alive, Sacred Blood Demon immediately rushed up, ready to kill him. At this time, Divine Sword Technique. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide and directly used his trump card. A divine sword slashed down on the 5 elements swordsman's head. Just then, Sacred Blood Demon rushed in front of the 5 elements swordsman. Rip! This slash split Sacred Blood Demon and the 5 elements swordsman in half. At the same time, Yi Xian quickly devoured the Eternal Emperor weapons to recover the cooldown of the divine sword technique. Then, he devoured the Eternal Destiny Stone. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now an 8th grade Eternal Emperor. He had directly broken through to the peak of the 8th grade Eternal Emperor realm. He was only 1 step away from the 9th grade Eternal Emperor realm. After the breakthrough, Yi Xian's speed increased a lot. Before the 3 drops of pseudo-divine blood appeared, he rushed over. He quickly wrapped 1 drop of pseudo-divine blood with Saint Power and then refined it with the divine devouring system. As for the other 2 drops of fake divine blood, they had already dissipated into the air. They turned into 2 wisps of bloody mist and flew into the distance. Ding! Quasi-divine blood has been successfully refined. The system prompted. Huff, huff, with my current level, it's a bit of a stretch to wrap the fake god blood with the saint power. Fortunately, my recovery speed is very fast. Otherwise, the fake god blood would have burst out of the saint power in the next moment. Xian breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was only a rank 8 Eternal Emperor. Being able to use his saint power to envelop the pseudo-divine blood for a short period of time was already quite impressive. The reason the Five Elements Patriarch was able to hold on for more than an hour was because he was a half-step ruler and had refined 5 drops of pseudo-divine blood. How could Xian compare to him? The source of Xian's strength was not the sacred power, but the bloodline. Another sacred blood demon? After Xian finished cleaning up, the 5 Elements Sect's old ancestor asked. No, it's just a powerful blood-colored plant, Xian replied. Now, he already had the strength to kill a sacred blood demon, but he had to rely on the divine sword technique. Right now, the divine sword technique only had 1 cooldown time left, so he still needed the 5 Elements Sect's old ancestor. Continue. Xian began to hurry on his way. He was thinking that it would be best to find some more corpses. This way, he might be able to pile up another cooldown time for the divine sword technique. In addition, he had also reached the peak of rank 8 Eternal Emperor. He was just a little bit away from breaking through to rank 9 Eternal Emperor. At that time, he might have the strength to fight a sacred blood demon. Following that, Xian explored for another 4 or 5 days. Unfortunately, he only found a corpse along the way, and there was nothing there. According to Xian's analysis, this corpse was not killed by the sacred blood demon, but by a sneak attack by his own people. What a pity, what a pity. Xian shook his head helplessly. If this corpse was killed by the sacred blood demon, then he might be able to break through to rank 9 Eternal Emperor. However, there would always be opportunities. There was no hurry. Sure enough, on the second day after he continued to move forward, there was a loud rumbling sound in front of him. This was because someone was fighting. In the Scarlet Forest, the only people who could fight were those who had differences of opinion or those who fought with sacred blood demons. Xian immediately rushed over. When he arrived, he saw 2 figures fighting with a sacred blood demon. These 2 were only rank 1 half-sovereigns, but that sacred blood demon was mutated from 6 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Its strength was very strong. TSK, 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 I'm going to be a fisherman again. Xian grinned and watched quietly. The 2 rank 1 half-sovereigns had already seen Xian, but Xian was only in rank 8 Eternal Emperor. It was already a miracle that he did not die in the Scarlet Forest. How could they expect him to help? Rip. Rip. Soon, the 2 men died one by one under the scythe of the sacred blood demon. Then, the sacred blood demon's blood-red eyes fell on Xian. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly appeared. The sacred blood demon charged toward Xian. Haha, it's mine. Xian laughed and quickly released Old Tree and the others to put away the 2 corpses. The things in the interspatial ring were enough to restore the divine sword technique once. It was also enough for him to break through to rank 9 Eternal Emperor, or even rank 99 Heaven's Mandate, which was the peak of rank 9 Eternal Emperor. Immediately, he ordered the 5 Elements Swordsman to block the sacred blood demon. Divine Sword Technique. Xian was ready to repeat the scene of that day and kill the sacred blood demon and the 5 Elements Swordsman together. However, this sacred blood demon was much stronger than the previous one. The divine sword technique fell and only killed the 5 Elements Swordsman, while the sacred blood demon only lost one of its arms. F***ck, I wasted 1 time. Xian cursed and quickly used the items to restore the cooldown of the divine sword technique. Then, he broke through again. Ding. The host's current fate ranking is rank 99. Ding. The host has broken through and is now a rank 9 Eternal Emperor. Ding. The host can choose to devour a drop of pseudo-divine blood to break through to rank 1 half-sovereign. When the system notification sounded, Xian raised his eyebrows. For others, even after reaching rank 99, they would need to fuse their Dao fruit with their Dao heart to form a Dao heart. Once the Dao heart was formed, they would be a half-sovereign. However, they could only be considered a half-sovereign. Only by refining a drop of pseudo-divine blood could they be considered a rank 1 half-sovereign. Unexpectedly, the divine devouring system helped Xian skip this step. As long as he devoured a drop of pseudo-divine blood at rank 99, he could break through to rank 1 half-sovereign. Xian immediately devoured the drop of pseudo-divine blood. Ding! Host has refined a drop of pseudo-divine blood and formed a Dao heart. Host has broken through to first stage half-step sovereign. As the system notification sounded out, Xian felt as if the environment within his body had undergone a tremendous change. His strength had increased by at least 20 times. Haha, divine blood demon, right? Xian suddenly laughed 3 times. He released Old Shu and Black Horn, who had also broken through to the half-step ruler level. In addition, there was also the Black Gold Sword Attendant and the Undying Sword Attendant. As for the 5 Elements Sword Servants, they had been killed by his divine sword art and could only be released the next day. Boom! Now that everyone had broken through to the first stage half-step sovereign realm, their offensive prowess had skyrocketed. Everyone attacked at the same time, directly killing the divine blood demon. This time, Xian did not even summon Wei Zhentian, so this divine blood demon was almost at its peak. From Eternal Emperor to half-step sovereign, it's really a leap. Now, I have the ability to establish myself in the Scarlet Forest. Even if I don't use the divine sword art, I can still obtain the pseudo-divine blood. Xian's lips curled up slightly. This meant that he did not need to work with the 5 Elements sect patriarch anymore. However, he did not get too excited. He had more important things to do. Whoosh, after the divine blood demon transformed from 6 drops of fake god blood died, the fake god blood in his body appeared. Xian had already rushed to its side and wrapped the 3 drops of pseudo-divine blood with his saint power. The 5 Elements sect patriarch could also wrap the 3 drops of pseudo-divine blood, but he could not refine all 3 at the same time. If he did so, he might not be able to refine even 1 drop. After all, it would take him more than an hour to do so. However, Xian was different. After wrapping the 3 drops of pseudo-divine blood, he immediately used the divine devouring system to refine them. The refining speed was much faster than the 5 Elements sect patriarchs. Just as Xian's saint power was about to run out, the 3 drops of pseudo-divine blood were successfully refined. Even second-stage half-step sovereigns could not refine 3 drops of pseudo-divine blood in one go. Haha, 3 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Awesome! Xian grinned and swallowed the 3 drops of faux god blood. However, after swallowing the 3 drops of fake god blood, his strength did not increase much. That's strange. I've already refined 4 drops of pseudo-divine blood, which is only slightly less than the 5 drops from the 5 Elements sect's old ancestor. Why? Xian took a closer look and was immediately shocked. What the hell? Others would need 99 drops of quasi-divine blood to break through from rank 1 half-step sovereign to peak rank 9 half-step sovereign. As for him, he actually needed 999 drops. The amount of fake god blood he needed was actually 10 times more than the others. What the f***ck? The amount of fake god blood I need is 10 times more than the others. But fortunately, it would take years for others to refine a drop of fake god blood, but I only need a moment. Xian reacted quickly. He had the divine devouring system. As long as he had enough quasi-divine blood, he could quickly break through to become a rank 9 undying dominator. Or even a false god. The 5 Elements sect's old ancestor, who was following behind Xian, heard the battle and immediately asked. No, I didn't encounter any divine blood demons, but you can come over. Xian said to the 5 Elements sect's old ancestor. Not long after, the 5 Elements sect's old ancestor came over and looked at Xian. However, in the next moment, he turned pale with fright. Half-step sovereign? The 5 Elements sect's old ancestor was shocked. When he first brought Xian to the Scarlet Forest, Xian was only a rank 8 Eternal Emperor. Now, he had actually broken through to become a half-step sovereign. How was this possible? Old man, I said at that time that I would be able to cure you in less than a month. You thought I was exaggerating, but now, do you still think so? Xian revealed a smile. The 5 Elements sect's old ancestor swallowed his saliva. This was simply inconceivable. However, this was the truth because Xian was standing in front of him. Humph, don't think that you can fight me like this. The five elements sect's old ancestor snorted. We'll know after we try, but I'm sure that you'll pay the price in blood. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he released the five elements sword attendants. All of them were half-step sovereigns. This time, the five elements sect's old ancestor was shocked. Even with his strength, he could not cause any harm to Yi Xian. Now that he was facing so many half-step sovereigns, how could he go? The five elements sect's old ancestor made a prompt decision and turned to leave. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was one step faster and flashed behind him. By the time he turned around, Yi Xian had already made his move. Rip! A sword light flashed, and the five elements sect's old ancestor's head flew into the air. Dead. After he died, Yi Xian put away his corpse and muttered, "Since you told me this secret, I won't let you die in vain. In the future, I will revive you so that you can continue to live in the devouring space." After saying this, he devoured the drop of pseudo-divine blood in the five elements sect's old ancestors Yin and Yang ring. His strength had undergone a slight change again. Other first-stage half-step sovereigns only needed to refine 11 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Yi Xian, on the other hand, could refine 111 drops. Therefore, a single drop of pseudo-divine blood had little effect on him. However, he had a devouring ability that others did not have. He immediately continued to move. In the following days, he continued to travel through the Scarlet Forest. The old tree, black horn, black gold sword attendants, undying sword attendants, and five elements sword attendants could all take charge of collecting pseudo-divine blood for Yi Xian. In a short few days, Yi Xian had collected more than 100 drops of pseudo-divine blood. After devouring all of them, he reached second-stage half-step sovereign realm. Of course, this was all thanks to the divine-grade devouring system's refining speed. Otherwise, he could only refine one drop of pseudo-divine blood at a time. After breaking through to second-stage half-step sovereign realm, the refining speed has increased by quite a bit. However, the amount of pseudo-divine blood required is still the same. My breakthrough speed is probably much faster than before. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Others would find it harder and harder to refine pseudo-divine blood. Although he needed 10 times as much pseudo-divine blood, devouring it was equivalent to refining it. Therefore, he did not need to worry about this problem. Simply put, the half-step sovereign realm was more difficult at the beginning, but it would get easier and easier as he progressed. Just like this, another 2 days passed. Yi Xian relied on his extraordinary methods to hunt down a large number of divine blood demons. After devouring the pseudo-divine blood he obtained, he broke through to third-stage half-step sovereign realm. At this time, he was wondering if he should let his main body enter and hunt the divine blood demons. However, this was just a thought. His main body was different from the sword god clone. He could die. The divine blood demons in this blood forest relied on physical attacks. Even with the void spirit divine armor and black gold divine armor, he would still be in danger. Therefore, it was better to wait outside. Right now, Yi Xian could already kill more than 30 drops of pseudo-divine blood that had mutated into divine blood demons. However, he could only refine less than 10 of these drops at once. Therefore, he might as well go and kill about 10 drops of divine blood demons. That would be faster. However, that was what most people thought. They were also pacing around the periphery of the blood forest. However, Yi Xian's favorite wasn't hunting divine blood demons, but humans. This was because they more or less had pseudo-divine blood in their interspatial rings. One had to admit that the blood forest was very famous. Many half-step dominators had entered. It just so happened that these people benefited Yi Xian. With Yi Xian's current strength, he could even fight a rank 5 half-step dominator. In the periphery, he was the heavens. Not a single person who was seen by him was spared. Soon, he broke through to rank 5 half-step dominator. Right now, he had refined more than 560 drops of divine blood. This amount of pseudo-divine blood was enough for 5 people to break through to the dominator realm. Of course, while pseudo-divine blood was easy to obtain, refining it wasn't. Even if one had a large amount of pseudo-divine blood, it would be useless if they couldn't refine it. Rip. Somewhere in the blood forest, Yi Xian finished off an unlucky rank 3 half-step dominator with a single slash. Then, he checked it. TCH, only 10 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly and then started to devour. Right now, he had devoured nearly 600 drops of pseudo-divine blood. If he worked harder, he could break through to rank 6 half-step dominator. At that time, he would go to the blood forest to take a look and see what that divine blood demon king looked like. However, right at this moment. Rumble. Suddenly, a series of loud noises came from the horizon. Yi Xian listened carefully and found that the scale of the battle wasn't small. It was probably a group battle. He didn't know if it was human versus human, or human versus divine blood demons. In any case, Yi Xian liked this kind of battle. Immediately, he rushed toward the source of the sound. After a short while, he saw nearly 20 figures fighting. Half of them were humans, and their cultivation was around rank 4 or 5 half-step sovereigns. One of them was a rank 6 half-step sovereign. On the other side, it was the divine blood demon. However, among these divine blood demons, there was a very special divine blood demon. I will stall the divine blood devil. You guys finish him quickly. The rank 6 half-step ruler roared furiously. Hearing this, Yi Xian took a closer look and found that there were more than 70 drops of pseudo-divine blood in the large sacred blood demon. A rank 7 dominator rank divine blood demon, no, not a divine blood demon, but a divine blood demon general. This was also the strongest person Yi Xian had seen since entering the Scarlet Forest. This battle was extremely intense. The figures of both sides flashed, causing Yi Xian's eyes to be dazzled. However, he only watched for a while before he knew the outcome of this battle. The humans were probably going to be wiped out. At this time, several divine blood demons had already killed their opponents. The originally evenly matched battle was instantly broken with the deaths of these few people. Yi Xian watched from afar. He had only met by chance, so there was no need for him to save them. One had to know that he was also a hunter. Asking him to be a savior, what kind of joke was that? What he needed to do was wait for these humans to die before he made a move. Simply put, he was waiting to reap the benefits. However, things were not that simple. Swish! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Yi Xian took a closer look and found that the rank 6 half-step sovereign was still no match for the rank 7 divine blood devil general and had been killed. Once he died, the others were a motley crew that was instantly killed by the divine blood devil general. The ground was littered with corpses. The divine blood devil general glanced at the blood-red eyes, then transformed into a beam of bloody light that shot into the body of the rank 6 half-step sovereign. In the next instant, it shot out again. However, when it left that corpse, it had already turned into a dried corpse. Then, it used the same method to suck the blood out of all the corpses. When it reappeared, Yi Xian saw that there was actually one more drop of pseudo-divine blood in its body. Heavens, this divine blood devil general absorbed the blood of humans and condensed pseudo-divine blood? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows in shock. What was going on? However, he could not be bothered to care so much and directly shot out. Beast God Clock, suppress! Yi Xian quickly summoned Wei Zhentian. Instantly, these divine blood devils and the divine blood devil general had 80% of their strength suppressed. Whoosh, 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 Old Tree and the others instantly charged out. As for the Sword God clone, it had already flashed behind the divine blood devil general. Poochie, in an instant, a powerful attack killed the divine blood devil general that was only a rank 7 half-step sovereign. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that of the 78 drops of fake divine blood in the divine blood demon general's body, other than the 10 drops that Yi Xian had wrapped around with his saint energy, only 50 drops had dissipated. The rest were actually still in the divine blood demon general's body. Ding! Refining successful. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. He was a little surprised. He forced the pseudo-divine blood out of the divine blood devil general's body and then collected it. Could this pseudo-divine blood be condensed from the blood of humans that the divine blood devil general absorbed? Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he did not think too deeply about it and directly swallowed the pseudo-divine blood. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a rank 6 half-step sovereign. Yi Xian's realm increased again. In fact, there was no need for him to stay in the Scarlet Forest any longer. At his level, there were many pseudo-divine blood. The difficult part was refining it. However, he wanted to see the divine blood devil king. Moreover, this was the place where the pseudo-divine had fallen. Perhaps there would be some unexpected fortuitous encounters. Otherwise, why would those who did not lack the pseudo-divine blood enter the Scarlet Forest? Wasn't it for the inheritance of the pseudo-divine? Next, he killed the divine blood devil immortal beasts one by one to refine the pseudo-divine blood. Each of them gave him more than 10 drops of pseudo-divine blood. This time, he had really profited. In just one trip, he had obtained a lot of pseudo-divine blood. At this moment, Xian suddenly saw the pseudo-divine blood dissipate into wisps of blood mist and drift into the distance. Xian's eyes flashed. He decided to follow and see. However, the blood mist drifted very quickly. Even the saint power could not stop it. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, Xian continued to move north. Along the way, he encountered some pseudo-divine blood and harvested all of it. Now that he was a rank 6 half-step sovereign, he could refine more than 10 drops of pseudo-divine blood in one go. However, just as Xian was about to break through the 800 mark, he sensed a thick scent of blood in front of him. Xian raised an eyebrow. Using the Eye of Revelation, he discovered that there were more than 100 divine blood demons. I've struck gold. His eyes lit up. There were so many divine blood demons. If he could kill them one by one, it would be a huge fortune. Immediately, he had the old tree move out and lure the divine blood demons. As expected, with such a large group, if there was any disturbance in the surroundings, they would naturally not attack together. The first time, he had only lured 3 divine blood demons. Xian killed the 3 divine blood demons and extracted 40 drops of divine blood. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a rank 7 half-step ruler. One needed 111 drops of divine blood to break through once. If Xian could kill all these divine blood demons, he could at least break through to the ruler realm. Next, he had the old tree lure a few more divine blood demons over and kill them. The third time and a few more times. After the third time, he had broken through to rank 8 half-step ruler realm. With 10 more divine blood demons, he could break through to rank 9 half-step ruler realm. However, at this moment, whoosh, suddenly, a gust of wind sounded in Xian's ears. He turned his head and saw a scarlet scythe slashing toward him. Poof, the scarlet scythe slashed the sword god clone's neck. The powerful force instantly sent him flying. A ruler realm divine blood demon? Xian sensed it and was frightened. Those divine blood demons were at most rank 8 half-step rulers, but now, he actually saw a ruler realm divine blood demon. No, this was not a divine blood demon, nor was it a divine blood demon general. It was a divine blood demon king. This was because Xian could not see through this divine blood demon. Who knew how many drops of divine blood there were inside? If this was not a divine blood demon king, what could it be? Hiss! Hiss! Seeing that its scythe had not killed Xian, the divine blood demon king's eyes darted around. Once again, it turned into a bloody blur and slashed at the sword god clone's neck. This attack still did not injure the sword god clone. I finally met you. Die. The corners of the sword god avatar's mouth curled up slightly, and he immediately released Old Shu and the others. Kill. However, what surprised Xian was that Old Shu, Black Horn, the black gold sword attendant, and the undying sword attendant were like clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of this divine blood demon king. In the blink of an eye, they were completely annihilated. Even the 5 elements sword attendants were instantly killed. Xian sighed in his heart. He didn't know what realm this divine blood demon king had reached. 2. Of. Bang. 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 In the following battle, the sword god clone was in a passive position. He could not fight back at all. In the distance, the divine blood demons and divine blood demon generals were watching because their king was dealing with the enemy. However, no matter how strong this divine blood demon king was, it could not hurt the sword god clone at all. At this time, the divine blood demon king's eyes darted around. It turned into a bloody light and left, flashing into the middle of the group of divine blood demons and divine blood demon generals. The next moment, Xian saw the bodies of these divine blood demons explode. The divine blood demon king's body instantly merged with the divine blood demon king's body. The divine blood demon king was absorbing other divine blood demons to increase its strength, Seeing this, Yi Xian immediately understood. This divine blood demon king had probably gained sentience. That was why it knew how to absorb its own kind to strengthen itself. After absorbing so much divine blood, the divine blood demon king's strength increased several times. It immediately charged at the sword god clone. Unfortunately, it still could not hurt the sword god clone. Too scary. Yi Xian sighed inwardly. He was hesitating whether to use the divine sword technique or not. However, this divine blood demon king was much faster than him. After absorbing the other divine blood demons, its speed was so fast that even he could not catch up to it. It would be a waste to use the divine sword technique. Besides, even if the divine sword technique killed this divine blood demon king, it could only extract a dozen drops of divine blood at most. It was not worth it. Humph, I won't waste time with you. Let's go, Yi Xian thought to himself. He was ready to take the sword god clone away. However, at this time a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The host has triggered a random mission. Kill the divine blood demon king in the bloody forest. A random mission was actually triggered at this time. Kill my ass. Let's go. The next moment, the divine blood demon king lost its target because the sword god clone was taken back by Yi Xian. At this time, somewhere outside the bloody forest, that divine blood demon king has already gained sentience. It knows how to let other divine blood demons kill humans to gather divine blood demon king's blood, and then absorb the divine blood demons to increase its strength. It looks like it won't be easy to deal with. Yi Xian thought to himself as he looked at the scarlet kill character in the sky. Soon, the bloody forest would probably become hell. Anyone who saw the divine blood demon king would probably not be able to survive. That divine blood demon king is hunting others. I just need to avoid it. I want to see if you can increase your strength faster than me. Yi Xian thought to himself. He broke through the void and entered the bloody forest again. In the following time, he continued to wander the bloody forest and hunt divine blood demons. In less than a day, he broke through to the 9th stage half-step sovereign realm. He was only one step away from the sovereign realm. He turned his head and looked at the scarlet kill character in the sky. He wondered what realm the divine blood demon king was at now. However, he did not think too much about it and continued to search for divine blood demons. Another day passed. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a first-stage sovereign realm. Finally, Yi Xian broke through to the sovereign realm. However, when he was a half-step sovereign, he needed 111 drops of false god blood to advance one level. Now that he had broken through to the sovereign realm, he needed 11 drops of false god blood to advance one level. Therefore, his breakthrough speed slowed down again. Now that you've broken through to the sovereign realm, let me go and meet you. Yi Xian thought to himself as he rushed toward the scarlet kill character. Previously, he had only encountered a 9th stage half-step sovereign realm human in the bloody forest. Now that he had broken through to the sovereign realm, he could practically call himself the king of the bloody forest. Of course, he did not know how many divine blood demons the divine blood demon king had absorbed or what realm it had reached. However, the sword god's clone was immortal. So what if he met it? The divine blood demon king's movements were irregular, but Yi Xian moved in a straight line. He estimated that he could probably fight that divine blood demon king. It took 3 whole days to catch up to the divine blood beast king. In these 3 days, Yi Xian's cultivation had broken through from early stage to middle stage. The amount of false god blood in his body had already reached 1,600 drops. After being strengthened by the false god blood, his body was as hard as a rock. Even if he didn't use the void spirit godly armor and the black gold godly armor, he would probably be able to withstand the attacks of a half-step dominator level divine blood beast king. At this time, Yi Xian estimated the distance. In about a minute, he would be able to come into contact with the divine blood beast king. A minute later, Yi Xian finally caught up to the divine blood beast king. At this time, the two were looking at each other. Hiss! The divine blood beast king's body was made of blood. The sound of flowing blood was like that of a venomous snake. It had already unlocked its intelligence, so it recognized Yi Xian. Back then, it didn't kill Yi Xian and let Yi Xian escape. Today, Yi Xian took the initiative to come to him. Just nice, Yi Xian also looked at the Divine Blood Beast King. He discovered that the Divine Blood Beast King's body had grown by at least half. It seemed that its strength had also increased by a lot. Kill. At this time, Yi Xian released the old tree and black horn. They attacked the Divine Blood Beast King from 3 directions. Xiao. The Divine Blood Beast King moved at the same time. It first dealt with the old tree, then black horn. Then, it slashed at Yi Xian's neck with its scythe. Unfortunately, it didn't hit Yi Xian's main body, but the sword god clone. So strong. Its attack power is at least at the level of a 5th stage dominator. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. He was only a 1st stage dominator now, but the Divine Blood Beast King was already a 5th stage dominator. Wasn't the speed of improvement a bit too fast? After all, Yi Xian only leveled up so fast because of the god-level devouring system. However, he couldn't care so much anymore. Fight. Rumble. The sword god's avatar kept summoning the old tree and black horn to fight the Divine Blood Demon King. As for the black gold sword servants, the immortal sword servants, and the 5-element sword servants, Yi Xian kept them on standby, waiting for the right opportunity because they had cooldowns after death. The battle was extremely intense. Although Yi Xian had broken through to become a rank 1 sovereign, his strength was still far from that of a Divine Blood Beast King. Even with the help of the old tree and black horn, he still couldn't make up for the difference. Humph, I have a trump card. Yi Xian immediately summoned the black gold sword servants, undying sword servants, and 5-element sword servants. Then, together with the old tree and black cove, they would launch a 6-sided pincer attack. Swish. The Holy Blood Demon King was not afraid at all. He rushed toward the nearest black gold sword servant. Yi Xian took the opportunity to summon Wei Zhentian. Beast God Clock, suppress him. In the blink of an eye, Wei Zhentian turned into the Beast God Bell. The next moment, the Demon King of Divine Blood, who had just arrived in front of the black gold swordsman and was about to raise its scythe to attack, was greatly slowed down. Divine Sword Technique. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He took out the Sky Splitter Divine Sword and slashed down. He had tried and tested this move many times. Whether it was the Divine Blood Demon, the Divine Blood Demon General, or the Divine Blood Demon King in front of him, they all fought in close combat. However, he had underestimated the Divine Blood Demon King's strength. The Divine Sword Technique slashed down and hit the black gold sword servants, but not the Divine Blood Demon King. What? Yi Xian was shocked. He realized that the Divine Blood Demon King suddenly increased its speed when it was about to be hit by the Sky Splitter Divine Sword. It seemed that the Divine Blood Demon King was also holding back. In the battle just now, it hadn't used its full strength. Therefore, the Sky Splitter Divine Sword missed. However, how could Yi Xian not have a backup plan? Swish. There were already many attacks on the Divine Blood Demon King's path of retreat. Among them, the 5-element sword servants' attacks were the most powerful. With a muffled sound, the Divine Blood Demon King's bloody body was split in half by the 5-element sword servants' attacks. It hit. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he had hit a Divine Blood Demon King. Although the Divine Sword Technique did not hit, it was already very good that it could injure the Divine Blood Demon King. The Divine Blood Demon King was split in half by the 5-element sword servants' attacks. The pseudo-divine blood in its body was also split in half. However, after that, Yi Xian was a bit surprised. He saw that the 2 halves of the Divine Blood Demon King's body actually were formed with a swish. Now, there were 2 Divine Blood Demon Kings. Of course, the divine blood in its body was split in half. Not dead? Again. Yi Xian immediately ordered an attack. The Divine Blood Demon King was suppressed by the Beast God Bell and injured by the 5-element sword servants. It had to split, so its strength naturally decreased. Under the attacks of Yi Xian and the others, its 2 bloody bodies split again into more than 10. Damn, are you an earthworm? Yi Xian was helpless. However, he did not believe that the Divine Blood Demon King was immortal, so he continued to attack. Soon, this Divine Blood Demon King had split into more than 100. This was not the point. The point was that these 100 Divine Blood Demon Kings actually started to merge. In the blink of an eye, 4 of them had merged. Still want to recover? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He quickly attacked and split the Divine Blood Demon King into countless parts again. However, this time, the Divine Blood Demon Kings did not merge again. Instead, they scattered. More than 100 Divine Blood Demon Kings scattered like waves, fleeing in all directions. Damn, what should I do? Yi Xian was helpless. He did not know which one to chase. Even the death warrant had disappeared after the Sacred Blood Demon King split up. Helpless, Yi Xian did not care too much. He ordered Old Tree and the others to attack. More than 100 Divine Blood Demon Kings multiplied until there were almost 1,000 of them. Every Divine Blood Demon King had a drop of pseudo-god blood in them. Furthermore, their vitality was much stronger than ordinary Divine Blood Demons. In the end, Yi Xian only killed 100 Divine Blood Demon Kings and obtained 100 drops of pseudo-god blood. So difficult to deal with. Yi Xian could not help but sigh inwardly. If he had been a rank 2 sovereign just now, he should have been able to kill all the Divine Blood Demon Kings. Unfortunately, he was only a rank 1 sovereign. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame himself for underestimating his enemy. He should have broken through again. However, now that he had broken through to rank 1 sovereign, he would need more than 500 drops of pseudo-god blood to level up. This was not a small number. He would need at least 1 or 2 days. Don't forget that Yi Xian was currently doing a random mission. The longer he took, the lower the reward. Chase. Yi Xian did not care too much. He decided to chase after the Divine Blood Demon Kings and kill as many as he could. However, when these Sacred Blood Lesser Demon Kings met other Sacred Blood Demons and Sacred Blood Demon Generals, they could fuse with them and grow. After that, they would gather together again. The Divine Blood Demon Kings were reborn again. Ding! The target of the death warrant has reappeared. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and hurriedly looked around. Indeed, he found a scarlet kill in the sky. At that moment, he immediately charged over. However, he felt that the Divine Blood Beast King's speed had increased significantly this time. It seemed that it had absorbed another Divine Blood Beast King. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that when Yi Xian was halfway there, he discovered that the Divine Blood Beast King had actually left the Blood Forest. It left? Yi Xian was somewhat shocked, but he didn't think much of it and immediately pursued. Unfortunately, the Divine Blood Beast King was faster than him, and the distance between the two kept increasing. Yi Xian chased fiercely for 3 days, but was left behind for at least 2 days. However, on the 7th day, the Divine Blood Beast King finally stopped. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly caught up and shortened the distance. Finally, he arrived at a large city. Strange, this Divine Blood Beast King can actually enter the city? Yi Xian was somewhat surprised, but he also entered the large city. He followed the death hunt command and arrived in front of a family. The Su family. He asked around and discovered that the Su family was a large family in this city. The family head was a rank 6 dominator expert. There's actually such an expert. Looks like I have to disguise myself and enter. Yi Xian thought to himself. He immediately left and found a member of the Su family with a lower realm. After killing him, he would use the Mask of Authenticity to devour him. Of course, Yi Xian added this unlucky person to the list of people to be resurrected. He would compensate him in the future. Then, he disguised himself as a member of the Su family and entered the Su family residence. This Divine Blood Beast King is in the east. After entering the Su family residence, Yi Xian approached the east side. However, just as he was about to approach, someone suddenly stopped him. Su Mu, this is the eldest young master's residence. You shouldn't be here. Hurry up and scram. Suddenly, a shout rang in Yi Xian's ears. He turned around and saw that the speaker was a rank 2 dominator Su family member. A mere rank 2 dominator dares to be so arrogant in front of me? Yi Xian immediately used the Deathly Hunt command to mark his opponent and blinked behind him. The next moment, the man's head flew up and was instantly sucked into the devouring space. Most likely, this Su family disciple would never have imagined that he, a rank 2 dominator, would be instantly killed by Su Mu, a rank 9 half-step dominator. Yi Xian then disguised himself as a Su family disciple and performed a soul search on him. The eldest young master that this Su family disciple spoke of was the Su family's patriarch's son, Su Tai. He had just returned from training outside yesterday. Furthermore, this Su family disciple coincidentally bumped into Su Tai once. Blood-eyed? Yi Xian was a little surprised. From the memories of the Su clan's disciples, he knew that Su Tai's eyes were black, and after returning from the training this time, his eyes turned red, and his entire person was different. Therefore, Yi Xian was sure that Su Tai was probably already dead, and the one who had taken over his body was probably a divine blood demon king. At that moment, Yi Xian leaped into the air and began to attack the scarlet word. Xiao! 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 A series of sharp sounds broke through the air as Yi Xian's attacks broke through the roof and entered. Peng! 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 In an instant, the attacks were all defeated. Immediately after, the Su family's eldest young master, Su Tai, who was having fun inside, leaped out. It's you? Su Tai's pair of blood-red eyes looked at Yi Xian. It's really you. Yi Xian's brows rose as he said, Divine Blood Demon King, you think that you can't escape death by possessing his body? Haha, you didn't kill me that day. Perfect, today I can take revenge for that day. Su Tai coldly snorted. Just you? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as he said. To be able to chase me here, you do have some ability. However, you have to look at where you are standing. Su Tai said. You are merely a divine blood demon king that possessed the Su family's eldest young master's body. As long as I tell the truth, let's see if the Su family will help you or help me. Yi Xian's lips slightly curled. Is that so? Then let's see if they believe you or not. From the moment I killed him and possessed his body, he was me and I was him. I want to see if the others believe you or me. Su Tai said. Since that's the case, then we have nothing more to say. Die. Yi Xian didn't waste any more words as he directly summoned the old tree and black horn to attack Su Tai together. His strength had already broken through to rank 2 dominator while they were rushing over, while Su Tai's current aura was that of a rank 3 dominator. However, Yi Xian felt that it wasn't that simple. A divine blood demon king's strength was much stronger than a rank 3 dominator. If it wasn't for the suppression of the beast god Bel, he probably wouldn't have been able to deal with the divine blood demon king that day. Indeed, when Yi Xian and the other two attacked, Su Tai also attacked. He directly turned into a ray of bloody light and instantly dealt with the old tree and black horn. At the same time, many people from the Su family leaped into the sky and surrounded Yi Xian. Before you came, I had already ransacked the Su family. Do you think that I'm only a rank 3 dominator? Su Tai coldly laughed. In the next instant, Yi Xian felt a powerful pressure. Of course, this pressure was useless against him. Rank 6 dominator. When Yi Xian felt this powerful aura, his expression changed. A divine blood demon king could devour fake divine blood to increase his strength. Just as he said, he had already ransacked the entire Su family. Not only that, the Su family's experts had already been possessed by the divine blood demon generals he had split off. Simply speaking, the Su family was now his world. With my current strength, I'm afraid that I won't be able to deal with a rank 6 dominator. Yi Xian thought to himself as he looked around at the group of Su family's experts, who were all at least rank 4 dominators. However, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear because this was the sword god's clone. Kill. Following Su Tai's order, the Su family's experts, including the Su family's master, all charged towards Yi Xian. Since that's the case, let's start a massacre. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he directly used his war god domain and pulled a rank 5 dominator into it. In the war god domain, the higher the opponent's rank, the greater the amplification Yi Xian would obtain after defeating them. This was also the reason why Yi Xian didn't use it against rank 4 dominators. Back then, when the divine blood demon king was cut in half, he was also caught unprepared, so he couldn't use it. Today, he must kill the divine blood demon king. What's going on? The Su family expert possessed by the divine blood demon generals raised his brows as he looked at Yi Xian with a strange expression. Before he could react, Yi Xian gathered Old Tree and the others and charged over. Yi Xian successfully killed the rank 5 Dominator within the time limit set by the God of War domain and received an increase in strength. Following the death of this person, the God of War domain also shattered. The surrounding space and time returned to normal. Yi Xian's strength increased sharply as he attacked with all his might. On the other side, the divine blood beast King Su Tai couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he watched this battle. He had already unlocked his intelligence and could naturally see that Yi Xian's aptitude was even higher than Su Tai's. Yi Xian, who was only a rank 2 Dominator, was actually able to possess such battle strength. It was indeed extraordinary. Thus, he had his eyes on Yi Xian's body and was waiting for an opportunity to attack. However, as the battle continued, the Su family's experts fell one after another. Unfortunately, to Yi Xian's disappointment, these Su family experts were all possessed by the Divine Blood Demon Generals that were split from the Divine Blood Demon King. Therefore, all of the Divine Blood they had left behind was devoured by the Divine Blood Demon Generals and the Divine Blood Demon King. Yi Xian killed a few people in succession, but these people did not have a single drop of fake divine blood in their yin and yang rings. Whoosh, just at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Yi Xian turned his head and saw Su Tai open his mouth and shoot out a ray of bloody light. Poof, this ray of bloody light shot towards the sword god clone's chest like an arrow, but the latter's invincible body blocked this ray of bloody light. Yi Xian squinted and discovered that this ray of bloody light was the Divine Blood Beast King. Humph, humph. You think you can take over my body? Yi Xian sneered. What a joke. The sword god clone was an invincible existence. Even a fake god would not be able to kill the sword god clone. Furthermore, this was just a Divine Blood Beast King formed from the blood of a fake god. This body of yours, I'm going to take it. The Divine Blood Beast King's eyes flickered as he turned into a bloody mist and enveloped the sword god clone. However, in his original form, he was unable to speak. It is impossible for you to take over the sword god's body. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly, but he did not chase the Sacred Blood Demon King away immediately. As for the others, they were left to the old tree, Black Horn, Black Gold Sword Servants, Undead Sword Servants, and the 5 Elements Sword Servants. Regrettably, Yi Xian had been chasing after the Divine Blood Beast Kings and didn't have the time to gather materials. Adding on the fact that he was already a rank 2 Dominator, he had a shocking amount of materials to recover the Divine Sword Art. Thus, he was still unable to use the Divine Sword Art. The Divine Blood Demon King didn't care about the lives of others and just wrapped the Sword God Avatar up. As a result, the others were killed by the 5 Elements Sword Attendants one by one. Even the Su family's family head, a rank 6 Dominator, had died in battle. However, after these demon generals died, they all turned into their true forms and gathered toward the Demon King. Soon, only the Sacred Blood Demon King and Yi Xian were left in the sky. Old Tree, go and collect the pseudo-divine blood. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. Okay. Old Tree nodded and immediately dispersed. Immediately after, a reign of terror was set off in this city. All those who had reached the Dominator level were killed. To become a Dominator, one needed 100 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Although Yi Xian needed 10 times more pseudo-divine blood than ordinary people, this was already the 7th layer of heaven. There were as many Dominators as dogs. Soon, Yi Xian collected a large amount of pseudo-divine blood. However, he didn't immediately devour it. Instead, he stored it. To break through from rank 1 to rank 2, Yi Xian needed more than 1,000 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Similarly, to break through from rank 2 to rank 3, he also needed more than 1,000 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Breaking through would become faster and faster. Soon, this city was stirred up by Old Tree and the others. Even the city lord was mobilized. However, this couldn't stop Old Tree and the others. In less than an hour, Old Tree and the others had collected several thousand drops of pseudo-divine blood. Immediately after, Yi Xian directly devoured them. Ding! Host broke through. Current rank 3 Dominator. System notifications rang out one after another. Yi Xian directly broke through from rank 2 Dominator to rank 6 Dominator. His aura instantly soared. What? In the sky above the Su family, the Divine Blood Beast King felt Yi Xian's aura and was extremely shocked. Unfortunately, it was too late. Die. Yi Xian took out the beast god clock and directly suppressed the divine blood beast king. Then, he attacked with all his strength. In an instant, the divine blood beast king's body split into two, then split again. In the end, it actually split into several hundred divine blood beast kings. Today, I'll kill all of your little clones. Let's see if you can still survive. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. As a rank 6 dominator, his strength was actually close to a rank 9 dominator. Wouldn't killing a divine blood beast king be easy? In less than 2 seconds, under the combined attacks of Old Tree and the others, these divine blood beast kings fell one by one. In the end, not a single one was left. Strange, all of my clones are dead. Why are there no system notifications? After Yi Xian killed the last divine blood beast king, he asked in surprise. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strange aura and immediately looked over. He discovered that there was an extra large drop of fake god blood in front of him. The fake god blood and the bodies of those divine blood beast kings had already been collected by him. The divine blood beast kings had devoured at least 10,000 drops of fake god blood. However, Yi Xian only obtained a few hundred drops of fake god blood from them. What's going on? Could it be that they were all devoured by this drop of fake god blood? Just as Yi Xian was about to collect this extra large drop of fake god blood, it suddenly trembled violently and flew into the distance. Damn, it escaped? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He immediately used the divine devouring system to analyze it and discovered that this drop of essence blood was the divine blood beast king's essence blood. It was the true form of the divine blood beast king, which was why it could devour so much fake god blood to strengthen itself. Trying to escape? Yi Xian immediately gave chase. However, the divine blood beast king's essence blood was extremely fast and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, the Death Hunt command didn't lose its target like last time. Yi Xian looked at the scarlet word kill and ran madly. At the same time, Old Tree and the others split up to collect fake god blood. Yi Xian's chase lasted for several days. In these few days, Old Tree and the others split up to collect a large amount of fake god blood. Yi Xian's realm had already reached the 9th grade sovereign realm. Coincidentally, Yi Xian had also caught up to the divine blood beast king. They would meet in an hour. This divine blood beast king is so difficult to deal with. This time, I have to kill it. Otherwise, the random mission reward will be worrying, Yi Xian thought to himself as he entered a scorching land. It was said that there was a powerful phoenix in this scorching land. Previously, when Yi Xian had just arrived at the 6th heaven, he had accepted a mission from the innate gate to kill an undying phoenix. However, this time, Yi Xian was not facing the undying phoenix. An hour later, Yi Xian finally found the escaping divine blood beast king. However, he had already occupied the body of a phoenix. This phoenix was called the Undying Phoenix. When Yi Xian heard this name, he sighed. This was because he had once merged with the bloodline of the Undying Phoenix. The Undying Phoenix had extremely strong recovery abilities. In addition, it had undying clones and so on. He wondered if the Undying Phoenix in front of him was the same. Divine Blood Beast King, do you think you cannot escape death just because you have an undying sovereign realm undying phoenix? Yi Xian said coldly. Haha, although I don't know what method you used to catch me, I have been waiting for you this time. The undying phoenix suddenly opened its mouth and spoke in human language. Oh? I want to see what kind of ambush you have set up. Yi Xian looked around. In the next moment, a large number of figures appeared, and the surrounding temperature suddenly soared. It turned out that there was more than one undying phoenix here. There were many. Moreover, all of them were undying sovereigns. After the divine blood beast king had escaped here, he had occupied the undying phoenix king's body. Then, he let the divine blood beast generals he had created to occupy the bodies of the other undying phoenixes. At this time, there were dozens of undying sovereign realm undying phoenixes surrounding Yi Xian. Facing such a situation, Yi Xian only raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not know how many times he had experienced such a scene. In short, he was not weak. Coincidentally, the undying phoenix was a sacred beast of the fire element, and the 5 element sword servants were immune to all attacks of the 5 elements. Coupled with the deterrence of Wei Zhentian's beast god Bell, the surrounding Undying Sovereign Realm Undying Phoenixes were still a bunch of chickens and pottery dogs. Even if he had not broken through to the Undying Sovereign Realm, Xian was enough to deal with them. Boom! 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 Immediately, a shocking battle broke out in this scorching land. Undying godly phoenixes fell one after another. Then, divine blood demon generals appeared one after another and were killed. These divine blood demon generals split from the divine blood demon king only have one drop of pseudo-divine blood in their bodies, but they are indeed very powerful. This is unreasonable, Xian thought to himself. However, in this world, many things did not make sense. After all, the divine blood demon king was formed from the blood essence of a fake god. Soon, all the immortal phoenix were dead. However, as the king of the immortal phoenix, the divine blood demon king was still standing strong. Its recovery speed was unprecedented, even surpassing that of Xian. But this was nothing in front of Xian. Restrain him. Xian transmitted his voice to everyone. Under the intimidation of the beast god clock, the immortal phoenix king's speed was greatly reduced. It could only endure the attacks. If it wasn't for its powerful recovery ability, it would have died long ago. However, after this, even if he didn't die, he would still die. Divine Sword Technique. A heaven-piercing divine sword fell and slashed at the deathless Phoenix King. Although the immortal Phoenix King's recovery ability was extraordinary, it could not withstand the instant killing effect of the divine sword technique. In an instant, the immortal Phoenix King was killed. Immediately after, the drop of pseudo-divine blood appeared in front of Xian again. However, this time, the drop of blood essence was one size bigger than before. There is no system notification. It seems that the divine blood demon king is not dead yet. Destroy it. Xian immediately gave the order and attacked himself at the same time. However, at this moment, whoosh, this drop of pseudo-divine blood vibrated violently again and then swept toward the ground. Want to leave? Stay. Although Xian resisted with all his strength, this drop of pseudo-divine blood was the blood essence of a fake god. It instantly sent the sword god doppelganger flying and burrowed into the ground. Xian hurriedly ordered everyone to burrow into the ground. He had already let the divine blood demon king escape twice. He could not let it happen a third time. However, at this moment, rumble. The ground suddenly began to tremble violently. No one knew what had happened. Immediately after, a terrifying aura spread, causing old tree and others to tremble. Bang! Suddenly, a shocking giant hand reached out from the ground and directly grabbed Xian and others. Ding! Flame Swallow Unicorn is dead. Ding! Black Scale Dragon Swallow is dead. Ding! Black Gold Sword Servant is dead. A series of death notifications sounded in Xian's mind. This giant hand directly crushed everyone except the sword god doppelganger to death. What kind of terrifying power was this? What the hell is this? Xian raised his eyebrows but could not break free from the giant hand. He could only watch as the giant slowly climbed out of the ground. This was a red giant with red hair and red eyes. It was at least 10,000 meters tall. The aura on its body was terrifying to the extreme. It was at least a high-level Undying Dominator. Boy, you didn't expect this, did you? At this moment, the red giant suddenly opened its mouth to speak. Divine Blood Monster King? Xian raised his eyebrows. Yes, it's me. The red giant snorted and nodded. Why do you think I came here and controlled a group of undying divine phoenixes to ambush you? I'm just toying with you. Do you think you can kill the great me with these tricks of yours? How ridiculous. It would be too boring to kill you directly, so I want to see what kind of expression you have when you see my new face. Hearing this, Xian could not help but sneered. Your new face is not that great. Ignorant child, this giant is the original body of the blood flame giant. It was a false god expert when it was alive. When I found it, it was just a dried corpse. After these days of splitting, I finally resurrected it. The divine blood monster king sneered. Do you think you can compete with it with your current realm? Ridiculous, I was only a false god when I was alive. If you have the guts, why don't you try to kill me? Xian was in disbelief. Shameless boasting. Since you asked for it, I'll fulfill your wish. The Divine Blood Monster King immediately squeezed with all his strength, but to his surprise, he could not hurt Xian. Is your body also a false god body? The Divine Blood Monster King asked in surprise. Yes, mine is also a false god body. Why, are you disappointed? Xian immediately replied. Hearing this, the Divine Blood Monster King could not help but show a greedy expression. At this moment, Xian was in his hands. Although he could not hurt Xian, he could first trap him. When he grew to the false god level, it would be Xian's time of death. However, at this moment, the seventh layer of heaven suddenly cracked open. Immediately after, a ray of red light descended. Xian and the Divine Blood Monster King turned to see a red-haired man walking out of the red light. Brother, you didn't die? The red-haired man was pleasantly surprised when he saw the flaming blood giant. The Divine Blood Monster King froze and quickly searched the memories of the fake god's corpse. Then, he clenched Xian tightly and smiled. Big brother. The newcomer had sensed the aura of the flaming blood giant, so he had come from the eighth heaven. He was the younger brother of the fake god that had just been resurrected. However, he did not know that the flaming blood giant had already been possessed by the Divine Blood Monster King. Brother, there has been no news of you all these years. I've already run around the seventh heaven countless times. I was just about to go back when I sensed your aura, the red-haired man said in surprise. He had already broken through the seventh heaven and was about to return to the eighth heaven. Big brother, I was harmed by a villain and fell into a deep sleep. I just woke up today. As the Divine Blood Demon King spoke up to hear, his attention fell onto Xian. Big brother, I just woke up and this brat angered me. This kid also has a fake god body. With my current strength, I can't hurt him. Please help me. Hearing this, the red-haired man raised his eyebrows. Humph, how dare you provoke the flaming blood giant family? You're courting death. Whoosh, before he finished speaking, a sword aura shot toward Xian. TCH. Xian did not care at all. Regarding the sword god avatar, he had always been indifferent. He had never seen anyone who could hurt the sword god avatar. However, his smile froze in the next moment. Ding. The sword god avatar's invincible body has been broken. The damage is 13%. This system notification shocked Xian. The invincible body of the sword god avatar was broken, invincible? Wasn't it supposed to be invincible? What a joke, Xian's face darkened. He guessed that the invincible body of the sword god avatar had a limit. Once the attack exceeded that limit, it would be damaged. Most importantly, Xian did not know what would happen if the invincible body was damaged. Would it die or need to be repaired? Ding. The sword god avatar is currently in a semi-invincible state. It will be damaged if it is attacked by an attack 5 levels higher than the original body. The system prompted again. Currently, Xian was a rank 9 sovereign. This meant that the sword god's avatar would be injured by a rank 5 undying sovereign. Damn it, Xian cursed in his heart. This damned red-haired man had actually injured the sword god's doppelganger. The red-haired man raised his hand and struck the invincible body of the sword god doppelganger down by 13%. If he struck again, the sword god doppelganger would most likely die. Not to mention the red-haired man, the sword god body was so fragile that even the flaming blood giant possessed by the sacred blood demon king could easily destroy it. Go. In the sky, Xian's eyes flashed as he quickly put away the sword god clone. He didn't dare to let the sword god's clone take the risk. Just like that, the sword god's avatar disappeared from the flaming blood giant's hand, leaving the sacred blood demon king and the red-haired man in shock. At this moment, somewhere in the seventh heaven, Xian's original body hurriedly used the void spirit divine armor to hide. He only hoped that the red-haired man would not search the seventh heaven. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. An expert of this level could easily kill him. Although he had a doppelganger in the mortal world and the lower heaven, it would be troublesome if they died. I still have 3 devour points that I haven't used, but I can't let the sword god's doppelganger take the risk. It's better to be safe and bear this grudge for now. Xian narrowed his eyes and decided not to seek revenge on the sacred blood demon king for the time being. The red-haired man from the flaming blood giant was at least a false god and was very strong. With his current strength, only death awaited him if he went to find the red-haired man. At this moment, he felt that the sacred blood demon king was moving. Fortunately, the sacred blood demon king was moving upwards. Not only that, but so was the red-haired man. This meant that the sacred blood demon king was being led away from the seventh heaven by the red-haired man and heading towards the eighth heaven. It seemed that the sacred blood demon king didn't take him seriously. After all, the sacred blood demon king was now occupying the flaming blood giant's false god body. If he returned to the flaming blood giant family, he should be able to recover his false god status very quickly. After the two left, Xian didn't have any more misgivings and immediately split up to act. He had to break through to the Undying Sovereign level as soon as possible and then reach the peak of the Undying Sovereign level. Only by becoming a false god could he break through the seventh heaven and go to the eighth heaven, then seek revenge on the sacred blood demon king and the red-haired man. In the following time, Xian was constantly on the move. The amount of divine blood he needed was 10 times that of the average person. To break through to the Undying Sovereign level, he needed to refine 11,111 drops of false god blood. After that, he would need the same amount of false god blood for each level. However, after breaking through to the Undying Sovereign level, the speed at which he collected false god blood doubled. This was because those large families had large amounts of false god blood. Unfortunately, whether it was half-step sovereigns, or undying sovereigns, they couldn't condense false god blood after death like Tianming. After all, they weren't false gods, otherwise, Xian's collection speed would greatly increase. Finally, after more than a month, Xian collected more than 90,000 drops of false god blood. At this time, he was already a 9th grade undying sovereign. He still needed 2,000 drops of false god blood to reach 100,000 drops of false god blood. At that time, he could condense his Tao heart into a false divine spark and become a false god. At this time, he arrived in front of a top city in the 7th heaven. This would be Xian's last stop in the 7th heaven. This was because he could obtain the last 2,000 drops of false god blood in this city. In addition, this city had a teleportation array that led to the 8th heaven. Kill. Xian didn't say anything and directly summoned the old tree and black horn. With Xian's current 9th grade undying sovereign level, he didn't need help at all. He could destroy the city by himself. He summoned the old tree and black horn because the old tree and black horn could help him devour. He couldn't wait. Immediately, the three of them killed their way into this top city in the 7th heaven. The city lord of this top city was a 9th grade undying sovereign. When he sensed Xian's 3 auras, he was so scared that he almost wet himself. A 9th grade undying sovereign was enough to dominate a place in the 7th heaven. Everyone generally minded their own business. Why would 3 9th grade undying sovereigns suddenly appear now? What are you doing in my territory? The city lord immediately jumped into the sky and looked at Xian's trio rushing toward him. Unexpectedly, Xian didn't have any intention of answering him. Death warrant. I have assassination. Rip. The city lord's head flew into the air. He was killed in an instant. Xian was now a 9th grade undying dominator. Killing an opponent of the same level was a piece of cake for him. He immediately put away the city lord's interspatial ring. Ding. The host has refined 2,367 drops of pseudo-god blood. Ding. The host's Taoist heart has been refined and is about to transform. Ding. The pseudo-god lattice has been condensed. Ding. The host has broken through to the pseudo-god realm. The host is now a 1st grade pseudo-god. Finally, Xian broke through to the pseudo-god realm. Following his breakthrough, Old Shu and Black Horn also made breakthroughs one after another. Then, they quickly absorbed the entire city into the devouring space. After breaking through to the pseudo-god realm, all the blood in my body has been transformed into pseudo-god blood. At the same time, a part of my saint power has been transformed into more powerful pseudo-god power. Xian thought to himself as he took out a drop of pseudo-god blood. After more than a month of killing, he had learned many things. For example, if he wanted to break through to the pseudo-god realm, he had to increase his pseudo-god power. If he wanted to increase his pseudo-god power, he could absorb pseudo-god crystals or extract some pseudo-god power from the pseudo-god blood and refine it for his own use. Of course, the pseudo-god power contained in the pseudo-god blood was very little. If he wanted to extract a pseudo-god crystal from the pseudo-god blood, he would need an astronomical amount of pseudo-god blood. With my current strength, although I may not be able to defeat that red-haired man, I already have the qualifications to go to the 8th heaven. Yi Xian thought to himself. Now that the sword god avatar was damaged by 13%, he would need good things to repair it. Previously, the devouring space had been torn apart, and Yi Xian had to pay a huge price to repair it. In addition to the necessities for repairing the sword god avatar, he could also choose to use devouring points to repair it. One devouring point could repair 20% of the damage. Although Yi Xian currently had 3 devouring points, he was still hesitating. When the invincible body of the sword god's doppelganger was not broken, it could at least withstand the attacks of an expert of a higher realm. Now that it has been broken, it can only withstand the attacks of experts of a higher realm. I'd better repair it. As Yi Xian thought to himself, he spent the remaining 3 devour points to repair the sword god's doppelganger. He only found out about this after the invincible body of the sword god doppelganger was broken. At that time, the bloody flame giant that the divine blood demon king had occupied happened to be a 9th grade undying dominator, which was within the invincible range. However, the red-haired man was a false god, at least 10 levels higher than Yi Xian. That was why the sword god doppelganger was damaged. Ding. Repair successful. Ding. The sword god's doppelganger's current damage is 0. He has regained his invincible body. Let's go, we'll go to the 8th heaven first. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and used the teleportation array to teleport to the 8th heaven. He had finally arrived at the 8th heavenly layer. He was only 1 step away from Luolua's 9th heaven. The 8th heaven was very close to the 9th heaven. Here, undying dominators were as common as dogs, and false gods were everywhere. Yi Xian, a 1st grade false god, was just the beginning in the 8th heaven. At this time, he turned his head and looked to the north, where there was a scarlet kill character. The target of the death hunting order was in the north, however, the divine blood demon king was quite a distance away from him. Immediately, he rushed to the north. While searching for the divine blood demon king, he also constantly collected the treasures of the surrounding forces. With his 1st grade false god realm, it was easy for him to fight a 4th grade false god alone. If he launched a group attack, even a 5th grade false god would have to suffer. As a result, his cultivation base also began to rise continuously. In just a few days, his cultivation base broke through from 1st grade false god to 3rd grade false god. At the same time, he also heard a piece of news. The north is the territory of the Bloody Flame Giant clan. However, I heard that the Bloody Flame Giant clan has started to expand their territory, and a large number of false divine beasts have come to join them. Yi Xian thought to himself. He had learned these things from other people's memories. As for the Bloody Flame Giant, it was said that he was the descendant of a divine beast and was extremely powerful. However, the divine beast ancestor went to the 9th heaven, so the Bloody Flame Giant clan's situation deteriorated. After a certain battle, only a few 7th grade false gods were left. However, Yi Xian heard that the Bloody Flame Giant clan had risen again during this time, and a demigod expert had appeared. What was the reason? The rise of the Bloody Flame Giant clan coincides with the arrival of the Divine Blood Demon King in the 8th heaven. Could it be the Divine Blood Demon King? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Based on the attack power of the red-haired man that day, that red-haired man should only be a low-grade false god. Otherwise, the sword god clone would have been killed instantly. If that red-haired man was only a 1st grade false god, he would be 10 levels higher than the 9th grade sword god clone. He would be able to break the sword god clone's invincible body. After all, the sword god clone's invincible body could only block attacks from 9 levels higher. Whether it is or not, I'll know when I get there. Yi Xian thought to himself as he entered the territory of the Bloody Flame Giant clan. Following the rise of the Bloody Flame Giant clan, a large number of false divine beasts had come to join them, and it was said that they had all improved. Therefore, there was a large number of false divine beasts in the Bloody Flame Giant clan. It just so happens that I can collect high-grade bloodlines on the way to the Bloody Flame Giant clan and see if I can awaken the 100 Beast Sword Servant. Yi Xian thought to himself. Previously, he had killed the Undying Phoenix and Immortal Phoenix. These two bloodlines were included in the 100 bloodlines needed to awaken the 100 Beasts Sword Servant. In addition, Yi Xian had also killed many false Divine Beast Sword Servant, so he had collected 18 bloodlines. Now, he had arrived at the 8th heaven, where all the false Divine Beasts had noble bloodlines. They should have reached the standard. Not long after entering the territory of the Bloody Flame Giant clan, Yi Xian encountered a group of false divine beasts. These false divine beasts were called heaven-devouring rats. It was said that they had the ability to destroy the sky, and they moved in groups. They would often break open the sky and wreak havoc in the 6th and 7th heavens. Yi Xian sensed for a moment and found that this group of heaven-devouring rats were only 6th-grade false divine beasts. There was nothing to be afraid of. Immediately, he released the old tree and the others and began to clean up this group of heaven-devouring rats. Sure enough, the heaven-devouring rat bloodline had been recognized by the system, and Yi Xian would be able to awaken the 100 Beasts Sword Servant sooner. Immediately, Yi Xian began to search the souls of these heaven-devouring rats. The heavenly treasures that Fairy Luli gave Yi Xian before were actually enough to create several experts at the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension stage. Now, if he wanted to raise his cultivation from the 8th level of the Heaven Ascension stage to the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension stage, the amount of heavenly treasures consumed would probably be several times more than before. However, he understood that Fairy Luli would definitely be willing to part with it. Alright, I'll give it to you. Fairy Luli clenched her teeth and directly threw out all sorts of treasures from her interspatial ring. Even Ling Guanyao would be envious of these priceless treasures. This time, Fairy Luli had really gone all out. This time, I'm betting on you. If you fail, pay me back tenfold. Fairy Luli suddenly said, a little stingy. Alright. Yi Xian didn't haggle anymore. He could easily defeat Ling Guanyao now, so his strength was probably at the top. If he were to make another breakthrough, who would be able to fight him? Don't be careless. Although your strength is above Ling Guanyao's, there's still a gap between you and those top geniuses. Those people all have the ability to cross the immortal tribulation, but they have been suppressing their cultivation. Their cultivation is extremely terrifying, even comparable to a loose immortal. You have to pay special attention to the two troublesome people from the Holy Land of Death and the Holy Land of Netherworld, Fairy Luli reminded. Although Lin Guanyao was at the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension stage, his cultivation time was too short, and the people sent by the 3 evil path Holy Lands were probably 10,000 years old monsters. If one really had to compare, Ling Guanyao's strength could only be ranked in the 3rd tier. The 2nd tier were those who had lived for a long time, such as the experts from the 3 evil path Holy Lands. As for the 1st tier, it was the Platinum Holy Light Dragon Willful, the successor of the Emperor of Death, Xianxia, the Netherworld Prince, and so on. Although they were younger than the 2nd tier, they had powerful backgrounds and weren't easy to deal with. Take the Platinum Holy Light Dragon Willful for example. If he hadn't been beaten back to his original form, he would have been a loose immortal expert. Although these people were troublesome, Yi Xian wasn't afraid. After all, he had a few helpers. When he activated his ultimate move, even a loose immortal would do it. He, who hadn't even broken through, had already surpassed Ling Guanyao, so he was probably in the 2nd tier. If he broke through to the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension stage, then he would definitely be able to squeeze into the 1st tier. Ding, host has broken through. Currently at the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension stage. In an instant, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed. Moreover, he'd reached the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension stage. Ding, host has reached the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension stage. Ding, host has reached the requirements for transcending the immortal tribulation. Ding, host's current success rate for transcending the tribulation is 95%. Another 3 system beeps rang out. 95%, this probability was already high enough. Yi Xian estimated that as long as 3 clones fused together and increased his strength by 20%, he would be able to successfully transcend the tribulation. However, after successfully transcending the tribulation, he would still be unable to ascend to the immortal world, because the immortal world's passageway had been closed. However, he usually had to start cultivating as a loose immortal. Right now, he still had important matters to attend to, so Xian wouldn't choose to transcend the tribulation. He actually broke through from the 8th level of the Heaven Ascension stage to the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension stage in an instant. This is really, Fairy Luli and the others were already shocked speechless. With your current cultivation, I'm afraid I won't even be able to block a single punch from you. Lin Guangyao said somewhat self-deprecatingly. He knew that Xian's current strength should be squeezed into the first tier. He wasn't someone that he, who was in the 3rd tier, could fight against. Very good, with your help, my Glaze Knights will also have the capital to fight against the Sacred Land of Death and the Nether Sacred Land. Fairy Luli said to Xian. Senior, don't worry. I have an 80% chance of obtaining the Sacred Master's token. Xian said with a confident expression. Alright. Fairy Luli was very satisfied. Next, it would depend on whether or not Xian could truly obtain the Sacred Master's token. Tomorrow, they would head to the Punlai Demon clan to discuss the battle plan. At that time, they would discuss how to deal with the evil Dao Holy Land. Very quickly, a day had passed. The Glaze Knights had a teleportation formation that led directly to the Punlai Demon clan, so it was very convenient. On the 2nd day, Fairy Luli brought Lin Guangyao, Monkey Yin, and Xian to the Punlai Demon clan. Hua! The teleportation formation began to operate. Xian was currently a bit excited because Luo Luo had been born in the Punlai Demon clan. However, she had only been born not long ago and hadn't activated her inherited memories, so she probably wouldn't be able to recognize him. At this moment, Xian's vision blurred, and his senses suddenly intensified. Although Luo Luo had been reborn, there was still a connection between her and Xian. When Xian landed on the ground, he could sense that Luo Luo was in the north and was very close. However, there was already a group of people from the demonic clan waiting at the teleportation palace. Greetings, Fairy Luli. An old man came up to him and said, This old man is Yao Shan. I've been waiting here for a long time. Have the other forces arrived? Fairy Luli asked directly. Yes. This Yao Shan nodded. Although it wasn't the agreed time yet, the Glaze Knights, who had the teleportation formation, were the last to arrive. This was a bit helpless. Immediately, Yao Shan brought Fairy Luli and the other 3 to the discussion hall. Other than the Punlai demon race, there were also the Heaven's End Palace, the Glaze Knights, and the Life Sacred Land. Thus, they were a 4-way alliance. Very quickly, Xian and the other 3 were brought to the discussion hall. At this moment, there were already quite a few people in the Punlai demon race's discussion hall, and they weren't weak either. The weakest of them was at the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension realm. One of them was even a loose immortal expert. This person sat at the head of the table, and he was an acquaintance of Xian. He was old immortal Tianju. Although he'd already guessed it, Xian couldn't help but sigh in his heart after seeing old immortal Tianju's true body. Fuck, this is a true hidden expert. When he was still a sovereign, he had already seen old immortal Tianju. Now, he was at the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension realm, and he had crossed the 3 minor disasters and the 9 heavenly realms. No one would have thought that the mysterious person who had appeared in that remote and desolate Bloodstone continent was actually a loose immortal. Although the old immortal Tianju there was only a clone, it was still shocking enough. Xian followed Fairy Luli into the discussion hall and immediately became the focus of attention. Everyone had heard of Lin Guangyao. The one-thought monk's appearance and attire were rather eye-catching, so everyone could recognize him. However, where did this stranger, Xian, come from? At this moment, there was another acquaintance of Xian in the discussion hall, the Platinum Holy Light Dragon. He'd come as well. Heh, Xian. When Willfulness saw Xian, he immediately greeted him. At that moment, Xian put away the corpse, drew out the blood, and refined it into pseudo-god crystals. Coupled with the huge amount of resources in the interspatial ring, Xian directly broke through. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently a 6th grade pseudogod. Following Xian's breakthrough, Old Tree and the others also broke through one after another. Now, even without the help of the 100 Beast Sword Servants, Xian could easily flatten the Blood Flame Giant clan. One of the targets is in the Blood Flame Giant clan, and the other is underground. Xian glanced over. Needless to say, the death warrant on the mainland should be the red-haired man from that day. As for the one underground, it should be the divine blood monster king. Go. At that moment, Xian ordered the sword god doppelganger, Old Tree, and Black Horn to rush underground. However, at that moment, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. Then, a dragon's roar came from underground, shaking heaven and earth. Rumble. In front of Xian, a blood-red dragon rushed out from underground. In an instant, a blood-red light flashed, dyeing the dark clouds in the sky red. The divine blood monster king has finally come out? Xian looked at the blood-red dragon and the scarlet kill above its head and couldn't help but murmur. However, this blood-red dragon's aura was more than 10 times stronger than that of the Blood Flame Giant clan's leader. The divine blood monster king was no longer a pseudo-god. It had probably become a demigod. A demigod was half a step into the immortal state. It was many times stronger than a pseudo-god. However, Xian was not weak. Kid, you're quite capable to be able to chase me from the 7th to the 8th heaven. This blood-colored heavenly dragon opened its bloody maw and let out a deafening roar. This should be the body of a demigod, right? Xian asked coldly. That's right. This is the body of a demigod under the blood-red forest, the divine blood monster king replied. Even Xian did not expect there to be a demigod in the Scarlet Forest. No wonder those who tried to explore underground never appeared again. At that time, Xian actually wanted to send the sword god clone down, but because his realm was too low, he didn't go. Later on, he triggered a random mission and went after the Sacred Blood Demon King. But when he returned to the Scarlet Forest, it had disappeared. He guessed that it was the work of the Divine Blood Demon King. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. You're quite impressive. You actually turned on your master. Xian said. This blood heavenly dragon was a demigod when it was alive. It was unknown why it had fallen in the 7th heaven. After the blood sky dragon died, it formed the blood forest, and the blood essence in its body turned into a divine blood demon king. Hearing this, the divine blood beast king coldly snorted. What do you mean by devouring his master? He died because he was incompetent. I replaced him. Alright, whatever you say. Anyway, I'm here for revenge today. Xian said. Revenge? The divine blood demon king was slightly surprised. He was the one who wanted to take revenge on Xian. How did it become Xian taking revenge on him? How dare a speck of light compete with the bright moon? I want to see how you fight against my demigod body. After saying this, the divine blood demon king transformed into a beam of blood light and swept toward Xian. Xian was very confident this time. Because the sword god clone's invincible body had been fully restored, he was not afraid at all. Otherwise, the sword god clone could only block attacks of level 5 and below at most. As long as the divine blood demon king's realm was not that of a level 7 demigod, he could not hurt the sword god clone. In an instant, Old Tree, Black Horn, and the others all charged over. As for the sword god clone, he first secretly put away the 100 beast sword servants and then charged over as well. He wanted to see how strong the divine blood demon king was. Boom. Boom, suddenly, an earth-shattering battle broke out in the sky. Xian currently had 3 people on his side. They were the sword god clone, Old Tree, and Black Horn. Because one of them had an invincible body, and the other 2 had unlimited resurrection. As for the sword servants, Xian temporarily put them away because there would be a cooldown time after they died. However, Xian had underestimated the divine blood demon king. As soon as they started fighting, Old Tree and Black Horn were killed by the divine blood demon king. However, the sword god clone was still standing strong. A false god already has a false god persona and then condenses false god power. A demigod has already raised the false god power to the peak, which is demigod power. Then they use demigod power to refine their body into demigod meridians, which is why their physique is extremely strong. As Xian thought, he controlled the sword god clone to attack the divine blood demon king. Judging from the divine blood demon king's attack power, he should be around the level of a level 1 demigod. It's only because you've crossed a level, so your strength has increased a little. However, you still have to die today. At this moment, Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. In the next moment, the black gold sword servants, immortal sword servants, 5 element sword servants, and 100 beasts sword servants appeared instantly. 100 beasts parade. The 100 beasts sword servants immediately used their ultimate move. Then, gold-level Ares mounts appeared one by one. Among them, there were platinum-level Ares mounts. There were exactly 100 of them in total. This 100 beasts parade was the ultimate move of the 100 beasts sword servants. Moreover, it was combined with the Ares mount skill, so the beasts summoned were at least gold level. Large and small battle beasts filled the sky, surrounding the Divine Blood Demon King. Divine Blood Demon King, today is the day you die. Go. At Xianxia's command, hundreds of gold-level beasts charged toward the Divine Blood Demon King. Among them, there were even 5 platinum-level super beasts. The Divine Blood Demon King was frightened by such a lineup. However, the demigod body he occupied was the bloodthirsty sky dragon, a descendant of a divine beast with a super physique. Attacks landed on his body one after another, but they were either scattered by the flowing blood chi or blocked by the dragon scales. The only attacks that could really hurt the bloodthirsty sky dragon were the few platinum-level beasts. Of course, there were also the 5 element sword servants and the 100 beasts sword servants. However, the wounds on the bloodthirsty sky dragon were automatically healed by the blood chi soon after they appeared. Ha ha ha, you think you can win by outnumbering me? The Divine Blood Demon King laughed. With a swing of his dragon tail, several gold-level Ares mounts exploded. Really? Then why don't you try this? Xian sneered. In the next moment, Xianxia suddenly appeared. Beast God Clock. Suppress. In an instant, the Divine Blood Demon King's laughter stopped abruptly. He felt that his physique had decreased by at least 80%. What happened? He suddenly recalled that the same thing had happened to him when he was in the Scarlet Forest. Boom. Xianxia, who was only a 6th-grade false god, could not block the attack and was directly blown away by the dragon's breath. However, in the next moment, it reappeared again. Old Tree, Black Horn, Xianxia, and Padian, all 4 of them were magic treasures with the ability of immortality. As long as Xian had an avatar, they would not die. It was impossible for the Divine Blood Monster King to kill Xianxia. What? The Divine Blood Monster King was shocked. At this time, huff, huff, huff. The wind roared again, and the surrounding gold-grade and platinum-grade warlord mounts once again launched a group attack. In addition, there were also the 5 element sword servant and the 100 beasts sword servant in the form of a white tiger. After being shocked by Xianxia, the Divine Blood Monster King's strength dropped by 80%, including his physique. The attacks that could not hurt him could now hurt him, and the attacks that could hurt him could now seriously injure him. After the Divine Blood Monster King withstood this round of attacks, his huge body suddenly gushed out like a flood of blood, pouring down like a bloody rain. Roar! The Divine Blood Monster King roared in pain, and the blood in his body began to recover. He knew that if he did not use his trump card, things would not be good. He prepared for a moment, and immediately his whole body began to bloom with blood-red light. The light shone around, and all the mounts with flesh and blood began to change. What's going on? Those mounts began to crazily pour out blood, and then gathered toward the bloodthirsty sky dragon. After the bloodthirsty sky dragon absorbed the blood, not only did its injuries begin to recover, but even its aura began to become stronger. If not for the Beast God Clock, I'm afraid it would have been difficult to deal with you today. Unfortunately, no matter what you do today, you will die. 100 Beasts Feast. Xian thought in his heart and ordered those warlord mounts to attack. At the same time, he used the skill obtained by activating the 100 Beasts Sword Servant. The aura of these warlord mounts suddenly skyrocketed, and immediately rushed forward, instantly surrounding the bloodthirsty sky dragon. At the same time, the sword god avatar also slashed out a sword. Divine Sword Technique. A divine sword suddenly appeared, and the terrifying aura spread, causing the Divine Blood Monster King to tremble violently. He wanted to dodge the sword, but his body was surrounded by many warlord mounts, and there was even a platinum-grade supergiant, holding on to his dragon tail. He could not avoid it at all. Rip! With a crisp sound, the bloodthirsty sky dragon's body was cut in two by the Sky Splitter sword. Originally, he thought the beast thought the Divine Blood Monster King had a chance. However, the move that cut him was the divine sword technique. Divine sword. The sky sword. Divine sword was a sword. Divine sword. Sword. A divine sword. Divine sword. Sword. Previously, when he was at the 6th or 7th heaven, Xian had also used the divine sword technique. At that time, the heaven-splitting divine sword could split open the heavens. Sky, sky, God, sky. Puff. The bloodthirsty heavenly dragon opened its big mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Then, its two halves fell from the sky. Ding. Host has completed the random mission. Reward, 10,000 pseudo-divinity crystals. With the death of the divine blood monster king, Xian's random mission, which had been delayed for a long time, was finally completed. However, the completion speed was too slow, so the system rewarded him with 10,000 pseudo-divinity crystals. These 10,000 pseudo-divinity crystals were just a drop in the bucket for Xian, a 6th grade pseudo-divinity. However, don't forget that it was a demigod corpse in front of him. He immediately put away the two halves of the bloodthirsty sky dragon's body. The blood flowing in the demigod corpse was demigod blood, which was a level higher than the pseudo-divinity blood. Xian used the divine devouring system to refine it into pseudo-divinity crystals. Ding. Host has broken through. You are now a 9th grade pseudo-divinity. In an instant, Xian jumped 3 levels, from 6th grade pseudo-divinity to 9th grade pseudo-divinity. This was countless times more precious than the system reward. I am now a 9th grade pseudo-divinity, only one step away from becoming a demigod. Xian's eyes lit up. A demigod was half a step into the divine realm. His divine sword bloodline and divine battle bloodline were only at the demigod level. As long as he stepped into the divine realm, his divine sword bloodline and divine battle bloodline could grow into the unparalleled divine sword bloodline and the supreme divine battle bloodline respectively. He wondered how powerful these two divine bloodlines would be. Phew. Xian breathed a sigh of relief. This random mission was the worst one he had ever completed. However, the matter was finally resolved. Through this incident, he also activated the 100 Beasts sword attendant and broke through to 9th grade pseudo-divinity. He was only one step away from becoming a demigod. Luo, wait for me. I will reach the 9th heaven soon. Xian thought to himself. He had already searched the soul of the bloodthirsty celestial dragon. At the same time, he understood the 8th heaven and had a preliminary understanding of the 9th heaven. Xian had trained all the way from the 1st heaven to the 8th heaven. However, what he had experienced was only the tip of the iceberg of the 8th heaven. However, even if the 1st heaven was added to the 8th heaven, it was still far from the 9th heaven. Compared to the 9th heaven, the 1st heaven to the 8th heaven were just child's play. If this world was compared to a planet, then the 1st heaven would be the Earth's core, and the 9th heaven would be the Earth's surface. The surface would naturally be the most spacious. At the same time, Xian also knew that the 9th heaven had a name. The 9th heaven was known as the realm of gods, therefore, Xian's divine sword technique could no longer break through the heavens. Otherwise, he would have gone directly to the 9th heaven. The 9th heaven, the realm of gods, Xian, will definitely reach it. Xian swore silently in his heart. This was because Luo had been taken away by the guiding light from the 9th heaven. Until now, there had been no news of her. Xian's current goal was to continuously become stronger. Then, he would beat up the person who had abducted Luo. Currently, he was only one step away from the demigod realm. Based on his recent experiences, the day of his ascension to the realm of gods was not far away. The most important thing now was to increase his level to the demigod realm. However, not long after the fall of the Flaming Blood Giant clan and the Divine Blood Monster King. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound entered Xian's ears. He turned his head and saw a golden pillar of light in the east. This is, Xian raised his eyebrows in surprise. He suddenly recalled that when he was at the 7th heaven, the 9th heaven had sent down a guiding light and taken Luo away. Now, there was another one? No, there was more than one. There were also guiding lights in the other 2 directions, but they were very far away from him. The 9th heaven is the realm of the gods. What happened? Xian was curious and immediately rushed toward the nearest golden beam of light. This time, he might be able to go to the 9th heaven earlier. The first beam of light was not far from Xian, and it lasted for a long time. When Yixian was about to arrive, the beam of light was still not over. However, just as he was about to arrive, "Stop right there." A loud shout entered his ears. Yixian stopped and looked at the man in front of him. "Your Excellency, what's the matter?" "I have a question. Have you seen this stone before?" The man took out a portrait. On the portrait was a strange stone with strange symbols on it. "No." Yixian shook his head. "Is that so?" The man narrowed his eyes, and in the next moment, he attacked. A mere second-grade demigod dared to attack Yixian. He was courting death. In an instant, he was killed by Yixian and the others. After Yixian put the man's ring and body into the devouring space, he heard a system notification sound. Ding. The host has broken through and is now a first-grade demigod. A false god already had a false godhead and could refine the false divine power. A demigod needed to refine the demigod pulse. At the same time, the false divine power would gradually transform into demigod power, and the false divine spark would grow into a demigod divine spark. Demigod pulse, demigod divine spark, and demigod power were the most powerful aspects of a demigod. However, what made Yixian curious was what kind of stone this man was looking for. Immediately, he began to search the corpse's soul. A divine stone of calamity breaking? Yixian raised his eyebrows. The man was looking for a divine stone of calamity breaking. It was said to be an ability that made one immune to energy attacks. As for why he was looking for it, it was because the deity who had descended to the 8th heaven a few days ago had entrusted him with the task. Yes, it was the deity. That beam of golden light was called a miracle, and during this miracle, a deity from the 9th heaven had descended. He was looking for the divine stone of calamity breaking. A tribulation-breaking divine stone that is immune to energy attacks? Isn't my void spirit divine armor immune to energy attacks? Yixian raised his eyebrows and suddenly had an idea. Immediately, he rushed toward the place where the golden light had descended. That place was called the 8 Directions Divine Mountain. It was said that this 8 Directions sect had once nurtured a true god who had ascended to the divine world. At that time, the 8 Directions sect was considered one of the top forces in the 8th heavenly layer, and was constantly sought after by other forces. However, after this celestial being ascended to the divine world, there was no news of him. It was suspected that he had fallen. That was why 8 Directions sect had fallen to rock bottom, unable to recover from the setback. Now, 8 Directions sect only had one rank 7 demigod. However, with the arrival of the divine masters from the divine world, the 8 Directions sect was once again the center of attention. Coincidentally, this heavenly god who descended to the 8th heavenly layer was the one who had ascended to the divine world before the 8 Directions sect. At this moment, Yixian was planning something in his heart. He was going to use the void spirit godly armor to exchange for some cultivation resources. TSK. Not long after, Yixian arrived at the 8 Directions sect. It was said that this true god who had descended to the 8th heavenly layer was here on behalf of a certain divine mountain to find the divine stone of calamity breaking. Therefore, after giving some instructions to the 8 Directions sect, he left and went to other forces. As for the other golden lights, they were all true gods who had descended. The true gods, who were rarely seen in countless years, had descended one after another, shocking the people of the 8th heavenly layer. For a time, this had become the most popular topic in the area. "Sir, is there something you need?" After Yixian arrived at the 8 Directions sect's mountain gate, an 8 Directions sect disciple stopped Yixian. "I have news of the divine stone of calamity breaking," Yixian said directly. "What?" The disciple was shocked. He sized up Yixian and found that he was only a rank 1 demigod. "Are you sure?" The disciple couldn't help but ask. "I'm sure." Yixian nodded. "Good, then come with me." The 8 Directions sect disciple nodded and immediately brought Yixian into the 8 Directions sect, then handed him over to an 8 Directions sect elder. This 8 Directions sect elder was a rank 6 demigod and was one of the top experts in the 8 Directions sect. "Boy, you have news of the divine stone of calamity breaking?" The 8 Directions sect elder asked. "Yes." After the sword god's doppelganger finished speaking, he directly summoned the void spirit divine armor and said, "I obtained this set of armor in a fortuitous encounter." It has the effect of the divine stone of calamity breaking. I suspect that the divine stone of calamity breaking might have been mixed in when it was forged. Armor? The elder was stunned and immediately raised his hand to launch an attack. This attack was only at the rank 1 demigod level, but when it fell on the void spirit divine armor, it was instantly shattered. The elder was skeptical and attacked with the sword chi of a rank 2 demigod, but it was still shattered by the void spirit divine armor. Following that, he attacked with the sword chi of a rank 3 demigod, then a rank 4 demigod. This is unbelievable. Even if it's a lower rank demigod artifact, after receiving such an attack, there should be cracks on it. The elder was shocked. Then, he tried the rank 5 demigod attack, then his rank 6 demigod attack. However, his full force attack could not leave any mark on the void spirit divine armor. The divine stone of calamity breaking. It was indeed the divine stone of calamity breaking. Of course, it was unlikely that an entire divine stone of calamity breaking was used, but as long as some powder was mixed in during the forging, it would be enough to achieve such an effect. Young man, where did you get this set of armor? The elder asked. From a ruin, but it doesn't matter. I can give this set of armor to you. Xianxia smiled. The elder was stunned and said, could it be that this set of armor did not recognize you as its owner? Treasures of this level would generally recognize an owner. Once it recognized an owner and the owner died, the treasure would disappear with him. How could this be, unless this set of armor did not recognize an owner at all? Elder, this set of armor of mine is in exchange for some cultivation resources. What do you think, Elder? Xianxia said with a smile. Good, that's great. The 8-Path Sect Elder was so happy that he almost cried. This was something that the big shots of the God Realm needed, and now that he had it, he would definitely be rewarded greatly. I'll use all these things to exchange for this set of armor. What do you think? The elder generously took out a pile of things. After Xianxia saw it, he was also overjoyed and hurriedly put everything into the devouring space. The elder was not afraid that Xianxia would take the things and leave. After all, the latter was only a rank 1 demigod. It was wishful thinking to take away the things under his watch. Xianxia did not say much and directly took off the void spirit divine armor and handed it to the elder. Very good. You can stay in my 8-Path sect now. Maybe the sect leader will see you. After the elder finished speaking, he took the void spirit divine armor and hurriedly left. These things are enough to create a 4th grade demigod. Xianxia's eyes lit up as he gobbled up the good stuff. Ding. Host has broken through. Currently a 2nd grade demigod. Ding. Host has broken through. Currently a 3rd grade demigod. His realm had broken through continuously and reached 3rd grade demigod. Now, with his strength, there was no need to be afraid of 8 Direction sect. However, he was still wary of that deity. After all, that deity was a deity. Not long after, the sect leader of 8 Direction sect came looking for him. Young man, can you tell me the location of the ruins? Asked the sect leader of 8 Direction sect. Behind him was the elder from earlier. However, since Xianxia had deliberately concealed his aura and this was no small matter, the sect leader of 8 Direction sect did not pay much attention to him. That place is in the 7th heaven. Xianxia casually told him the location, but it was actually the Scarlet Forest from earlier. However, the sect leader of 8 Direction sect did not believe it. Okay, then let me ask you again. Why did the set of armor you gave Elder Lin just now disappear for no reason? Asked the sect leader of 8 Direction sect. Disappeared? Needless to say, Xianxia must have kept it. After all, it was Wei Zhentian that turned into the void spirit divine armor, not a real demigod artifact. I'm not sure. Xianxia shook his head. Young man, I'm sorry to offend you. As soon as he finished speaking, the sect leader of 8 Direction sect, a 7th grade demigod, flashed behind Xianxia and pressed his hand on Xianxia's forehead, preparing to search his soul. Xianxia reacted immediately. In the next moment, he directly used the Eye of Assassination to appear behind the elder. Rip. With a crisp sound, the elder's head was directly thrown into the air, and the universe ring fell into Xianxia's hand. With Xianxia's current realm of 3rd grade demigod, it was extremely easy to kill a 6th grade demigod with a sneak attack. The sect leader of 8 Directions sect did not expect Xian to have such a method. He immediately turned around and threw a punch. This blow was enough to kill a 6th-grade demigod, but the fist fell on the Void Spirit Divine Armor and was easily blocked. Finish him. Without another word, Xian released the old tree and the others. A storm of blood began. The 8 Directions sect master was the strongest expert in the 8 Directions sect. His cultivation had already reached rank 7 demigod realm. However, this level of strength was nothing to Xian. Under the joint attack of Old Tree, Black Horn, Black Gold Sword Servants, Undying Sword Servants, and 5 Element Sword Servants, the sect master of 8 Paths sect was killed. The interspatial ring also fell into the hands of Xian. Ding! The host has broken through and is now a rank 4 demigod. Xian made another breakthrough. Then, he used the Mask of Truth and Illusion to disguise himself as the sect master of 8 Paths sect. A perfect disguise. As long as he did not make a move, even a 9th-ranked demigod or a true deity might not be able to recognize him. I'm just dealing with a small fry who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Everyone, disperse. At this time, Xian suddenly leaped into the air and shouted. The commotion just now had attracted the attention of the surrounding disciples, so Xian hurriedly explained as the sect master of 8 Paths sect. When the group of disciples heard this, they immediately dispersed. After that, he took out a communication token. After a moment of contemplation, he opened his mouth and spoke. Old Ancestor, I found a set of battle armor mixed with tribulation-breaking divine stones. Xian disguised himself as the sect master of 8 Paths sect and said. The next moment, a middle-aged man's voice was heard. I'll be right there. At this time, the person Xian transmitted his voice to was the deity who descended from the divine world. He was also from the 8 Paths sect, so his seniority was much higher than the sect master of 8 Paths sect. Xian was waiting here, ready to welcome the deity. If a demigod wanted to prove his status as a deity, he had to pass the divine tribulation. Once he passed the divine tribulation, he would undergo earth-shattering changes. Demigod lattice, demigod power, and demigod bloodline would all transform into godhead, divine power, and divine bloodline. A deity would not encounter any danger in the 8 paths of heaven, unless he encountered an opponent of the same level. The old ancestor of 8 Paths sect only took a short time to arrive at the 8 Paths sect. No one knew where he came from. In any case, his speed was astonishing. In the 8 Paths sect, Xian immediately flashed out after sensing the powerful aura, then quickly used the Death Hunt token to mark the deity. This is the deity. Xian narrowed his eyes, feeling a little uneasy. Although Wei Zhentian's Mask of Truth was very useful, he was facing a deity after all. He did not know if he would be exposed. Old ancestor, you're here. Xian hurriedly greeted him with a smile. This deity had the appearance of a middle-aged man. He looked no different from an ordinary demigod. However, he was wearing a white armor with 2 words engraved on his chest, White Flame. Xian knew that this was a faction in the 9 Paths called the White Flame Divine Mountain. This deity had joined the White Flame Divine Mountain. He had only come to the 8 Paths after receiving a mission. Cut the crap. Where's the item? The middle-aged deity asked directly. Hearing this, Xian prepared to take out the Void Spirit Divine Armor. However, his expression changed drastically in the next moment. Oh no, the Void Spirit Divine Armor was transformed by Wei Zhentian, and so was the Mask of Truth. Now that I'm wearing the Mask of Truth, how am I going to take out the Void Spirit Divine Armor? It was only then that Xian discovered a loophole. He quickly used the Divine Devouring system to extract the memories of the dead elder and tamper with them. Old ancestor, please take a look at this. Xian took out a floating image crystal and threw it over. This floating image crystal recorded the scene of the elder testing the Void Spirit Divine Armor. After watching it, the middle-aged deity's eyes lit up. He said, it might be the tribulation-breaking divine stone. Where's the item? This. Elder Lin took this precious armor. I don't know where he went. Maybe. Xian stammered. Bastard, how dare you steal from me? You're courting death. The middle-aged deity was furious. He immediately spread out his divine sense, but he did not find Elder Lin of the 8 Paths sect. Immediately, he left his original spot and began to search his surroundings. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian transformed Wei Zhentian into the Void Spirit Divine Armor and put it on the Sword God's clone. Then, he launched an attack on the Eight Paths sect. Rumble. The entire Eight Paths sect was like a scene from hell. It was massacred by Yi Xian. However, these dead people would be resurrected by Yi Xian in the future, and then be absorbed into the Devouring system to live in it. Now, their role was to act as extras for Yi Xian to act out the show. The middle-aged man was taken aback. He turned to look at Yi Xian and asked, "Did you do it?" "Ha ha ha, the armor mixed with the calamity-breaking divine stone is indeed powerful. Even the sect master died in my hands." Yi Xian suddenly burst out laughing. "You are Elder Lin?" The middle-aged man finally reacted. At this time, Yi Xian was wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor. Moreover, it was the first time he saw it, so he did not feel anything was wrong. "Old ancestor, I'm sorry. I just wanted to test the armor made with the calamity-breaking divine stone to see if it is really that powerful," Yi Xian said. The middle-aged man was already angry. He shouted, "Give it to me and I'll spare your dog life." Hearing this, Yi Xian shook his head and said, "That won't do. If you want this armor, you have to use something else." "Shameless boasting. You're courting death." The middle-aged man's expression changed. Good lord, a mere demigod dared to speak to him in such a manner. He was really courting death, however, he had overlooked one thing. Elder Lin was a 6th-grade demigod, and the person in front of him was only a 4th-grade demigod. In an instant, the middle-aged man attacked himself, preparing to seize the Void Spirit Divine Armor. Of course, the strength he displayed was only that of a 7th-grade demigod. However, what surprised him was that his attack was instantly dispersed when it landed on the Void Spirit Divine Armor. His attack was ineffective. It is indeed the calamity-breaking divine stone. With it, the mountain master can safely pass the divine tribulation. The middle-aged man thought to himself. The mountain master was the owner of the White Flame Sacred Mountain. He was in a very dangerous situation. As time passed, the time of the divine tribulation was approaching. Therefore, he had to rely on the calamity-breaking divine stone. The calamity-breaking divine stone ignored energy attacks and could even withstand the divine tribulation. The middle-aged man was planning to test how much of the calamity-breaking divine stone powder was mixed into the armor. For him, the more the better. His attack just now was only that of a 7th-grade demigod. However, this attack was enough to kill the sect master of the Eight Paths sect, who was also a 7th-grade demigod. However, Yi Xian was able to remain unharmed. Therefore, the middle-aged man planned to increase his attack to that of a 8th-grade demigod. Swish! A flash of broadsword light tore through the air and landed on the Void Spirit Divine Armor again. However, like before, it had no effect. Since there was none, then he would try a rank 9 demigod attack. Pooh! The attack was still dispersed by the Void Spirit Divine Armor. At this moment, the middle-aged divine being's expression became somewhat strange. If even a 9th-rank demigod's attack could not harm it, then he would have to attack with all his might. Although he was only a 1st-grade deity, he was still a deity. His full-powered attack was enough to kill a deity. Would this armor be able to withstand it? If they can't handle it, then even if they bring it to the mountain chieftain, they won't be of much help. The middle-aged man thought to himself. In fact, the mountain lord of the White Flame Divine Mountain didn't have much hope. He was already prepared to be struck to death by the divine tribulation. He only sent a few people to search for him. The more powerful deities would search for them in the god realm, while the weaker ones would come to the 8th layer of heaven to try their luck. Who knows, they might be able to reap some unexpected benefits. In any case, they were just treating a dead horse as a living one. Who would have thought that he would really find it? Old ancestor, why aren't you attacking? At this moment, Yi Xian asked. You're courting death. The middle-aged divine being's anger surged. He slashed the long saber in his hand and a dazzling saber ray pierced through the air. Huff, huff, huff. In an instant, the divine being's full-powered attack landed on Yi Xian's Void Spirit Divine Armor. However, to the middle-aged divine being's surprise, his attack did not have any effect on the armor. Calamity-breaking divine stone. It must be the calamity-breaking divine stone. At this moment, the middle-aged divine being was 100% sure. The calamity-breaking divine stone must have been mixed into this armor. Old ancestor, why don't we make a deal? Xian asked. What deal? The middle-aged divine being was surprised. I'll give you this armor. Xian said. Also, you have to promise that you won't kill me after you get this armor. The middle-aged divine being said slowly, you have the most guts I've ever seen. Old ancestor, although this armor can withstand energy attacks, it can't withstand ordinary attacks. If you want to kill me, it'll be easy. However, if you do that, you won't be able to ensure the integrity of this armor. Xian said. The middle-aged divine being hesitated when he heard this. He had already verified the effect of this armor. In his opinion, this armor must have been mixed with the calamity-breaking divine stone. If he were to make a move and kill Xian, then this armor would probably be destroyed as well. Think about it, which one is better, to bring back a complete set of armor or a damaged set of armor? Of course, the complete one. Alright, what do you want? The middle-aged divine being immediately agreed. Of course, his purpose was only to get the armor. As for Xian, he naturally wanted to kill Xian because he had angered him. I need a heavenly treasure that can allow me to cultivate to the peak of the 9th stage demigod realm. Xian said directly. What? The middle-aged divine being was stunned. Xian was really asking for an exorbitant price. He wanted so many heavenly treasures just by opening his mouth. However, in the divine world, countless demigods at the peak of the 9th stage demigod realm had died under the deity's tribulation. Even with so many heavenly treasures, one might not be able to become a deity. Moreover, it had been some time since he had become a god. These things were nothing to him. Alright, I can give them to you. However, if you try to play any tricks, I will kill you even if it means destroying the armor. The middle-aged divine being immediately agreed. With my strength, how would I dare to deceive you? Xian said with a smile. Then, the middle-aged divine being casually sucked in a scattered interspatial ring and put some things into it. Xian watched as the heavenly treasures were put into the interspatial ring. Then, the middle-aged divine being threw them to him. Tsk tisk. Xian caught the interspatial ring and immediately devoured everything in it. Ding. The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now an 8th stage demigod. After devouring everything in the interspatial ring, Xian had advanced by 4 levels. If not for the fact that he needed more experience points than the average person, he would have broken through to the peak of the 9th stage demigod realm. Eh? The middle-aged divine being was shocked by the change in Xian's aura. How could a person break through from the 4th stage demigod realm to the 8th stage demigod realm in an instant? How did you do it? The middle-aged divine being was surprised. I will tell you when you are dead. Xian's face suddenly turned cold. His tone had also changed drastically. You're toying with me? The middle-aged deity immediately reacted and said, do you think that you can fight me just because you are an 8th-ranked demigod and have a set of armor made with the divine stone of calamity? Who said I'm the only one? Xian sneered. In the next moment, Old Tree, Black Horn, Black Gold Swordsman, Undying Swordsman, 5 Elements Swordsman, and 100 Beasts Swordsman all appeared. A great battle was about to break out. Xian had to go all out. You're courting death. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He immediately attacked Old Tree and the others. At the same time, the 100 Beasts Swordsmen also used their ultimate move. 100 Beasts Parade, hundreds of figures appeared again. This time, Xian summoned 88 gold war god mounts. In addition, there were 11 platinum war god mounts, 88 gold war god mounts and 11 platinum war god mounts made a total of 99 gold war god mounts. The 100th war god mount was not a gold or platinum war god mount. It was a violet gold war god mount that was 1 level higher than platinum war god mount. It was a cute little bird called the Heaven Shrouding Rock. It could change its size at will. At its current level, the Heaven Shrouding Rock could cover up to 1,000,000 kilometers of land. The Heaven Shrouding Rock lived up to its name. Let's go. At Yi Xian's command, all of them charged at the middle-aged man like ferocious beasts. At the same time, he activated the skill given by the 100 Beasts Swordsman, 100 Beasts Feast. There was a huge gap between demigods and gods. However, Yi Xian was at the peak of 8th stage demigod realm. With so many helpers, he was not afraid at all. White flame divine fire. Burn all of you to ashes. The middle-aged man also took out his trump card. This was the product of cultivating the white flame divine skill in the white flame divine mountain. It was a type of divine fire that was extremely powerful. Unfortunately, this thing was useless against the 5 elements swordsmen. The 5 elements swordsmen were immune to all 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Although the white flame divine fire was a divine fire, it was still of the fire element. The 5 elemental sword attendants charged forward and absorbed all the white divine fire. Then, the 5 elemental sword attendants' auras surged. What? He swallowed the white flame divine fire? The middle-aged man was shocked. Where did these people come from? Each one was scarier than the other. While he was still in shock, he had already been completely surrounded. Following that, one terrifying attack after another was launched at him. Despite having a divine body, the middle-aged deity was unable to withstand such a powerful attack and was instantly injured. However, it was not that easy to kill a deity. Puchi. The purple gold war god mount, the heaven-shrouding rock, expanded in size and grabbed the middle-aged man with its claws. Following that, the strength-type war god mounts also made their move. Although these war god mounts were powerful, only the sword servants of 5 elements, sword servants of 100 beasts, and the great rock could pose a threat to the middle-aged god. Of course, there was also the divine sword's secret art. However, the fact that he was able to summon a violet gold Ares mount was beyond Yi Xian's expectations, so he probably wouldn't need to use the divine sword technique. You dare to kill me? The middle-aged divine being widened his eyes and asked in disbelief. Yi Xian was only an 8th grade demigod, but he dared to kill a deity. How audacious of him. Deities are just a group of people who have reached a certain level of strength. So what if I kill you? Yi Xian said coldly. Now, he had no other thoughts about killing people. He could kill as he pleased. Firstly, he wanted to kill people and steal their treasures so that he could find Luo Luo as soon as possible. Secondly, he would keep the corpses of those he killed. When he reached a certain level, he would revive them and let them live in the devouring space. Therefore, killing a deity was not difficult for him at all. Puchi. With a crisp sound, the middle-aged divine being's head was pierced through by the saber-toothed tiger transformed from the 100 Beasts sword attendant. Dead, Yi Xian, as an 8th grade demigod, had killed a deity. It was terrifying. However, this was not the main point. Immediately, he put away the corpse along with the interspatial ring. How much wealth did a deity have? Ding. The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now at the peak of 9th grade demigod. After Yi Xian had devoured most of the middle-aged god's wealth, the system beeped. At this time, Yi Xian had reached the peak of demigod. He was only one step away from becoming a deity. The last step was the deity's tribulation. Ding. According to the system's calculation, the success rate of the host's tribulation is 100%. The system beeped again. There were many factors that could affect the success rate of the tribulation. For example, Yi Xian's demigod strength, physique, and magic treasures. However, the most important factor was the void spirit divine armor. The system had already taken all the factors into account by Yi Xian, but the rest were useless. The void spirit divine armor alone was enough for him to pass the deity's tribulation. Come on, deity's tribulation. Yi Xian said nothing and started to guide the deity's tribulation. Whether it was the 8th heaven or the 9th heaven, there were people dying under the terrifying deity's tribulation. Yi Xian had just broken through to the peak of demigod 9th heaven and started to guide the deity's tribulation. If others knew about this, they would definitely scold him for overestimating himself. However, Yi Xian was 100% sure that he could pass the tribulation. At this time, somewhere in the 8th heaven, Yi Xian's original body was wearing the void spirit divine armor. He could feel the tribulation cloud above his head getting bigger and bigger. After a long time. Ding. The tribulation lightning is about to strike. The countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Xian suddenly heard a roar. When he raised his head, he saw a thin bolt of tribulation lightning striking down. Then, it accurately landed on his head. Unfortunately, this bolt of tribulation lightning was easily dispersed by the Void Spirit Divine Armor. The best way for ordinary people to pass the deity's tribulation was to resist the tribulation lightning. This would allow the tribulation lightning to remove the impurities in their body. After breaking through to the true God level, they would be stronger than others. Secondly, it was to use a treasure to resist the power of the tribulation lightning. This way, the tribulation lightning would be less effective. Xian used the Void Spirit Divine Armor to be immune to the tribulation lightning. However, he had the deity's devouring system. Ding! The host has passed the deity's tribulation and obtained the deity position. The host is currently a lower first stage true god. Others needed to use the tribulation lightning to refine their demigod body into a true god body. Xian had the deity's devouring system to strengthen himself. After passing the deity's tribulation, his body had undergone a tremendous change. He sensed it and could not help but smile. He sighed and said, "Who in the 8th heaven can withstand my sword?" Now that Xian had become a lower grade 1 true god, coupled with the enhancement of his bloodline, no one could withstand a single strike from him. At the same time, he also had the qualifications to break through the 8th level of heaven and enter the 9th level of heaven. However, this was not the end. The old tree and the others were Xian's subordinates. Now that Xian had become a true god, they could also benefit and become a true god. However, to Xian's surprise, the notification that he had imagined did not appear completely. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through and is now a lower grade 1 true god. Ding! Flame Engulfing Unicorn, Devouring Black-Scaled Dragon, and Breaking Sky Divine Ape have reached the upper limit and cannot break through. Hearing this, Xian was dumbfounded. The old tree, Black Horn, and Breaking Sky have reached the upper limit and cannot become a true god? Xian murmured and immediately told the three of them. Sigh, it seems that this is the end of our road, the old tree sighed. Don't worry, there will definitely be fortuitous encounters in the future that can improve your bloodline. Xian hurriedly said. Young master, there's no need. The old tree shook his head and said, all these years, we have watched you grow from a mortal to an immortal and then become a true god. We are already satisfied. I'm afraid that you will have to walk the path from now on. If possible, the two of us would like to live a quiet life in the devouring space like Breaking Sky. Hearing this, Xian could not help but fall silent. Breaking Sky had not appeared for a long time. Although his cultivation level had always followed, due to his bloodline, his combat power had always been lacking. Ding! Host has triggered a random mission. Cancel the contract with Flame Engulfing Unicorn, Devouring Black-Scaled Dragon, and Breaking Sky Divine Ape. Reward, none. The system notification made Xian roll his eyes. This was the first time that he had encountered a random mission without a reward. Even though he had been slow in completing the last mission to kill the Sacred Blood Demon King, he had still received 10,000 pseudo-divine gems as a reward. But this time, this was the request of the old tree. Presumably, they were tired and didn't want to fight anymore, so they wanted to live a quiet life. Old tree, I respect your decision. Xian nodded, then released the old tree, Black Horn, and Heaven Breaker from their contracts. From now on, he only had two treasures left. One was Luo Luo, who was picked up by the guiding light of the 9 heavens, and the other was Wei Zhentian. If they had any fortuitous encounters in the future, the old tree trio would not mutate and evolve into a stronger bloodline. Thank you, young master. Old tree grinned. Alright, you can live in the devouring space. You won't be in any danger here. Xian nodded. He was the master of the devouring space. Even a god would die if he entered. Moreover, even if the old tree trio were free, they could live with Xian's family. Moreover, they could marry and have children in the future. Presumably, this was the real reason why the old tree trio was free. Of course, Xian was very grateful to the old tree trio. The three of them had outstanding battle achievements. If it weren't for them, Xian wouldn't have grown to where he was today. Now, it was time for them to retire. Fortunately, Wei Zhentian's talent is enough to keep up with my footsteps. Yi Xian smiled. Wei Zhentian was his first treasure. He had died once, but was resurrected after the devouring space upgraded. Then, he had followed Yi Xian all the way to where he was today. As for the second treasure, Luo Luo, she was now in the 9 heavens. Yi Xian could also sense her presence, but the distance between them couldn't be measured by a chasm. In short, they were very far apart. Luo Luo, wait for me. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He rushed directly into the clouds, then with a casual swing of his sword, he broke open the 8 heavens. However, the moment he rushed into the dark space, the system notification sounded again. Ding, the 9 heavens is close to the outland. If the host enters the 9 heavens, the system will activate a hidden mode. At that time, an unknown malfunction may occur. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes widened. The system would malfunction after entering the 9 heavens? What's going on? What is the outland? Why would it activate a hidden mode? Yi Xian didn't understand the situation. This unforeseen event made him stop. However, he guessed that this was inevitable, unless he stayed in the 8 heavens. However, if he stayed in the 8 heavens, how could he continue to grow and find Luo Luo? Therefore, he decided to give it a try. At that moment, he broke open the 8 heavens again and rushed into the dark space between the 8 heavens and the 9 heavens. Ding, the host confirms that he wants to enter the 9 heavens? Yes. This time, Yi Xian didn't hesitate and directly answered. After he answered, the system didn't respond. The dark space between the 8 heavens and the 9 heavens was quite long. Yi Xian flew for 3 days and 3 nights before he came out. On the 4th day, Yi Xian finally arrived at the 9 heavens, which was the realm of gods. Ding, the system automatically entered a hidden mode. Ding, the Tower of Trial system is closed. Ding, the sect system is closed. Ding, Wei Zhentian's flying sword form has been lost. The Dharma treasure form has been reset to 0. Ding, the bloodline of the sword god has changed. Ding, the bloodline of the god of war has changed. Ding, all titles have been lost. The system notification sounded one after another. He didn't expect that the system would malfunction so much just by activating a hidden mode. This was terrible. Damn, Wei Zhentian's Dharma treasure form has been reset to 0? Before Yi Xian finished listening, his head sank. Wei Zhentian's Dharma treasure form was very useful, such as the Beast God Bell and the Void Spirit Divine Armor. The entire Wei Zhentian was only left with the ability to transform. The Dharma treasure forms that he fixed before were all lost. It was a terrible sight. Moreover, there was a change. Now, Wei Zhentian's Dharma treasure form could only transform into 3 Dharma treasures a day. Every time it was used, the Dharma treasure would be refreshed and could not be used again unless the Dharma treasure was fixed. Moreover, Wei Zhentian could only transform into 3 Dharma treasures a day. Of course, if it was a fixed Dharma treasure, it was not limited. However, the change of Wei Zhentian was not the main point. What made Yi Xian helpless was that the bloodline of the sword god and the bloodline of the god of war had changed. The doppelganger of the sword god was gone. Not only that, the 2 doppelganger in the mortal world and the second heaven had also disappeared. System, you at $$s$b at %. Yi Xian couldn't help but curse. Immediately, he quickly checked the 2 demigod bloodlines. God, the 2 most important bloodlines had actually become weak. Now, the bloodline of the sword god was only left with the body of the sword god and the invincible sword servant. Moreover, among the invincible sword servants, the black gold sword servant, the 5 elements sword servant, and the undying sword servant were all lost. Only the 100 beasts sword servant was left. The godly sword path's advancement route was also lost after the system made a mistake. In other words, the godly sword technique was gone. Yi Xian's trump cards were lost one after another because of the system's error. It was terrible. Ding, all the lost advancement routes can be found. The system prompted. How do I find them? Yi Xian immediately asked. Ding, the method is unknown. Please find it yourself. This answer made Yi Xian roll his eyes. You are the system, how could you not know? Fortunately, the invincible sword servant's advancement route was still there. Otherwise, Xian would cry to death. If it was just the body of the sword god, how could it be considered the bloodline of the sword god? Besides, the bloodline of the god of war only lost one god of war domain skill. The change was not too big. No, it was not just the god of war domain. What the hell, the god of war mount's gold rank summon level dropped to the silver rank. Xian rolled his eyes again. How could a silver rank god of war mount be compared to a gold rank god of war mount? Fortunately, with the degradation of this skill, the devour points required to upgrade it had also decreased. Now, it only required 3 devour points to upgrade it again, returning it to the level of a gold tier summon. However, what made Xian suffer the most was that the sword god's doppelganger actually disappeared. This meant that from now on, he could only move in person. Sigh. Xian sighed and summed up the changes this time. Due to the system's error, the Tower of Trials system was shut down, the sect system was shut down, Wei Zhentian's flying sword form was lost, the treasure form was reset to 0, and the bloodline of the sword god and bloodline of the god of war had changed. In addition, the Eyes of the Void and the Eyes of Assassination that had been with him for a long time were also lost, leaving only the Eyes of Insight and the Death Pursuit Order. Wei Zhentian's luck value and critical hit effect were also gone. From now on, unless he increased his luck value again, there would be no critical hit or one-hit kill effect. As such, he was only left with the exchange system, forging system, and mission system. As for the skills, he was only left with the Devouring Hand, Devour from a Distance, Eyes of Insight, Death Pursuit Order, Summon Invincible Sword Servant, and Summon God of War Mount. Other than that, he was only left with Wei Zhentian as his helper. However, Wei Zhentian's treasure form was reset to 0, the Mask of Truth used for disguise, the Void Spirit Divine Armor that was immune to energy attacks, and the Beast God Clock that suppressed beasts by 80% and had the ability to search souls. Now that I am a lower rank 1 true god, without the Void Spirit Divine Armor, I have to be careful. Xian thought in his heart. Previously, he still had 2 ordinary doppelgangers and an invincible sword god doppelganger, but now, he had nothing. Therefore, he had to be extremely careful, at this moment. Ding. After the system entered the hidden mode, a malfunction occurred. Host, please repair the system as soon as possible, otherwise, it may continue to malfunction. Ding. The system will compensate the host and begin to randomly draw compensation rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have received a random reward from the system. Attribute Critical Hit. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have received a random reward from the system. Attribute Luck has increased. Critical Hit attribute and Luck attribute. Xian frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. The 2 rewards from the system seemed to be the same as the previous rewards, but that was not the case. First of all, the critical hit attribute had a high probability of triggering 10 times the critical hit. At the same time, there was a small probability of triggering a one-hit kill. This was the difference. The 3 words high probability explained everything. Then there was the luck attribute. Although it seemed vague, in actual use, it could greatly increase Xian's chances of discovering special items and discovering hidden random missions. It was much more practical than the previous luck attribute. It could be said that the 2 rewards from the system were practically tailor-made for Xian to quickly recover his strength. The most important thing for Xian to do now was to find Luoluo. But now, there was no news of Luoluo at all. He could only sense the general direction of where Luoluo was, but the distance between the 2 could not be described as a chasm. Hence, even though Xian was anxious, there was nothing he could do. He could only take it one step at a time. If a true god was said to be invincible in the 8th heaven, in the 9th heaven, they were cheap goods that could be found everywhere. With Xian's current lower rank 1 true god, he was completely at the bottom of the realm of the gods. A system error had caused Xian to fall to the lowest point in history. It would not be easy to find Luoluo and recover his strength. Xian's current plan was to first hide himself and then look for an opportunity to break through. After all, he was only left with his original body. He did not have his life-saving doppelganger, the sword god doppelganger, and even the elusive spirit god armor. Fortunately, the basic function of the system, the devouring ability, had not malfunctioned. If the devouring ability had malfunctioned, it would have been a real tragedy. Yi Xian observed his surroundings carefully, but did not find anything special. However, a divine mountain in front of him caught his attention. Where there are mountains, there are beasts. Now that I'm in the god realm, should I be called a divine beast? Well then, I'll use these divine beasts to level up first. Yi Xian said in his heart. These words were filled with helplessness, but they were also filled with unparalleled dominance. 9 Luo 7 Extremes Mountain, this was where Yi Xian was heading. However, what Yi Xian did not know was that this sacred mountain was not as simple as he had imagined. When Yi Xian arrived at the edge of the sacred mountain, he couldn't help but stop. It was just as he thought. Where there are mountains, there are beasts. Third stage divine beast, roaring god ape, a divine beast of the 5th grade, with sharp teeth. A large group of divine beasts was right in front of Yi Xian. This is a good place. This place is simply tailor-made for me. Yi Xian lightly smiled, then directly charged forward. Ding. The host has triggered the chain random mission, Divine Beast Battle Royale. The first round, 100 Beasts Slaughter. Ding. The host has triggered the chain random mission, System Recast. At this stage, the host will receive different kinds of random missions. Every time the host completes a round, the recovery time of the system will be sped up. When all are completed, the host will have the ability to customize the recast system. The 2 system prompts caused Yi Xian to be slightly stunned. System Recast, there was actually such a hidden setting. Although Yi Xian didn't know the specifics of the system's recasting. However, just by hearing the name, he knew that the recast system had to be related to the system malfunction. It seemed that this Jiu Luo 7 Extremes Mountain was just a small part of the chain task of the recast system. In an instant, Yi Xian thought of a saying. If it was a blessing, it was not a curse. If it was a curse, it could not be avoided. Indeed, this saying was not wrong at all. Yi Xian, who had just been in trouble because of the system malfunction, saw the light of hope in the blink of an eye. Kill. Without another word, Yi Xian summoned the 100 Beast Sword Servant and charged toward the group of divine beasts. 100 Beasts attack. The 100 Beast Sword Attendant immediately used its ultimate move and summoned over 100 War God mounts. However, due to the system malfunction, the original minimum summoning power of the Ares mounts was reduced from gold to silver, and their strength was greatly reduced. However, even if it was a silver-grade War God mount, it was still a divine beast. Now, it was a battle between divine beasts. On Yi Xian's side, critical hits were constantly triggered, and occasionally, a sure-kill skill was triggered. However, in this place, even the lowest level of divine beasts were much higher in cultivation than Yi Xian. However, this was nothing to Yi Xian. In just half a day, he had killed hundreds of low-level divine beasts. Ding. The host has completed the first round of the Divine Beast Battle Royale and triggered the second round, 1000 Beast Slaughter. Should he continue killing? Yi Xian did not mind. Although killing these divine beasts did not give him many benefits, Yi Xian's strength increased rapidly by devouring the corpses of these divine beasts. At this point, killing hundreds of low-level divine beasts had increased Yi Xian's strength to lower level 2 True God. Ding. The host has completed the second round of the Divine Beast Battle Royale and triggered the third round, 1000 Beast Slaughter. After the 1000 Beast Slaughter, there was still the 1000 Beast Slaughter. This was such a ridiculous chain of missions. Yi Xian had been circling around the Jiu Luo 7 Extremes Sacred Mountain for a total of 7 days. Kill without limit. Yi Xian's strength was not enough to enter the inner parts of the Jiu Luo 7 Extremes Sacred Mountain. He could only surround the sacred mountain and kill those divine beasts that were alone or in small groups. However, this endless battle still made Yi Xian somewhat annoyed. Of course, Yi Xian's strength continued to increase. At this point, Yi Xian was already a lower level 5 True God. To be honest, this kind of speed of improvement was very satisfying. Most importantly, this was part of the system's reforging. Yi Xian would not give up. Another 15 days, as his strength increased, Yi Xian's ability to kill divine beasts also increased. In 15 days, he had killed over 10,000 divine beasts. It could be said that all the low-level divine beasts around the Jiu Luo 7 Extremes Sacred Mountain were all killed by Yi Xian. Of course, this endless battle also brought Xian a lot of benefits. Lower level 9 True God, who would have thought that a guy who had ascended to level 9 for a month would go from a lower level 1 True God to a level 9 True God? That was a full 8 levels increase. This kind of leveling speed was simply unheard of. After such a long period of killing, Xian could not help but feel numb. Fortunately, after the 1,000 beast slaughter, there was no 100,000 beast slaughter. Ding! Host has completed the 1,000 beast slaughter mission and triggered the 4th round, the Jiu Luo 7 Extreme Sacred Beast Slaughter mission. At the same time, Host will receive a random divine weapon. Ding! Rewards are being drawn. Ding! Congratulations to Host for obtaining the upgradable divine weapon, the God Slayer. The reward was given, a sword. Xian took the God-slaying sword that the system gave him. However, just from looking at it, he sucked in a breath of cold air. What if * King attributes? Currently, the God-slaying sword was in its primary form and had a special attribute, God-slaying. When facing a demon god, Yao god, or underworld god, it would buff the host by 5%. It had a special offensive skill, God-slaying /. When facing any demon god, Yao god, underworld god, or other god, it would definitely deal a critical hit. It had a special defensive skill, Divine Soul Shield. When the host killed any demon god, Yao god, spiritual god, or other god, it would automatically store the Divine Soul fragments. When necessary, the Divine Soul fragments would be used to create an invincible shield. What a powerful god-slaying sword. This was only in its primary form, but it already had such a strong suppressive ability. Could this be the real compensation from the system to Xian? Compared to the previous 2 attributes, this god-slaying sword was undoubtedly more than 100 times stronger. Xian was overjoyed. This time, he was really overjoyed. This was good stuff. This was definitely a super good thing that he had not expected. If it was not for the system's compensation, Xian would not have been able to obtain such a good item by himself. With the god-slaying sword in hand, Xian once again found that invincible feeling. Jiu Luo 7 Absolutes, the 16 Divine Beasts, just you wait, Xian, will kill them one by one. For the first time, Xian started to walk into the Jiu Luo 7 Absolutes Sacred Mountain. There was obviously a strong seal on this sacred mountain. When he was at the periphery, Xian did not feel that it was very obvious. However, as he went deeper, this feeling became clearer and clearer. Could it be that this Jiu Luo 7 Absolute Sacred Mountain is not an ownerless land? Xian frowned slightly as doubts rose in his heart. Of course, even so, Xian did not stop. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the front, causing Xian to stop immediately. That's strange. Why are there so many of those low-level divine beasts dying? Could it be that the Jiu Luo 7 Absolute Sacred Mountain went crazy again? That's impossible. The Mountain Master has strengthened the seal on the Jiu Luo 7 Absolute Sacred Mountain again. They can't have eaten so many low-level divine beasts in such a short time. And this 9 Luo 7 Extinction Sacred Mountain is the hinterland of my All Beasts Divine Sect, so it's impossible for anyone to come in and cause trouble. Although the Jiu Luo 7 Absolutes and the 16 Divine Beasts are considered precious, they are only high-grade beast totems. I don't think they are worth the interest of the other divine sections. This voice seemed to be puzzled by the disappearance of the tens of thousands of low-ranked divine beasts. At the same time, another voice continued to answer, it's not impossible. I heard that Mo Shanggu has issued a new mission. As long as any divine sect can hand over 100 divine beast totems, they will be able to obtain a special reward from Mo Shanggu. Our 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect is just a small divine sect among the 3,000 Beasts Divine Sects under Mo Shanggu, yet we have 72 mutated beast totems. If we say that no one is plotting against us, I'm afraid no one will believe it. The conversation between the two of them gave Xian some useful information. It seemed that his current location was a place called the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect that was used to raise totem beasts. As for the Jiu Luo Qiju and the 16 Divine Beasts, they were totem beasts. However, this 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect was merely a branch of a small divine sect called Mo Shanggu. Totem Divine Beast, Mo Shanggu, 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect. Xian furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed that the realm of the gods was not much different from other places. There were also endless battles, strength was respected, and benefits came first. However, Yi Xian knew nothing about the realm of the gods. Then, should he capture the 2 disciples of the 10,000 Beasts divine sect and understand them in detail? Forget it, since it was not easy to meet these 2 people, Yi Xian, he could not let them go. Only by knowing one's own strength and that of one's enemy could one win 100 battles. Not to mention, Yi Xian also heard something special from the conversation between the 2 of them. Could it be that Luoluo could be classified as a totem divine beast or something? The reason why she was taken to the 9 heavens was because she was captured by these forces. If that was really the case, then Yi Xian could not accept it. Yi Xian's figure flashed as he quickly dashed in the direction of the 2. Just nice, he could test the power of the God Slayer. The 2 people were completely unprepared. Jiuluo 7 Extremes Mountain was the hinterland of the 10,000 Beasts divine sect. To put it bluntly, it was their backyard. Who would be so cautious in their own backyard? Therefore, although the 2 people were stronger than Yi Xian, they did not notice anything when Yi Xian discovered them. Of course, as Yi Xian approached, one of them finally looked up warily at Yi Xian's location. Who is it? That person roared loudly. At the same time, he took out a long whip in his hand and got into a battle stance. Senior brother, what's wrong? The other person looked at the senior brother in confusion, not knowing what he had discovered. Someone's here. However, just as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's attack had already arrived. He had to end this quickly. Once the 2 people released the signal to summon their companions, Yi Xian would be in for a tragedy. God-slaying slash. The moment he attacked, he used the special attack of the God Slayer. All of a sudden, it was as if an ancient deity had descended upon them with an unparalleled pressure. The violent power made the 2 people tremble with fear. What a terrifying power! Is this the attack of a heavenly god? Deities were divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. Above the deities were the heavenly gods. The heavenly gods were also divided into 3 levels. It could be said that the heavenly gods were an entire realm higher than these 2 disciples. They were existences that they could never defeat. Defend! The senior brother shouted, as if to remind his junior brother. As for himself, a circle of milky white light appeared around his body, ready to defend himself. However, Yi Xian's target was not him, but his junior brother. Pfft! The power of the God-slaying slash was displayed for the first time. It was only then that Yi Xian realized that these 2 people were actually mid-level deities. Of course, they were not a threat at all. That junior brother died before he could even figure out what had happened. The senior brother's eyes were filled with horror. He looked at Yi Xian and asked loudly, "Who are you? Senior, who are you? Why did you kill my all beasts divine sect's disciples? My divine beast sect has always been aloof from worldly affairs. Is there any misunderstanding?" Misunderstanding? Yi Xian walked out. There is indeed no misunderstanding between us. However, I am sorry. Both of you must die. You are just a low-level deity? How is this possible? The divine beast sect was good at taming and raising beasts. Because of this, the disciples of the divine beast sect were all good at controlling beasts. The blessing of the beast souls was the most basic method. For example, the junior brother's physique had been blessed with the power of several divine beasts. In terms of physique alone, he had already reached a very terrifying realm. However, he did not expect that he would be killed by a low-level deity with a single slash. How could the senior brother not be afraid of such a terrifying attack? Yi Xian could only apologize to these 2 people. Yi Xian did not reply. Instead, he launched another attack. Deity slaying slash. A terrifying aura descended once again. The senior brother was horrified. His junior brother's body was still there. Even if the person in front of him was just a lesser god, he did not dare to be careless. Beast soul of the crimson gold black tortoise. Beast soul of the ancient tiger beast soul. Hold on for me. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from the person's body. All of it was used for defense. Unfortunately, it was still not enough. Bang! With a loud bang, the person was sent flying. Before he even landed on the ground, he had lost all ability to resist and was forcibly sucked into Yi Xian's plant space. What a god-slaying sword! No one else could match its power. At the same time, Yi Xian also obtained the interspatial rings of these two people. It could be said that there were some things in the rings that Yi Xian had never seen before. However, these two were indeed disciples of the Divine Beasts sect. Most of the interspatial rings were materials from various divine beasts. Yi Xian did not obtain much information from the senior brother's memory. However, it was enough for the current stage. It turned out that there were many types of divine beasts in the realm of the gods. However, there were also many divine sects that specialized in rearing these divine beasts. This was because the divine beasts were essential materials for refining some special treasures in the realm of the gods. At the same time, some special cultivation techniques required such divine beasts. However, this feeling made Yi Xian feel that in the god realm, could it be that divine beasts really didn't have any status? Forget it. Who cares? First, complete this random task. Then, go to Imo Shang Pavilion and find out more about Luoluo. That was the most important thing. Yi Xian moved quickly towards the peak of the sacred mountain. He had already accurately grasped the positions of the 16 divine beasts. Soon, the first divine beast appeared in front of Yi Xian. This was a strange divine beast that looked like a tiger, had hooves like a cow, had 4 wings on its back, and had 3 ponytails. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was the word on its forehead. Supreme. Yes, that was the word. Revered beast, the biggest way to identify a totem beast was the word on its forehead, Zun, Wang, Di, Tian, Yu. This was the symbol of the 5 universal totem beasts. Of course, under normal circumstances, this handwriting would not appear. Only when it was discovered and a special spell was cast would the handwriting appear clearly. This is the ox-tiger beast. It was said that the ox-tiger beast could increase one's strength, refine one's physique, or be a blunt magical weapon. But why can't I see anything special about him? Yi Xian looked at the totem beast in front of him in confusion. At this moment, the ox-tiger beast was like a sickly old man. He couldn't even be bothered to look at Yi Xian. The restrictions of the 10,000 Beasts divine sect, in that case, it just so happened that Yi Xian had benefited. God-slaying slash. Since the target was already clear, there was no need for Yi Xian to waste any more time. Boom, the God-slaying slash, which was powerful enough to kill an upper-class deity, violently attacked the ox-tiger beast. However, the result surprised Yi Xian. His attack was ineffective. How could this be? How could his attack be ineffective? What's going on? The Jiao Luo 7 Extremes beasts were the 16 divine beasts that Yi Xian had to kill. However, as soon as they encountered the first one, their attacks were ineffective. How could Yi Xian accept this? No, I don't believe that I can't kill you. God-slaying slash, give me a critical hit. Kill me in 1 hit. Unfortunately, the critical hit effect was activated, but it did not trigger a kill in 1 hit. At the same time, Yi Xian finally understood why he couldn't kill the ox-tiger beast. Oh no, it's a restriction. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He quickly tried to use the divine level devouring system, but he heard a system notification. Ding. The system is currently in a fragmented state. The restriction cannot be broken. Now, even the God-grade devouring system was unable to break through this restriction, and his attacks were all blocked by the restriction. Therefore, there was no doubt that the people from the Divine Beasts sect must have known about this. Retreat, it was useless to stay here. Once the people from the Divine Beasts sect caught up, Yi Xian would be in trouble. Damn the restriction. Yi Xian was annoyed, but he could only retreat at full speed. As expected, not long after Yi Xian left, a few disciples from the Divine Beasts sect rushed over. That's strange. The totem beasts didn't do anything strange. Why did we receive the alarm that the restriction was attacked? Maybe some totem beasts attacked the restriction. Humph, they want to break the Great Elder's restriction? These guys are thinking too much. Yi Xian had already retreated. His target was Hanhao City. It seemed that the realm of the gods was not as simple as it seemed. Level was one of the factors. However, divine powers were also the most crucial auxiliary battle strength. After failing to attack the ox-tiger beast, Yi Xian thought of the Lingxian Pavilion auction in Hanhao City. Yes, Yi Xian wanted to buy some things because only then could he break the restriction and increase his strength. For example, treasures, Xianxia Pavilion auction was said to be the largest auction in the realm of the gods. They were a powerful organization in themselves. It was said that Xianxia Pavilion auction had branches all over the realm of the gods. In this auction, one would have powerful strength as one's trump card. Therefore, as long as one had enough capital, it was possible to obtain anything one wanted here. Xian was not rich at the moment. All he had was the materials from the 10,000 divine beasts he killed and the interspatial rings left behind by the 2 disciples from the divine beasts sect. Speaking of materials, Xian could choose whether to keep the important materials when he devoured the divine beasts. This was also one of the benefits of the devouring system's upgrade. After all, some materials could be used to gain benefits that were several times more valuable than if they were directly devoured. Xian would not miss this point. He was a newcomer in the realm of the gods. He was just a rookie, an insignificant pawn. Therefore, Xian kept a portion of the divine beasts' materials. Otherwise, devouring the 10,000 divine beasts would have been enough for Xian to break through to the mid-level true god realm. The currency used in the realm of the gods was something called divine crystal. This was a special substance that was condensed from the void. Regardless of the quantity, one had to be at least at the level of Master God to collect it. Master God, that was a super existence that Xian could only look up to now. Divine crystals could allow anyone to directly absorb energy from them and refine it for cultivation. Therefore, it became a universal currency. In the interspatial rings left behind by the 2 disciples from the divine beasts sect, there were less than 10,000 divine crystals left for Xian. One could imagine how precious they were. Xian walked directly into Xianxia Pavilion. A receptionist glanced at Xian, but the corners of his eyes revealed a disdainful expression. A mere low-level true god dared to come to Xianxia Pavilion? He was overestimating himself. What do you want? Do you want to buy or not? The indifference and disdain in his tone made Xian frown slightly. Humph, how dare a mere receptionist be so arrogant in front of me? Xian couldn't be bothered with him and directly ignored him. Instead, he walked to the side of another receptionist. Hello, I want some divine beast materials. Do you want materials? Okay, I'll take you there. This receptionist was clearly much more refined than the previous one. Damn it, how dare you ignore me? The receptionist's eyes were cold. He was from Xianxia Pavilion and his strength was 2 realms higher than Xian's. Not only did Xian not show him the slightest respect, he even dared to ignore him. He couldn't accept this kind of behavior. He clenched his fists. If they weren't in Xianxia Pavilion, he would have attacked him directly. Humph, boy, just wait and see. How dare a mere low-level god be so presumptuous? I'll teach you a lesson. Xian didn't realize that he had offended such a despicable person without knowing it. Of course, even if Xian knew, he wouldn't care about such a person. Such a despicable person wasn't worthy of Xian's attention. Soon, the receptionist in front of Xian led Xian to an old man. Young master, if you have any divine beast materials, you can give them to Elder Lin. Elder Lin will estimate the price for you and give you the corresponding reward. The receptionist smiled at Xian. In fact, the main source of income for receptionists was commission. Whether it was a purchase or an item, they could get a commission of 1% from the transaction. This was the main reason why the receptionist didn't like Xian at first. To put it bluntly, Xian was just a low-level god in the receptionist's eyes. There was nothing to be gained from him, so of course he wouldn't be happy to receive him. Xian didn't waste time and directly handed the interspatial ring that he had prepared beforehand to the old man. Elder Lin opened his eyes slightly. There were many people who came to Xianxia Pavilion to buy things, but there were very few who actually bought things. Xian could be considered his first customer this year. Elder Lin casually took Xian's universe ring and glanced at it. However, a smile appeared on his face. Not bad, little guy. You actually hunted so many low-level divine beasts. Hehe, I really don't know what you're thinking. Instead of cultivating properly, you went to hunt divine beasts. The materials of low-level divine beasts are rarely hunted by people. It seems that you are walking the path of slaughter. As Elder Lin spoke, he took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Xian. Here are 10,000 divine crystals. our pavilion has been buying low-level divine beast materials. Unfortunately, no one is willing to waste time hunting for them. Here are 10,000 divine crystals. 5,000 of them are what you deserve, while the other 5,000 are what I'm giving you in advance. In the future, if you get any divine beast materials, I hope you can give them all to me. Don't worry, the price is negotiable. An extra 5,000 divine gems? Xian couldn't help but look at Elder Lin. Don't be confused. I'm currently refining something. It just so happens that I need a large amount of divine beast materials below the sky god level. Of course, I need you to bring me at least 100 sets of 3 materials. Consider this a mission from me. Xian wasn't curious about the mission. Instead, he was curious about how Elder Lin addressed him. Since Elder Lin referred to himself as Elder Lin, it was enough to show that he was no ordinary person. Of course, Xian was tactful enough to not ask further. There were some things that were best kept to oneself. There was no need to say them out loud. Alright, Elder Lin. I'll accept your request. Elder Lin smiled and casually tossed a jade slip to Xian. The materials that Elder Lin needed were recorded on it. However, after doing all this, Elder Lin closed his eyes again, as if nothing had happened. Xian frowned slightly and left where Elder Lin was. However, he was still puzzled. Who exactly was this Elder Lin? It seemed that he was sitting there in charge of receiving materials and seemed insignificant. However, every receptionist would subconsciously slow down when they walked in front of him. This was enough to show that he was no ordinary person. Of course, this had nothing to do with Xian. 20,000 divine gems wasn't much, but it was enough for Xian to buy what he wanted. Can you take me to the counter of the restriction-type Dharma treasure? Xian turned around and asked the receptionist again. The receptionist was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect this guy to want to buy something so soon after he received it. Of course, this matter had nothing to do with him. All right. The receptionist responded and led Xian to another counter. Hello, how may I help you? What was Xian's purpose in coming to Lingxian Pavilion's auction? Of course, it was to buy something. Perhaps he didn't have the qualifications to enter the auction. After all, he had no money in his pocket. However, his purpose was not to participate in the auction. He only wanted a Dharma treasure that could break restrictions. I need a Dharma treasure that can break restrictions. Can you give it to me? Xian lowered his posture and asked calmly. Yes, of course. What level do you need? Do you want it permanent or one-time use? Well, I'd better take a look first. All right. The receptionist waved his hand, and a screen of light appeared in front of Xian. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't seen it, but he was shocked when he saw it. It was just a single magic treasure that could break restrictions, but it was actually divided into countless types. Xian thought for a moment. He guessed that the restriction on the ox-tiger beast was set up by a heavenly god-level figure. Therefore, he chose a heavenly god-level restriction-breaking Dharma treasure. There were many types of Dharma treasures with different functions. Xian chose carefully for a long time. However, he chose a second-hand restriction-breaking Dharma treasure. This Dharma treasure was called the Black-Headed Awl. It was a Dharma treasure that could break restrictions at a point. It could break a middle-level heavenly god-level restriction. Although it couldn't be maintained for a long time, it could be used indefinitely. Most importantly, it was cheap. It only cost 8,000 divine gems. In that case, it was his choice. Xian made the transaction. Then, he took his restriction-breaking Dharma treasure and headed toward Jiu Luo's 7 Absolutes Sacred Mountain again. To be honest, the divine realm was vast and boundless. It was said that no one had ever explored the entire divine realm. Xian knew that Emoshang Pavilion and the 3,000 divine gates occupied a place. If he had to make an analogy, perhaps the place they occupied was as small as a drop of water in the vast ocean. Xian rushed toward Jiu Luo's 7 Absolutes Sacred Mountain. However, halfway there, he was stopped by someone. It's you. Xian looked at the person in front of him in surprise. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It's me. Kid, how dare a mere inferior god be so rude to me? Do you know how to spell the word death? Yi Xian frowned slightly. He had seen petty people before, but he had never seen such a petty deity. What do you want? Yi Xian pulled out the God Slayer. The person in front of him was merely a superior god, but he was backed by Lingshan court. Yi Xian did not want to offend him. Haha, what do I want? Good question. Leave your Qiankuan ring, kowtow, and admit your mistake. Then, I can spare your life. Otherwise. How arrogant. Otherwise, what are you going to do? Haha, kid, you don't know what's good for you. If you don't obey, I'll destroy your divine spark and destroy your divine soul. Arrogant, very arrogant. Unfortunately, he had found the wrong person. Is that so? You want to destroy my divine spark and destroy my divine soul? Let's see if you have the ability. You're just a mere inferior god, but you talk big. Then, today, I'll let you see what a real strong person is. Chaos Body Technique, Destruction. In an instant, a black smoke-like thing burst out from the person's body and rushed toward Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian was surrounded. Humph, my Chaos Body Technique will absorb your divine power and destroy your divine pavilion. Kid, this is what you get for offending me. Is that so? Yi Xian looked at the person indifferently and raised the God Slayer in his hand. Deity Slayer. Whoosh, a ray of sword light whizzed out, and in an instant, it cut through the smoke-like thing and attacked the person directly. You're just a mere inferior god, and you want to hurt. Ah, what kind of power is this? It's terrifying. A moment ago, the person had ignored Yi Xian's attack, but in the next moment, he was like a stray dog, frantically dodging the attack. Poof, a tenfold critical hit appeared. The person was directly sent flying. However, he was still a superior god. Although this strike had caused him to suffer some injuries, it had not truly killed him. However, Yi Xian's attack had also frightened that person. You, who exactly are you? Why do you have such a powerful divine ability? Who am I? You don't have the right to know. Go to hell. Swish. Swish, at the same time, Yi Xian charged forward with the Godslayer in hand. Boom. Boom. Two loud sounds rang out. That person wanted to dodge, but he couldn't. He was hit by two deicide slashes. At the same time, Yi Xian's third attack arrived. Shua, killed with one slash, with a wave of his hand, he devoured everything in this person's possession, including the treasures in his cosmos ring. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's cultivation level has increased. Host is now a stage 1 mid-true god. No matter what, cultivation level was the foundation. If it wasn't necessary, Yi Xian wouldn't have kept those heavenly treasures or mythical beast materials. This was a high-class true god. He was actually killed by Yi Xian in an instant. What a powerful godslayer. This was truly a blessing in disguise. If it wasn't for the system malfunction, there wouldn't be a reward. If it wasn't for the reward, Yi Xian wouldn't have been able to obtain such a powerful godslayer. Once the system was back to normal. By the time Yi Xian obtained enough devour points to create a powerful avatar, with the help of the godslayer, Yi Xian's strength would be able to reach a higher level. Moving forward, Yi Xian headed straight for the Jiu Luo Sacred Mountain. When Yi Xian appeared again, the ox-tiger beast finally turned its gaze towards Yi Xian. Roar. The ox-tiger beast let out a low roar, as if asking why Yi Xian was here again. Unfortunately, although the ox-tiger beast was a totem beast, it hadn't cultivated to the point where it could speak human language. Hence, Yi Xian couldn't understand what it was saying. He immediately took out the black-headed awl. The black-headed awl began to spin rapidly. It was like an awl, constantly destroying the restriction. In a short while, the black-headed awl broke a hole in the restrictive shield, enough for Yi Xian to enter. Ox-tiger beast, let's see who's going to take the damage for you this time. The ox-tiger beast was a target that Yi Xian had to kill, because it was the target of the system's mission. Hence, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense, and directly slashed with his sword. Ding. Host triggered a one-hit kill, killing the ox-tiger beast instantly. Oh, it actually triggered a one-hit kill. This could do it all. Yi Xian smiled slightly. He directly devoured the body of the ox-tiger beast and gained a lot of killing intent. After that, he continued to move forward. The Jiu Luo Sacred Mountain, the 16 totem beasts, and Yixian wouldn't let any of them go. In less than a day, the Jiu Luo Sacred Mountain's 7 totem beasts were all killed by Yixian. Of course, Yixian had to thank the restrictive shield of the Divine Beasts sect. If it wasn't for this shield, Yixian wouldn't have been able to kill these totem beasts so easily. This shield suppressed the strength of these totem beasts to a very low level, as if it was giving Yixian free experience points. Ding. Host has completed the Battle of the Divine Beasts random task. Ding. System repair rate increased. Ding. Host has activated the Totem Beast system. Ding. Host has killed a totem beast, and will obtain the totem mark, a special totem beast. Ding. Totem beasts can be devoured by the mark, a spirit beast. A series of reward notifications came from the system. However, this time, the reward for Yixian was a spirit beast. Yixian frowned slightly. He had never come into contact with this thing before, and it would be a lie to say that he wasn't suspicious. At this moment, there were 16 totem marks in Yixian's hands. In that case, Yixian's hands couldn't help but itch. He wanted to see what kind of thing this totem beast was. System, I want the totem beast. Ding. Host has activated the totem beast function. Ding. Host currently has 16 totem marks, please make your own decisions. Ding. Host can only activate a maximum of 10 totem marks. Making decisions, this was possible. Yixian looked at the totem marks. Each of these totem marks had some special abilities. At the same time, they also had some special transformations. This was the totem beast function. It was actually the ability and shape of the totem beasts that Yixian had killed, and according to Yixian's wishes, it would change into a new form, with new abilities. Needless to say, the more totem marks were used, the better the effect would be. Then, he could only use 10 totem marks now. Then, he would use 10 totem marks. As Yixian continued to make adjustments, a new totem beast soon appeared in front of Yixian. However, no one knew if Yixian had deliberately stopped or if there was some other reason. This totem beast had the appearance of a Pegasus. Yes, it was completely a white horse, except that it had a pair of wings and a single white horn. However, this Pegasus's ability was not that simple. Yixian used 5 totem marks to increase his speed. He used another 4 to increase his horn's innate ability to attack. Yixian temporarily named it Horn Strike. As for the last totem mark, it was only used to increase his defense. 10 totem marks, in exchange for a mount that could travel faster, was it a loss? Perhaps it was a loss, but to Yixian, it was worth it. Because of this Pegasus, Yixian could quickly find Luo Luo's whereabouts. Furthermore, the totem beast could consume a certain amount of devouring points to become a soul beast. Then, this Pegasus would show its true strength. Yixian already had a plan in mind. The All Beasts Divine Sect's totem beast restriction had been broken, so it was impossible for them not to sense it. However, Yixian had acted too quickly. Moreover, his actions were very secretive, so it was only after he had killed 16 totem beasts that the All Beasts Divine Sect realized what had happened. At this moment, in an ethereal immortal palace, an elder suddenly woke up with a start. Oh no, the totem beast restriction has been broken. Quick, go and check on the totem beasts. Yes, great elder. In an instant, dozens of figures flew towards the location of the totem beasts at high speed. However, when they arrived, the totem beasts were nowhere to be seen. The 16 totem beasts of the Jiuluo 7 Absolutes had all been killed by Yixian. Not even their corpses were left behind. Damn it, who is it? Who dares to behave so atrociously in the territory of the All Beasts Divine Sect? Do you have a death wish? All of you, surround the area and inform the law enforcement team to release the heavenly listener beasts. You must find that guy. The people of the Divine Sect were furious. The Jiuluo 7 Extremes Mountain was where they kept their totemic beasts, it was also their backyard. Now, in their backyard, someone had taken away their totemic beasts. How could they accept such a thing? Soon, the law enforcement team with the heavenly listener beasts scattered in all directions. The heavenly listener beasts, the All Beasts Divine Sect reared a special kind of divine beast. The greatest gift of this kind of divine beast was its powerful ears and sharp nose. The heavenly listener beasts could distinguish even the weakest breath within 100,000 miles, so they could quickly track down the target. Yi Xian had not expected that the All Beasts Divine Sect would have already located him not long after he had left the Jilua 7 Absolutes Mountain. At this moment, Yi Xian was rushing towards the north because he sensed that Luo Luo's current location was in the extreme north. However, because the distance was too far, he could only sense a general direction, but could not pinpoint her exact location. On this day, Yi Xian was on his way when a huge hole suddenly appeared on the originally ordinary road. What the hell? Yi Xian was surprised. He stopped in his tracks and looked at the huge hole. He wondered if there was a demonic beast in it. However, just as he was observing the hole, a group of people rushed out of the cave at lightning speed. They were the All Beasts Divine Sect. It turned out that this was another special divine beast of the All Beasts Divine Sect. Burrowing Earth Rat, this Earth's Earth Rat, although it had the word, Earth's Earth Rat. Is Earth's move? B. One of them frowned as he looked at Yi Xian. It seemed that he wasn't willing to believe that Yi Xian was the one who stole the 16 totem beasts. Yi Xian also looked at those people, feeling rather puzzled. He had just arrived at the God realm, so how could he know anyone, let alone any enemies? However, looking at the aggressive looks of these people, it was obvious that they did not have good intentions towards him. Yes, the heavenly listening beast has never made a mistake. So, we can be sure that it is him. A mere mid-divine being? How dare he offend the All Beasts Divine Sect? How dare he steal the 16 totem beasts? How is this possible? Although the result was obvious, the All Beasts Divine Sect was still unwilling to believe it. After all, Yi Xian was too weak. He was so weak that they could not imagine what kind of person could steal the 16 totem beasts from the All Beasts Divine Sect with the strength of a mid-divine being. Not to mention other things, the restriction alone was not something that a mere mid-divine being could break. Who are you? I am the All Beasts Divine Sect's law-enforcing elder, Hao Bai. Who are you? Hao Bai looked at Yi Xian. There was suspicion and doubt in his eyes, but more than that, there was disdain. Heavenly God Realm. Yi Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. It was actually a heavenly god stage expert chasing after him. This was not something that Yi Xian could win against. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. He had a Qian Kuan ring in his hand. It was left behind by the Lingxian Pavilion's attendant. Inside the ring was the jade token of the Lingxian Pavilion's attendant. It seemed that this was a good excuse. I am an attendant of the Lingxian Pavilion. I am on Elder Lin's orders. May I ask what is the matter? Yi Xian was no match for these people. He did not even have the chance to escape. So, he wanted to use the name of Lingxian Pavilion to see if he could fool them. Sure enough, when they heard Yi Xian's words, they were stunned. Lingxian Pavilion? You are from Lingxian Pavilion? Do you have proof? Although Lingxian Pavilion stood aloof from worldly affairs, its strength was not to be trifled with. Not to mention the small All Beasts Divine Sect, even Mo Shang Pavilion did not dare to provoke them. So, when Yi Xian said that he was from Lingxian Pavilion, those people retreated. Proof? Here you go. Yi Xian waved his hand and threw the jade token over. When Yi Xian took out the jade token, Hao Bai's expression changed. Of course, he recognized the jade token of Lingxian Pavilion. At this moment, the jade token that Yi Xian took out was the authentic proof of identity of Lingxian Pavilion. Even if it was the lowest proof of an attendant. No need. Since you are from Lingxian Pavilion, you are naturally not the person we are looking for. Forgive me for being presumptuous. Hao Bai also waved his hand and pushed the jade token back into Yi Xian's hand. Obviously, he was not going to check. Yi Xian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lingxian Pavilion's signboard was quite useful. Otherwise, he would really be in trouble this time. It's all right. Since you have mistaken me for someone else, I will take my leave first. After all, Elder Lin is still waiting for me to complete the task he gave me. As Yi Xian spoke, he had already summoned the heavenly horse totem and fled. This was a heavenly god powerhouse, while Yi Xian was merely a mid-level god. Moreover, he was in a situation where his system was damaged. If a conflict really broke out, it would simply be sending him to his death. Moreover, the other party had the advantage in numbers. Yi Xian's movements were extremely fast and did not stop for a moment. No, it's him. It's this guy. There's something wrong with that jade token. Suddenly, Hao Bai turned around abruptly with a vexed expression on his face. In the beginning, due to Ling Xian Pavilion's reputation, Hao Bai had been very careful when checking, not daring to offend in the slightest. Damn it, damn it. I was actually tricked by that brat. Chase after him. I will definitely crush his godhead with my own hands. Hao Bai was extremely furious. This time, how could he have the slightest hesitation? In an instant, the people from the 10,000 Beasts divine sect turned into flowing lights and chased after Yi Xian. Yi Xian also understood that using Ling Xian Pavilion's jade tablet was only a temporary measure. Once the other party reacted, then he would be in for a tragedy. Therefore, from the moment he left the 10,000 Beasts divine sect's side, Yi Xian unceasingly urged the Pegasus to increase its speed. At this moment, the speed of the totem Pegasus had already reached its peak. Mountains and rivers continuously flew past Yi Xian's feet. Yi Xian didn't dare to delay in the slightest. He didn't expect that he would make a mistake right after coming to the divine realm. From the moment that Hao Bai announced his identity as a member of the 10,000 Beasts divine sect, Yi Xian already understood what these people's objective was. Wasn't it him? Chase after him. Damn it, he's actually so slippery. The people from the 10,000 Beasts divine sect were also extremely fast. Relying on the sensing ability of the heavenly listening beast, they actually kept track of Yi Xian's position from afar. If this continued, it wouldn't work at all. Although the totem Pegasus speed wasn't slow, the people from the 10,000 Beasts divine sect also had special mounts and treasures. If this continued, Yi Xian would be caught sooner or later. Once caught, the consequences would be unimaginable. What to do? He had to find a suitable method. As Yi Xian fled, he continuously pondered in his heart. The system malfunction caused Yi Xian to be in a very passive situation. If this was any other time, he wouldn't have so many worries. This time, it was the original body, Yi Xian's original body, and not a clone, and among the enemies, there was a heavenly deity expert. Flee, he could only flee. Apart from fleeing, there was no other way. This chase lasted for an entire 7 days. During these 7 days, Yi Xian relied on the speed of the totem Pegasus to travel swiftly. As for the people from the 10,000 Beasts divine sect, at this moment, only the heavenly deity realm Hao Bai was still chasing after Yi Xian. Heavenly God stage, it was not something a true god could resist. At noon on the 7th day, Yi Xian suddenly discovered that Hao Bai, who had been chasing relentlessly, had clearly slowed down. What's going on? Is that guy planning to give up? No, with that fellow's performance in the past few days, it's obviously impossible for him to give up so easily. Then, what could be the reason? Could it be because of his current position? Yi Xian also slowed down. At the same time, he vigilantly observed his surroundings with his divine sense. On the surface, Yi Xian's current location didn't seem to be anything special. There were green hills and clear waters, and some immortal herbs and divine flowers grew everywhere. From time to time, some small beasts could be seen traversing the ground. In short, this place looked very ordinary. However, the behavior of that all beasts divine sect's elder was clearly strange. What was the reason? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Humph, this guy's guts aren't small. He actually dared to hide in the Valley of Despair. I'd like to see how you're going to come out. Hao Bai wasn't anxious at all. He even directly stopped chasing. Instead, he just looked at Yi Xian from afar. A faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth. This smile was full of ridicule. His meaning couldn't be more obvious. Yi Xian was seeking his own death. Valley of Despair, what was this place? For Yi Xian, he didn't know so much. At this moment, Yi Xian also discovered that something was wrong. First, it was the change of divine power. At this moment, Yi Xian could clearly feel the violent aura in the air. In this area, it seemed that even the air was violent. What's going on? Hao Bai was guarding outside. Yi Xian didn't dare to go out at all. He could only slowly descend on the ground. The totem Pegasus kept snorting. At the same time, its forehooves kicked restlessly. Yi Xian frowned slightly and directly put it away. Only then did he carefully observe the surroundings. However, he couldn't see anything special. This was a strange place. Speaking of which, it was really mundane. Yi Xian definitely didn't believe this. If there wasn't any danger, how Bai wouldn't have stopped chasing. However, whether it was the result of the investigation with the naked eye or divine consciousness, both showed that there was nothing special about this place. Then, what kind of secret did this place actually hold? Ding. The host has triggered the first round of the recasting system's task, the Valley of Mystery. Congratulations to the host. Ding. System notification: the system won't provide any help for this exploration. The host can explore on his own. The system notification made Yi Xian frown slightly. The Valley of Mystery? Yi Xian wanted to see what exactly was so mysterious about this place. Yi Xian directly took out the god-slaying sword and held it tightly in his hand. Step by step, he walked towards the depths of the valley. Green hills and clear waters, the sound of birds and the fragrance of flowers. If it wasn't for the violent aura that was everywhere, Yi Xian would even think that this was a paradise. Step by step, Yi Xian's movements weren't fast. In the face of this sudden situation, Yi Xian couldn't help but be vigilant. It could be said that ever since he entered the realm of the gods, things had never gone smoothly for him. The loss of Luoluo, the damage to the system, and the continuous troubles made Yi Xian sigh in his heart. He was really unlucky. Puchi! All of a sudden attack almost killed Yi Xian in an instant. Yes, it was an instant kill. Cold sweat flowed down Yi Xian's body in an instant. Just a moment ago, just as Yi Xian was about to take a step forward, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, so he jumped away without hesitation. However, the moment he jumped away, a big tree suddenly grew out of the ground. In the blink of an eye, an ancient tree as big as the sky appeared in this place where there was originally nothing. Moreover, this ancient tree wasn't an ordinary ancient tree. It was a strange ancient tree called the Soul Devourer. It was said that this tree actually had its own consciousness. Usually, it hid underground in the form of a seed. However, once a suitable target entered its attack range, it would immediately rise from the ground and grow up in an instant. If anyone accidentally touched any of the branches of this Soul Devourer tree, then congratulations, your soul would be devoured by this Soul Devourer tree as food. Soul Devourer ancient tree. Isn't this thing extinct in the realm of the gods? Why is there one here? Not to mention Yi Xian, even Hao Bai, who was watching Yi Xian from outside, jumped up in shock. The Valley of Despair. As expected of the Valley of Despair, there's actually a Soul Devourer ancient tree hidden here. Terrifying, this is simply too terrifying. Of course, he did not go far. Instead, he waited quietly for Yi Xian to be defeated. Yi Xian was shocked by the soul-devouring ancient tree. Even now, his heart was still thumping. However, this was not enough to make him stop. The more strange it was, the more it showed that this was not an ordinary situation. Moreover, this was the first round of the system's reforging mission. Yi Xian could not give up. Let's keep going. Yi Xian gritted his teeth, went around the soul-devouring ancient tree, and continued forward. As soon as Yi Xian left, the soul-devouring ancient tree disappeared in an instant. It was as if nothing had happened at all. Even the ground returned to its previous state. A woo! It seemed to be the cry of a wolf. However, how could there be a wolf's cry here? This was the realm of the gods. Even if there were wolves, they would be existences like the wolf god. Yi Xian stopped and silently looked in the direction of the sound. Suddenly, a shadow flashed. Although it only appeared for a moment. However, it was still caught by Yi Xian. What is this? Pretending to be mysterious, Yi Xian gripped the Godslayer tightly and looked forward. Haha, a human child? Interesting, very interesting. I didn't expect a human child to be so bold as to enter my Valley of Despair. Do you know that entering my Valley of Despair is certain death? A voice sounded. This voice seemed to be coming from the front, but it also seemed to be coming from all directions. It seemed so illusory. Moreover, there was a faint smell of blood in the voice. Those who heard this voice could not help but feel their hair stand on end. Pretending to be mysterious. Yi Xian released his divine consciousness and carefully searched every direction. He was sure that this voice was definitely around Yi Xian, but he did not know where it was hiding. Human child, are you looking for me? Suddenly, a strange half-human, half-wolf creature walked out. A human wolf, these things could be found elsewhere as well. However, the werewolf that appeared in front of Yi Xian was a little strange. Not only did he have a half-human, half-wolf form, he also had a half-illusory, half-corporeal form. His wolf-like body was incomparably clear, and people could clearly feel his physical body. However, the other half of his body was illusory. It was as if it was only a shadow. What kind of monster was this? Yi Xian had never seen such a thing before, so it was impossible for him not to find it strange. Human brat, you're just a mid-true god. Why would you enter my valley of despair without permission? You can consider yourself lucky today to have encountered me, Lang Kuan. If you had encountered the other four fellows, I'm afraid you would have died long ago. Tell me, what do you want to do in my absolute domain? Lang Kuan? Was that the guy's name? Yi Xian frowned slightly. The current situation was completely out of his control. Everything had gone beyond his expectations. Lang Kuan in front of him, although he looked like an upper true god on the surface. However, Yi Xian could feel that his strength was more than that. Fight? Or escape? No, there was no chance to escape. Everything here was too strange, so much so that Yi Xian did not have the confidence to escape at all. Then, could he only fight? The God Slayer was tightly held in Yi Xian's hand. Although Lang Kuan seemed to be easy to talk to now, unfortunately, Yi Xian was not a fool. What did he say that he would die if he encountered the other four fellows, but he would not die if he encountered him? How was that possible? Who are you, and where is this? Yi Xian looked at Lang Kuan and asked. However, his body was ready to fight at any time. Who am I? Haha, you entered my absolute domain and you don't know who I am. I am one of the 5 emissaries of the absolute domain, Emissary Lang. Do you know? No. Lang Kuan's expression was slightly stunned. He did not expect Yi Xian to tell him directly that he did not know who he was. Boy, are you courting death? Considering that you have a hard time cultivating, leave all your things and get out of my absolute domain immediately. Then, I will spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Lang Kuan threatened. However, if he did not threaten Yi Xian, perhaps Yi Xian would be worried. However, now that he threatened Yi Xian laughed. Haha, you want my things? Sure, come and take them, God-slaying slash. Yi Xian didn't even hesitate in the slightest and directly attacked. A violent force burst out from the God-slayer. Lang Kuan's expression changed, and he wanted to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. Devouring hand. Suddenly, Yi Xian's second attack arrived. It actually sucked Lang Kuan into the devouring space directly. This seemed a little too simple, right? What was going on? Even Yi Xian was slightly stunned. One should know that even the fluctuation of power that Lang Kuan displayed was at the upper true god realm. How could it be that he did not have any resistance and was directly devoured by Yi Xian? Something was wrong, something was definitely wrong. Yi Xian was too lazy to ask Lang Kuan. What he heard from others would never be as clear as what he saw with his own eyes. Therefore, Yi Xian directly chose to search Lang Kuan's soul. Now that he had broken through to the true god realm, he could use divine thought to search Lang Kuan's soul. In this valley of despair, the system was damaged. Now, no matter what Yi Xian did, he could only move with his own body. Therefore, he could not be too careless and could not relax at all. After a while, Yi Xian revealed a strange smile. He finally knew why this valley of despair made Hao Bai of the 10,000 Beasts divine sect stop, and why it was so strange. This was because this was a tomb of the god of sin. You could see this place as a treasure. However, it was a treasure trove that no one could open or enter. This was also why this place was called the Valley of Despair. In fact, that Lang Kuan's true strength was at the heavenly god realm. 1,000 years ago, the bold him and a few other heavenly god realm experts chose to enter this place, wanting to find out what was going on here. Unfortunately, not long after they entered, they were contaminated by the violent aura, and the divine power in their bodies fell into a frenzy. In the end, a few people actually fought among themselves. Lang Kuan's luck was not bad. He was not too deeply contaminated by the aura, so he escaped in time. However, that was only the beginning of the tragedy. After that, Lang Kuan encountered all kinds of strange things one after another, until he was turned into that neither human nor wolf. To be more precise, the part of his body that was a human had already fallen. In desperation, he lodged his divine spark in the body of a native creature in this valley of despair, a three-tailed demon wolf, which was why he became like that. From Lang Kuan's memory, Xian discovered that these miserable fellows had fallen before they even reached the real door of the Valley of Despair. Looking at the strange Valley of Despair, Xian hesitated for a moment. From Lang Kuan's memory, Xian knew that the Valley of Despair was divided into 5 levels. The core was the tomb of the god of sin. After that was the inner valley, the outer valley, and the heavenly gorge, and the outer area where Xian was now. Lang Kuan and the others had been defeated at the heavenly gorge. In other words, if Xian continued to move forward, he would most likely end up like them. What should he do? Give up on the mission of reforging the system, stop exploring this place? No, Xian would never do that. If the system could not be repaired, then Xian would find it even harder to move forward. Sometimes, when it was time to take risks, they had to take them. Xian would not give up this opportunity. Although he knew that once he started to explore this place, all kinds of strange things would happen, and all kinds of powerful demons and ghosts would appear continuously, as well as those strange restrictions, formations, and even things like the ancient tree of Soul Devourer, but Xian wanted to give it a try. Was it dangerous? Yes, it was. But wasn't danger meant to be conquered? Since he had made up his mind, Xian did not waste any more time and directly walked forward. Step by step, every step, Xian was very careful. As he continued to go deeper, he could clearly feel that the violent aura in the air was getting stronger and stronger. But fortunately, Xian already knew what the simplest way to deal with this violent aura was. To put it bluntly, it was to not absorb the aura in the air. Perhaps it would be difficult for others to do so. But for Xian, it was easy for him to do so. Others, regardless of whether they used supernatural powers or techniques, would inevitably need to borrow the power of the void, and would inevitably be infected by the violent aura in the air. But Xian did not have to worry about this. First of all, he had just come to the realm of the gods. Strictly speaking, Xian did not have supernatural powers at all. What Xian could use now was the Godslayer's attack, the Devouring Hand, and the Eye of Revelation. In fact, even the sword servants did not need Xian to borrow power from the void. Naturally, Xian was able to ignore this berserk aura. There wasn't much danger in the outer region. Although they would encounter some strange demon gods along the way, they were more or less the same as Lang Kuan. He was just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Xian directly devoured him, and he even got a few universe rings along the way. In the Valley of Despair, as long as you used your divine power in battle, you would inevitably be infected by the berserk aura. Only those demonic beasts with no strength at all could live here. Of course, if it was a demonic beast, it would not be a threat to Xian at all. Until Xian reached the entrance of the heavenly gorge, Tongtian Gorge. Just like its name, it was a canyon that extended into the sky. This canyon was built on top of an incomparably huge divine mountain. How high was the mountain, no one knew. At least, Xian and those unlucky fellows who were devoured by Xian did not know. Perhaps the tomb of the god of the gods was at the top of the mountain. It was just that no one had been there, so naturally no one knew. Xian knew that starting from the Tongtian Gorge, the dangers along the way had begun. It was no longer just the souls of the dead or the berserk aura. Here, there would be all kinds of restrictions and formations, or attacks from strange beasts. We're finally here. Then, I want to see how powerful this so-called heavenly gorge is. Xian held the god-slaying sword in his hand. Without any hesitation, he directly took a step forward. In an instant, the sky changed color. From the moment he stepped into the Tongtian Gorge, the surrounding scenery changed completely. Of course, Xian was already mentally prepared for this. In fact, what Xian saw now was the true appearance of the Valley of Despair. Withered trees, broken stones, corpses, blood moon, and chilly wind, it formed a strange scene, but at the same time, it was accompanied by countless dangers. In front is the first obstacle, the sea of bones. Once you step in, there will be countless skeletons appearing. There is no other way except to break through. The strength of these skeletons, from ordinary skeletons with no cultivation, to the cultivation of lower ninth grade deity. Whether you can break through or not depends entirely on your own ability. Xian said indifferently. However, there was no hesitation in his feet. This was a section of the canyon, a section that did not seem to have many special features. Of course, except for the caves on the surrounding walls, when Xian finally entered, countless skeletons began to appear in the caves. Under the light of the blood moon, the skeletons turned dark red. A bloody dark red. Not a sound was heard. These skeletons could not open their mouths to speak. From the moment they saw Xian, they launched a surprise attack. The skeletons rushed toward Xian like a tide. Limitless, no one knew if there were 100,000 or 1,000,000 of them. These skeletons were the incarnations of countless people who were sacrificed to the ancient gods when they were building the tomb of the god of sin. Kill. In the canyon, which had been quiet for God knows how many years, there was finally a voice. Xian had already rushed forward. Ding. A special treasure is detected, the skeleton's heart. It is recommended that the host obtain it immediately. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded. To be honest, it was a good feeling to hear a familiar voice in such an empty place. Moreover, after the system malfunctioned, it seemed to have become more humane. It could even give suggestions. One should know that previously, the system would always give out cold notifications and give Xian all kinds of trouble. For example, it would create a bloodline holder and chase after Xian. But then again, what was the skeleton's heart? Of course, since the system suggested to obtain it, it could not be a bad thing. Xian looked over. Good heavens, a giant skeleton of 100 meters tall was walking toward Xian. This guy's bones were extremely thick and strong. Every step he took would send hundreds of skeletons in front of him flying. In his hand, he was holding a skeletal longsword. What the hell was that? Xian did not know. But he knew that the thing with a faint blood-red glow on the chest of this giant skeleton was the so-called skeleton's heart. He waved the deicide again. Hundreds of skeletons were chopped into pieces. Xian also rushed toward the giant skeleton. Deicide slash. In an instant, the deicide slash's special effect was activated. Against a demon god like a skeleton, the critical hit rate was 100%. With a loud bang, the giant skeleton was directly chopped into pieces by Xian. Killed with one strike, in a flash, Xian picked up the skeleton's heart. Skeleton heart, special material, can be used on withered bone sword servants. 3 skeleton hearts, 1 withered bone sword servant. There is no limit to the number of withered bone sword servants. The host can increase the number without limit. Withered bone sword servants were divided into 9 levels. Each level up would consume a certain amount of skeleton hearts. Withered bone sword servants had strong defensive abilities but average offensive abilities. If they died in battle, 1 skeleton heart could be used to revive them. After revival, they would retain their original level. Yes, this skeleton heart was actually a necessary material for a special withered bone sword servant. However, this withered bone sword servant was not very strong. Not only could it not level up with Xian, but the key was that its starting level was very low. To put it bluntly, Xian would need to use a sword servant of low-level god cultivation at the very least. Alright, then, this level 3 withered bone sword servant was a low-level god. As for the level 4 withered bone sword servant, it was only an early-level god. It was a little useless. However, what if the number of skeleton hearts was huge? Xian looked at the sea of countless skeletons. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Good stuff. These 1,000,000 skeletons were simply delivering food to him. How many skeleton hearts could there be among 1,000,000 skeletons? Xian did not know, but he knew that this time, he would definitely gain a lot of benefits. Kill. There was no rest, no end, no light. Due to the restrictions of the violent aura, Xian could only use the god-slaying sword to kill these skeletons. However, the god-slaying sword's terrifying attributes would definitely deal a critical hit to any god other than the gods of the human race. It was easy for Xian to kill these skeletons. Xian stood on the corpse of a huge skeleton and swept his sword. Countless skeletons shattered on the ground. At this time, the entire canyon was filled with countless white bones. The number of holes was also decreasing. Mana 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 hata, a strange sound was heard. It seemed to be some kind of incantation. Xian suddenly looked forward. He saw that the nameless black-cloaked guys were gathered together and chanting. What's going on? What the hell were those guys? Suddenly, the skeleton beneath Xian's feet moved slightly. It was actually being revived. Damn it. We can't let them revive these skeletons. Xian was shocked. If the black-cloaked man resurrected the skeletons in this canyon, how could he pass through Xian? His figure moved. Xian had already rushed forward without a care in the world. Boom, with a casual swing of his sword, he shattered a huge skeleton. However, this time, Xian did not even collect the skeleton's heart. He simply passed through the sky full of broken bones. His footsteps did not stop at all as he continued to charge forward. Boom boom boom. Xian leaped high into the air. Within this damned canyon, there was a restriction on flight, making it impossible for Xian to fly. However, even if he couldn't fly, he could still jump. Every time he jumped, a group of skeletons would be directly shattered by Xian's immense strength. Xian did not dare to slow down for even a moment. At this time, half of the hundreds of thousands of skeletons that Xian had killed with great difficulty had already stood up shakily. The last time he killed them, Xian had already felt helpless. If this happened again, Xian would really want to go berserk. He must not let them succeed. Go to hell. I don't care what the hell you are. Xian suddenly jumped up. This jump was at least 100 meters high. The restriction on flight had been activated. Unfortunately, Xian was not flying, nor was he using any divine power. Therefore, even the restriction on flight could not do anything to Xian. Deity slaying slash. Boom, under the illumination of the blood moon, a powerful ray of light directly slashed at the 5 black-cloaked men. Boom boom boom. There was a continuous sound. Xian's angry sword slashed a canyon in the Tongtian Gorge. And the 5 black-cloaked men were killed without any suspense. Xian landed and was already beside the 5 men. However, he threw away the cloak. Xian was shocked to find that it was empty. Except for the 5 weird-looking skeleton hearts, there was nothing else, not even a bone. What the hell was this? Of course, Xian did not care so much. After keeping the 5 special skeleton hearts, Xian continued to kill the sea of skeletons. The battle lasted for 3 whole days, of course, killing millions of skeletons in 3 days, including countless low-level gods, did not take into account his combat strength. His endurance was not something that ordinary people could withstand. However, after Xian killed all the skeletons, he had a different idea. One should know that in a place like this, there should not only be low-level god skeletons. Then, there was only one possibility. This was not the only place where such a test was held. Of course, Xian did not mind at all. This time, although he did not get any rare treasures, and his level did not increase at all. However, he got more than 130 normal skeleton hearts and 5 special skeleton hearts. This thing was a good thing. No matter what, he had to get the skeleton swordsman. Especially in a place like this where there was constant danger, it might have an unexpected effect. System, I want the skeleton swordsman now. Xian immediately said in his mind. Although the name was Skeleton Swordsman and Xian called it Skeleton Swordsman, it was not wrong. Ding, the host can use 3 skeleton hearts to level 1 skeleton swordsman. Okay, one first. In an instant, the 3 skeleton hearts disappeared, and then a skeleton walked out. That's so ugly. Xian was helpless. Of course, it was only for temporary use anyway, so Xian was not that particular about it. System, I want to level up the skeleton swordsman. Ding, skeleton swordsman level 1 to level 2 requires 10 skeleton hearts. Okay, level up. System, continue to level up. Level 1 to level 2 required 10 skeleton hearts, and level 2 to level 3 required 50 skeleton hearts. Of course, Xian had more than 100 skeleton hearts, so he did not feel the pinch. Xian did not make too many, one skeleton swordsman was enough for him now. He would save the extra skeleton hearts for resurrection. However, what were the 5 special skeleton hearts? Ding, skeleton spirit, essential material for the skeleton king. Currently, the host does not have enough materials, specific information is temporarily unknown. Well, it seems that this so-called skeleton spirit is the upgraded version of the skeleton heart. Xian put away his doubts. He continued to move forward. Of course, this time, he let the skeleton swordsman lead the way. It was a little ugly, but it was good as long as it was useful. Xian had just entered this place, and he had already obtained a skeleton swordsman. Then, what else could Xian obtain? Of course, the Tongtian Gorge was not that simple. The millions of skeletons were just the appetizer. Xian continued forward. After walking for less than 2 hours, he encountered another problem. The withered bone sword servant was leading the way. However, a huge bloody maw suddenly opened up on the originally ordinary ground and swallowed the withered bone sword servant in one gulp. Ding! The withered bone sword servant has died. Ding! The host used a skeleton heart to revive the withered bone sword servant. Damn, Xian was speechless. Just now, everything had happened too quickly. It was so fast that Xian didn't even understand what had happened. When the withered bone sword servant resurrected again, it was as if nothing had happened on the ground in front of it. It was as if that bloody mouth had never appeared at all. No, this time, Xian had to see what was going on. The withered bone sword servant continued forward. This time, it was much more careful. Xian also carefully observed his surroundings. 1 step, 2 steps, the withered bone sword servant walked forward step by step as if nothing had happened. However, just as Xian was slightly relieved, the bloody maw appeared once again. In an instant, the withered bone sword servant was swallowed again. Ding! The withered bone sword servant has died. Ding! The host used a skeleton heart to revive the withered bone sword servant. What the hell? Xian was speechless. This time, he saw it clearly. However, the key was that he did not know what this thing was. Was it some kind of demon god? It did not look like one at all because other than a huge mouth, it did not even have a body. This thing was made up of incomparably sharp teeth. Round and round, like a spiral. After the withered bone sword servant was swallowed, the teeth inside began to spin rapidly. What was the withered bone sword servant's strongest ability? It was defense. It could be said that although Xian's 3rd level withered bone sword servant only had the strength of a lesser god, its defense was comparable to that of a greater god. However, even so, it did not last more than a second against the rapidly spinning teeth. What a terrifying thing! Xian was able to get a preliminary result from his analysis. There was only one conclusion, and that was that this thing was not a living thing at all, but a mechanism that was trapped inside. Damn, how was he going to play this? If it was a demon god, then Xian could kill it. But if it was a trap mechanism, then it would be difficult to deal with. Xian did not dare to take the risk. These kinds of mechanisms were all triggered, so the withered bone sword servants would be fine even if they walked past them. But when it was Ye's turn, it would be dangerous. This thing was not easy to get. Xian fell silent. There was a restriction in the air that prevented Xian from flying through the air. On the ground, danger lurked everywhere. What a tragedy! Could it be that Xian would be stopped here? That was impossible, since it was a mechanism, there must be a way to break it. System, give me 10 first-level withered bone sword servants. As long as he had skeleton hearts, he could have an unlimited number of withered bone sword servants. Although a rank 1 withered bone sword attendant was completely useless, it was still very useful for scouting the way and finding traps in the current situation. Xian was going to use these withered bone sword servants to investigate carefully. The 10 first-level withered bone sword servants appeared quickly. Under Xian's command, they began to explore the surroundings. As long as they could find the switch or trigger conditions, they would be able to pass through the trap. In that case, he would be able to pass. What Xian needed to do now was find the crux of the matter. The withered bone sword servants died again and again, reducing the number of skeleton hearts in Xian's hands. Suddenly, the death of a withered bone sword servant attracted Yi Xian's attention. No, this withered bone sword servant died a bit later than the other withered bone sword servants. Even the activation of the trap was slower. Someone is controlling this place. In an instant, Yi Xian thought of a possibility. A possibility that did not seem very likely. The trap here was not triggered. Someone was controlling it. In that case, since he understood this point, the following matters would be much easier to handle. The withered bone sword attendants set off again. This time, they were very spread out, and they were searching everywhere. Yi Xian wanted to find out who was hiding in the dark and plotting against him. Fortunately, these withered bone sword servants were there. Otherwise, if Yi Xian himself was there, the consequences would be unimaginable if he fell into the trap. It's here. Suddenly, Yi Xian and all the withered bone sword servants focused their attention on a large black rock. This stone, every time the mechanism was activated, it would emit a faint fluctuation. Although the vibration was not very strong. However, Yi Xian's sharp senses were able to detect it. I want to see how you're going to hide this time, kill. Yi Xian casually waved his hand, and the God Realm withered bone sword attendant, who had been waiting for orders, suddenly charged forward. He directly used a fearless frontal charge to collide with the huge rock. Boom, a ferocious explosion took place. In an instant, the rock and the withered bone sword servants were smashed to pieces. The guy hiding in the rock finally revealed his true form. It was another skeleton. It was a strange skeleton wearing a maroon robe with a skeleton spirit in each of its eyes. In the skeleton's hand was a golden crystal. That was the source of control for the trap here. Haha, I found your true form. I want to see where you're going to hide this time. The skeleton controlling the trap did not have a strong cultivation base. His only purpose was to control the trap here. Once discovered, he would not have any combat power. He killed the skeleton with one strike. The skeleton could not withstand Yi Xian's attack. Yi Xian held the golden crystal in his hand. However, he did not choose to devour it. Now, Yi Xian had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. He felt that perhaps the fundamental purpose of every checkpoint here was not to eliminate the people who entered this place, but to test the people who entered, although this feeling was completely baseless. However, since he had this intuition, Yi Xian would leave something behind. Therefore, Yi Xian left the golden crystal behind. As expected, there was no one controlling it. That ferocious giant mouth didn't appear again. Yi Xian had passed this trap. He continued forward. However, this time, Yi Xian's test was a bridge. It was a strange bridge. The bridge was surrounded by a highly corrosive poisonous fog. Even the strongest third-level withered bone sword servant could not last more than 3 seconds. Even if Yi Xian were to travel at full speed, he would not be able to cross the bridge in less than an hour. To put it bluntly, this poisonous fog was a place where no one was allowed to pass. There was a bridge in the middle of the poisonous fog. A strange iron chain bridge. Why was this bridge strange? Because on both sides of the bridge were sculptures of various demonic beasts. Once an outsider approached, these sculptures would immediately wake up and attack the person in front of them without hesitation. How long was this bridge? More than 1,000,000 meters. On top of that, there was a pair of such sculptures every 10 meters. That iron chain wasn't an ordinary iron chain. These iron chains contained a special kind of energy. This bridge was made up of a total of 16 iron chains. Between every 2 iron chains, a strange light would be emitted. When a person stood on the light, it was as if they were standing on flat ground. Of course, one had to keep moving forward. If one stood in the same position for too long, one would see the light turn from white to red. When it turned red, not only would it explode with a powerful alien flame attack, but it would also break apart. One of Yi Xian's withered bone sword servant had fallen into the invincible abyss because of this sudden break in the light curtain. Was this the new test? Then, let's fight. It seemed that they were thinking too much if they wanted to rely on these sculptures to stop Yi Xian. When Yi Xian successfully passed through this place, he was even more certain in his heart that this was definitely a specially designed training ground. This was because Yi Xian had encountered a pair of upper-level true god demonic beasts at the end of the iron chain bridge. The only thing that Yi Xian regretted was that these sculptures did not have any devouring value. Therefore, Yi Xian did not increase his cultivation level at all. When Yixian finally passed the iron chain bridge, he arrived at the final test of the Heavenly Gorge. This time around, it could be considered a real test. That was because this time, the rules were clearly written down. A stone tablet, a huge stone tablet that was more than 10 meters tall. When Yixian reached this place, an illusory figure suddenly appeared on the stone tablet. The figure was so blurry that Yixian could not see its appearance clearly. Welcome, 76,872 trial takers. Congratulations on entering the Sovereign's endless trial left behind by our great master. Once you begin, unless you pass, you will be trapped forever. Of course, if you pass this trial, you will obtain unimaginable benefits. I am the guardian of the first trial. If you pass this trial, you will be able to obtain one of my master's inheritances. Work hard, trial taker. It has been a long time since someone passed through here. I look forward to seeing your performance. The illusory figure did not say much, but it made Yixian heave a sigh of relief. After confirming that this was a trial, there was no doubt that Yixian would be much safer. At the same time, this also represented infinite opportunities. Yixian already knew that this was a trial left behind by an ancient god. The things that the ancient god left behind were probably not ordinary things. Although he did not know why he had inexplicably entered this place, he had to admit that this was an opportunity. The Valley of Despair that was rumored to be a trial by an ancient god was actually a trial by fire. He did not know how many people would be attracted to this place if this news spread. Of course, it was superfluous to say this now. At this time, Yixian was already prepared. He stepped into the first trial. Seal Mountain was a mysterious mountain covered with all kinds of seals. If one said that it was big, it was indeed incomparably huge. If one said that it was small, in fact, what the naked eye could see was only a palm-sized rockery. Everything was because of the seals on it. To be precise, this mountain itself was actually just a projection in the void. When Yixian stepped into it, it could be said that he existed in the Valley of Despair, but it could also be said that he had already been transported to another alternate space. There were a total of 990,000 seals in Seal Mountain. There were even more types of seals, but they all had one thing in common, and that was that each seal sealed a treasure. Whether it was a natural treasure or a magic weapon, as long as one could open the seal, he would be able to obtain the item inside. It could be said that there was no danger here. Of course, the difficulty of the seals increased as one went to the top of the mountain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the seal and obtaining the destruction stone. The system's notification instantly made Yixian slightly stunned. It's actually the destruction stone. Yixian held the stone in his hand and was rather surprised. This is good stuff. This destruction stone is one of the basic materials of the shadow guards and sword servants. Yixian casually put away the destruction stone, feeling extremely happy. Shadow guards and sword servants were not something that the withered bone sword servants could compare to. Although the withered bone sword servants had strong defensive abilities and the possibility of self-leveling up, they were still very weak. In other words, if Yixian had enough skeleton hearts, even at his current stage, he could create a super invincible withered bone sword servant. It was a pity that the skeleton hearts were not so easy to obtain. However, shadow guards and sword servants were different. They had 3 special abilities: Undying, Incorporeal, and Coexistence. Undying was easy to understand. It was unlimited resurrection. Incorporeal was easy to understand. It was permanent invisibility. The key was coexistence. The coexistence ability of the shadow guards and sword servants referred to the ability to completely enhance Yixian's combat power. Moreover, regardless of whether it was the realm or ability growth. Even if Yixian used any equipment, the shadow guards and sword servants would automatically duplicate a set. Such a powerful sword servant, just this coexistence ability alone was enough to make Yixian jealous. This sword servant had to be summoned. Such a terrifying ability had to be used by Yixian. Yixian raised his head and looked at the countless restrictions. His hands moved even faster. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the 1000th restriction and completing the system recovery hidden subtask. The system recovery rate has increased by 5%. Ding! The system's ability to break restrictions has been unlocked. Unknowingly, Yi Xian had unlocked the 1000th restriction. Of course, he had relied on the black all that he had bought from Lingxian court. However, the system did not care so much. As long as it was Yi Xian who had unlocked the restriction, it was fine. Why would it care what he had used? Hidden subtask. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. This system was really good at causing trouble. Apart from the main system recovery task, there were also some hidden subtasks that could also restore the system. All of a sudden, Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the Forbidden Mountain. He smiled proudly. No matter what happened to the other people who entered this place, as far as Yi Xian was concerned, he was definitely going to pass this restriction mountain. Yi Xian was going to take all 990,000 treasures sealed in this Forbidden Mountain. Because the system's ability to break the restrictions had been removed, it was no doubt that Yi Xian had taken advantage of this Forbidden Mountain. Others had worked hard and even been trapped for hundreds of thousands of years and still couldn't advance much. However, it was only a matter of minutes for Yi Xian. The Forbidden Mountain, which had trapped countless strong people, seemed so fragile in front of Yi Xian. Because the system's ability to break restrictions had been restored, everyone else only wanted to reach the peak of the mountain. All they wanted to do was to open a path of restriction and reach the peak. However, when Yi Xian arrived, he continued to walk around the restriction mountain. Because what he wanted to do was to take all the treasures in the entire Forbidden Mountain. Ebony root, magnificent lotus vine, frozen blood grass? They're not useful. I'll just devour them. Yi Xian waved his hand again and opened 3 restrictions. He took the treasures in them, but when he found that they were not useful, he chose to devour them. Actually, up until now, Yi Xian had finally discovered something unusual. Until now, he had encountered a total of 320,000 restrictions, and all of them had been undone by him and taken away. However, among these 320,000 restrictions, about 20,000 of them had obviously been opened before. The treasures inside were also of a much lower quality. In fact, one of the 3 restrictions that Yi Xian had unlocked this time was still recovering. In other words, someone had only just unlocked this restriction 1,000 years ago. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. Could it be that I'll meet other people here? Yi Xian put away the items and continued to sweep the treasures. He was like a bandit. Wherever he went, the restrictions would be completely broken. The treasures inside were all taken away by him without exception. Ding! The host has leveled up. The host's current level is a 3rd-grade medium true god. Among the treasures that Yi Xian obtained, some were good and some were bad according to the difficulty of the restrictions. The good ones were naturally taken away. As for the ones that Yi Xian did not care about, he devoured them directly. Who would have thought that his level would increase unknowingly? Yi Xian was in a good mood. It had only been 10 days since he entered the Forbidden Mountain. In addition to obtaining countless treasures, he had also increased his level. This was such a good thing that Yi Xian would not reject it. Let's continue. Yi Xian was about to advance. All of a sudden, a powerful pressure crushed down on him. Not good. It's the pressure from a god. Yi Xian was shocked. God realm, why? Why was there a god to have a god in this Forbidden Mountain? Was this a joke to be a joke? Yi Xian wasn't a match for the heavenly god realm at all. Following the arrival of the pressure, in the blink of an eye, 2 figures arrived in front of Yi Xian. There was more than one god in the Forbidden Mountain. Damn, were they not giving Yi Xian a chance to live? Yi Xian looked at the 2 people in front of him nervously. He did not even have the chance to escape now. Once these 2 people had bad intentions, Yi Xian would be done for. Are you sure it's this kid? Yes, it's him. I'm 100% sure. This? He's just a mid-level deity? Is that possible? It's him. I've been secretly observing him for 3 whole days. There's no mistake. The 2 gods did not seem to care about Yi Xian at all. Instead, they were talking to each other. Yi Xian did not dare to say anything. However, he could not help but wonder what the 2 of them were talking about. Kid, were you the one who broke those restrictions? Suddenly, one of them finally spoke to Yi Xian. Restrictions. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. He quickly calculated in his mind. The rules of this forbidden mountain were very simple and crude. Break the restrictions and you could leave alive. You could even receive rewards that you did not expect. Otherwise, you would be trapped here forever. Could it be that these two people actually had a favor to ask of him? It was very possible, perhaps this was his only chance. Xian did not hesitate and answered directly. Yes, I was the one who broke the restrictions in front. What do you mean by that? Xian's affirmative answer made the two of them look at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. You're the only one who relied on the black all? How could you break the restrictions so quickly? Could it be that you're a restriction master? So you've already thought of a name for yourself. Xian snickered in his heart. From their answers, Xian already knew their purpose. To put it bluntly, these guys were just poor people trapped in this forbidden mountain. At the very least, Xian was absolutely safe within the restriction mountain. This was because if these people wanted to live, if they wanted to leave the restriction mountain, they could only do so through this place. Therefore, Xian, who had the powerful ability to break restrictions, was undoubtedly their life-saving straw. At least in this place, they definitely did not dare to have the slightest malicious intent towards Xian. At the thought of this, Xian exhaled in his heart. Divine realm, so what? Xian was the real king here. These guys, no matter what cultivation they had, all needed Xian's help. Haha, I'm not a restriction master, but I know a little. I just heard that there's a forbidden mountain here, so I came to have a try. Xian replied indifferently. Although his tone denied that he was not a restriction master, it clearly showed his disdain for this forbidden mountain. The two celestial god realm powerhouses were overjoyed at that moment. Haha, we've finally waited for a real restriction master. Damn it, that bullsh T Master KU has been trapped in this restriction for a full 18,000 years. If this continues, I'm afraid few of us can leave here. Master, let's have another stormy night. This is Du Haiju, please take us out of here. The two of them didn't hesitate in the slightest as they spoke to Xian in a respectful tone. Xian smiled slightly and pretended to be profound as he waved his hand. Well said, well said. Anyway, I'm going to leave here, so let's go together. From your tone, it seems that there are more than two of you? Could it be that there are other people trapped here? Xian's tone was indifferent. But he was already overjoyed. Two divine realm experts had to be obedient in front of him. To tell you the truth, the 32 of us entered the ancient god trial test 20,000 years ago. It is a pity that the first test has trapped us for 20,000 years. Although there is no danger in the restriction mountain, if we are unable to break the restriction, we will not be able to move an inch. Furthermore, with the passage of time, our divine power is also diminishing. There were actually hundreds of people who entered together, but now, only 32 of us are left. The others have long used up their divine power and their godheads have been shattered. F***ck, Xian was slightly shocked. These guys actually came in 20,000 years ago. F***ck, how old was Xian now? 20,000 years was a terrifying number that Xian didn't even dare to think about. In Xian's heart, these guys were probably very lonely. Of course, Xian wouldn't say this out loud. Instead, he maintained his calm and indifferent attitude, completely unmoved. Seeing that Xian didn't reply, Du Haiju immediately said, Master, this way please. Perhaps you don't know this, but you don't need to break all the restrictions in this restriction mountain. You just need to go all the way to the top, and there will be a way out at the top. Nonsense, how could Xian not know this? Xian knew this clearly. However, there were treasures in every restriction, which was why Xian had to break the restrictions one by one. Of course, he was facing two divine realm experts, so he naturally didn't dare to be too presumptuous. He could only nod and follow their directions. After walking for only 2 hours, Xian saw a large group of people in the distance. This strange restriction mountain was only 2 hours away, but Xian's divine consciousness couldn't sense anyone here. Haha, everyone come over quickly. Look who I brought back. Let me tell you, this is a real restriction master. Du Haiju greeted the group from afar. Divine realm, what the F***ck, they were all in the divine realm, low-level heavenly god, mid-level heavenly god, high-level heavenly god, among these 32 people, the weakest one was actually a low-level 9th grade celestial god. Damn you, Yi Xian felt a chill in his heart. This group of terrifying fellows, I'm afraid any one of them would be able to crush Yi Xian to death like an ant with just one hand. 32 heavenly deity stage powerhouses, what terrifying strength. Du Haju, you said this kid is a restriction master. Him? A mere mid-true god brat? Suddenly, an old man in a long robe walked towards Yi Xian. It seemed that everyone here was very afraid of him. However, his strength was merely at the middle true god realm. Seeing this situation, Yi Xian did not need to ask to know that this guy was the so-called Master Moonless. Sure enough, before Yi Xian could say anything, Du Heiju immediately said, Master Moonless, haha, we saw with our own eyes that Master Yi swept away the restriction below. We won't doubt this. Although Du Heiju's tone did not seem to be abnormal, the disdain in his eyes had already proved that he did not trust Master Moonless. Of course, if it was anyone else who was trapped in a restriction for 18,000 years, they would probably have such thoughts. Haha, alright, since you said this kid is a restriction master, I won't argue with you. Kid, come on, try this restriction. What Master Moonless was referring to was the restriction that had trapped him for a full 18,000 years. Yi Xian did not bother to say more. His cultivation level was too low. It could be said that if he did not have the ability to break the restriction, in the eyes of these people, they would not even take a look at him. Therefore, Yi Xian needed to break the restriction to prove his worth. Only in this way could he be protected by these people, or in other words, he would not be easily killed by these people. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't say a word and walked towards the restriction, everyone immediately shut their mouths. Even Master K, you didn't mock him anymore. After all, breaking the restriction was their only chance of survival. No one would cause trouble at this time because no one would joke about their own lives. However, although Yi Xian came to the restriction, he did not immediately ask the system to do anything. Instead, he sat there cross-legged and began to organize his gains. This was because Yi Xian was very clear that this restriction had trapped these people for 18,000 years. If he immediately tried to break it, he was afraid that it would cause unnecessary trouble. He sat there for an entire month. During this month, Yi Xian did not even move an inch. The others seemed to be the same. No one moved an inch. It was as if time had stopped. Sigh. Suddenly, Yi Xian sighed. In an instant, the expressions of these people changed greatly. Could it be that Yi Xian was completely powerless? Haha, little brat, this restriction is something that even I can't break. How dare an arrogant brat like you talk nonsense? Master Moonless looked disdainful and did not show any mercy in his words. Du Haju also immediately walked towards Yi Xian. Master, this restriction, don't you have a way to break it? Yes, if Yi Xian did not have a way, then did they have to wait 18,000 years for a person to come here? Yi Xian's lips curled slightly, but it quickly disappeared and was replaced by a helpless expression. I can break this restriction, but unfortunately, I need some materials, and I don't have enough rare treasures. This was a rip-off. Yi Xian was a prickly extortion. I see. Come, master, take these interspatial rings first. Feel free to use the things inside. If they are not enough, feel free to use all the resources we have here. Suddenly, an upper-level heavenly god came directly in front of Yi Xian and took out 5 interspatial rings. Yi Xian casually took them and used his divine consciousness to check them. He was ecstatic. Heavens, there were so many treasures. It was more than enough for him to break through to the upper-level heavenly god level. Moreover, there were even more resources for him. This was great, this was so great that he could not ask for more. Of course, Yi Xian could not show the slightest joy on his face. He took the 5 interspatial rings and began to fiddle with them pretentiously. Unfortunately, no one understood what he was trying to do. Of course, even Yi Xian himself was just messing around. If he wanted to break the restriction, he would need the system. System, come on, break this restriction in front of me. Ding. System notification, this is a heaven-level restriction. If you want to break it, you will need to use some special resources. Please use the resources. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. What a scam. He actually needed resources to break it, What AF asterisk King Jinx, of course, Yi Xian could not say no. System, it's okay. You can use any of the resources in the Qiankuan ring. Ding. Resource collection complete. Host, please take note. The restriction is about to be broken. Along with these words, all sorts of divine stones, spirit wood, and divine beast materials flew into the air from Yi Xian's hands before quickly condensing. This process lasted for 6 hours. Finally, the countless materials condensed into something that looked like a droplet of water. When the droplet of water fell, the restriction in front of them instantly melted into nothingness. Of course, this was the result of Yi Xian deliberately slowing down his speed. This, Master Moonless' face was as red as a pig's liver. A moment ago, he was still doubting whether Yi Xian could break the restriction. But now, not only did Yi Xian break the restriction, but he also used a method that he had never seen before. A month's time, for these old fellows who had been trapped here for tens of thousands of years, it was just a blink of an eye. How terrifying. At this moment, everyone looked at Yi Xian with gazes filled with worship. Give all your Qiankuan rings to Master Yi. Suddenly, a person roared loudly. What Yi Xian didn't expect was that the person who spoke was actually Master Moonless. No one wanted to die. Everyone wanted to leave this godforsaken place. Now, the opportunity was right in front of them. How could they not be excited? Okay, I'll give it to you. As long as Master Yi can take me away, I'll follow Master Yi for the rest of my life without any regrets, let alone Qiankuan rings. Everyone chimed in and took out all their extra Qiankuan rings. Yi Xian was overjoyed. Awesome, so awesome, these were the Qiankuan rings of heavenly gods. There were so many good things in them that one couldn't ask for more. However, Yi Xian was disappointed when he received them. This time, he was given a total of 53 Qiankuan rings. However, the items in these 53 Qiankuan rings were less than the heavenly treasures in the previous 5 Qiankuan rings. It turned out that in order to maintain their divine power, most of the resources they had used up. Furthermore, they had to keep a part of it, so they could not really give them everything they had. If it wasn't for Yi Xian's ability to break through restrictions, they probably wouldn't have been willing to give him these resources. Of course, even so, Yi Xian still made a huge profit. There were many treasures in these Qiankuan rings. Especially those things that couldn't be refined into divine power. They might not be of much use to others, but to Yi Xian, they were extremely useful. He did not even dare to devour them. Why? The reason was simple. Yi Xian was only an intermediate divine realm expert. These divine realm experts would not care about Yi Xian at all. However, if Yi Xian's strength increased, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Xian was very clear that even if not everyone was staring at the spatial rings in his hands, there would definitely be people who would have designs on them. Of course, there was no need to consider this now. As long as he was still in Restriction Mountain, these people would not dare to do anything to him. However, perhaps to these people, 1,000 years of waiting was acceptable. However, for Yi Xian, even a month of waiting was incomparably unbearable. Should he break the restriction quickly and leave this place? Would he have to face these experts, or should he take it slow and think of a way to eliminate as much danger as possible in Restriction Mountain? 2 choices. But they were not difficult. Yi Xian turned around and looked at these Divine Realm experts. It seemed that before leaving, Yi Xian had to eliminate all uncertainties. Kill them? It did not seem possible, therefore, the best way was to control these people unknowingly, soul control, a simple and violent method. But it would definitely be effective. It did not need to be permanent, nor could it be permanent. But even a short period of control was enough. After leaving Restriction Mountain, Yi Xian had already flown far away. As for these people, Yi Xian also believed that after the soul control was removed, their first thought would be to leave this place and not find trouble with Yi Xian. Damn, the gap between their realms was too big. How could he kill these people? Yi Xian had no idea at all. But how could he achieve Yi Xian's goal? He looked at the group of Divine Realm experts. This was a big challenge. This was definitely a super big challenge. Yi Xian silently walked to the next restriction and sat down. No one disturbed him. They all thought that he was thinking of a way to break the restriction. But in fact, Xian was sorting out the things he had obtained, trying to find a way to break the current predicament. Heart of Eternal Frost? Trash. Water Moon Crystal Core? Trash. The essence of the immortal divine wood? This is not bad. I can use it. Xian had a bountiful harvest this time. Not to mention other things, just the universal currency of the divine realm, the divine crystal, had reached 1,000,000 pieces. Of course, it was probably more than that, but this thing could be used to directly extract divine power, so it was almost depleted. The system was damaged. There were many things that Xian did not even know what they were. The only thing he could confirm was that these things were good stuff. Ding. System notice, detected special material that can be used to strengthen the war god bloodline. Does the host wish to strengthen it? There is actually something that can strengthen the bloodline? This must be strengthened. I will strengthen it now. Ding. The resource has been successfully used. Host, please note that the system is currently damaged. There is a 60% chance of failure. At the same time, each successful strengthening requires 7 days of waiting time. Ding. Strengthening failed. Extracting resource, strengthening failed, ding. Extracting resource, strengthening successful. Ding. The host's war god bloodline has been successfully strengthened. It did not upgrade, damn it, the system malfunction caused Xian to suffer heavy losses. He only succeeded once out of 3 strengthening attempts. However, Xian had no choice but to continue strengthening. Only by continuously strengthening his own strength without increasing his cultivation base would he have a greater chance of winning against the sky gods. Ding. Detected special material that can be used to strengthen the host's divine sense. Does the host wish to strengthen it? Strengthen, why not strengthen it? So what if the losses are greater? If we can't leave this place, then everything will be for naught. In any case, these resources were easily obtained. Xian did not need to be too stingy. Of course, it would be even better if he had the materials to repair the system. Unfortunately, this was just a thought. Another month passed. Xian sat in the same spot and did not do anything else. Of course, no one would disturb him. Not to mention a month, even if Xian broke through a restriction in 10 years, these people would still be able to accept it. Of course, Xian himself could not wait that long. In this month, Xian spent countless resources and experienced failure again and again to strengthen his bloodline and divine consciousness. Although Xian's realm did not seem to have increased, his combat power had increased tremendously. After all, bloodline was equivalent to physique. As for divine consciousness, it had even more uses. Strengthening these two would undoubtedly strengthen Xian's case. Of course, for Xian, the most important thing was still that move. From these Qianquan rings, Xian obtained a large amount of resources and some cultivation techniques. These cultivation techniques were probably left behind by the original owner of the rings. It was very messy, from the most basic use of divine power to some basic supernatural powers and even secret techniques. After all, these people were all heavenly gods. How could they not have some of these techniques? Other heavenly gods might not have been interested in them, so when they were given to Xian, they included these cultivation techniques. However, for Xian, this was undoubtedly an opportunity. System, do these cultivation techniques have any reference value? Why did Xian ask this question? As it turned out, Xian had planned to use soul control and other methods to eliminate the danger. Naturally, he thought of the system. At first, Xian did not have high hopes, but who would have thought that the system would actually give Xian a surprise? The devouring skill, yes, Xian had never encountered a devouring skill before, although his eye of revelation could learn other people's special supernatural powers and cultivation techniques. However, this was the first time Xian had heard of a devouring skill. According to the system's description, the devouring skill was similar to devouring various treasures and leveling up. To put it simply, Xian could devour a large number of skills and turn them into experience for a single skill. Of course, these experience points were not used to level up skills, but to fuse skills. According to the system, as long as the quality of the skill met the system's requirements, then 2 or more skills could be combined together to form a new skill. When he was in the mortal world, he had obtained a similar system function, but compared to this, it was not quite the same. Xian trembled with excitement at the thought of this function, even though he had yet to obtain a single system fusion skill. However, just by listening to the description, it was still an extremely awesome thing. He even had a feeling. That was, the system failure this time wasn't a disaster for Xian. Instead, it was a good thing. That was because, in name, it was a system failure, but in reality, it was a system recasting. Furthermore, it was not as simple as Xian had initially thought. This recasting would definitely give Xian more functions and benefits. Ding. Host, please specify the type of skill you require. The system will automatically group them into groups. Type, Xian frowned slightly. Unfortunately, there were many cultivation techniques here, and naturally, there were many types. Attack type, defense type, even summoning type, beast taming type, and so on. However, although these were good, they weren't what Xian needed the most. System, I want a control type skill. Xian said directly. Yes, this was what he needed the most now. Ding. System analysis successful. Host, 2 skills, 1 ability. Ding. 1. Daimoyi technique. Able to forcibly control any target within 3 people of a lower level than yourself. Ding. 2. Heavenly puppet technique. Special ability. Successful mastery will permanently grant you the right to summon god servants to help you in battle. Ding. 3. Living fetus technique. Special ability of the demon god. Able to cultivate servants, starting from the fetus. Holy **T, Xian looked at the 3 skills and abilities that the system had given him. One was control type, one was summon type, and one was actually nurturing. Not bad, these heavenly gods have quite a lot of stock. However, to Xian, these 3 skills were just SOSO. That was because Xian wanted to fuse them. Alright, system, I will cultivate these 3 skills and abilities. Ding. Host, please note that cultivating these skills and abilities will take 3 days. Xian nodded. 3 days was not much at all. 3 days later, the system notification sounded again. After devouring countless other cultivation methods and divine abilities, the 3rd step cultivation methods and divine abilities had all been upgraded to divine grade cultivation methods. And God tier was the basic requirement to devour and fuse them. However, Xian was not in a hurry to fuse them. Instead, he let the system continue to devour them. System, devour the rest of the skills. Anyway, there is no use in keeping them. Distribute the experience equally. I want to fuse a useful skill or ability. Ding. The host has chosen to continue devouring. This time, it will take 5 days. Xian nodded and waited silently. 5 days later, finally, it was time to witness a miracle. A miracle created by the system. A new skill was about to be born. System, are you ready? Come, fuse a new skill. Xian said to the system excitedly. Of course, the system was always ready. Ding. Start fusion. Ding. Skill fusion. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a new ability, Spiritual Consciousness Devouring. Spiritual Consciousness Devouring, this name sounded a little cool. Xian quickly looked at the description of Spiritual Consciousness Devouring. After all, this was the first skill he had obtained through devouring and fusion. It would be a lie to say that he was not excited. Spiritual Consciousness Devouring, a unique ability that the host obtained through self-fusion. As long as one has enough divine sense, one can use it. At the same time, it has 2 major special abilities. Ability 1, the host can activate Spiritual Consciousness Devouring to forcibly devour any target's spiritual consciousness and turn it into one's own puppet. During this process, the host can choose to devour permanently or temporarily. Permanent devouring requires devouring points. At the same time, the higher the target's realm, the more devouring points required. Ability 2, System Conversion. This ability determines the success rate of spiritual consciousness devouring based on the strength of the host's divine sense. However, if the host does not have enough divine sense, the system can use various treasures and resources to strengthen the divine sense and increase the success rate of spiritual consciousness devouring. Damn. No matter who the target was, as long as he had enough resources, he could convert the target's spiritual consciousness into divine consciousness and then forcibly devour it. What was spiritual consciousness? To put it bluntly, it was his subjective consciousness. After devouring it, the target would become his puppet. However, he needed to consume devouring points to be able to devour it permanently. This made Xian a little unhappy. Of course, if he could really use such an awesome skill however he wanted, it would be a little too much. It was reasonable that the system would impose restrictions. Besides, Xian had a feeling that this temporary devouring of spiritual consciousness would not last long. Of course, this was a good thing that Xian could use to get out of this predicament. Xian could not be unhappy. He glanced at the divine realm experts around him. The corners of Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Just you wait, these guys, it would be fine if they did not cause trouble for Xian after breaking the restrictions. However, if they dared to cause trouble for him, he would definitely let them know what it felt like to be stabbed in the back by one's own comrade. Xian resisted the urge to test the spiritual sense devouring ability right now. He silently stood up and began to break through the restrictions. This time, he wouldn't be so hesitant. What he wanted was to break the restrictions quickly and leave this place as soon as possible. Xian casually waved his hand. Several rays of light rose and rushed toward the restrictions around him at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the restrictions were broken and the treasures inside flew directly into Xian's hands. However, Xian wouldn't stop just because he was so far away. After breaking the restrictions in front of him, Xian continued to move forward. He did not care about the dumbfounded divine realm experts behind him and began to harvest frantically. He harvested the treasures here and at the same time, he harvested the restrictions here. How is this possible? Master Moonless's mouth was wide open in astonishment, as if he had seen a ghost. Was Xian really breaking the restrictions now? When others tried to break a restriction, they would study it carefully and make some preparations before they dared to do it. Even so, there was no guarantee that they would be able to break the restriction. However, what was the situation with this little guy in front of him? With a wave of his hand, several or even dozens of restrictions were broken at the same time. Moreover, batch after batch, there was no sign of stopping at all. Are you sure you're breaking the restrictions? Breaking the restrictions of Restriction Mountain. Break the super restriction that had trapped countless experts to death. Master Moonless was not the only one who was dumbfounded. At this time, the 32 celestial gods trapped here had all stood up. Every single one of their faces was filled with astonishment. Such a method of breaking restrictions had already exceeded the limits of their imagination. 100% success rate, that reaping speed had long since exceeded the limits of their imaginations. Master Yi. Master Yi. Someone whispered softly. In fact, he could not find the right words to describe his current mood, nor could he find the right words to describe Xian's actions. However, in the short time they were in a daze, Xian had already harvested thousands of restrictions. Xian could not be bothered to look at the items in the restrictions. Regardless of whether they were good or bad, he would take them first. After all, even if it was something that Xian couldn't use, he could still use the method of padding to exchange for something that was useful to Xian. Quick, follow Master Yi. Finally, someone reacted and hurriedly caught up with Xian. Xian did not pay attention to these people. He only cared about harvesting the restrictions in front of him quickly. Of course, this time, Xian would not obediently walk up the mountain. Instead, he spiraled around Restriction Mountain and harvested the items along the way. After all, even if 1% of these items were useful to Xian, it was still a huge profit. 17 days, it had only been 17 days, Xian and the others had already reached the last restriction. Opening this place was their chance to get out. Opening this place meant that they could leave Restriction Mountain. Perhaps Xian was still alright. After all, he had not been trapped here for long. If he wanted to, he could leave at any time. However, the others were already extremely excited at this time. 20,000 years, especially in such a desolate place. For these divine gods, it was really a very long time. After enduring for so long, they were about to get out. It would be a lie to say that they were not excited. However, at this moment, Yi Xian stopped in his tracks and did not move forward. Master Yi, why don't you continue to break the restrictions? In the past 17 days, they had followed behind Yi Xian. They had never seen Yi Xian hesitate. Along the way, they had been like a hot knife through butter. There was no restriction that could stop Yi Xian. Unknowingly, in these people's hearts, Yi Xian had become an invincible existence. In their hearts, there was no restriction that Yi Xian could not break. Therefore, when they saw Yi Xian suddenly stop in his tracks, it was inevitable that they would find it strange. Oh, I've used up all my resources. Sigh, I didn't expect that I would not have the resources to break the last restriction. Yi Xian laughed inwardly. What resources? Breaking this restriction was just a matter of words for Yi Xian. This was because the system did not have any difficulty in breaking these restrictions. The resources required were also very few. However, why did Yi Xian break the restriction so easily? Why did he have so many fat sheep behind him? If he did not take advantage of them, would he be able to face Yi Xian by staying here for so long? Yes, he was taking advantage of them. However, these divine gods were very willing to accept Yi Xian's advantage. They even rushed to hand their interspatial rings to Yi Xian. Haha, so you need treasures. I have them, I have them. Feel free to use them, Master Yi. Grandmaster Yi, come and use my treasure. I was wondering why Grandmaster Yi was able to break through so many restrictions in one go. Now it seems that Grandmaster Yi must have used up all his resources. That's right, that's right. Master Yi, how should I put it? We're all leaving this place together. You're the one who worked hard, and we can't help at all. If we need Master Yi's resources and treasures, then we're in the wrong. Master Yi, take my interspatial ring. All the treasures are useless if you lose your life. Use mine. Grandmaster Yi, use mine. Was this the rhythm of competing to give treasures to Yi Xian? Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. This time, he wasn't being greedy. Didn't he see the actions of these people? It was obvious that if Yi Xian didn't use their treasures, they would be angry with Yi Xian. In that case, Yi Xian could only reluctantly accept all of them. Of course, Yi Xian's heart was already bursting with joy at this moment. When he saw that these people were indeed not going to get anything out of them, Yi Xian turned around and walked towards the last seal. System, come on. It's time to leave this place. Open the last seal and let's leave. Ding. Host, please take note. This seal is at the level of a Lord God. It is currently unable to be removed. What? Yi Xian was so shocked that he almost jumped up. It can't be. It can't be removed. System, please don't scare me. Is this what they mean by extreme joy begets sorrow? System, is there really no other way? Yi Xian asked the system in his heart, slightly agitated. Ding. Host, please take note. There are currently 2 ways to remove this seal. They have a 30% success rate and a 90% success rate respectively. Ding. The first way is to forcefully strip the host's divine power and forcefully remove the seal. The success rate is 30%. The price is that the host will be permanently demoted to lower rank 1 true god. Ding. The second way is to use a large amount of resources to slowly remove the seal. The success rate is 90%. Extreme joy begets sorrow. Indeed, extreme joy begets sorrow. Yi Xian stood rooted to the ground. It took him a long time to react. Sigh, this is not giving me a choice at all. It could be said that even if Yi Xian was demoted to lower rank 1 true god, with enough resources, he could still quickly level up. However, that 30% success rate made it impossible for Yi Xian to choose. In fact, there was only one choice given by the system. That was to use resources to exchange for the last seal. Since it was a separate notification, Yi Xian could already predict that he would have to pay a huge price this time. The only consolation was that these resources were easily obtained by Yi Xian in the first place. So, even if they were to use them up, they would not feel too bad. Alright, system. Use plan 2. What resources do you need? Just draw them. Yi Xian said helplessly. Following Yi Xian's words, his entire body suddenly erupted with a rainbow-colored light. These rays of light were actually the purest form of divine power. Within Yi Xian's engulfing space, countless treasures within the interspatial ring were also converted into divine power by the system. The pure divine power all wrapped around the final restriction. Soon, the entire restriction was enveloped by the rainbow-colored photon computer. What a pure divine power. It seems that Grandmaster Yi has taken out everything he has this time. That's right. So much pure divine power. I wonder how many heavenly treasures it would take to refine it. It's a pity that I don't have any good treasures on hand. Otherwise, I would definitely give them to Grandmaster Yi. This time, Grandmaster Yi has paid a huge price. I've heard that restriction masters usually have a large reserve of resources. This is because whether it is setting up restrictions or breaking restrictions, a large amount of resources are required. At first, I thought that this was a lie. But now, it seems that it's not a lie at all. Everyone was discussing animatedly. This was a blessing in disguise. Yi Xian had lost almost all of his gains this time. However, his actions had earned him the goodwill of these people. This was what it meant to be a blessing in disguise. It could be said that before this, there might have been some people who wanted to rob Yi Xian after leaving. But now, there was probably no one. First of all, Yi Xian's resources had all been used up. This was something that everyone could see. Therefore, even if they robbed Yi Xian, they would not gain much. Secondly, this time, Yi Xian could be considered the savior of their 32 people. If they made a move, they would have to risk offending others. In that case, under the current circumstances, it would be unwise to make a move on Yi Xian. 32 heavenly gods, moreover, they represented different forces. It could be said that this time, although Yi Xian had lost his resources, he had gained the friendship of these people in exchange. No matter what, it was not a loss. Finally, after a bow sound, the sound was heard. The final restriction was undone. However, the moment it was opened, a ray of white light streaked across the sky and landed directly on Yi Xian's body. It completely surrounded Yi Xian. Ding! A large amount of pure divine power is detected. It is recommended that the host consume it immediately. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is currently a 4th grade medium deity. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is currently a 5th grade medium deity. The beam of light had only appeared for 3 seconds. This was because this beam of light was actually just to give Yi Xian the so-called supernatural power reward. However, Yi Xian had unexpectedly gained 2 levels of improvement. This was because the beam of light was actually pure divine power. Sigh, what a pity. If only it could come for a few more seconds, then I would have been able to level up a few more times. Almost all the resources obtained from the restriction mountain had been used up by this last restriction. Now that this pure divine power had appeared, if Yi Xian did not consume it, he would really gain nothing. 2 levels? Forget it, 2 levels it is. It's better than nothing, isn't it? Yi Xian was helpless. After all, the inheritance that he had obtained was really useless to Yi Xian. This inheritance was actually an absolute defense restriction. It was fine if it was for his own use, but the key was that this restriction could only be set up in a fixed location and then used to protect something in that area. Therefore, it was not very useful to Yi Xian. At least, it was not very useful for now. I'm finally out. 20,000 years. A whole 20,000 years. I don't want to come back to this D*MN place ever again in this lifetime. The moment they came out, the 32 heavenly gods were so excited that they started shouting and yelling. It was obvious that they were really very excited. Of course, if it were Yi Xian, not to mention being trapped for 20,000 years, even if he was trapped for 20 years, he would not be any different from them. A moment later, Du Haju was the first to react and directly walked to Yi Xian's side. Master Yi, it's all thanks to your help that we were able to successfully escape this time. Right now, I really don't have anything good that I can take out. However, take this jade pendant. This is the token of my holy water sect. As long as you bring this to me, I, Du Haju, will definitely help you with all my strength no matter what. Master Moonless, who would have thought that the only restriction master among the 32 would be from Lingxian court. After that, the rest of the people also revealed their identities and left behind their tokens for Yi Xian before leaving in a hurry. Yi Xian could empathize with Xianxia. After so many years, they still did not know what had happened in the outside world. 20,000 years might not be considered an eternity in the realm of the gods, but it was definitely not a short period of time. After all, they were only sky celestials. 20,000 years was indeed a very long time for them. He waited until everyone had left. Yi Xian began to think about his own matters. At this moment, he had already passed the first test. However, Yi Xian did not know what the second test would entail. Of course, at the same time that he passed the first test, Yi Xian also passed the Tongtian Gorge. Now, Yi Xian could choose to continue or leave. However, the system repair mission required Yi Xian to explore the entire Valley of Despair. If the Valley of Despair had been an ordinary place, it would have been fine. However, the key was that the Valley of Despair had been left behind by an overgod. Just the first test had taken up so much of Yi Xian's time. What about the second and third tests? In fact, Yi Xian didn't even know how many more obstacles were waiting for him in front of him. After hesitating for a while, Yi Xian finally decided to continue. At least, Yi Xian had not encountered any danger yet. Perhaps he could give the Valley of Despair a try. Onward. However, Yi Xian did not discover anything special until he arrived at a small town. Yes, there were people in the Valley of Despair. There was a town. Yi Xian took a step forward and prepared to enter the town. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Trial taker, congratulations on entering the second test. Haha, it's not easy. It's been 30,000 years. You are the first one to reach my second test in 30,000 years. My second test is very simple. Look at the town in front of us. I can tell you that all the people in that town failed the second test and were sealed by me for eternity. And your second test is to slay the ancient demon dragon. According to the rules, those below the sky celestial realm are not qualified to participate in the test. However, since you passed the first test and proved your strength, I will give you a special privilege. You can go to the town and choose 4 followers to carry out the mission with you. Don't worry, they will definitely obediently hand over their quintessence and submit to you. After saying that, the phantom disappeared. F*CK, why are they the same? Can't they say more? Yi Xian was depressed. The guardian of the first stage had at least introduced himself and even said that he would receive a reward. The second stage, on the other hand, didn't say anything superfluous. It just suddenly appeared and then disappeared. Looking at the town in front of him, Yi Xian knew that he had to carry out the test. This was because there was a restriction placed behind him. This restriction was much stronger than the last restriction in the first test. Yi Xian walked step by step towards the town. However, he found that before he arrived, the people in the town were already looking at him differently. What was going on? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Sky Celestial Realm, all of them were Sky Celestial Realm experts. In this strange Valley of Despair, all of the people that Yi Xian had seen so far were Sky Celestial Realm experts. Could it be that there was a secret behind all of this? Yi Xian frowned slightly, but he still walked forward. Medium Celestial Realm? This is strange. Kid, where did you come from? Why did you enter the ancient divine venerables test when you are only a medium Celestial Realm expert? Just as Yi Xian entered the town, someone immediately asked him. The person who asked was a young man. He looked like he was only a few years older than Yi Xian. Of course, Yi Xian knew that these people were all old antiques. After all, the guardian of the second trial said that Yi Xian was the first person to reach the second trial in the past 30,000 years. In other words, the people here had been trapped for at least 30,000 years. Yi Xian did not reply, but he heard someone beside him speak first. Who cares? Since he's able to enter this place, that proves that he's a trial challenger. Moreover, he's someone who passed the first trial. All of us failed the first trial, so we can only form a team for the second trial. Now that someone has finally arrived, why do we care so much? After that person finished speaking, he immediately asked Xian. Hey, kid, you are here to find a teammate, right? How about counting me in? Hu Laosan, you are not being kind. 30,000 years ago, when 9 blades came, you were the one who followed him. Don't you feel ashamed this time? Why can't I? Humph, there is no rule that says that everyone has to take turns to complete the mission. There is also no rule that says that each person can only complete the mission a few times. As long as I am willing, so what if I go every time? Shameless Hu Laosan, your skin is getting thicker and thicker. Before Yixian could say anything, these people had already started arguing. Of course, Yixian would not say much. After all, there were hundreds of heavenly god experts in front of him. Suddenly, Yixian felt someone tugging at his clothes. Yixian turned his head and saw a young girl standing in front of him. Hee, you are here to find a teammate and complete your mission together, right? Don't worry about them. It is your right to choose who you want to be your teammate. I am 100 Blossoms. If you choose me as your teammate, I can even give you benefits that you would not be able to obtain. As she spoke, the young girl winked at Yixian. Her intentions could not be more obvious. Of course, Yixian did not pay her any attention. However, the current situation caused Yixian to be unable to understand. What was going on with these people? Also, what was going on with this small town? Alright, shut up, all of you. Suddenly, a voice full of energy rang out. Everyone turned their heads and saw an old man walking over. Mayor. Mayor. When they saw this old man, they all stepped aside. Mayor, the mayor of a group of heavenly god experts? Good lord, this was getting more and more interesting. Little guy, you are here to choose a teammate, right? According to the rules, everyone in the town can form a small team as long as you are willing to do so and complete your mission together. As for who you choose, it is your own decision. Oh right, how many teammates can you choose? Mayor, aren't you asking the obvious? Who doesn't know that the rule here is that each person can only choose one team? Someone seemed to want to say something, but before he could finish his sentence, he was stunned. This was because Yixian stretched out his hand and showed 4 fingers. I can choose 4 teammates. Boom. This sentence caused the entire town to erupt in excitement. 4, it was actually 4, one had to know that each of them were only allowed to bring one teammate with them. However, this kid actually had 4 teammates. However, when they remembered that Yixian was only a mid-level true god, they suddenly understood. After all, as far as they knew, to enter the supreme endless trials, one had to be at least a heavenly god. As for the true god realm, Yixian was the first one. Even though this town had stayed in this town for millions of years, it was the first time that they had seen a trial taker below the heavenly god realm. You're saying that you can bring 4 people with you on a mission? The mayor asked in astonishment. Yes, that's right. 4. Yixian replied affirmatively. 4, it's actually 4. Could it be that the guardian made a mistake this time? Everyone was discussing spiritedly. However, Yixian was thinking about his own matters. He asked, Mayor, why is it that everyone in this town has a heavenly god realm cultivation? Could it be that after being trapped for so many years, no one has been able to break through? Haha, break through? Kid, you've just arrived, so it's normal that you don't know. This town is also called Eternal Town, right? He's referring to the people inside. Once the mission fails, those who are trapped here will forever be stuck with the cultivation level they had when they entered this place. This is because there's no divine power here. In this town, everyone is immortal. Unfortunately, if you don't complete the mission, you'll never be able to leave, and you won't be able to cultivate at all. Eternal Town, there was such an existence. For a moment, Yixian felt that the ancient god who had set up the supreme endless trials was even more difficult to understand. What kind of expert would be able to do such a thing? One had to know that even a god would die once his divine power was exhausted or his divine spark shattered. Now, there was a place where one could live forever. Of course, not being able to cultivate and not being able to leave was indeed a kind of torture. At this time, because Yixian could bring 4 people to carry out the mission, the townsfolk of the town all had excited looks on their faces. One had to know that they were trapped here because they had failed their mission. As for the second stage, everyone's mission was actually the same. They all had to kill a target. However, it was obvious which combination would have a higher success rate if 2 people went to kill a target and 5 people went to kill the target together. Take me with you. Let me carry out the mission with you. Choose me, you definitely won't regret choosing me. For a moment, the crowd was clamoring. And louder. Xian looked at these people and understood a little more about this town. The townsfolk didn't seem to be anything special, but in fact, everyone here was suppressed here. There was only one way to leave, and that was to wait for a person who had gone through the trial for the first time to team up with them and kill the target. Only then could they leave. At the same time, this town clearly prohibited fighting. Didn't you see how these people were arguing, but no one was making a move? Xian finally understood why the guardian of the second stage had said that Xian could choose any follower he wanted. Moreover, even if Xian asked for the quintessence of the divine spark, no one would refuse. That was because there was only one way for the people here to leave. And Xian was the first person to enter this place in the past 30,000 years. The quintessence of the divine spark was a fragment of the divine spark. As long as one's cultivation reached the god level, one would be able to cultivate their own divine spark. Not only did the divine spark have many uses, but it was also equivalent to a person's life essence. Handing over the quintessence of the divine spark was the same as handing over one's life. Xian didn't hesitate. He said, "My first requirement is that you hand over the quintessence of your divine spark. After the mission is completed, I will return your freedom. If you can do that, you can sign up now." What? This time everyone fell silent. Handing over the divine spark fragment was the same as becoming a slave to this person in front of them. One shouldn't underestimate a single divine spark fragment. As long as Xian had their divine spark fragment, he could kill them with a single thought. Handing over one's life to a stranger, especially one whose cultivation base was lower than theirs, was a condition that no one was willing to accept. However, the long wait had long since worn down these people's patience. Get out of this damned place. That was the only thought in many people's minds. Finally, someone stepped forward and said to Xian, "All right, I'm willing to hand over my divine spark fragment and follow you on your mission." A mid-level celestial god. It was actually a mid-level celestial god. Xian was slightly surprised. Of course, he wouldn't show it in his current state. He casually took the divine spark fragment that the person handed over. He had found his first follower. There are still 3 spots left. Xian's lips curled up slightly. With this first person, Xian believed that it would be much easier for him to recruit the rest. Sure enough, someone had already taken the first step. Finally, another person stepped forward. Furthermore, following that person, over a dozen other people also stood forth. Leave this place, there was always a price to pay. These people had been trapped here for far too long. For example, the first person to hand over his divine spark fragment had been trapped here for 300,000 years. A large group of celestial gods eagerly volunteered to be Xian's followers. Xian was so happy that the corners of his mouth were crooked. Once they got their hands on the divine spark fragment, it would be up to Xian whether or not Xian would let them leave. Soon, Xian chose the other 3 people. Without exception, they were all mid-level celestial gods. These 3 people were the strongest among those who had signed up. Perhaps some of them would regret their decision, but whether they were chosen or not, there was no longer any chance for regrets. After Xian finished choosing his followers, he and the other 4 suddenly disappeared from the small town. As it turned out, the guardian of the second trial had been keeping an eye on the small town all along. To be more precise, he had been keeping an eye on Xian's every move. Only now did they remember to ask Xian what his mission was. In fact, although everyone's mission in the second stage was to kill a specific target, there was still a huge difference between them. Perhaps one of the reasons why these people were so eager to join Xian's team was because Xian's cultivation was too low. "Oh right, Brother Yi, what's your mission?" The one who spoke was called Lei, a very common name. At this moment, he was looking at Xian with a slightly lost expression. It was obvious that he didn't have any confidence in his future. Xian looked at Lei and did not hide anything. He answered directly, my trial mission? It's to kill an ancient magic dragon. What? What did you say? Ancient magic dragon. It's actually an ancient magic dragon. Just as Xian finished speaking, he saw the four people's shocked expressions, as if they had just heard something terrifying. What's wrong with you guys? Are you scared? Xian curled his lips. Although he did not know what kind of existence the ancient magic dragon was, at least he dared to challenge it. As for those people who were scared to such an extent upon hearing the name of the ancient demon dragon, Xian felt rather disdain in his heart. Li Lei looked at Xian with an ugly expression. After a moment of daze, he said to Xian, "Sigh, I didn't expect your mission to be an ancient magic dragon. This is an impossible mission. I really don't understand why the Guardian assigned this mission to you. No wonder you were asked to pick 4 people together. However, even if the 4 of us work together, we don't have the slightest chance of winning." Is it that serious? Xian could see that Li Lei was telling the truth. In other words, in Li Lei's heart, the ancient magic dragon was an invincible existence. However, Xian had never seen it before, so he could not understand how Li Lei and the others felt. Sigh, it's more than just serious. To tell you the truth, there's only one ancient devil dragon. In the entire second trial, it can be considered the most powerful existence. Since you're here for the trial, you should know that only those below the heavenly god realm are allowed to enter. The ancient demon dragon is at the peak of the heavenly god realm. Although its cultivation level is suppressed due to the special environment here, it is still an ancient species. Not only is its physical body extremely tough, but it also possesses several powerful superpowers. It can be said that the few of us have no chance of winning. Li Lei finished speaking in one breath. Then, like the others, he sighed. It was as if he felt that if he didn't have a chance to defeat the ancient demon dragon and leave this place, he might even lose his life here. Xian was slightly taken aback. His brows furrowed tightly together. From Li Lei's words, Xian could tell that this ancient demon dragon was not to be underestimated. However, Xian did not feel that this was an unsolvable mission. In fact, Xian felt that this was an opportunity. If Xian could successfully kill the ancient demon dragon, which was at the peak of the heavenly god realm, the rewards would be unimaginable. If it was a level up, Xian was almost certain that the ancient demon dragon alone would give him a chance to break through to the heavenly god realm. Of course, it was more likely that the system would receive a certain percentage of repairs. However, no matter what, whether it was a level up or a system repair, it would definitely be a great gain for Xian. Therefore, Xian was determined to kill the ancient demon dragon. Xian raised his head and looked at the 4 of them. However, he was not worried at all. The divine persona fragments of the 4 of them were in Xian's hands. No matter how unwilling they were, they had no choice but to follow Xian. Therefore, Xian did not even bother to say anything. Instead, he walked straight ahead. The location they had been teleported to was a forest. However, this was not an ordinary forest. It was a lava forest. There was only one type of strange tree that could grow here. Lava fire tree. The biggest characteristic of this type of tree was that it grew in lava. Of course, this type of tree was actually a pretty good material for refining weapons. However, Xian was not interested in these lava fire trees at the moment. Xian led the 4 of them through the lava fire tree forest cautiously. They carefully searched every possible corner in order to find the ancient demon dragon. The ancient demon dragon loved lava. Most of the time, they rested in the lava. Suddenly, a thunderous sound rang out. However, it was not the sound of thunder. It was the sneeze of some kind of creature. Over there. Without hesitation, Xian rushed in the direction of the sound. Li Lei and the others had been following by Xian's side the entire time. It was fine at first, but now, they were all hesitating. Li Lei was the first to block Xian's path. Well, I say, Brother Yi, why don't we give up? This ancient demon dragon is not something we can handle. If we go over now, it's no different from sending ourselves to our deaths. Xian was stopped by Li Lei and had no choice but to stop. You guys, do you think so too? Xian turned around and asked the other 3. The 3 of them quickly replied, yes, this is the ancient demon dragon. How can we possibly be its match? If we go over now, we'll be sending ourselves to our deaths. Little friend Yi, why don't we just forget about it? Yi Xian looked at the four of them indifferently. He knew that if he did not use some special means, he would not be able to control these people at all. It seemed that Yi Xian was so nice to them that they thought he would be so easy to deal with. Right now, you only have two choices. Either you work together to help me kill the ancient demon dragon, then I will set you free. Or, you can choose to let me crush your shards of divine spark right now. Yi Xian's tone was very calm, as if he was casually saying that the weather was good today. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the four people's expressions changed drastically. If the shards of divine spark were crushed, they would definitely die. Yi Xian was actually using the shards of divine spark to threaten them. It was only now that they realized that they were not on par with Yi Xian at all. They had no right to bargain with Yi Xian. From the beginning, they had handed over their shards of divine spark casually. To put it nicely, they were Yi Xian's companions. To put it bluntly, they were Yi Xian's servants and slaves. What right did they have to make irresponsible remarks here? In an instant, the four people's expressions changed drastically. Then, they fell silent. All right. We got it. Li Lei's voice was cold. It was obvious that he was hostile towards Yi Xian. However, no matter what he thought, as long as Yi Xian had his shard of divinity, he would never be able to resist. Yi Xian nodded. If he didn't teach them a lesson, they wouldn't realize their current identities. Alright, let's move on. I, Yi Xian, am a man of my word. As long as you help me kill the ancient mystic dragon, I'll return your freedom. Of course, you better pray that you don't die in battle. Also, let me remind you to give it your all. Don't think of slacking off. Since you know that the ancient mystic dragon isn't easy to deal with, you should also understand that if you don't give it your all, it's impossible to kill it. Hehe, if I die, do you think you'll be able to survive? A threat, a blatant threat. However, when Li Lei and the others heard Yi Xian's words, they couldn't say a single word. How could they not understand what Yi Xian meant? At this moment, Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned all the withered bone sword servants in front of him. Although these things weren't very useful, they were still very useful for exploring the path and finding the ancient mystic dragon's location. Following Yi Xian's order, all the withered bone sword servants immediately rushed forward. Their mission was only to lure the ancient mystic dragon out. Boom, a loud sound rang out. At the same time, the system notification sounded. Ding. The withered bone sword servants have died. Would the host like to consume a skull heart to revive? Yi Xian didn't care about the notification. Instead, his expression suddenly changed. Over there. In an instant, Li Lei and the others rushed over. That was the direction where the withered bone sword servants had died. When Yi Xian saw the ancient mystic dragon's appearance, he finally understood why Li Lei and the others said that the ancient mystic dragon was undefeatable. The ancient mystic dragon was covered in dark red scales. Not only were the scales shining with a faint purplish-red light, but there were also bursts of flames from time to time. Mystic fire sacred gold. Yi Xian could not help but shout. The scales of the ancient demon dragon were actually mystical fire sacred gold. Was this really a living thing? One should know that the mystical fire sacred gold was a super material that was formed from the dark gold stone that grew at the bottom of volcanoes, the heart of a 10,000-year spirit tree, and the mysterious essence of the universe. It could be said that a defensive magical treasure refined with mystical fire sacred gold had at least twice the defensive strength of a defensive magical treasure of the same level. However, this ancient demon dragon was actually able to refine the rare mystic fire sacred gold into its scales. It was simply unimaginable, of course, so what? Could it be that Yi Xian would be scared off? What are you waiting for? The four of you, attack together. Yi Xian ordered Li Lei and the others. At this time, Li Lei and the others were very clear that no matter how powerful this ancient devil dragon was, they had no other chance of survival other than defeating it. Therefore, following Yi Xian's order, the four of them did not say a word and directly took out their magical treasures. Damned ancient demon dragon. Today, this old man will also be a dragon slayer. The person who spoke was called by Pa. In his hand was the 100 extinction blade, which was extremely sharp. After Yi Xian gave the order, Baipa did not hesitate to slash out with his blade. he did not hold back at all in this slash. It could be said that he had used his full strength. Die for me. Giant strength, divine ability, heaven's eye, divine ability, killing slash, boom, a powerful ray of light directly slashed at the ancient demon dragon. At this time, the ancient mystic dragon, to be precise, had not woken up at all. It was still sleeping. Therefore, Baipo slash hit the target directly. Unfortunately, although Baipo had used all his strength in this slash, the ancient demon dragon in front of him was not so easy to kill. The huge ray of light successfully slashed the ancient demon dragon's body. It could even be said that the ancient demon dragon did not have the slightest bit of defense. However, in the end, only a shallow scratch was left. Roar. The ancient demon dragon was in pain and let out a loud roar that shook the sky. Then, it opened its huge mouth and casually spat out a dragon's breath. This ancient demon dragon had a huge body of more than 30 meters tall. Although it was smaller than the creatures Xianxia had seen before, it did not mean that the ancient demon dragon's attack was stronger than those creatures that were 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters, or even 1,000,000 meters. The dragon's breath that was spat out by that huge mouth was extremely terrifying. This old man is in danger. Baipo wailed and wanted to escape. However, the ancient demon dragon's breath was able to seal the space, so Baipo had no way to use his special escape technique to escape. Baipo was so scared that his face turned pale. He thought that he was going to die this time. However, at this time, Li Lei made his move. Brother Bai, don't be afraid. Li Lei's figure flashed and threw out a thread-like treasure from his hand. In an instant, it tied up Baipo and then forcibly pulled him back. All of this was done in the blink of an eye. It could be said that they had good teamwork. At the same time, the other two people also quickly made their move and attacked the ancient demon dragon with all their might. Xian had already said that if they wanted to live, they had to fight with all their might. Only by killing this ancient demon dragon would they have a chance to live. Therefore, at this moment, no one would hold back. Of course, Xian was not idle either. A battle of this level was not something Xian could participate in. For intermediate celestial gods and one peak superior celestial god. In a battle between 5 powerhouses, even the aftermath of the battle could cause Xian to suffer if he was not careful, let alone participate in it. However, not being able to participate in the battle did not mean that Xian could not help. System, can you help me analyze this ancient demon dragon's data and give me its weakness? Yes, Xian was now asking for help from the system. When the system malfunctioned, it had said that the repair this time would be based on Xian's wishes. Although the repair progress was only a mere 5%, it was equivalent to activating the system. Therefore, as long as Xian was willing, he could begin to integrate the new functions of the system. Ding. System notification, attention please, host. The ancient demon dragon is known for its strong defense. It is an ancient variant of the dragon clan. Only the reverse scale on the ancient demon dragon's back has a slightly weaker defense. At the same time, it is also the part closest to the source of its life. It is recommended that the host find the reverse scale and kill the ancient demon dragon. Reverse scale? It was said that all dragons had a reverse scale on their bodies. Simply put, this reverse scale was a special scale that grew in the opposite direction from the other scales. Every dragon clan member only had one. Furthermore, there would definitely be one. Xian did not want to find out why this was the case. He only knew that the reverse scale was his chance to kill the ancient magic dragon. Li Lei, jump behind him. The reverse scale of the ancient magic dragon is on his back. Find the reverse scale and you can kill the ancient magic dragon. Xian shouted loudly as he directly ordered Li Lei and the others. At this time, the ancient magic dragon was in a state of rage. Of course, anyone who was sleeping soundly and was woken up by a slash would probably be furious. The ancient magic dragon's body was emitting purplish red flames, and the dragon breath in its mouth was constantly spewing out. This dragon breath was the basic attack method of the ancient magic dragon and every dragon. It did not require much preparation time and did not consume much energy. As long as it was willing, it could even keep spewing. However, it was not weak just because the dragon breath did not consume any energy. At this time, the pitiful magma trees around the ancient magic dragon were melted by the terrifying dragon breath. The dragon breath of the ancient magic dragon was several times hotter than the hottest magma. Li Lei and the others immediately understood. It was common sense to find the reverse scale to slay a dragon. However, every dragon's reverse scale was undoubtedly the core of their defense. It was also the existence that they would try to hide. Under normal circumstances, it was easier said than done to find the location of the reverse scale of a dragon. They did not expect Xianxia to know the location of the reverse scale of the ancient magic dragon. This undoubtedly allowed the four of them to see the light of hope again. Kill. The four of them rushed forward again. Xianxia could only watch helplessly from the side. In fact, even if the system was in perfect condition, Xianxia was not qualified to be involved in such a battle. Hence, from waiting, Xianxia could not do anything else. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In fact, how could the ancient demon dragon not know the importance of its reverse scale? Therefore, Li Lei and the others simply could not find an opportunity to make a move. However, as the battle progressed, the four of them became more and more familiar with each other. Finally, the ancient demon dragon's slight negligence gave Li Lei and the others a chance. Now is the time. Quick, attack. Li Lei suddenly threw Bai Pa out. While Bai Pa was in midair, he used his strongest killing move and flew straight towards the ancient demon dragon's back. Roar. The ancient demon dragon, who was attacking another person, noticed Bai Pa's intentions and abruptly turned around, wanting to stop Bai Pa. However, as soon as he turned around, the person who was suppressed by him earlier also rushed towards the ancient demon dragon's back. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Xianxia stared at the battlefield with his fists tightly clenched. Whether or not they could defeat the ancient demon dragon would depend on this attack. If he failed, then Xianxia could only be trapped here. However, if he succeeded, then Xianxia would gain great benefits. It seemed like a blink of an eye, but also like thousands of years had passed, accompanied by an incomparably loud roar, with the ancient demon dragon as the epicenter. An incomparably huge shockwave suddenly erupted. A blazing shockwave, that was the ancient demon dragon's final frenzy. How could it not be strong? Not good. Xianxia's figure suddenly retreated. This shockwave was too strong. It could be said that it was enough to shatter Xianxia's bones. The withered bone sword servants came out and blocked Xianxia's front. At the same time, one defensive treasure after another was thrown out by Xianxia. At the same time, Xianxia also retreated with all his might. However, even so, the shockwave still hit Xianxia. Pfft. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, it's actually so strong. I was hiding far away, and even used the withered bone sword servants and countless defensive treasures to block it, but I still suffered such a heavy injury. This ancient demon dragon is really too strong. Xianxia helplessly muttered to himself. At this time, he already knew that Li Lei and the others were most likely dead. Sure enough, when Xianxia flew back to the battlefield, he could no longer see the 4 corpses. The 4 of them had been completely pulverized by the ancient demon dragon's final attack. Sigh, the 4 of you died for me. I, Xianxia, will not mistreat you. Let me resurrect you. Xianxia had the 4 quintessence shards in his hands. They were equivalent to life imprints. With these quintessence shards, he could resurrect the 4 of them. However, the price was extremely high. After all, the quintessence shards in Xianxia's hands were only small shards. At this time, the ancient demon dragon and the 4 of them had perished together. Xianxia naturally would not let this go to waste. He directly put the ancient demon dragon's corpse into his devouring space. The ancient demon dragon's entire body was a treasure. It could be said that whether Xianxia used it to upgrade himself or to repair the system, it was definitely a good thing. Of course, before that, he still had to deal with the gatekeeper in front of him. From the moment the ancient demon dragon died, the gatekeeper had already appeared in front of Xianxia. Hee, kid, not bad. You actually killed the ancient demon dragon. Not bad, not bad. Here, this is your reward. You can leave now. The gatekeeper did not seem to care about how Xianxia passed the trial. In his eyes, as long as the ancient demon dragon died, Xianxia would be considered to have passed the trial. Following the gatekeeper's words, Yi Xian's figure moved again. He was directly teleported away again. Of course, Yi Xian didn't mind. When he arrived outside and confirmed that there was no danger, he began to deal with his rewards. First, he took out the reward given by the gatekeeper. But when he took it out, he was stunned. It was actually an egg. Ding, congratulations to host. You have obtained a special treasure, the ancient demon dragon egg. Host, please note that the ancient demon dragon can be made with other special materials and special items. As expected, Yi Xian nodded. When he saw the egg, Yi Xian's first reaction was that he was going to get a new item this time. Sure enough, following the system's notification, Yi Xian's guess was undoubtedly correct. However, Yi Xian did not have any other materials at the moment. So, this ancient demon dragon egg could only be put aside for now. This ancient demon dragon could be made with a total of 3 special items. The first one was the ancient demon dragon. Rather than saying that it was a fusion, it was more like a catalyst. This was because this egg originally belonged to the ancient demon dragon. Of course, this undoubtedly required the least amount of resources and at the same time, had the lowest combat power. The second method was to use something called the heavenly mystic body, the ancient celestial dragon. Simply put, it was an enhanced version of the ancient magic dragon, but it looked better. The third method required the 7-star grass, 1-leaf flower, 3-eyed divine stone, and Guhai Bingxin. The thing that came out was actually called the crystal dragon. Of course, Yi Xian didn't even know what these 4 materials were. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't have any intention of getting the ancient magic dragon's egg. He would think about it in the future. He would just take whatever materials he came across in the future. Besides, devour points weren't that easy to obtain. After looking at the ancient magic dragon's egg, Yi Xian focused on his biggest gain, the ancient magic dragon's corpse, as well as the universe rings of Li Lei and the other 3. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, the last ancient magic dragon. Ding. System notification. System recovery rate increased by 5%. Current recovery rate is 10%. Ding. System notification. Attention to the host. The host can now make a choice. The ancient magic dragon's corpse can increase the host's cultivation by 6 levels, or extract its essence to repair the system by 1%. The host will then receive a reward of 1 level. Ding. Please make your choice. Yi Xian frowned. Choice. The system was actually asking him to choose. One must know that the system rarely did such a thing. It could be said that the system was very humane. However, Yi Xian was keenly aware that the system seemed to be undergoing some kind of change. It was just that this change was happening silently. Even Yi Xian himself didn't know what kind of change would happen. He didn't even know if it was good or bad. Of course, other things aside, it was better to make a choice first. 1% of the system's recovery rate. To be honest, it was very little. However, Yi Xian still resolutely chose the second option. 1% of the system's recovery rate, and he would then receive a reward of 1 level. This was because once the system's recovery was complete, Yi Xian would receive even more benefits. Compared to the earlier recovery of the system, Yi Xian's delay in leveling up was actually not a big deal. After all, not all missions could repair the system. Even if he broke through 6 times, it was just empty talk without a repair mission. System, I choose the second option. Ding. System prompt, the host has made a choice. Ding. System notification, system repair rate increased by 1%, current rate is 11%. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough and is now a level 4 middle true god. Yi Xian nodded. The matter here was considered settled. However, Li Lei and Yi Xian still had to be dealt with. System, I want to revive Li Lei and the others. Is there any way? Ding. System notification, host can now find special materials to revive Li Lei and the others. Host can now nurture Li Lei and the others' quintessence fragments in the plant space and slowly restore their divine power. Alright, that's all we can do. Yi Xian knew that it was almost impossible to revive the 4 of them immediately. After breaking through to the true god realm, it was no longer that easy to resurrect. As for those people that Yi Xian had killed before, he had already used his divine power to restore them, allowing them to live in the devouring space. However, as long as there was a chance, it was fine. After settling everything, Yi Xian began to notice the situation in front of him. At this moment, Yi Xian was standing in front of a tall tower. The tower was so tall that it reached the clouds. Even if Yi Xian tried his best to see it, he could not see how tall it was. However, the surroundings of the tower were empty. There was nothing. Yi Xian knew that this should be the third stage. He did not hesitate and walked straight in. He pushed open the door of the tower. In an instant, an extremely strong suction force sucked Yi Xian in. At the same time, a voice rang out. "Welcome to the Endless Tower. Congratulations, trial taker. You have successfully entered the third stage. The rules of the third stage are very simple. You just need to climb to the highest level of the Endless Tower. Then, you will pass. Of course, because the difficulty of the Endless Tower is high, you can choose to leave at any time once you have climbed halfway. However, I need to remind you that there are powerful divine beasts in every level of the tower. Enjoy it, trial taker. Enjoy this endless slaughter." The one who spoke was, without a doubt, the guardian of the third stage. However, the guardian of the third stage seemed to be even more despicable than the previous two stages. He did not even appear. Of course, since the rules were clear, Yi Xian did not need to wait any longer. He lifted his feet and walked towards the second level. It seemed that the bottom level was only used to receive guests. Therefore, there were no divine beasts. However, when Yi Xian walked into the second level, he saw a divine beast. Lower rank 1 deity? Yi Xian was slightly stunned as he looked at the ferocious tiger with bull horns. He was incomparably astonished. He was actually only a rank 1 god. Wasn't that too simple? Yi Xian casually killed the divine beast. However, what surprised him was that after the beast was killed, it turned into a puff of green smoke and disappeared. Could this be a doppelganger? Of course, Yi Xian did not care so much. He walked straight to the second level. It's still a lower rank 1 deity. However, there are 10 of them this time. Since they were not a threat, Yi Xian casually killed them and continued to walk forward. He continued to kill and climb. Yi Xian could not remember how many levels he had climbed. However, he had already understood the rules here. The monsters here would change every 10 levels. There was 1 on the first level and 10 on the second level, there were 50 on the third level and so on until there were 1,000 on the 10th level. Of course, the levels would not change. However, at the 11th level, there would be a lower rank 5 deity monster. Then, there would be a peak lower deity monster. Then, there would be a mid-rank 1 deity monster. Then, there would be a mid-rank 5 deity monster. Now, Yi Xian was facing 1,000 mid-rank 5 deity monsters. To be honest, Yi Xian was very tired at the moment. One should know that Yi Xian was only a mid-rank 4 deity. However, he had to face 1,000 mid-rank 5 deity monsters. It could be said that the pressure was immense. Yi Xian stood quietly at the entrance. At the entrance, the divine beasts would not take the initiative to attack. It could be considered as giving the challengers a chance to take a breather. However, Yi Xian had tried. He could only stay here for an incense's time. Once the time was up, he would be pushed out by a force. Now, there were divine beasts of the middle-grade true god realm. The next wave would be peak middle-grade true gods. Moreover, this trial seemed to have no end. Standing on the spiral staircase, Yi Xian could see that there were countless levels above, endless trial, endless slaughter. Indeed, it lived up to its name. Suddenly, a force came from behind Yi Xian and pushed Yi Xian inside. It turned out that the rest time was over. In an instant, those divine beasts rushed toward Yi Xian like a flood. Yi Xian had no choice but to take out the God Slayer and start the battle again. In such a trial, one should not try to use any powerful attacks, because that would only be a waste of one's divine power. The wisest choice was to use the most energy and divine power to battle. Although he had the super recovery ability of the mighty body of the war god, under such circumstances, there were times when he could not make ends meet. After all, every time he killed a divine beast on a level, he would not be allowed to stay on that level for too long. Of course, there was a limit to the time he could kill the divine beasts. Yi Xian casually swung his sword and killed a divine beast that was pouncing toward him. He watched as the divine beast turned into white smoke. In his heart, he was thinking, what should I do? This trial seemed to have no end. Even if Yi Xian passed the peak middle grade true god realm level, even if he passed the peak upper grade true god realm level, then, what should he do with the divine beasts after that? What's more, there were those who had surpassed the divine beasts realm. Continuing to fight was not a solution at all. Yi Xian frowned as he continuously slaughtered the divine beasts in his hands. At the same time, he was also thinking in his heart. However, no matter how hard Yi Xian tried, he realized that he could not solve the problem in front of him. In the end, all the divine beasts were killed. Yi Xian could only helplessly go to the next level. Since he was already here, he might as well take it easy. However, when Yi Xian went to the next level, the voice of the guardian of the third stage finally sounded again. Yo, not bad, young man. Congratulations. You have passed the first trial and obtained the title of beginner endless trial tester. Haha. However, I'm afraid that everyone who can come here will be able to obtain this title. Oh, I forgot to tell you. As long as you kill a wave of divine beasts that are about the same level as you will be able to obtain the elementary title. Then, you can make a choice. Do you want to continue the challenge or leave directly? And, let me give you a kind reminder. The lower your cultivation level, the lower the difficulty level of the divine beasts you need to pass through. As long as you obtain the super endless trial title, you will have passed my test. How about it? Have you made up your mind? Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the words of the guardian of the fourth level. Fortunately, this endless trial was automatically adjusted according to the realm of the person who entered, and it was not really necessary to fight to the last level. It looked like Yi Xian still had a chance to pass. But even so, Yi Xian decided to withdraw for the time being. Guardian, does this mean that after I obtain the elementary trial tester title, as long as I have time, I can come back for the trial again? Of course. As long as you are willing, you can come back for the trial at any time. However, you only have 3 chances. After you use up all 3 chances, you will no longer have the right to enter this place. Alright, I understand. I choose to leave for the time being. Yi Xian immediately stated his decision. He knew that with his current strength, he would not be able to pass at all. Alright, since you have decided, I will send you off. These are 3 directional teleportation talismans. I will send you directly out of the trial grounds. If you want to continue the challenge, crush the talisman and you will be able to come here directly. Let me give you another reminder. If your cultivation level increases and you come back, the divine beast's cultivation level will also be adjusted accordingly. Do you understand? Alright, I understand. Following Yi Xian's reply, a white light flashed and Yi Xian disappeared on the spot. By the time Yi Xian reacted, he had appeared in a foreign place. In other words, the guardian of the fourth stage had sent Yi Xian out of the Valley of Despair. *CK, I just wanted to see if I could find any materials in the Valley of Despair to strengthen myself. The guardian actually sent me out. Yi Xian was speechless. He had never intended to leave the Valley of Despair, but since he was already out, there was no other way. Luckily, he could return at any time. Yi Xian had to complete the Valley of Despair. After all, the system repair mission was still there. Yi Xian could imagine that as long as he completed the exploration of the Valley of Despair, he would definitely receive many system repairs. Even a complete system repair was not impossible. Since he was already out, Yi Xian could also go out and look for suitable materials to strengthen himself. The best way was to strengthen or break through the 2 demigod bloodlines. Although the demigod bloodline was extremely powerful, it was still very difficult to break through. But obviously, if Yi Xian wanted to pass the trial of the Boundless Tower, then just Yi Xian's demigod bloodline was not enough. Of course, it was not that easy to break through. Perhaps it would be very difficult to obtain some strengthening. Yi Xian released his divine telekinesis. He believed that the guardian would not be able to send him too far away. However, Yi Xian still underestimated. This was the realm of the gods. The concept of the realm of the gods was different from other places. Although the guardian had only casually sent Xian away, it had directly sent Xian thousands of miles away. Using his divine telekinesis, Xian saw a huge city in the distance. Since he had discovered the city, Xian did not delay and immediately flew towards the city. Carefree City. That's a good name. At this moment, Xian was standing outside the huge city gate. Looking at the bustling crowd, he was a little surprised. This was because he saw that most of the people here were just ordinary people, and they looked very strange. Taurens, kobolds, birdmen with wings, and snail people with huge shells on their backs. What was going on? Most importantly, these people's cultivation levels were extremely low. There were even people who did not have any cultivation levels. Just what was going on? Welcome to Carefree City. Is this your first time here? Just as Xian was puzzled, a young man ran in front of him. He had no cultivation level. He was actually a mortal. Xian frowned slightly and asked the person, "What's going on with this city?" "What do you mean by what's going on?" "Sir, I don't know how to answer your question." The man rubbed his head with a confused look on his face. "Oh, what I mean is, why are there so many mortals here? Isn't this the realm of the gods?" Xian could only answer directly. However, his words frightened the man so much that he immediately knelt on the ground. "Honorable God, this humble one has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive this humble one." Xian looked at the man. "Get up, I'm asking you a question. Just answer me." Yes, Lord God, it's like this. There are originally many native races in the realm of the gods, as well as some lower realm creatures brought up by Lord God. However, although this is the realm of the gods, not everyone can become a god. Over time, the native races of the realm of the gods, as well as mortals like me who were brought up by the ancestor from the eighth heaven, formed the mortal world of the realm of the gods. Xian nodded. So that was the case. With his current realm, he was indeed a mortal, even if he was in the undying sovereign realm. In any case, it was just a name. What's more, a deity could only be called a mortal with a relatively high realm. This was not surprising. Perhaps some people obtained some special abilities after condensing the godhead, and many people chose to bring their family or disciples from the lower realm to the realm of the gods. However, the realm of the gods was extremely dangerous. Who could guarantee that they would never fall? However, the realm of the gods was full of divine power, and it was more suitable for cultivation. Naturally, many people would release their family members and disciples directly. As for the native races, Xian could not say anything. However, it was strange that there were natives in the realm of the gods. Xian ignored the man and walked directly into the worry-free city. Compared to the city that Xian had entered previously, which was built by people with godheads, this city was much more lively. Many people were moving in and out of the worry-free city. Countless figures shuttled back and forth. In the divine realm, it was normal for even an ordinary mortal to live for thousands of years. Therefore, more and more people came. Of course, the divine world was so big that a city with a population of 1 million was just a drop in the ocean. Xian casually walked around and found out the origin of the forgotten city. The city was built by the city lord, the carefree old man. In the beginning, there were only a few hundred people, but after tens of thousands of years of development, the city grew to its current size. The carefree city was equivalent to the private territory of the carefree old man. However, even so, there was still something inside. The carefree old man built the carefree pavilion in the carefree city and selected elite disciples to nurture. Needless to say, he really managed to nurture some of them. Today, there were hundreds of deities in the carefree city. It was the most powerful existence among the dozens of cities around it. Of course, this had nothing to do with Xian. After casually looking around, he didn't find anything that Xian needed, so Xian turned around and prepared to leave. However, before he could even leave, he encountered something interesting. An army was led by an inferior heavenly god, 3 superior heavenly gods, and a dozen inferior heavenly gods. They were actually outside the carefree city. Xian moved and stood at the top of the tallest building in the carefree city. Xian wanted to see what was going to happen here. "Carefree old man, get out here." Just as Xian was ready to watch a good show, the heavenly god outside the city shouted loudly toward the carefree city. The huge sound wave even killed many mortals in the city. Damn it, old man Xianxia, what are you trying to do? In the blink of an eye, another inferior heavenly god rushed out. At the same time, a protective barrier appeared above the carefree city. Countless soldiers rushed to the top of the city wall. What am I trying to do? Carefree old man, Mo Shanggu has ordered you to capture the totem beasts. It's fine if you want to die, but why do you want to harm us? If you don't hand over the totem beasts, you are openly making an enemy out of Mo Shanggu. If you want to die, do you want to drag us down with you? Haha, you are you. Mo Shanggu is strong, we wandering cultivators naturally can't afford to offend him. However, what right do they have to capture my divine beasts with just one sentence? What right do they have to ask me to deliver it? At this point, Yi Xian finally understood that it was because of the totem beasts and Mo Shanggu. When Yi Xian first came to the divine realm, he had also obtained a totem beast when he arrived at the Myriad Beasts sect. Of course, compared to the dozens of totem beasts that the Myriad Beasts sect had, the pitiful totem beast in Carefree City was nothing. Unfortunately, Carefree City didn't have the strength of the Myriad Beasts sect, so they didn't even have the qualifications to exchange for the totem beasts. Mo Shangji's one sentence forced Carefree City to hand over the totem beasts, and they even had to deliver them personally. To put it bluntly, it was all because they were too weak. The two heavenly god stage experts were still bickering. However, Yi Xian wasn't prepared to continue watching, because there was no need for Yi Xian to continue paying attention to him. Strength, everything was a problem caused by strength. What he saw this time made Yi Xian understand once again that only by possessing strength would he not be bullied by others. When Yi Xian left, sounds of killing could already be heard coming from the direction of Carefree City. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers were fighting, but it was all because of two heavenly god experts. Perhaps, in their hearts, they didn't care about the lives of mortals. Yi Xian summoned his Pegasus and left at lightning speed. He wasn't looking for a mortal city. Maybe he could go there to take a look when he was bored, but it wouldn't help Yi Xian increase his strength at all. Very soon, Yi Xian found another city. However, this was not a city of mortals. It was a real city, a city that belonged to the gods. Yes, this is the place, Lingxian Court. I didn't expect Lingxian Court to be here. Then, I can go there and see if the materials I need can be found here. Yi Xian landed on the ground and recalled his Pegasus at the same time. He walked into the city alone. His target was very clear, Lingxian Court. I heard that Lingxian Court will be auctioning a few precious treasures this time, but I don't know what kind of treasures they are. Sigh, so what if you've heard about it? We're not qualified to participate. This auction is an internal auction. Only those invited by Lingxian Pavilion are qualified to participate. Without an invitation, no one can enter. It looked like Yi Xian had come at just the right time. Auction, not bad. Generally speaking, there would always be a few good items appearing at an auction. Of course, whether one could obtain them or not would depend on one's own wealth. This time, Yi Xian would not be as hard-pressed as the last time. He would use the divine crystals on him carefully. No matter what, Yi Xian was still a person with a net worth in the millions. However, how would one obtain an invitation letter? Oh right, Yi Xian suddenly remembered. When he passed the first stage in the Valley of Despair, wasn't there a person who happened to be an elder of Lingxian Court? His token was now in his hands. In that case, could he use this thing to obtain an invitation letter? Or perhaps the right to enter? At this thought, Yi Xian did not hesitate and walked directly to the attendant of Lingxian Court. Honorable guest, how may I help you? The attendant asked Yi Xian respectfully. Oh, I want an invitation letter to the auction. How can I obtain one? Sir, I am very sorry, but the auction this time is not a public auction. It is a small, internal auction. Therefore, apart from those who have been invited, no one else is allowed to participate. Although the attendant spoke tactfully, the people around Yi Xian were amused. Haha, am I seeing things? A mere mid-level true god wants to obtain an invitation letter to the auction? Doesn't he know that the lowest level of invitation this time is the heavenly god realm? Furthermore, he actually went to ask someone from Lingxian Court. How stupid. Isn't that so? I'm dying of laughter. What does he think Xian Court is? What does he think Xian Court's internal auction is? Can anyone go just because they want to? Is that still an internal auction? There was a lot of discussion. Moreover, they were all saying that Yi Xian was overestimating himself. Yi Xian did not care about these people at all. Who cared what these people said? What Yi Xian wanted to do was the most important thing. Oh, so that's how it is. Then I would like to ask, can I use this to exchange for an invitation letter? Yi Xian did not hesitate and took out the elder's jade pendant. When the attendant saw the item in Yi Xian's hand, he was shocked. One had to know that Xian Pavilion was originally an independent force, so there was naturally a detailed division of power. As for the elders, it could be said that in each pavilion, there were usually only 1 or 2 elders in charge. Who would have thought that someone would use an elder's token to exchange for an invitation letter? Beads of sweat instantly appeared on the attendant's forehead. He submissively said to Yi Xian, Sir, please wait for a moment. This lowly one will immediately invite the elder out. As he spoke, the attendant bowed to the Yi Xian and ran away. Such a dramatic turn of events caused everyone to widen their eyes in shock. No way, where did this guy come from? What was that thing in his hand? Why did it make the attendant so terrified? In an instant, everyone in the hall shut their mouths. As for the few people who were discussing Yi Xian at the beginning, their expressions changed drastically. They looked at Yi Xian cautiously, as if afraid that Yi Xian would pursue the matter. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not care about these people at all, so he did not pay them any attention. Very soon, the elder of this branch rushed out in a hurry. This disciple greets the Grand Supreme Elder. What no one expected was that even this elder would be so respectful to Yi Xian and even kneel down to greet him. In fact, Yi Xian himself did not understand what was going on. As it turned out, since Xian Pavilion was a place of treasures, there were naturally countless capable people. Xian Pavilion's elder's token was a very special item. No one knew how this item was refined. However, every elder only had one token. Furthermore, this token had its own spiritual intelligence and was reinforced with several unique seals. Unless the owner of the token was willing, this token would not follow anyone else. No matter how powerful one was, there was no way to forcibly control it because this token had a self-destructing effect. Of course, the elders of Xian Pavilion were free to choose their successors, which meant that this token could be inherited by a disciple. However, there was no doubt that as long as one had the token, one would have the authority of an elder. It did not matter how Yi Xian obtained this elder's token, nor did it matter what kind of thoughts that person had at that time. But now, Yi Xian was holding this token in his hand, which meant that Yi Xian was the owner of this token and a legitimate elder of Xian Pavilion. Furthermore, he was not an ordinary elder. Get up first. Yi Xian was stunned and said. Now, even Yi Xian himself was still in a daze. What was going on? After that Xian Pavilion elder stood up, Yi Xian continued to ask, this token was indeed given to me by an elder of Xian Pavilion. However, I am not an elder of Xian Pavilion. I think you must have misunderstood something. Haha, Grand Supreme Elder, don't tease your disciple. The rules of Xian Pavilion have not changed for tens of millions of years. Perhaps the previous Grand Supreme Elder really gave this token to you for some reason. However, as long as you have this token, you are an elder of Xian Pavilion. Every elder's token in Xian Pavilion is fixed. In other words, the authority of every token will not change because of a person. Xian Pavilion only recognizes tokens and not people. F***ck, Yi Xian was stunned. Only recognizing tokens and not people? What kind of stupid rule was this? Wouldn't that be able to fool the people of Xian Pavilion with a fake token? Of course, Yi Xian also understood that it was almost impossible to fake a token. After all, Xian Pavilion was not a small faction. Yi Xian did not want to delve into this matter. His main goal now was to get an invitation letter. As for this token, he would wait until the next time he met Master Ku and ask him properly. Alright, I just want to ask you for an invitation letter this time. I want to participate in this auction, but unfortunately, I don't have one. I wonder if you can make it convenient for me? Yi Xian said directly. After hearing this, the elder's face revealed a strange smile. Then, he said, "Well, Grand Supreme Elder, do you really not know? You have the Grand Supreme Elder's token in your hand. If you want to enter the internal auction organized by our pavilion, you can enter at any time. The token in your hand represents your authority and is more useful than any invitation letter." At that moment, the people around Yi Xian, who had been discussing Yi Xian earlier, were all dumbfounded. They were both envious and terrified. How could a person who even an elder of Lingxian court treat with such respect be a simple person? Everyone silently watched Yi Xian's back as he walked into the inner hall of Lingxian court. Many people were already considering how they could curry favor with Yi Xian. The reason Yi Xian followed the elder to the inner hall was, of course, not because of the invitation letter, but because he wanted to know what good items would be auctioned this time. Yi Xian was even prepared to buy anything suitable in advance. This was also another benefit of the Grand Supreme Elder's token. "Grand Supreme Elder, take a look. These are all the items that will be auctioned this time." The elder handed over a list to Yi Xian. The list clearly listed all the items that would be auctioned this time. Of course, 1/3 of the items would be auctioned by Lingxian court, while the other 2/3 would be auctioned by others. Very soon, Yi Xian looked through the entire list. Among them, 3 items caught Yi Xian's attention the most. The first item was called the Ancient Demon Finger. That's right, it was a finger of the ancient great demon god. It was said that the great demon god had already reached the master god realm. His physical body was simply incomparably strong. There was still a huge difference between the ancient demon gods and the current demon gods. In fact, whether it was the ancient demon gods or the demon gods, they were all several times stronger than the current gods. As for the root cause, it was in the divine ability, especially for demon gods. Demons generally walked the path of cultivation. They constantly strengthened their physical bodies to form a godhead. However, demon gods also had various divine abilities. It was just that after countless years, many demon gods' special divine abilities had been lost. The original owner of this demon god's finger was a famous ancient great demon god, the finger of the Heaven Slaughter demon god. No one knew how many divine abilities the Heaven Slaughter devil god possessed. However, everyone knew that the most powerful divine ability of the Heaven Slaughter devil god was his finger of annihilation. It was said that if the Heaven Slaughter demon god wanted to kill someone, he only needed to casually point his finger and that person would die. Even those of the same level of cultivation would not be able to block his finger. Of course, Yi Xian did not care about these rumors. What he cared about was that the finger bone contained a special substance that could strengthen his sword god bloodline. "I must get my hands on this thing," Yi Xian said to himself in his heart. However, when he saw that the note was actually addressed to him, he could only smile bitterly. The second item was a flower called the Lasting Soul Flower. The long soul flower only had one use, and that was to nurture the soul. Yi Xian had said that he wanted to save Li Lei and the others, so Yi Xian had to get his hands on the Lasting Soul Flower. Huh? Did Lingxian Pavilion take this out themselves? Yi Xian looked at the note and was slightly surprised. However, he immediately smiled. "Hey, who are you? Did your pavilion auction this Lasting Soul Flower?" Yi Xian turned around and asked the elder of Lingxian Pavilion. "Grand Elder, you can just call me Little White. This Lasting Soul Flower is not a rare item. Someone gave it to my pavilion a few months ago. Do you like this flower, Grand Elder?" "Yes, I happen to need this type of material." Yi Xian nodded. "Oh, since that's the case, Grand Elder can buy it directly. Grand Elder can enjoy a 50% discount in our pavilion. Disciple will make the decision to erase your transaction fee. Grand Elder only needs to pay 130,000 divine crystals for this long soul flower." "Oh, so cheap? Well then, help me get it." "Haha, alright, Grand Elder. However, this long soul flower is only an ordinary divine flower. If it is used to refine magic treasures, it can only be used by those below the heavenly god realm. I wonder what Grand Elder wants it for." Yi Xian was at a loss for words. This guy didn't know that he was only a mid-level true god. Furthermore, he was a newcomer to the realm of the gods. If it wasn't for a coincidence, he wouldn't even have the strength to enter Lingxian Pavilion, let alone participate in the auction. Of course, that person was just asking casually. he didn't have to get to the bottom of it. Seeing that Xian didn't reply, that person casually ordered an attendant to get the lasting soul flower. As for Xian, he was looking at the last item. Ever since Xian came to the realm of the gods, he first killed the totem beast of the Divine Beasts sect. Then, he was chased by the disciples of the Divine Beasts sect and fell into the Valley of Despair. It could be said that many of his abilities were not only unusable due to the system being damaged, but also because he didn't have the opportunity to use them. However, this didn't mean that Xian gave up on his original items. For example, the 100 Beasts Sword Attendant. At this moment, the item placed in front of Xian was a mystical water blaze stone. This was a very peculiar stone because it was neither solid nor liquid, neither gas nor void. Simply put, this stone's form was a very peculiar state of self-combustion. This mystical water blaze stone could self-combust at any time. However, the energy it produced would be confined around the stone's body and quickly condense into the stone's body. This cycle would repeat for eternity. Of course, other than its peculiar form, the most important thing was its effect. This was an excellent material to strengthen the 100 Beast Sword Servants. Not only could it increase the 100 Beast Sword Servants' attack and defense, but it could also increase the 100 Beast Sword Servants' tenacity. The concept of tenacity wasn't easy to understand. Simply put, as long as this mystical water blaze stone was combined with the 100 Beast Sword Servants, then the 100 Beast Sword Servants would undergo unexpected changes. He had to get his hands on this thing. Even if he didn't get the ancient demon god's finger bone, he must get this mystical water blaze stone. Xian looked at this item. It was still on auction. Since that was the case, he didn't look at it any longer. Instead, he took the long soul flower from Elder Xiaobai's hands. After paying the divine crystals, he asked Elder Xiaobai, how much longer until the auction? In reply to Grand Supreme Elder, the original plan was to hold it in 3 days. Is that okay? What did Xian mean by, is that okay? If possible, Xian wanted to hold it now. Of course, Xian couldn't say this out loud. After all, it was impossible. Alright, 3 days it is. I'll come back in 3 days. Yes, Grand Supreme Elder. Xian was stunned. To be honest, he did not know much about the Grand Supreme Elder's identity. However, it would be good for him to meet the Grand Supreme Elder. After all, Master Ku did not tell him clearly that his token had such great authority. Sound transmission talismans, locator beasts, and other small treasures were very common even in the realm of the gods. Moreover, the distance was very far. After all, the realm of the gods was so big. How could it be possible to communicate without some conventional means? Xian decisively condensed a few sound transmission talismans and handed them over to Elder Xiaobai. Then, he said, if there's anything you need, you can directly send me a sound transmission. Then, I'll come and disturb you in 3 days. Aya, Grand Supreme Elder, listen to what you're saying. It's my honor to have you here. There's no need to disturb you. Xian smiled and did not say much. Instead, he walked out directly. Since he had to wait here for the auction to start, he naturally could not leave. After all, 3 days was actually very short. Very quickly, Xian found an inn called the Assembly of Gods Pavilion and asked for a room to stay. Speaking of which, Xian had not tasted the food of the realm of the gods yet. This time, Xian was taking a break from his busy schedule. Naturally, he would not miss this opportunity. After spending more than 1,000 divine crystals, Xian asked for a table of food and wine. He casually placed the God Slayer on the table and leisurely tasted the food of the realm of the gods. To be honest, although 1,000 divine crystals was indeed very expensive, this enjoyment was definitely not ordinary. Xian only ate a few mouthfuls of the food and wine and felt extremely refreshed. However, when there were too many people, it was inevitable that there would be trouble. Moreover, especially when Xian was being targeted. It's this guy. I heard that he has some connections in Lingxian court. However, since he is a member of Lingxian Pavilion, this young master would like to see what he is capable of. Qi Kong, go and teach this brat a good lesson for me. Let him know that this is the territory of the Jubao Pavilion. The people of Lingxian Pavilion better behave themselves. Yes, young master. A middle-aged man bowed respectfully to this young master. With a wave of his hand, he led his 3 followers towards Yixian. The Jibao Pavilion was an existence equivalent to the Lingxian Pavilion. However, Lingxian Pavilion had a wide range of branches, and anyone who came was a guest. On the other hand, Jibao Pavilion only dealt with clans and sects, and didn't care about individual gods. If the Rain Admiration Pavilion that only dealt with women was included, then these 3 auction houses were undoubtedly the 3 largest auction houses in the eastern region of the 9 Radiance Divine Realm. Including Mo Shanggu and all the other powers that Yixian had come into contact with so far, were actually only powers in the 9 Radiance Divine Realm. Of course, the 9 Radiance Divine Realm was merely one of the countless medium-sized powers in the Divine Dimension, and the master of the 9 Radiance Divine Realm was even an extraordinary expert at the Overgod Realm. These matters were too distant for the current Yixian. Good wine, it really is good wine. The wine of the God Realm is really different. It's a pity that it contains too much energy. I have to think of a way to dilute it so that my family can taste it. Yes, I also have to give some to Black Horn, Old Tree, and the others. Yixian put down his wine cup, and a faint smile hung on his face. However, in the next moment, his eyes narrowed, and he casually slapped someone to the side. As it turned out, Qi Kong and the others had already come to Yixian's side. However, Qi Kong was attracted by Yixian's God Slayer. Of course, this was also Yixian's fault. He just had to show off the God Slayer outside, and it was impossible for him not to be noticed. Therefore, one of Qi Kang's followers understood and prepared to directly snatch the sword, which led to the scene of Yixian casually slapping him. That follower had the cultivation of a first-grade upper true god. When he saw that Yixian was only a mid-grade true god, he naturally looked down on him. However, he didn't expect that before he could even touch the God Slayer, he would be slapped by Yixian first. If not for his divine power automatically protecting his body, this slap would have sent him flying. How dare you hit me? The follower looked at Yixian in shock. In his eyes, Yixian was only a mid-grade true god. How would he dare to resist them? Unexpectedly, Yixian really did hit him. Therefore, for a moment, he didn't react. So what if I hit you? Even if I kill you, it's your own fault. Yixian casually held the God Slayer in his hand, and then looked at the 4 people in front of him. 1 low-level heavenly god, 2 high-level true gods, and 1 peak mid-level true god. The strength of these people seemed to be very strong. Yixian was secretly vigilant. However, other than offending the myriad beasts divine sect, he didn't seem to have any conflicts with anyone. Why would someone come looking for trouble with him? A mere mid-grade true god's cultivation was at the bottom of the divine world. Yixian didn't expect that someone would come looking for him just for a meal. How unlucky. Haha, brat, you sure talk big. You want to kill me? You? A mere mid-grade true god dares to threaten to kill me? I think you're the one who's looking for death. When the follower heard Yixian's words, he was immediately happy. He knew very well that they came looking for Yixian to cause trouble, so he wasn't afraid of causing trouble. This was what the young master ordered, so of course he didn't care. At this time, when he heard Yixian's threat, he laughed out loud. However, he seemed to have forgotten that he was slapped by Yixian just now. Yixian didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he picked up the cup of wine on the table and drank it again, savoring the endless delicious taste. When the follower saw that Yixian was ignoring him, he secretly looked at Qi Kong. When he saw Qi Kong nodding, the follower didn't hesitate anymore and directly grabbed at Yixian. Brat, you're the one who's looking for death. Then, let me fulfill your wish. This grab wasn't as simple as just grabbing. It went straight for Yixian's head. He was prepared to take Yixian's life. Although it was Yixian's first time in the realm of the gods, he knew that it was best not to make enemies. However, since he was being bullied, there was no need to tolerate it. In an instant, Yixian also made his move. Deity Vanquishing Slash. Boom, Yixian's attack was incomparably fast. So what if you're a high-grade true god, in front of the Deity Vanquishing Slash, under the Deity Vanquishing Slash, there was no need to think about taking advantage of him. After a loud bang, the slash actually had the effect of a critical hit. This high-grade true god was just a rank 1 high-grade true god. In addition, he wasn't prepared. How could he resist? He was actually killed by Yi Xian's slash. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. In fact, although he wasn't afraid of these people, he didn't intend to make a big conflict. What the hell was going on? Great, there was no room for negotiation. However, since he had already killed someone, Yi Xian might as well go all the way. He casually put the follower's corpse and his interspatial ring into his devouring space. Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't choose to break through it this time. At the very least, unless he had no other choice, he wouldn't break through. After all, the requirements of the endless refinement were there. If Yi Xian were to break through now, then the difficulty of the endless refinement would increase when he returned. In that case, Yi Xian would not be able to achieve anything by coming here. How dare you kill someone? Seeing that Yi Xian had actually killed his companion the moment he made a move, Qi Kong was also extremely astonished. The key point was that Yi Xian was only an intermediate god. Qi Kong even had a feeling that even if he were to face that sword, he would not have the slightest chance of dodging it. That sword strike was simply too dazzling. At this time, there were still some diners in the inn. However, when they saw the conflict between Yi Xian and Qi Kong, they immediately turned around and left. Yi Xian did not know who Qi Kong and the others were, but the diners did. Qi Kong was the personal bodyguard of the young master of the Endless Treasures Pavilion, the strongest faction in the city. He was not someone the diners could afford to offend. They did not even dare to stay to watch the battle. Of course, they were also very curious as to who had the guts to provoke the people of the Endless Treasures Pavilion. One had to know that the Endless Treasures Pavilion existed in the form of a family. In other words, the young master of this pavilion was also a member of the main family. His background was extremely powerful. You have seen whether I dare to kill or not. Why? Do you also want to test if my sword is sharp enough? Yi Xian looked at Qi Kong indifferently. Since the conflict had erupted, there was no point in saying anything more. Humph, kid, do you know who we are? I don't care who you are. Did you ask me if you want to touch my sword? How dare you? Don't think that we won't dare to kill you just because you are related to Lingshan Pavilion. To our young master, killing you is just like killing an ant. Qi Kang's words made Yi Xian raise his eyebrows slightly. It seemed like there was someone behind this guy. Oh, young master? So you are just a dog. Then, let your young master come over and talk. I don't want to waste my breath on a dog. You, what did you say? Qi Kong was enraged. An incomparably powerful aura erupted from his body. The pressure of a heavenly god realm powerhouse suddenly erupted. No matter what, he was still a heavenly god realm expert, yet he was actually scolded like a dog by a mid-level true god. If it was anyone else, they would find it hard to accept. The example of challenging someone of a higher realm was obvious, so this was not the first time that the surrounding people had seen a true god mocking a heavenly god. Just as Qi Kong was about to make a move, a voice made him stop what he was doing. Yes, it was the young master who had walked over. The young master had only wanted Qi Kong to test Yi Xian's background. Who would have thought that Yi Xian would kill someone without a word? Furthermore, he had killed a superior deity with his mid-level deity cultivation. This was secondary. The main thing was that Yi Xian had inadvertently revealed his Supreme Elder's token when he killed that person. The Supreme Elder of Lingshan Pavilion wasn't someone to be trifled with. It could be said that the power behind Yi Xian was stronger than the young master's. It should be known that the elder who controlled a branch was only an ordinary elder, while the Supreme Elder was an existence equivalent to the regional supervising elder. Therefore, when the young master saw Yi Xian's token, his heart skipped a beat. Although he did want to cause trouble for the people of Lingshan Pavilion, offending a Supreme Elder of Lingshan Pavilion, at least for now, the young master didn't have the guts to do so. The young master walked over to Yi Xian and cupped his fists slightly. His etiquette was very perfunctory. Of course, if it had been someone close to Yi Xian who had been killed, Yi Xian probably wouldn't have been able to tolerate it. I am Hongmeng Xiaokei from Jibao Pavilion. How should I address you? The Hongmeng family, it was the family that controlled Jibao Pavilion. Are you the owner of this dog? Yi Xian asked indifferently as he pointed at Qi Kong casually. Qi Kong was so angry that his whole body was trembling. However, he didn't dare act presumptuously in front of Hongmeng Xiao Quebec. He could only stare coldly at Xian. Yes, I am his master. Since you are from Lingshan Pavilion, why are you in a restaurant run by Jubao Pavilion? Why? Are you trying to stir up trouble? Although Hongmeng Xiaoke was wary of Xian's identity, that didn't mean that he was afraid of Xian. After all, Xian was only a mid-level true god. If he hadn't had that token, he would have been worse than an ant in front of Hongmeng Xiao Quebec. Oh, does this restaurant belong to your family? However, even if that's the case, why can't I come in when your restaurant is open for business? I don't think I see a sign outside your restaurant that says that people from Lingshan Pavilion are not allowed to enter, right? As Xian spoke, he was once again extremely curious about the Supreme Elder's token that Master Moonless had left for him. It seemed that this token had a lot of uses, and the authority it represented was also extremely great. This? Alright, there really isn't one. Hongmeng Xiaoke was slightly taken aback by Xian's words, but he didn't refute. Although the Lingshan Pavilion and the Treasure Gathering Pavilion were competitors and would fight in the open and in the dark, they didn't say that it was on the surface. Xian's question was indeed something that made Hongmeng K not know how to answer. Since that's the case, I'm eating in your restaurant. Logically speaking, I'm your guest. However, your dog bit your guest. Instead of keeping your dog in check, you came to find trouble with me, your guest. This doesn't seem right, does it? Xian lightly smiled. The corners of his mouth were obviously filled with ridicule. He wanted to see what this bullshit young master could do. Of course, Xian was already prepared. If the other party really wanted to make a move, Xian would immediately run away. After all, Xian couldn't beat these people. Alright, we'll admit that we were unreasonable today. Manager, put his bill on me. Let's go. Was Hongmeng Xiaoke admitting defeat? Xian looked at Hongmeng Xiaoke in astonishment, but he was slightly wary. In fact, a barking dog wouldn't bite, but a silent dog would bite very viciously. It was obvious that Hongmeng Xiaoke belonged to the latter category. In other words, Xian's troubles had only just begun. Sure enough, as soon as Hongmeng Xiaoke left the restaurant, he immediately ordered Qi Kong, go and find this guy. Go, investigate this brat's background for me. Humph, daring to offend this young master, I want him to die without even knowing how. It turned out that the reason Hongmeng Xiaoke hadn't made a move earlier was because he was afraid of Xian's token. Since someone was footing the bill, Xian naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. He immediately ordered all the best ingredients in the restaurant. So what if he couldn't finish them? Who cared if he could finish them? In any case, Xian didn't have to pay for them himself. In 3 days, Xian had spent a total of more than 300,000 divine crystals. Not only did this guy eat by himself, but he also invited anyone who entered the restaurant to eat with him. The restaurant owner's face had turned white from Xian's eating. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything about it. As for Hongmeng Xiaoke's expression when he saw the bill, Xian couldn't care less. Meanwhile, Xian had already arrived at Lingshan Court's internal auction. Grand Supreme Elder, you're finally here. Please follow me. I've already prepared a VIP room for you. Why? Are you guys not going to hold the auction if I'm not here? Elder Xiaobai smiled awkwardly but didn't say anything. However, Xian was right. Elder Xiaobai really wouldn't have dared to hold the auction if he hadn't been here. In fact, he had already arrived at the area's supervising elder. The area's supervising elder had only one message for him. Use all means possible to serve Elder Xian well. Also, try your best to keep him here until we arrive. To put it bluntly, no matter what method Elder Xiaobai used, he had to leave Xian behind. He absolutely couldn't make Xian unhappy. Although Elder Xiaobai didn't know the exact reason, he was very sure that Xian's current status was no longer as simple as a Grand Supreme Elder. Elder Xiaobai summoned a beautiful attendant and led Xian to the private room. Then, he immediately returned to his own room and released a signal. Supervising Elder, Xian is already here for the auction. Please come over quickly. Grand Supreme Elder Xian might leave after the auction is over. This news spread out at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, a group of powerhouses was flying towards the pavilion where Elder Xiaobai was. Among them was Master Moonless. However, it seemed like Master Moonless was only an attendant this time. When Yixian finally entered the private room, the auctioneer on the stage finally received the news and heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, Lingxian Pavilion's internal auction usually didn't have a fixed time. As long as all the invited guests were present, the auction would begin. Sometimes, as long as the main invited guests were present, the auction would begin. After all, this was not a formal auction. It was just an internal auction. However, it was only the Grand Supreme Elders present. Only Yixian's not. It would have been fine if Elder Xiaobai hadn't received the message from the supervising elder, but Elder Xiaobai had received it. Thus, he could only helplessly ask the master to think of a way to stall for time. 2 hours, it wasn't a big deal for the Sky Celestial powerhouses present, but they couldn't just wait for no reason. Hence, the auctioneer used all his tricks to stall for time. He finally heaved a sigh of relief when Yixian arrived. Hee. Since everyone can't wait any longer, I won't waste any more of your time. Let's officially start the auction. The auctioneer was extremely excited. He could finally start normally. He couldn't wait to shoot everything in one go and end it quickly. However, at that moment, Elder Xiaobai's voice rang in his ears. Try to delay the auction as much as possible, especially the item that the Grand Supreme Elder wants. It must appear at the latest. However, you must not anger the Grand Supreme Elder. Yes, that was all he said. The auctioneer was so angry that he almost vomited blood. What was going on? They were trying to stall for time again. More importantly, they couldn't anger the Grand Supreme Elder. They still had to get the item that the Grand Supreme Elder wanted. Yixian wanted the mystical water blaze stone, of course. Although the mystical water blaze stone was a precious treasure to Yixian, it was only a medium-grade item in this auction. It was best to leave a medium-grade treasure behind without angering the Grand Supreme Elder. This auction was really testing the auctioneer's skills. The auctioneer was helpless. He could only explain the uses and functions of each item in detail. This way, it would be really troublesome and long. This kind of behavior undoubtedly caused the other people who were invited to complain. Fortunately, Yixian was new to the divine realm and didn't know many things. Hence, when the auctioneer introduced the items, Yixian listened with great interest. Of course, as long as Yixian was satisfied, Elder Xiaobai and the others could rest assured. As for the others? Forget it. Even if they offended everyone here, they couldn't afford to offend Yixian. The next item is called the Six Sun Stone. That's right, the Six Sun Stone is one of the essential materials for body tempering below the heavenly god realm. Adding the Six Sun Stone to the body will make one's physique stronger. What the hell? Who doesn't know about the Six Sun Stone? What's wrong with the auctioneer today? He even has to introduce the Six Sun Stone like this. The crowd in the hall was discussing animatedly. Isn't that so? Do we need the auctioneer to teach us how to use the Six Sun Stone? Which one of us doesn't have a few formulas related to the Six Sun Stone? Sigh, I think the auctioneer can forget about his job after this auction. He's dragging it out too much. As a veteran auctioneer, the auctioneer's expression changed when he heard this. However, at this moment, a voice rang out. Oh, Six Suns 3 Hearts soup? There's such a method of body tempering? Then, what other materials do we need? To be able to ask such a question, it was undoubtedly Yixian. When the auctioneer heard Yixian's voice, he immediately became interested. Not only did he begin to explain in detail, he even explained the rest of the materials, where to get them, how to use them for the best effect, and so on. Yixian listened with great interest. As for the others, they were getting impatient. However, the sharper ones had already noticed something unusual. Who's in that private room? Do you know? Countless eyes were focused on the room Yixian was in. Their hearts were filled with questions. Finally, Master Moonless and the supervising elder of the area finally arrived at the pavilion after traveling at full speed. The auctioneer heaved a huge sigh of relief. There was no need to delay any longer. However, there were only a few items left in his hands. Without hesitation, he shouted out the item that Yixian wanted the most, the mystical water blazing stone. The next item is called the mystical water blazing stone. The starting price is 100,000 divine crystals. Each increment must not be lower than 10,000. Alright, let the auction begin. I bid 150,000. Sigh, this item is actually being auctioned now. Could it be that this mystical water-blazing stone has become a valuable treasure? I bid 200,000. Anyway, that's all I can offer. I don't know what the auctioneer is doing. He actually put this item as the finale item. What a waste of time. That's right, that's right. Who wants it? Hurry up and take it. It's annoying just looking at it. Xian finally got what he wanted. Hence, without hesitation, he shouted out the price. I bid 500,000. To be honest, this item might be ordinary to others, but to Xian, it was a rare item. 500,000, in fact, it was definitely not worth that much. Normally, it could even go up to 2 million, much less 500,000. However, the crowd was already in a mess. Who would care so much? Someone was about to bid, but was pulled back by someone beside him. Forget it, just give it to him. It's not like it's anything good. Look at him, he really wants it. Furthermore, don't forget that he's in the Divine Room 1. How could he have gotten it so easily? Even Xian himself did not expect it to be so easy. It was not that Xian did not participate in the bidding for the ancient demon finger. However, the competition was so fierce that Xian gave up. Who would have thought that it would be so easy for the mystical water-blazing stone to get it? Alright, 500,000. No one else is bidding. Then, congratulations to this young master for winning the auction. Weren't there 3 more people asking for the price? This film master was really interesting. Of course, this was a good thing for Xian, so Xian did not reject it. Just as the shoot ended, someone knocked on Xian's door. Supreme Elder, may I come in? It was Elder Xiaobai's voice. Xian smiled. He had made a profit this time, so he was naturally in a good mood, so he said directly, come in. Grand Elder, a friend of yours is waiting for you in the inner hall. Please follow me. After Elder Xiaobai came over, she didn't waste any time and directly said to Xian. My friend, Xian was slightly taken aback. He didn't seem to have any friends in the God realm. What was going on? Could it be that Hongmeng Xiaoke? However, even if Hongmeng Xiaoke came to find him, it shouldn't be in the capacity of a friend. Xian frowned slightly and asked, who is my friend? Supreme Elder, you'll know when you get there. Haha, Supreme Elder, please follow me. Xiaobai had a respectful smile on her face, but it was obvious that this time, there was even a hint of flattery. Although Xian didn't know what was going on, he wanted to see who exactly Elder Xiaobai's most feared friend was. Soon, Xian arrived at the inner hall of the Lingxian Pavilion branch. The person who walked over made Xian's heart skip a beat. The main character was here, yes, it was the owner of the Grand Elder's token, Master Moonless. Could it be that he had used the badge of the Great Elder to participate in the auction and had even gotten Master Moonless out of it? Xian looked at Moonless rather awkwardly. Of course, there were others as well. Master Yi, haha, it really is you. Master Yi, I didn't expect it to be you. Master Moonless was extremely excited. However, it made Xian rather uncomfortable. What was in this guy's mind? Did he have to be so excited? Vice Pavilion Master, that's right. This is Xian, Master Yi. My little life, as well as the people who were trapped there with me, was all thanks to Master Ye's help that we were able to leave. Master Moonless said respectfully to the person behind him. However, Xian couldn't even see through that person's cultivation level. When Xian asked for help from the system, the answer he got was ding. System notification, target's cultivation level is too high. Temporarily unable to detect. Xian was slightly stunned. Damn, his cultivation level was so high that even the system couldn't detect it. What the hell? What kind of cultivation level was this person? Just as Xian was sizing up the Deputy Pavilion Master, the Deputy Pavilion Master was also sizing up Xian. You are Xian? Facing such a powerful person, Xian didn't dare to be disrespectful. He quickly bowed slightly and answered. Yes, I am Xian. Not bad, not bad. You're indeed young and promising. By the way, what stage are you in now? Trials? He actually knew about the trials. However, Xian glanced at Master Moonless and understood why this person knew about them. I've just received the title of the Endless Refiner in the beginner trial. I'm temporarily out and preparing to go again after some time. Xian didn't hide anything and answered directly. Obviously, that person's body stiffened when he heard this. Then, he stared at Xian as if he wanted to see through Xian. Good, good, good. You're indeed young and promising. Then, continue to work hard. Xian was a little confused by the Deputy Pavilion Master's words. What was happening now was beyond Xian's expectations. He didn't even understand what was going on. However, after the Deputy Pavilion Master finished speaking, he didn't continue speaking. Instead, Master Moonless ran over to Xian. Haha, Grandmaster Yi, I'll have to trouble you this time. Here, this is the new identity token that Xian Pavilion has prepared for you. You'd better return my token to me. Otherwise, I won't be able to command my former subordinates. Master Moonless lightly smiled as he handed over a purple token to Xian. There were only 2 words on the token, Xian. After all, the Grand Supreme Elder's token belonged to Master Moonless. Since Master Moonless had asked for it back, Xian naturally couldn't keep it. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and directly handed the Grand Supreme Elder's token to Master Moonless. However, Xian did not reach out to take the token because he still did not understand what was going on. However, Master Ku seemed to be prepared. He directly stuffed the token into Xian's hands and retreated to the side. Xian was stunned. No, Master Ku, what do you mean by this? However, Master Ku only smiled mysteriously. Then, everyone from Xian Pavilion, including Elder Xiaobai, instantly knelt in front of Xian. Greetings, Pavilion Guardian Elder. What the hell, how did he become a Pavilion Guardian Elder? Moreover, it seemed that this Pavilion Guardian Elder was even more awesome than the Grand Supreme Elder. What was going on? Xian was stunned and looked directly at Master Ku. Master Ku naturally understood what Xian wanted to ask. Therefore, he did not beat around the bush and directly replied, Haha, Master Yi, just accept it. Do you know what my identity is in Xian Pavilion? Xian was stunned. Wasn't he just the Grand Supreme Elder? What other identity could he have? However, before Xian could answer, Master Ku directly replied, Master Yi, perhaps you don't know other things, but I was trapped there for countless years. You should know this, right? In fact, other than my status as a Grand Elder, I am also the younger brother of the Xian Court's Pavilion Master. Tell me, you saved his younger brother. As the elder brother, how could the Pavilion Master not appreciate it? Therefore, it's better for you to accept this Pavilion Guardian Elder token. After all, one of the 4 Pavilion Guardian Elders of Xian Pavilion has already passed away after entering another mystery land. Another Pavilion Guardian Elder has also passed away due to exhaustion of his divine power. Xian Pavilion only has 2 Pavilion Guardian Elders now. Of course, Master Yi, you don't have to doubt it. You are in charge of Restriction Pavilion. To be honest, you are the only Pavilion Guardian Elder in Restriction Pavilion. As for the other elders or disciples under you, there is not a single one. It wasn't until Master Moonless finished speaking that Xian realized that Xian Pavilion was trying to rope him in, although he had only been given an empty shell. In reality, the benefits contained within this token were already boundless. Should Xian refuse? How was that possible? As long as Xian wasn't that stupid, he wouldn't refuse. In fact, he didn't have anything right now. If he could find a backer, it would be very beneficial for him. Although he did not know why Xian Pavilion valued him so much, he believed that it was not simply because Master Moonless was the younger brother of their Pavilion Master. But what did this have to do with Xian? If there were benefits to be had, then let's take them. Alright, since I don't belong to any sect now, it would be impolite to decline. Xian replied. His answer instantly made everyone smile, including the Vice Pavilion Master. Of course, although Xian had become Xian Pavilion's Pavilion Guardian Elder, he did not even know what kind of power Xian Pavilion was. All he knew was that Xian Pavilion was an auction. As for the Pavilion Guardian Elder token in Xian's hand, Xian had merely treated it as a token that could give him a huge discount when he bought things. Xian's participation was unavoidable, so Lingxian Pavilion had to hold a banquet. This banquet lasted for 7 whole days. A banquet that lasted for 7 days was considered strange. After the vice pavilion master, Master Moonless, and the others left, Yi Xian still felt like he was in a dream. This time, no matter what, Yi Xian, had picked up a huge bargain. Of course, this was also the so-called karma. If Yi Xian had not saved Master Moonless and the others at the first stage of the Valley of Despair, today's events would not have happened. After sorting out his emotions, Yi Xian would be a waste not to use his special privileges. He immediately asked Elder Xiaobai to get him a large amount of body-tempering materials. This time, he was prepared to temper his body properly so that he could attempt the endless trials again. Of course, Yi Xian still had to pay for these things from his own pocket. Therefore, he had used up all the millions of divine crystals that he had painstakingly obtained. However, the items that he had obtained could be considered generous. If he wanted to upgrade the 100-beast sword servant, he would need to devour points. At the moment, Yi Xian only had 2 devour points. There were very few things that he could do. For now, he could either upgrade the 100-beast sword servant or the battle god mount. After Yi Xian had broken through to the godly state, he had also summoned divine beast mounts. Therefore, the battle god mount could also be called a god-grade mount. Due to a system error, the god-grade mount had regressed to a silver-grade mount. If it could be upgraded to a gold-grade mount, its battle strength would undoubtedly increase by a lot. However, if Yi Xian chose to upgrade the 100-beast sword servant, it would be very useful. As previously mentioned, the mystical fire stone could increase the toughness of the 100-beast sword servant. Then, what exactly did it reflect on? For example, the cooldown of the summons. If he upgraded the battle god mount, then Yi Xian would be able to obtain enough strength in one go. On the other hand, if he upgraded the 100-beast sword servant, then Yi Xian would be able to summon more mounts in a short period of time. 2 choices, 2 conflicting choices. However, considering the needs of the trial, Yi Xian finally decided to upgrade the 100-beast sword servant. System: I want to use devour points and the mystical fire stone to upgrade the 100-beast sword servant. Ding. Host has used the mystical fire stone and consumed 2 devour points to upgrade the 100-beast sword servant. Ding. The resurrection time of the 100-beast sword servant has been reduced by half. The cooldown of the 100-beast sword servant's ultimate move, 100 Beasts Parade, has been reduced by half. Following the system notification, a satisfied smile appeared on Yi Xian's face. All his efforts had not been in vain. Finally, there was a return on investment. Reducing the cooldown by half meant that Yi Xian could use the 100-beast sword servant once every half a day. In that case, how useful would it be? The mechanism of the endless trial was to continuously strengthen the monsters, with each level stronger than the one before, until there were 1,000 monsters. Now that the cooldown of Yi Xian's 100-beast sword servant had been reduced, it meant that as long as Yi Xian controlled the speed of the trial, then he would be able to conserve a lot of energy each time he faced the strongest wave of 1,000 monsters. This undoubtedly increased Yi Xian's chances of passing the endless trial by many times. This was the result that Yi Xian wanted. Of course, apart from upgrading the 100-beast sword servant, the other items that Yi Xian had obtained were not completely useless. This time, the materials that Yi Xian had obtained were for refining the body. Furthermore, they could stimulate the potential of both the sword god bloodline and the battle god bloodline at the same time. Don't look at how this medicinal soup was something that Yi Xian had only exchanged for with divine crystals. However, it was extremely useful to Yi Xian. After soaking in the wooden barrel for an entire day as if he was taking a bath, Yi Xian finally absorbed all of the medicinal effects of the medicinal liquid. Ding. Host sword god bloodline has grown. Ding. Host's battle god bloodline has grown. Ding. Host's battle strength has increased. Following the system notification, Yi Xian nodded slightly. Alright, the results were all within Yi Xian's grasp. There was even a pleasant surprise. Yi Xian immediately took out a designated teleportation talisman, which was given to him by the guardian. After crushing it, he would be able to return to the endless trials. With a slight force in his hand, he crushed the teleportation talisman. In an instant, a mysterious array appeared under his feet. Then, in the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared. When Yixian opened his eyes again, he was already in the teleportation pavilion. "You're here. Are you ready to continue the trial?" The guardian's voice sounded. Yixian could not see where he was, but the voice seemed to indicate that the guardian had been staring at Yixian. "Yes, I'm ready." "Good, then you can go to the next level. I don't think I need to explain the rules. This time, it's the same. Before you obtain the title of intermediate trial taker, you're not allowed to leave. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand." Yixian nodded. Of course, he understood the rules here. The guardian's voice did not sound again, and Yixian walked to the next level. It seemed that after the challenge, even the opponent had changed. This time, his opponent was still a divine beast, a monster of the devil ape type with 6 arms. Yixian did not know what its name was, so he just called it the 6 arms devil ape. The 6 arms devil ape had extremely fast speed. At the same time, each of its 6 arms held 6 different magic treasures. There were no more and no less, 3 offensive and 3 defensive treasures. On this level, Yixian was only facing one, and its cultivation level was only at the peak intermediate true god realm. Therefore, this was the opportunity for Yixian to understand the 6 arms devil ape. He took a step forward and left the staircase. In an instant, the 6 arms devil ape sensed him. Roar! Roar! The 6 arms devil ape roared. At the same time, a bowl-shaped magic treasure in its hand emitted a strong light and attacked Yixian. What a strong pressure. This light seems to be used to suppress my movement. Moreover, this kind of strength is just right for a peak mid-true god to possess. Yixian silently analyzed in his heart. Of course, such a strong pressure wouldn't affect Yixian too much. However, even so, Yixian did not immediately kill the 6 arms demon ape. Instead, he quietly waited for the 6 arms demon ape to attack. The main purpose of choosing this level was to first grasp the strength of the 6 arms demon ape so that it would be more convenient for the later battles. The 6 arms demon ape didn't seem to have much intelligence. After the first attack was launched, the second attack was launched almost instantly. It was still a ray of light, but it was condensed together. Furthermore, the light this time around was no longer as simple as oppressive might. Instead, it had turned into a truly powerful attack. Corrosive ability? No, in addition to corrosion, it also has the ice attribute. This attack can slow down my movement speed and corrode my divine power. Yixian felt it slightly and already knew the effect of this attack. In that case, I can't say that I'll be delayed for too long in the later stages. After all, once the 6 arms demon ape is formed, this kind of attack will become a huge test. Yixian frowned slightly. However, he was thinking about the test in the later stages. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. This wasn't because Yixian was a coward. This was the realm of the gods. Even if it was just a trial monster, Yixian had never seen it before. Therefore, Yixian had to familiarize himself with these monsters. Not only because of this place, but also because of the entire realm of the gods. Now, Yixian was continuously accumulating experience. Very quickly, the 6 arms demon ape's attack methods were completely understood by Yixian. Now, it was time to test this fellow's defensive methods. The 100 Beasts sword attendant had to be used at the 1000 Beasts level. Megatron could be used, but not now. Therefore, Yixian still only pulled out the Godslayer and attacked the 6 arms demon ape. Eat my sword. This time, Yixian only used a normal attack. Unexpectedly, the 6 arms demon ape waved its hand casually and used a long sword to block Yixian's attack. Not bad, not bad. Although I didn't use the Godslayer skill to attack this time, I used 80% of my strength. It seems that this fellow's strength isn't as weak as it looks. Alright, now, it's time to start the slaughter. Yixian felt that he had grasped the 6 arms demon ape's general ability, so he didn't hesitate. The Godslayer released a burst of intense light. Yixian had already made his move. Deicide slash. Boom, the critical hit effect appeared. Although it didn't kill in one hit, the effect of 10 times the critical hit was no different from killing in one hit. In an instant, the 6 arms demon ape in front of Yixian was killed, turning into a ray of white light and disappearing. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and directly stepped on to the next level. It could be said that after understanding the strength of the six-arms demon ape, even though it was clearly at a higher level than Yi Xian, it couldn't stop Yi Xian's advance at all. In front of Yi Xian, the six-arms demon apes were killed one by one, and Yi Xian's advance became firmer and firmer. Have I reached the last level of the peak true god stage? At this time, Yi Xian stood at the top of the stairs and looked at the densely packed six-arms demon apes in front of him. 1,000, such a large number. However, what was the use? Could it be that he wanted to rely on these six-arms demon apes to stop Yi Xian's advance? 100 Beast Sword Attendant, come out for me. Yi Xian finally used his trump card. As soon as he summoned the 100 Beast Sword Attendant, he didn't hesitate and directly let the 100 Beast Sword Attendant use the 100 Beasts Walk, summoning 100 divine mounts at the same time. In an instant, 100 silver-level divine mounts appeared and pounced on the six-arms demon apes without hesitation. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was unlucky this time. Among the 100 divine mounts, there wasn't a single gold-level divine mount. There wasn't even a single gold-level divine mount, let alone a platinum level one. This is interesting. This little guy still has such a trump card. Suddenly, the voice of the gatekeeper was heard. This voice made Yi Xian's body stiffen slightly. The gatekeeper was definitely a super existence that Yi Xian couldn't defeat. However, when he was trying to break through the levels, the gatekeeper had never interfered with him. But now, why did he suddenly speak? Could it be that external forces weren't allowed here? Yi Xian was puzzled, but he didn't ask. However, the gatekeeper seemed to have seen through Yi Xian's thoughts and directly said, "Young man, don't worry. The beasts you summoned can be considered as part of your own strength, so they are considered to be reasonable. I'm just a little curious about your beasts. When you obtain the Intermediate Endless Trials title, you can also obtain a reward. Young man, work hard. I have a reward that is very suitable for your current skill. If you can pass this test, then I'll give you this reward." Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. What did the guardian mean? What did he mean by a reward that was suitable for his current skill? The skill that the guardian was referring to was Yi Xian using the 100 Beast Sword Servant's ultimate move to summon 100 silver-grade divine beasts mounts. Then, what was the reward that he was referring to? Of course, although Yi Xian was puzzled, he knew that he would be able to take advantage of the situation this time. As long as he could obtain the title of Intermediate Trial Taker, no matter what the guardian was referring to, it would become Yi Xian's. Presumably, the guardian would not tease Yi Xian. Then, let's fight hard, no matter what the guardian gave Yi Xian. All the rewards could only be obtained after Yi Xian obtained the title of Intermediate Trial Taker. Therefore, Yi Xian could only fight with all his might. The Endless Trial Taker was called endless because it would not give you any time to rest. If you wanted to fight slowly and drag out the time, that was impossible because there was a time limit to the battle. If you wanted to end the battle quickly and use the free time to take a break, this was also impossible, because there was a limit to the amount of time that could pass after the battle had ended. Endless Trial Taker, endless slaughter. Yi Xian's eyes were bloodshot. He did not even know how many monsters he had killed with his own hands. Kill, endless slaughter. There was only battle, non-stop battle. Moreover, the higher he went, the stronger the monsters were. Fortunately, the god-slaying sword was able to effectively suppress these monsters, which was why Yi Xian wasn't in any danger along the way. Superior Grade 1 True God, pass. Superior Grade 5 True God, pass. Superior Grade Peak True God, pass. At this moment, Yi Xian was facing a first-grade Heavenly God opponent. A first-grade Heavenly God six-arms demon ape. Good lad, you're the first one I've met in 3 million years with such speed. What was the name of the last one who could maintain such speed? Oh, right, I think it was Fei Yu or something. Not bad, not bad. Your performance is not bad. The voice of the guardian sounded again. This time, it was directly praising Yi Xian. This was a rare occurrence. Yi Xian didn't reply. He wasn't in the mood to do so right now. Ever since the start of the intermediate trial, Yi Xian had been challenging monsters of a higher level than him. In the previous level, he had even fought with 1,000 upper-class true gods. If Yi Xian were to say that he could easily defeat such a powerful opponent, it would be impossible. Even though the Godslayer was able to effectively suppress the monsters, with each strike being able to deal critical damage, and from time to time being able to kill in one hit, and with the addition of the 100 beast sword servants, the battle was still very difficult. Without mentioning anything else, this battle lasted for a full 5 days. Yi Xian even summoned the sword servants of the 100 beasts a total of 10 times. It was obvious how difficult this battle was. In fact, not only was Yi Xian tired, but he was also injured all over. In the previous stage, Yi Xian had been in danger several times. He had almost lost his life a few times. Fortunately, the more serious his injuries were, the more the battle of the worlds increased. However, there was no end in sight to this battle. The endless trial, as its name suggested, was endless. Just the continuous appearance of opponents was enough to make those with weak willpower despair. Yi Xian's willpower wasn't weak, but that didn't mean that he was feeling good right now. At this time, Yi Xian even thought of giving up. Difficult, it was really too difficult. This endless refinement could be said to have allowed Yi Xian to experience what true endless was, what endless slaughter was. However, could Yi Xian give up? No, because this was part of the system repair mission. Yi Xian could only grit his teeth and continue. Furthermore, if others could complete the trial, why couldn't Yi Xian complete it? It was only the intermediate trial now. There were still advanced and even higher levels. Could it be that Yi Xian couldn't even pass the intermediate trial? No, Yi Xian didn't believe it. He didn't believe that he only had this much strength. Kill! Yi Xian suddenly roared. At this time, the 100 beast sword attendant and the divine mount were in cooldown. The withered bone sword attendant was useless. The same went for Wei Zhentian. It was useless. Everything depended on Yi Xian. Roar! Roar! The 6 arms demon ape seemed to be very excited. With a wave of its hand, another powerful aura descended on Yi Xian. In just an instant, Yi Xian felt as if he was being suppressed by a mountain. He couldn't move an inch. Was this really a first-stage heavenly god 6 arms demon ape? This was a super opponent that surpassed Yi Xian by 2 whole realms. Yi Xian was only a mere intermediate true god. Moreover, he was only a 4th-stage true god. Moreover, he had already gone through so many killings. He was already mentally and physically exhausted. Rewards, titles. Yi Xian couldn't care less about them now. Right now, he was just relying on his tenacious willpower to fight. Boom, a strong force came, and Yi Xian was sent flying by the 6 arms demon ape. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. At this time, Yi Xian felt as if all the bones in his body were about to shatter. He was so powerless and so tired. Was it going to end just like that? Could it be that he really couldn't pass? In fact, would he even die here? No, he couldn't. Yi Xian couldn't accept defeat. He couldn't accept defeat like this. At this time, his eyes suddenly opened. No, I won't admit defeat. So what if you're a heavenly god? I, Yi Xian, will kill you all the same. Spiritual control. Suddenly, Yi Xian let out a loud roar. His divine sense suddenly condensed and attacked the 6 arms demon ape at the heavenly god stage. Hoping to control the 6 arms demon ape with spiritual control, that was almost impossible. In fact, not to mention the heavenly god stage 6 arms demon ape, even before this, Yi Xian hadn't used this spiritual sense control. As for the reason was very simple. These monsters in the Tower of Trials weren't real entities. They were just illusionary projections. If they didn't even have a real body, how could they have a spirit? How could Yi Xian possibly think that he could subdue them with spiritual control? However, when Yi Xian's spiritual sense made a move, the result was beyond his expectations. He actually succeeded. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. At this time, he stared blankly at the 6 arms demon ape that he had temporarily controlled. What was this? This thing had clearly disappeared with a puff of white smoke after it was killed. What? She could control him with her spiritual sense. It was over so easily. Yi Xian casually swung his sword and killed the 6 arms demon ape without any suspense. However, Yi Xian felt as if he was dreaming. This was clearly the most difficult battle, but it had turned out to be the easiest battle. This made Yi Xian a little unable to react. Hey, kid, you're just a mid-level true god. How could you have such a technique? Let me see. Spiritual control? Not the art of puppetry? Not spiritual control either? What's going on? As far as I know, very few people have mastered spiritual control. Moreover, it's impossible for anyone below the true God realm to master it. How did you do it? The gatekeeper suddenly spoke, startling Yi Xian from his daze. Yi Xian had obtained the spiritual sense control through the system's skill fusion. How could he have known so much? At this moment, after hearing the guardian's words, he realized that this spiritual sense control actually had a great background. However, this could not explain the doubts in Yi Xian's heart. Why was spiritual sense control able to control the 6 arms demon ape? However, in front of the guardian, Yi Xian certainly did not have the right to ask. In fact, even if he did ask, the guardian would simply ignore him. Alright, kid. You've passed this level. Congratulations on obtaining the intermediate trial taker title. It seems that this ordinary endless trial is not a problem for you. I can only activate the special level. The guardian seemed to be muttering to himself in the latter half of his sentence. As for Yi Xian, he didn't know what he meant by that. After a moment, the guardian continued speaking. Kid, since the establishment of this endless tower, the special level has only been activated twice. And you are the 3rd person to do so. I don't know if this is your good fortune or bad luck. You're on your own now. Oh right, by the way, let me tell you something. The first 2 people failed. If I had not stepped in to save them, they would not have been able to keep their lives. This time, I am powerless to help you. You're on your own now. I'll teleport you over now. This time, you will have 3 days to rest. Of course, you can choose to leave temporarily and come back to challenge in the future. After all, if you succeed in this challenge, you will directly obtain the unique Supreme Trial Taker title. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but frown. What kind of challenge would allow him to skip so many challenges and directly obtain the Supreme Trial Taker title? Furthermore, it was a unique title. In other words, the challenge this time was equivalent to directly clearing the trial tower. Yi Xian frowned and felt a little uneasy. Not to mention anything else, at least one thing was certain, and that was that the difficulty of this challenge was extremely high. It could even be said that it was several times more difficult than any of the challenges Yi Xian had faced before. However, at the same time, this was also an opportunity for Yi Xian, a rare opportunity. Of course, before the teleportation, Yi Xian did not forget what the gatekeeper had said. Gatekeeper, you said that you would give me a reward if I passed this level. What is the reward? Haha, brat, you actually still remember this matter? Do you know what you will obtain once you pass the sovereign level trial? You actually care about such a small reward. To you, it might be something insignificant, but to me, it's not that simple. Being able to increase my strength by a bit is already enough for me. Yi Xian said calmly. Brat, you're quite direct. Alright, this reward is something you deserve anyway. So, accept it. Suddenly, a ball of light emerged from the tower and appeared in front of Yi Xian. This is your reward. Next, you can choose for yourself. I'll leave the portal here for you. You can enter whenever you want. I'm too lazy to set a time limit for you. After all, you're the only one who can challenge that place in a million years. I'll give you some special privileges. I'm sure that even if my master finds out, he won't say anything. The voice of the gatekeeper was filled with vicissitudes of life. Perhaps he was thinking of his master. Of course, this had nothing to do with Yi Xian. Yi Xian casually took the ball of light. The light quickly gathered in Yi Xian's hand. Not long after, it turned into a small box. This box was very exquisite. Both the material and the workmanship were exceptionally exquisite. Although Yi Xian did not know what it was, he knew that this box was definitely not simple. Ding! System notification, discovered special material, Eternal Night Treasure Box. Ding! System notification, discovered special material, 1,000 souls. The 2 consecutive system prompts caused Yi Xian to be slightly stunned. Eternal Night Treasure Box, 1,000 souls, what are these things? System, appraise this Eternal Night Treasure Box and 1,000 souls. I want to see what this gatekeeper left for me. Yi Xian said to the system. Soon, he heard the sound of the system successfully appraising. At the same time, the appearance of these two items was finally revealed to Yixian. Eternal Night Treasure Box, Special Treasure Box. Only one function, eternal night preservation. The description was that simple, however, Yixian saw some clues from the word eternal night. In fact, there were many different types of treasures. Their characteristics were also different. Among them, there were some treasures that could not see the slightest bit of light and could not be affected by the outside world. Yixian remembered that he had heard of a magical material called the 10 Generations Wonder Flower. This flower was very strange. It appeared on a fixed day every year. Of course, the exact day was different for each flower. The time of appearance was fixed, but the location was not fixed. It could be in a forest, on a volcano, in the sky, in the sea, or even in the void. Such a magical item was very difficult to obtain. Not to mention the current Yixian, even the gods who were much more powerful than Yixian might not be able to obtain it. Of course, even if they obtained it, they might not be able to store it. This was because this item could not be tainted with the slightest bit of mortal aura. Even god power could not be tainted. Therefore, it was not easy to discover such a precious treasure. It was not certain whether one could obtain it after discovering it. Even if one obtained it, it would be useless without the means to store it. This Eternal Night Treasure Box was such a rare treasure. It could be said that Yixian had already profited greatly from this Eternal Night Treasure Box. Moreover, there was an even more important treasure inside. 1,000 Souls, yes, that was the name. 1,000 Souls only had one attribute, and that was that it contained 1,000 blank god-level souls. What kind of concept was that? Yixian only thought about it for a moment before he was so shocked that he did not know what to say. Simply put, this guardian god was going to bestow god-level souls to Yixian's god-level mounts. Yixian's current god-level mounts were, frankly speaking, just beasts. Moreover, they were summoned at random. Strictly speaking, they were very unstable. However, if these 1,000 god-level souls were used to strengthen the mounts, what kind of effect would there be? This was already beyond Yixian's imagination. Perhaps he would only find out after the mounts were strengthened. Ding. Attention host. Detected special materials that can be used for strengthening. The system has given 3 options. Host, please make your choice. Ding. Option 1, host can use 1,000 souls to strengthen a god tier mount. 2 Devour points are required to upgrade the god tier mount back to gold tier. Ding. Option 2, host can use 1,000 souls to strengthen a 100 Beast Sword Servant. 3 Devour points are required to upgrade the 100 Beast Sword Servant to 1,000 Beast Sword Servant. Its ultimate move will be upgraded to 1,000 Beast Sword Servant. Host will be able to summon 1,000 god tier mounts at the same time. Ding. Option 3, host can use 1,000 souls to strengthen a Withered Bone Sword Servant. Bestow a soul to the Withered Bone Sword Servant and upgrade it to a proper Sword Servant. Host will then obtain the Withered Bone Sword Servant's special abilities. Holy shit, that good? The system's notification made Yixian pleasantly surprised. It could be said that all 3 options were extremely beneficial to Yixian. Forget about the Withered Bone Sword Servant. It was purely a consumable item. He didn't know when he would be able to obtain the skeleton heart again, so strengthening it wouldn't be of much use. However, strengthening a god tier mount and the 100 Beast Sword Servant were 2 extremely good options. If he were to use it this time to strengthen the 100 Beast Sword Servant, then the 100 Beast Sword Servant would be too powerful. Previously, he had reduced the cooldown time. This time, he could strengthen the number of ultimate moves he could use. It could be said that at this rate, the 100 Beast Sword Servant would become Yixian's #1 trump card. Of course, the 100 Beast Sword Servant still needed a god tier mount to be able to unleash its full potential. However, no matter which of the 2 options, both required Devour points. It seemed that Yixian couldn't strengthen it for the time being. After all, the Devourer beast wasn't something that could be easily encountered. What should he do? Should he challenge it now, or should he accumulate his strength before challenging it? Yixian was caught in a dilemma. If he were to challenge that unknown trial now. The Guardian had made it clear that the trial was extremely powerful. It could be said that Yixian didn't have the slightest confidence in defeating it. Even if Yixian strengthened the 100 Beast Sword Servant and his god tier mount at the same time, he didn't have much confidence in defeating it. Yi Xian frowned slightly, thinking that this was a very good opportunity. Obviously, as long as he passed this trial, he would definitely be able to obtain unimaginable benefits. However, it seemed that his current strength was not enough. What should I do? I'm not willing to just give up. However, if I want to challenge that thing, then I won't even be able to increase my cultivation level. Moreover, I don't have the confidence to succeed. Yi Xian muttered to himself, or rather, the only one who could hear him was the system. However, what Yi Xian did not expect and was almost frightened out of his wits was that this time, the system took the initiative to issue a notification. Ding! The system has leveled up. Based on the host's current situation, the system recommends that the host continue to level up and strengthen his strength. Only when the host is at the peak of the superior deity can he challenge the host again. That's right, the system had given him a prompt. This was something that had never happened before. Yi Xian stood rooted to the ground. After the system made a mistake, it became more humane. And now, this notification couldn't be more obvious. However, was this a good thing or a bad thing? Yi Xian didn't have any idea. It could be said that in Yi Xian's heart, the cold and emotionless system in the past was the system that he knew. Now that the system was slowly becoming more humane, he was a little dazed. However, no matter what, the system was still the system. No matter how it changed, it was still Yi Xian's system. Alright, I understand. Yi Xian said indifferently. Yi Xian understood the system's words. The peak of the superior deity could be said to be at the peak of the deity realm. However, Yi Xian still had to face the trial of the deity realm. This way, Yi Xian could indeed unleash his full strength. After thinking through the crux of the matter, Yi Xian seemed to have heaved a sigh of relief. It was as if a rock had been lifted from the ground. In that case, he would not challenge the final trial for now. He would go out and increase his strength first. Yi Xian made the final decision. He had wasted a lot of time in the Valley of Despair and hadn't investigated Luo Luo's whereabouts. Speaking of which, it was Yi Xian's fault. Since he already had a designated teleportation talisman in the Valley of Despair, no matter where he was, he could quickly return here. This time, Yi Xian could continue to investigate Luo Luo's whereabouts and increase his strength at the same time. It wouldn't be too late to come back when he reached the peak of the deity realm. Yi Xian recovered his strength and injuries slightly at the thought of this, then walked out directly. When he entered, he had passed through many checkpoints. However, when he left, it wasn't that difficult. There wasn't even the slightest obstruction. Of course, this was excluding the law enforcement elder of the Divine Beasts sect who was guarding outside. In fact, before Yi Xian came out, he didn't even consider this person. After all, he didn't have much of a conflict with Hao Bai of the Divine Beasts sect. Furthermore, Yi Xian had stayed in the Valley of Despair for such a long time. Logically speaking, the law enforcement elder of the Divine Beasts sect should have left by now. Unfortunately, this guy really didn't leave. Instead, he kept waiting outside for Yi Xian. Wasn't this just looking for trouble? With the strength of the Divine Beasts sect, they naturally didn't know the secret of the Valley of Despair. In this person's heart, he felt that Yi Xian had most likely died in the Valley of Despair. However, since he felt that Yi Xian had died, why did he keep waiting outside? Just how much hatred and resentment was there between them? Brat, you finally came out. I didn't waste my time waiting here for you for such a long time. The moment Yi Xian walked out, he was stopped by Hao Bai of the Divine Beasts sect. Yes, it's been almost a year. I didn't expect you to still wait for me. Yi Xian frowned slightly as he looked at this guy. This guy really didn't give up easily. At the same time, Yi Xian said to the system in his heart. System, quickly, I need to urgently devour my previous gains. I need to break through quickly. Yi Xian's previous battles weren't without gains. The corpse of the ancient demon dragon, the Qiankuan ring of Li Lei and the others were all great treasures. Therefore, he still had a lot of gains. However, because of the Tower of Trials, he didn't choose to break through. However, now that there was danger, it wouldn't be right if he didn't break through. This was Hao Bai, the law enforcement elder of the Divine Beasts sect. Just now, a heavenly god six-arms demon ape had beaten Yi Xian until he couldn't do anything, let alone Hao Bai now. If he didn't break through now, was he going to wait for death? Ding, host breakthrough, current level 5 is medium true god. Ding, host breakthrough, current level 9 is medium true god. Holy sh*t, 5 levels in a row. Yi Xian actually achieved 5 levels in a row, from level 4 medium true god, directly to level 9 medium true god. This feeling was simply too good. It wasn't that Yi Xian felt good because he had achieved 5 levels in a row. After all, it wasn't like he hadn't done it before. In fact, what made Yi Xian feel the most good was that he hadn't leveled up so quickly in a long time, level 9 medium true god. At this moment, Hao Bai was dumbfounded. The entire process of Yi Xian's breakthrough was under his eyes. It could be said that he clearly saw Yi Xian's breakthrough time and time again, his strength increasing time and time again. However, although Yi Xian broke through time and time again, he was still only a mid-true god in the end. He did not break through to the upper true god realm. As for Hao Bai, his cultivation was at the heavenly god realm, so he did not pay too much attention to it. Brat, I did not expect you to be hiding your strength. But so what? Why? A mere mid-true god wants to escape from my hands? Hao Bai looked at Yi Xian and said with disdain. He was the law-enforcing elder of the Wanzhou divine sect. He had waited outside the Valley of Despair for so long just to confirm Yi Xian's death and avenge the loss of the 16 totem beasts. 16 totem beasts, even for the Wanzhou divine sect, that was a huge amount of wealth. It could be said that losing 16 totem beasts was a huge matter for the Wanzhou divine sect. The reason why Hao Bai did not leave was because of this. Now that Yi Xian walked out of the Valley of Despair alive, Hao Bai was determined to kill him. Humph, you're quite patient. So what if you're a mid-true god? It's enough to kill you. Yi Xian looked at Hao Bai. Since he knew that this battle was unavoidable, then there was no need to talk nonsense. Even if he lost, he would not lose. He would never admit defeat. He directly pulled out the god-slaying sword and prepared to fight with all his strength. You're courting death. Seeing that Yi Xian dared to pull out his sword to fight against him, Hao Bai was furious. Being ignored by a mere mid-true god, how could he, the law-enforcing elder, have any face left? Hao Bai casually waved his hand and instantly condensed the illusion of a divine beast. He actually pounced towards Yi Xian in an instant. You think you're the only one who can summon a beast? You're too naive. Yi Xian also waved his hand, and the 100 Beasts sword attendant immediately appeared in front of him. Fortunately, Yi Xian had stayed in the Boundless Tower for a while. Coincidentally, the 100 Beast sword servant's summoning cooldown had ended. Otherwise, he would have lost a helper. 100 Beasts parade. As soon as the 100 Beast sword servants appeared, they did not waste any time and immediately unleashed their ultimate skills. At the same time, Yi Xian also summoned 100 god-tier war god mounts. This time, he had the help of a gold-grade mount. In an instant, they were like a magnificent army charging towards Hao Bai. How is this possible? You actually have such a method? Hao Bai was greatly alarmed. Yi Xian's summoning methods were actually a level higher than his own. This was something that he found hard to accept. However, he was a heavenly god after all. How could his trump card be so limited? Very well. Since you want to compete in the summoning of the battle beasts, then this exalted shall let you know the strength of our 10,000 beasts divine sect today. Come out, my servants. Kill the enemy in front of you. Following Hao Bai's loud shout, with Hao Bai as the center, light continuously flashed. One after another, powerful divine beasts appeared. These were the divine beasts of the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect's law enforcement team. Moreover, there were actually more than 1,000 of them. Boom! 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 Yi Xian's war god mount directly tangled with Hao Bai's 1,000 divine beasts. In an instant, the sound was like thunder. Humph, ignorant. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled. This guy, did he not think that he was too simple? Did he really think that he was relying on these war god mounts? Kill! Yi Xian roared loudly. In an instant, his figure had already pounced towards Hao Bai. At the same time, the god-slaying sword in his hand suddenly swung out. God-slaying slash. Haha, is this all you have? You want to defeat me with this little bit of strength? Hao Bai only casually waved his hand and repelled Yi Xian's surprise attack this time. He even directly sent Yi Xian flying. The difference of a whole realm was not something that could be ignored just like that. Brat, eat my attack. Suddenly, Hao Bai's figure disappeared from his original position. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yi Xian. Boom. One punch, just one punch, and Yi Xian was directly sent flying. Furthermore, if it wasn't for the God-slaying sword's defensive skill and the divine spirit shield that directly activated at the most crucial moment, Yi Xian might have been killed by this punch. However, even so, Yi Xian was still injured. As expected of a heavenly god realm expert, the divine spirit shield's defensive power could only be fully unleashed when Yi Xian had enough divine spirit fragments. However, at this time, Yi Xian did not obtain any divine spirit fragments at all. During the trial, Yi Xian killed countless monsters, but those did not give him any divine spirit fragments. Yi Xian was sent flying by this punch, his figure explosively retreating dozens of meters. Hao Bai did not continue to chase after him. After all, in his eyes, Yi Xian was not a threat at all. Yi Xian frowned. The difference in strength was still too big. However, this did not mean that Yi Xian did not have a chance. Luck, yes. At this time, Yi Xian could only gamble on his friend's luck. Spiritual sense control was not effective against this guy at all. Yi Xian was very clear on this point. Hao Bai was not the 6 arms demon ape. Although they were both heavenly gods, in reality, there was still a difference. The god-slaying slash had a chance to cause a critical hit. Moreover, within the critical hit effect, there was also a certain chance of a one-hit kill. If it was really a normal battle, Yi Xian would not be able to defeat the heavenly god Hao Bai. Therefore, Yi Xian could only place all of his hopes on the critical hit effect. God-slaying slash. God-slaying slash. Yi Xian did not care so much. In one breath, he unleashed 32 consecutive attacks. Of course, this was already the limit of Yi Xian's attacks in a short period of time. This move again? This sovereign has already said that it is useless. With your attack power, you cannot do anything to this sovereign. Hao Bai did not mind. Even if those attacks came to Hao Bai's side, he would casually wipe them away. They could not do anything to Hao Bai at all. Not bad. It seems that this attack is a bit interesting. Of course, the 32 attacks also caused several critical hits of 10-fold damage. However, a critical hit of 10-fold damage was not a threat to Hao Bai at all. This was because there was no difference between 10-fold damage and 1-fold damage to Hao Bai. As for the reason, it was naturally because Yi Xian's cultivation level was too low. A mid-level true god challenging a heavenly god was an impossible task in itself. If Hao Bai did not deliberately want to toy with Yi Xian would have been defeated long ago. Was 32 attacks not enough? Then, he would do it a bit more. Yi Xian clenched his teeth. Ignoring the exhaustion of his body and the exhaustion of his divine power, he once again swung the God-Slayer sword. It was still the God-slaying slash. Yi Xian used almost mechanical movements to continuously unleash one attack after another. Boring, truly boring. Brat, this sovereign does not have the time to play around with you. Since you cannot take out any moves that are worthy of this sovereign's attention, then you can go die. Hao Bai moved. He directly charged towards Yi Xian. This time, he wanted to directly kill Yi Xian. Hao Bai's figure moved and instantly pounced towards Yi Xian. Rays of light suddenly appeared in his hand. This was not an attack that a disciple of the divine sect of myriad beasts should have. This was because what he used was an extremely powerful space-type divine ability. Those rays of light seemed to have their own personalities. As they attacked, they constantly changed their positions. Yes, after the rays of light rushed out a certain distance, it was as if they were thrown into a transmission door. When they reappeared, they had already changed positions. What the hell? Yi Xian was incomparably astonished. What was this? How could there be such a powerful attack? How could one defend against such an attack? It could be said that Yi Xian had never seen such an attack. This kind of attack was simply out of Yi Xian's expectations. Not to mention seeing it, he had never even heard of it. In an instant, Yi Xian was completely surrounded by those rays of light. Those rays of light contained boundless power. Moreover, they were incomparably strange. Yi Xian could not react at all. Resist. He could only resist. Yi Xian actually could not dodge such an attack. Haha, brat, how is it? This sovereign's shadowless divine light, do you like it? Shadowless divine light, what a terrible name, however, its power could not be underestimated. It could even be said to be extremely terrifying. Yi Xian continuously tried to charge out of these rays of light. However, it was futile. Every time Yi Xian clearly saw that there was an empty space in front of him. There were no rays of light blocking his path. However, as soon as Yi Xian moved, he would immediately be surrounded by dozens of rays of light. Damn it, truly damn it. Yi Xian softly said, venting the gloominess in his heart. However, even though he was softly speaking, Hao Bai still heard it. Haha, brat, does it feel good? Do you think this sovereign's shadowless divine light is so simple? Enjoy it. You should feel honored to be able to die under this sovereign's shadowless divine light. This could not go on. If this continued, then Yi Xian would definitely lose. It could even be said that he would die here. What should I do? Damn it, truly damn it. Although Yi Xian was anxious, he could not come up with an effective method. Of course, this did not mean that Yi Xian did not have a backup plan. For example, he could directly crush the designated teleportation talisman and return to the endless challenge. However, Yi Xian was unwilling to do so. He was unwilling to give up. Hao Bai had been waiting for Yi Xian for so long. Even if Yi Xian managed to hide now, what would he do next time? What would he do next time? Never place your hopes on others. You can only rely on yourself. I'll kill you. Suddenly, Yi Xian roared and made a decision that Hao Bai didn't expect. Yi Xian gave up on escaping and also gave up on defending. Instead, he focused all of his cultivation and divine power on the god-slaying sword. Die for me. Deity-slaying slash. Boom, a beam of sword light flew out from Yi Xian's hand, heading straight for Hao Bai. Hao Bai suddenly smiled. Brat, this move of yours cannot threaten this sovereign. Stop struggling and accept your death obediently. Perhaps that way, you can suffer less. Hao Bai's expression was as if he already had Yi Xian in his grasp. Of course, under normal circumstances, Yi Xian would not have the slightest chance to resist. Unfortunately, there were always exceptions. Moreover, Yi Xian's deity-slaying slash had the effect of killing in one strike. Just as Hao Bai was incomparably pleased with himself, the delight on his face froze forever. Because he was already dead, no, to be precise, his body was already dead. His godhead was already shattered. However, he was a heavenly god after all. Of course, he wouldn't die so easily. The current Hao Bai, relying on his incomparably powerful divine power, actually allowed his soul to remain for a short period of time. He did not immediately die. Hao Bai's body suddenly fell down. However, at the place where he originally stood, an illusory figure was looking at Yi Xian in horror. Moreover, it was continuously saying the same thing. This is impossible, this is impossible, this is impossible. It was as if the current Hao Bai only knew how to say this one sentence. Of course, no matter what Hao Bai said, Yi Xian did not care at all. Fortunately, my luck is not that bad. Finally, a sure kill effect appeared. If it didn't, I'm afraid that I would have died here today. Yi Xian also did not care about Hao Bai's soul. Even though this guy had temporarily left his soul behind using divine power, it was completely useless. How did you do it? Tell me how you did it. Suddenly, Hao Bai's excited voice sounded. Clearly, he was extremely unwilling to accept his inexplicable death. Oh? Why should I tell you? Give me a reason. Yi Xian looked at Hao Bai. His eyes were filled with ridicule. This guy was a bit interesting. First, it was the shadowless divine light attack. Now, it was a soul that was temporarily left behind after death. It could be said that this guy had quite a lot of abilities. You tell me, and I'll tell you one thing. Hao Bai did not want to die without knowing why. In any case, he was already dead. Then, what secrets? To him, there was no need to keep them. So, he prepared to use his biggest secret against Yi Xian. As for that secret of his, in fact, it was not only the people of the 10,000 Beasts divine sect who were concerned about it. Even outside, there were many people who wanted to know about it. However, due to some special reasons, no one dared to use force on him. Xian smiled. A secret? You, a dead person? What qualifications do you have to tell me a secret? No, I have the qualifications. Do you want to know the secret of the shadowless divine light? Do you want to know the secret of my undying soul? I'll tell you. I know a shocking secret realm, a secret that only you know. Tell me how you killed me, and I'll tell you this secret. Xian frowned slightly. What the hell, what was this Hao Bai trying to say? However, just as Xian was about to refuse, he heard a system notification. Ding, the host has discovered a hidden mission. The mission is temporarily unknown. The host can choose whether or not to accept. No. Could it be that the secret Hao Bai spoke of was some sort of hidden mission? This was a situation that Xian had never encountered before. It could even be said that it made Xian somewhat confused. This was already out of Xian's expectations. However, Xian still had leeway to choose. Alright, you tell me first. If your secret is important enough, I can tell you why my sword was able to kill you. Don't worry, you're only a dead person. I have no need to hide anything from you. Since he made his decision, Xian did not hesitate and directly said to Hao Bai Shui. After Hao Bai heard Xian's affirmative answer, he directly said, I choose to believe you. Now, I will tell you the secret I know. My name is Hao Bai. On the surface, my identity is the law-enforcing elder of the divine sect. However, my true identity is actually the walking emissary of Mo Shanggu. Do you want to ask what a walking emissary is? I can tell you that a walking emissary is a secret agent of Mo Shanggu placed in every sect. Haha, of course, being a secret agent is only secondary. What I want to tell you has nothing to do with being a secret agent. What I want to tell you is that Mo Shanggu is only a puppet. Do you know that the entire Mo Shanggu is a huge conspiracy? A shocking secret about the ancient demon venerable. Hao Bai seemed to be muttering to himself. However, Xian had already frowned. It seemed that this time, he had really encountered something extraordinary. Xian did not say anything and continued to listen. Of course, at this moment, he was no longer as casual as he was in the beginning. His attention was completely focused. Brat, the ancient demon venerable is only a title. However, he does not represent a person. He represents a power. A power that has already been destroyed. Perhaps you should know that there were countless experts in the ancient era. However, a war destroyed everything. And the one who started this war was the ancient demon venerable. Perhaps, you can call them Annihilation. Annihilation is an organization. An organization that has spread throughout the divine world. You can't imagine how strong Annihilation is. In fact, I don't know much. However, what I want to tell you is that Annihilation has already been revived. Countless ancient demon gods that have been buried for millions of years are currently undergoing a terrifying resurrection ceremony. Once the ceremony is completed, the entire divine world will disappear forever. Don't doubt my words. Don't think that it's strange that a mere divine realm expert like me would know this because Annihilation is still very weak. Therefore, even a mere divine realm expert like me. Pavilion Master Mo, I don't know the name of the resurrected ancient demon god. However, I can tell you that in order to resurrect him, a total of 999,900 totem beasts must be sacrificed. You should understand how terrifying he is. Alright, now that I've told you my secret, shouldn't you tell me what I want to know? Hao Bai said a lot of things in one breath. The amount of information was so huge that Xian was dumbstruck. It seemed that Xian had unknowingly come into contact with a shocking secret. A shocking secret of the divine world was discovered by a mere Xian. Xian was only a mere mid-true god at this moment. Shock, fear, these emotions that shouldn't appear on Xian's face appeared. Alright, I can tell you. My attack has the effect of one hit one kill. You can treat it as my divine ability. Xian didn't have the mood to care about Hao Bai. Therefore, he wanted to dismiss Hao Bai with a sentence. So that's how it is. Your divine ability is very strong. Alright, since you told me what I wanted to know, I'll give you one last sentence. Go to the northern ancient city, the divine dusk. There, you have more things that you want to know. At the same time Bai said those words, his body was already slowly fading. When he finished speaking, he had already completely disappeared. This conversation was actually very laughable. However, Bai was already dead. It was useless for him to hide this secret. He might as well die and know how he was killed. Moreover, he told Xian this secret because he had other intentions. That was to send Xian to his death. This way, he might be able to get his revenge. Northern ancient city, the divine dusk? Xian silently remembered this phrase. He knew that from the moment he came into contact with this secret, he had no way of withdrawing. Ding, attention host. The host has discovered a mandatory unique mission. Exterminate. Ding, the host has automatically accepted the mission. If the mission is successful, there will be no reward. If the mission is failed, the host will be exterminated. The system notified. However, this notification was really a trap. However, this mission made Xian dumbstruck. A mandatory unique mission. What kind of mission was this? System, can you be more specific? I'm in a fog right now. I don't know anything. Yes, Xian was at a loss. Ding, attention host. This mission is the ultimate mission that the host must complete. Before exterminate destroys the realm of the gods, the host must stop them. Otherwise, the system will exterminate the host before the host dies at the hands of exterminate. What was this? What was this? Xian was at a loss. Yes, Xian was completely at a loss. At this moment, Xian felt as if he had fallen into a shocking secret and could not extricate himself. Ding, attention host. This mission can only be completed by the host alone. The system recommends that the host increase his strength as soon as possible and establish his own power. A portion of exterminate has already appeared. Once their leader appears, it will be the beginning of the end of the realm of the gods. Ding, attention host. The leader of exterminate cannot be killed by normal means. The leader of exterminate is immune to all attacks. This is because the leader of exterminate is the source of divine power. Silence. A long silence. Xian continued to ponder in his heart, but no matter how he thought about it, there was only one final result. He couldn't avoid it. Sigh, forget it. Since I've already encountered it, I can't blame myself for being unlucky. Or rather, I should say that I'm lucky. After all, if I knew about this earlier, I could have prepared in advance. It's better than inexplicably dying in the future. I didn't expect the realm of the gods to be hiding such a secret. Fortunately, this is the realm of the gods. If exterminate wants to revive, it will take hundreds of thousands of years. I have plenty of time. Fortunately, I found out about this in advance. Was Xian cheering himself on? But it made sense. This was something that could not be avoided. It was better to know in advance and be prepared than to find out when the situation had reached a point of no return. Ding, attention host. The host has discovered the ultimate secret of the realm of the gods. Due to the high difficulty of this mission, the system will automatically update and strengthen itself. Ding. System notification, please take note that this upgrade will be carried out in the background and will not affect any of your functions. Ding. System notification, please take note that this upgrade includes the humanization of the system and the development of subsystems. Ding. System notification, please take note that the humanization of the system has been strengthened. In order to facilitate the accumulation of power in advance, the system will forcibly activate a subsystem. Please make your choice. Ding. Choice 1, Puppet Subsystem. After activating this subsystem, the system will automatically create a sub-body for any enemy that the host kills. The sub-body will possess all of the target's power but will not have a soul. This will make it easier for the host to use in the future. Ding. Choice 2, Unlimited Subsystem. After activating this subsystem, the system will continuously guide the host through missions to increase the host's power and allow the host to grow rapidly. Ding. Choice 3, Main System Upgrade. After upgrading, the main system will unlock a special reward mode for the host as well as some other abilities. The sudden series of system notifications made Xian realize that he had probably encountered something really big this time. Otherwise, the system wouldn't be so nervous. Puppet subsystem, unlimited subsystem, and main system upgrade. 3 choices. However, Xian didn't even consider it and chose the third option. Why? Because Xian knew that the first 2 options had their limitations. Although they were powerful, they weren't really practical for Xian. The puppet subsystem could be Xian's subordinates, but it couldn't strengthen Xian's power. The unlimited subsystem could only strengthen Xian's power, but it couldn't strengthen his subordinates. Therefore, the main system upgrade was the best choice. Of course, this upgrade was different from the previous ones. This upgrade was mainly to upgrade the functions of the system. In other words, the future system would be more powerful and useful. Ding. Choice successful. System notification, this upgrade will take 3 days. Xian nodded and then sat down cross-legged. He was waiting for the system to complete its upgrade. Sharpening the axe wouldn't delay the work of cutting wood. The system was Xian's greatest protection. Therefore, 3 days was something Xian could wait for. Ding. System upgrade successful. Main system upgrade successful. Was the upgrade finally complete? However, when Xian examined it, he could not see anything special. Perhaps he would only truly understand what kind of changes had occurred when he used it in the future. Xian stood up and walked out. That's right. That annihilation organization had made Xian feel pressured. However, this matter was too far away from the current Xian, so there was no need for Xian to care so much. The best choice for Xian was to increase his strength as soon as possible. The realm of the gods, this mysterious world, this unknown world, just how many unknowns were waiting for Xian, how Bai did not leave behind many things. Even though he was a heavenly god realm expert, he was really poor in his Qian Kuan ring. No one knew what this guy was doing. Even after devouring, Xian did not receive a single level notification. As for Hao Bai's corpse, Xian didn't devour it. Instead, he nurtured it in the devouring space with Li Lei and the others. Perhaps this guy would be of some use after he was revived. Xian began his journey. At this moment, his goal was clear. In the words of the system, his ultimate mission was to fight against that mysterious annihilation organization. Of course, before that, Xian's mission was to find Luo Luo and pass the endless trials. Luo Luo was in the west, while the ancient city of Divine Dusk was in the north. They were 2 completely different directions. Therefore, Xian followed his original plan and went to the west to investigate Luo Luo's whereabouts. Of course, he would also take care of that Mo Shanggu. 10 days later. Young master, come and take a look. These are all high-quality slaves, beauties, guards, or even divine beasts with special abilities. We have everything you need. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. At this moment, a middle-aged man stood in front of Xian. This middle-aged man had a cunning smile on his face, but his strength was only at the lower true god realm. The city that Xian was in was a free market set up by the Myriad Beasts sect. Here, as long as you had divine crystals, you could get whatever you wanted. Whether it was slaves or information, as long as you could afford it, you could get it. This was also the reason why Xian came here. Xian looked at the man in front of him, but didn't pay him any attention. Xian didn't need slaves. What he needed now was to find that so-called 100 mathematician. The 100 mathematician specialized in gathering information in this city. Furthermore, he wasn't a single person, but an organization that could accept scouting missions. Xian wanted to use them to see if he could find Luo Luo's whereabouts. He turned and left immediately, which made the businessman very unhappy. Of course, he couldn't find trouble with Xian. Where is this 100 mathematicians? Although Xian knew about this organization, the 100 mathematician was different from other organizations. It was impossible to find them unless someone familiar introduced him. Forget it, I'll go to Lingxian court first and see if they know. Xian made up his mind and walked directly to Lingxian court. Compared to the mysterious 100 mathematician, Lingxian court's branch was much easier to find. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at Xian court. "Sir, what would you like to order?" A waiter came to Yi Xian's side and asked. Yi Xian looked at the waiter, then took out his guardian elder token and said, "Go and call your elder." Yes, I'll go right away." The waiter hurriedly agreed and walked away quickly. Soon, an elder of Xian court walked out. It was the managing elder of this branch. "Greetings, guardian elder." When the elder saw the token in Yi Xian's hand, he didn't hesitate and immediately knelt on the ground. "Get up. I'm only looking for you because I have something to ask you. Don't be nervous." "Yes, guardian elder. If you have anything to ask of me, please let me know." "Yes, do you know where the 100 mathematician is? I need to ask them something." "This? Guardian elder, do you still need to ask about the 100 mathematician?" The elder was very surprised that Yi Xian would ask about the 100 mathematician. After all, in his opinion, the guardian elder could mobilize a huge amount of resources. Why would he need to ask others for help? "Alright, you don't need to know. You don't need to know. Do you know by Xianxia? Just answer me." Yes. "Please calm down, guardian elder. I will bring you there now." Seeing that Yi Xian was a little angry, the Xian court elder did not dare to say anything else. Instead, he directly walked forward, obviously intending to bring Yi Xian there. After a while, when Yi Xian arrived at the place, he was a little surprised. He did not expect that Bai Xuanzi was actually the slave merchant that Yi Xian had met when he first entered the city. Of course, this slave merchant was just a contact. Seeing that the Xian court elder had actually brought someone over and was very respectful, the slave merchant naturally did not dare to be negligent. Without saying anything else, he brought Yi Xian to a private house. "Senior, please come in. Our city's abacus is inside." "Abacus?" Yi Xian asked doubtfully. "Oh, senior, you may not know this, but we, by Xuanxia, have 3 main occupations. The first is a guide like me, usually called a fan. The second is a person in charge of intelligence and missions, called an abacus. The third is usually a person in charge of contacting various forces, as well as some special missions and intelligence. They are called the 100 families." What kind of names were these? Yi Xian was speechless. Of course, he did not need to fuss over this. Soon, they saw the so-called abacus. This person was holding a strange round disc Dharma treasure in his hand. No one knew what it was for. However, when Abacus saw the Xian court elder, he immediately walked over with a happy smile. "Yo, what kind of wind blew the elder of Xian court to my place? A rare guest, a rare guest. Lu Abacus, don't be rude. This is the guardian elder of Xian court. Quickly salute him." "What?" Lu Abacus was shocked. The guardian elder's reputation was so great that it made him panic. However, looking at Yi Xian, who was merely a mid-level true god, Lu Abacus revealed a puzzled look. It seems that this person's background is not simple. He is definitely not someone I can offend. Lu Xuanpan said in his heart. After all, the guardian elder of Xian Pavilion could be considered a high-level figure in Xian Pavilion. The fact that a mid-divine being was able to take the position of guardian elder was already enough to show how extraordinary Yi Xian was. Junior greets senior. "May I know why senior is looking for junior?" Although Lu Abacus was not very strong, he was still a middle-level divine realm cultivator. However, he addressed himself as a junior in front of Yi Xian. Of course, Yi Xian did not care about this. "I need to gather information about a divine beast." After he finished speaking, Yi Xian handed over the detailed information about Luo that he had already prepared to Lu Abacus. Then, he continued, "I don't care what methods you use, but you must help me find her whereabouts." "How is it? Is there a problem?" No problem. Haha, I, by Xuanxia, and Xian Pavilion often interact with each other. Just leave this kind of small matter to us." "Okay, then I'll leave it to you." Yi Xian bowed slightly to Lu Abacus. Lu Abacus hurriedly bowed back. "Senior, please rest assured. If there is any news, we will inform you immediately." Yi Xian nodded and then asked, "Then, how much do you charge?" Senior, are you making fun of me? How would I dare to ask Senior for a fee? Don't worry, I will do my best to complete the task. Please rest assured and wait for the news. Alright, it's good that you don't charge me. Yi Xian is actually very poor now. After settling the matter, Yi Xian naturally did not stay any longer. Instead, he walked out directly. However, when he arrived at the slave market outside, he was attracted by a person who was locked in a cage. It was a young girl from the human clan. Moreover, she had a lower-level divine realm cultivation. However, why was she a slave? This was something that Yi Xian did not understand. Hence, Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. Seeing Yi Xian's gaze, the slave merchant immediately said to Yi Xian, Senior, you may not know this, but this girl is from the Baizhui tribe. The ancestor of the Baizhui tribe, committed a serious crime 1,000,000 years ago and was personally executed by the overlord. At the same time, all members of the Baizhui tribe were reduced to slaves. Overlord, slaves, Baizhui tribe, of course, Yi Xian had no right to change these matters. Senior, if you like this girl, then this little one will give her to you. However, Senior, you must remember that the Baizhui tribe is a sinner personally sentenced by the overlord. Hence, if you do not like them, even if you kill them, you will not be able to restore their freedom. Otherwise, I am afraid that it will cause unnecessary trouble. Although the slave merchant did not say it explicitly, his meaning could not be more obvious. Yi Xian was no longer a brat who had just entered the realm of the gods. Although he did not know much, at least he knew about the overlord. In this world, there was only one main god, because this was his territory. Very quickly, the slave merchant brought the young girl from the Calamity clan to Yi Xian's side. Senior, this is this girl's life token. If you do not need her, just crush it and she will die immediately. Yi Xian nodded, not wanting to say anything else. In truth, Yi Xian himself did not know why he bought this girl from the Baizhui tribe. However, when he first saw her, Yi Xian felt like there was a voice in his heart telling him that he had to save this girl. Perhaps, this was the so-called fate. In truth, with Yi Xian's current situation, it was not appropriate for him to bring along a burden. However, since things had already come to this, Yi Xian could not say anything. Let's go. Yi Xian said casually to the girl. Then, he walked ahead, minding his own business. After all, Yi Xian had only accepted this girl on a whim. However, when he actually accepted her, he did not know what to do. Even after they left the city, Yi Xian did not pay any attention to the foolish girl. Instead, it was the girl who took the initiative to speak to Yi Xian. Sir, please wait. Her voice was neither servile nor overbearing. This was not the voice of a slave. Yi Xian instinctively stopped in his tracks and looked at the girl in confusion. He did not know what she was going to do next. Sir, may I ask why you bought this girl? Why would she ask him this? Yi Xian was stunned. Although he did not know why he did this, at least he was the master and this girl was the slave. How could this girl be more unreasonable than her master? Why do you think I bought you? For some reason, Yi Xian suddenly had the urge to seduce this girl. You don't have to be like this, young master. Us from the Disaster clan are born as slaves, and we will be forever. So, no matter what you want to do to me, I can't resist at all. However, when you first saw me, you were confused, but now, your eyes are extremely clear. I'm not talented, but I know that you didn't buy me for that filthy matter. Amazing, Yi Xian was depressed. This girl had seen through him. Girl, I'm your master now. Aren't you afraid that I'll punish you for speaking to me like that? Of course you wouldn't do that, because your heart is different from others. What do you mean? Why don't I understand what you're saying? Yi Xian really did not understand what this girl meant. What did she mean by his heart was different from others? This was truly confusing. Young master, are you not the true reason for the Disaster clan's crimes? What's the matter? Can't you just say it directly? Why are you speaking in riddles? I'm not in the mood to play riddles with you. Yi Xian was rendered speechless by this girl. What was going on? He had bought a slave, and now he had bought back a problem? There's no need to be angry, young master. Perhaps you've heard that our Disaster clan's crimes are the wishes of the Overgod, and that it's because our ancestor committed a serious crime. However, what I want to tell you is that our disaster clan's original name is not the disaster clan. If our ancestor really did commit a crime, then there's only one. What do you mean by that? I told you not to play riddles with me. Yi Xian was speechless. He was even a little angry. Our ancestor only committed one crime, and that is that he shouldn't have become an overgod. That one sentence shocked Yi Xian. What did that mean, shouldn't have become an overgod? Could it be that the ancestor of the disaster clan was also an overgod? Wait a moment, girl. You're not trying to play with me, are you? Sigh, do you think I want a burden like you? Here, this is your life talisman. You can do whatever you want. Now you don't have to make up a story to deceive me. What was happening now? No, to be precise, what this young girl said had already caused Yi Xian to be completely confused. Therefore, he didn't want to waste any time on this young girl and directly threw her life talisman over. He couldn't be bothered to care so much. This girl could do whatever she wanted as long as she didn't disturb him. However, to Yi Xian's surprise, the young girl casually waved her hand and threw the life talisman back to Yi Xian. She then continued, "Young master, have you heard of Fei Yu? What I want to tell you is that the ancestor of my disaster tribe is Fei Yu. Also, what I want to tell you is that my disaster tribe was originally called the Bow tribe. Our innate ability allows us to see everything that happened to the person in front of us within a year." F***ck, Yi Xian was so shocked that he almost jumped up. What the hell, what kind of divine ability was this, to be able to see what had happened to others within a year? This was too amazing. Didn't that mean that this girl knew everything that had happened to Yi Xian before? What the hell, how could there be such a divine ability? Did it have to be so terrifying? How could he still have fun with this? Hee, sir, there's no need to be like this. It was this little girl who misspoke. What this little girl meant was that I'm able to see things related to our clan. Hence, this little girl saw your trial and also the fact that the gatekeeper mentioned our ancestor. I say, little girl, you don't need to pause for breath when you speak. You scared me. I thought that your divine ability was really that amazing. However, your divine ability is really amazing. I'm curious, why does such a heaven-defying divine ability exist? There are so many races in the realm of the gods. What's so strange about having some innate divine abilities? My tribe isn't human to begin with. Although we look the same as humans, to the point that there isn't even the slightest difference, my tribe isn't human. Naturally, our divine ability is different. Girl, what are you trying to say by beating around the bush? Yi Xian was confused by this girl. He didn't know what she was trying to say. My request is very simple. I hope that young master can bring back my tribe's ancestor, Fei Yu's quintessence fragment after the trial. Quintessence fragment? Yes. Could it be that young master is participating in the ancient god trial, but you don't know who the ancient god is? Yi Xian was at a loss for words. What? Could it be that this girl knows more about my matters than I do? Who is that ancient god? What does it have to do with me? I'll just take whatever benefits I can. However, why should I bring back your ancestor's quintessence fragment? Yes, why should Yi Xian help this girl? This girl kept saying one thing after another. She just wanted his help. Besides, he was the master, and this girl was the slave. If young master can agree, then this girl is willing to follow young master wholeheartedly. Haha, what a joke. You're my slave. Your life is in my hands. Your reason isn't enough to move me. Yi Xian laughed heartily at this girl's words. In Yi Xian's heart, this girl's purpose was obvious. She just wanted him to save their ancestor. However, why should Yi Xian help her? There was no reason at all. Young master will help this girl. Because by helping this girl, young master can get benefits that you can't get. You're really confident. Unfortunately, I'm not interested. Yi Xian turned around and ignored this girl. Oh right, from now on, your name is Girl. No matter what you were called before, from today onwards, your name is Girl. Yes, young master. Fian will remember it. She remembered it and purposely told him the name. What was the meaning of this? Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to turn around. If he continued to dawdle with this girl, sooner or later, he would be led around by this girl. However, Yi Xian didn't know that after he turned around, a smile appeared in Fian's eyes. With a wave of her hand, a weak light entered Yi Xian's body. Master, my Bo clan is a clan formed from spiritual bodies of heaven and earth. The life talisman is actually useless to my clan. Master, do you know that unless we're willing, no one can catch us? Countless years have passed. You're the first person to hear the name Feiyu. The name Feiyu has long been forgotten in this god realm and has been sealed. Even if you're unwilling, my Bo clan can only rely on you. The Bo clan was a mysterious clan, and Fian had purposely come to Yi Xian's side. In that case, was her goal really for the sake of their ancestor, Feiyu? Or did she have other motives? Of course, Yi Xian could not possibly know all of this. She had inadvertently saved someone, but it was a premeditated act. If Yi Xian were to find out, who knew what he would think? Of course, Yi Xian did not know, so Yi Xian was still walking forward. This is the place. I heard that this is the 1,000-beast mountain that the 10,000 beasts divine sect has circled out. Hehe, then I'm sorry, but I'm going to kill monsters and level up here today. Yes, Yi Xian's goal this time was to level up in the 1,000-beast mountain. If only I could meet a devourer beast. Sigh, how pitiful. I don't have a single devourer point on me now. I have treasures but I can't fuse with them. It really makes one's heart itch. Yi Xian pulled out the Godslayer and was ready for battle. However, Fian spoke again at this time. Master, I'll give you a suggestion. Don't kill divine beasts here, or you'll have unexpected trouble. Yi Xian pursed his lips. This girl, if he had known, he would not have bought her. Now, she was actually controlling him. With a wave of his hand, the 100 beast sword servants appeared. Then, without any suspense, he used his ultimate move. In an instant, 100 god-tier mounts appeared. 3 platinum-grade god-tier mounts and 9 gold-grade god-tier mounts? My luck is pretty good this time. Yi Xian did not care about Fian's words and immediately started working. Go, kill to your heart's content. Following Yi Xian's order, the 100 god-tier mounts, along with the 100 beast sword servants, rushed out at the same time. Yi Xian himself was not going to stay idle and immediately attacked. The battle was about to start. Who dares to be so presumptuous in my 10,000 beasts divine sect? Are you looking for death? However, not long after Yi Xian started working, he heard a loud roar. Then, with a flash of light, a group of people appeared directly in front of Yi Xian. A teleportation array hidden by restrictions, and there's AF** King warning system? Yi Xian was stunned. What was going on? Since when did the 10,000 beasts divine sect have such a trump card? F***ck, Yi Xian had come here to level up. He had no intention of causing any trouble. But now, it seemed that he had gotten himself into trouble. Brat, who are you? How dare you behave so atrociously in my 10,000 beasts divine sect? Are you tired of living? At first, Yi Xian felt that he was in the wrong. Now, this guy was acting all high and mighty. Did he think that Yi Xian was a pushover? 13 true gods and 2 heavenly gods, they were strong, but Yi Xian should not be afraid of them. Yes, I did. What are you going to do about it? Yi Xian looked at those people and said directly. That person was stunned. He almost couldn't react to Yi Xian's words. He had seen arrogant people before, but he had never seen such an arrogant person. He dared to behave atrociously in other people's territory and acted so righteously. More importantly, he was so weak. Brat, it seems that you're courting death. Then, don't blame me for being merciless. Go, kill him. Yi Xian did not have a good impression of the 10,000 beasts divine sect. Speaking of which, ever since Yi Xian came to the divine realm, he had been entangled with the 10,000 beasts divine sect. Moreover, it was not a happy matter. Wasn't that Hao Bai from before also a member of the 10,000 beasts divine sect? At least on the surface. Now, these people from the 10,000 beasts divine sect actually wanted to cause trouble for Yi Xian. How could Yi Xian agree? All of you, go, kill them. Since the opponent had already made a move, Yi Xian did not hesitate. He directly ordered all the divine rank mounts to charge at the people from the 10,000 beasts divine sect. These divine beasts, could it be that he's controlling them? At this time, the people from the 10,000 Beasts divine sect noticed that the divine beasts around them were all controlled by Xian. In the 10,000 Beasts mountain, it was not strange to have divine beasts. After all, this place was originally used by the 10,000 Beasts divine sect to raise divine beasts. What is that? Could it be the so-called behemoth giant beast? And this one, what divine beast is that? Saber-toothed tiger? But why is it so strong? Heavens, and these three divine beasts, why are they so strange? I have never seen them before. And their strength, how can they be so strong? As soon as the battle started, the people from the 10,000 Beasts divine sect who thought that they had the absolute advantage suddenly realized that they were in an absolute disadvantage. These guys were really unlucky. This time, it was rare for Xian to get 3 platinum-ranked war god mounts and 9 gold-ranked war god mounts, but these guys bumped into them. It could be said that Xian did not even need to move, because these battle god mounts were enough to deal with the people from the 10,000 Beasts divine sect. Quick, blow the 10,000 Beasts flute. A heavenly god realm disciple of the 10,000 Beasts divine sect shouted in panic. At this time, Xian's battle god mounts had already surrounded them, and killing them was only a matter of time. In an instant, a disciple of the 10,000 Beasts divine sect suddenly took out a flute-like treasure and blew it. Rumble, as if the divine beasts of the 10,000 Beasts mountain had received an order, they all rushed towards Xian. Divine beasts covered the sky and covered the earth. However, there was a difference in strength between them. Kill them for me. The disciples of the 10,000 Beasts divine sect shouted in panic. In an instant, the battle between the divine beasts and the divine beast mounts began. However, although the 10,000 Beasts divine sect had reared countless divine beasts, their strength was not that great. Most of them were only equivalent to the true god realm, and they did not have any special abilities. How could they fight against Xian's divine beast mounts? On the surface, the battle looked extremely fierce, but in reality, Xian's divine beast mounts had the upper hand. 100 Beasts Feast, start. Kill them all for me. Xian activated the special ability given to him by the 100 Beasts sword servant. Once the 100 Beasts Feast started, the divine beast mounts abilities were strengthened. This battle had become a one-sided massacre. Retreat, quick, get out of here, this guy is too strong, we are no match for him. After realizing that they had no chance, the people of the 10,000 Beasts divine sect were finally afraid. Soon, these people used a special method to teleport away. After all, this was the territory of the 10,000 Beasts divine sect, and Xian could not do anything about it. Xian knew that after these people left, they would definitely inform more people to come over. End of chapter 2136. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.